Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Underscore 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 underscore. I guess you weren't on good terms. Ilwa nodded at Ozian's comment. That's Aaron Burton, an explorer with the Archaeological League, and he used to be a colleague of my father's. Sounds like he's not now. No, they didn't get along, though it was more of a case of Aaron being unilaterally jealous of my father. To summarize, Ilwa explains. Ilwa's father and Aaron used to travel on the same team, but they often clashed. The cause was Aaron's jealousy. He couldn't accept that Ilwa's father was better than him, so he quit the team. The problem was that the team was irreparably broken. Aaron may not have been the best explorer, but he was the best networker. Blood nodded in understanding. I see. You don't see that kind of person in any organization. Someone with little ability or talent, but who uses connections, flattery, and politics to get their way. Aaron was exactly that kind of person, coddling when he could, and stomping on anyone he deemed weaker than him. When he split with my father, he broke up the party, dragging out the people he'd always had his eye on. And your father stood by and watched? Ozian asked, and Ilwa smiled bitterly. My father was, in a way, an idealist. He was the opposite of Aaron. He got where he was based on his ability and talent alone, and he didn't care about anything else. Ilwa's father was a talented man. Aaron, on the other hand, is a talentless politician. If you ask me who is more talented, I'd say the former, but if you ask me who will survive longer, I'd say the latter. Unfortunately, this is the world. Eventually, Aaron's political maneuvering earned him a respectable position in the Archaeological League, but Ilwa's father's influence was waning. Aaron had a stake in that, and he sabotaged him behind his back. My father thought it was important to explore these ancient ruins, so he was excited about it, and here we are. Her father was hospitalized by Kursha, who was targeting Balad. The same goes for other team members who decided to move together. I can't do anything on my own, but I couldn't just stand by and let this opportunity slip through my fingers like this. I'd regret it for the rest of my life, so I decided to go. Ilwa had a reason to make this trip to the ruins a success. Naturally, it must have been painful for Aaron to see Ilwa take the initiative. After all, she was the daughter of the man he was so jealous of and hated. I see. Ozian remembered Aaron from earlier, the enhanced humans with him, to be exact. They were like lab mice. The enhanced humans were eerily identical in appearance with pale white skin and white hair. They were all the same except for their gender, hairstyles, and physiques. What was particularly memorable was the way they looked at the people around them. Their inorganic pupils seemed emotionless, but they were not. Ozian could feel the arrogance in their eyes, the sky-high arrogance. They don't even treat the people around them as people like themselves in the first place. If they were involved, it was unlikely that anything good would come from entering the ruins. But even if I warned Ilwa here, she wouldn't take me up on the offer. She had her own reasons for going to the ruins. Then, as a hired hand, I can only help as best I can. In truth, Ozian wanted this, too. There were things he didn't like about Aaron, but the way the enhanced human looked down on him like he was a lesser being. A little, no, he didn't like it a lot. Asterisk. The people with tickets entered in an orderly fashion. There was no need to rush, as moving quickly would not make the ancient ruins disappear. On the contrary, calmness was the most necessary virtue in ancient ruins. There was no telling what traps might lurk here. Ozian, Balad, and the North Blinders were at the end. It seems to me that this side is telling us that we are blatant latecomers. Balad muttered, adjusting his glasses. After all the lobbying and money he'd spent on the Archaeological League, it was a bit of a bruised ego to be treated this way. But he understands. The North Blinders are a criminal organization, no matter how powerful they are. Considering our other competitors are warlocks, wizards, the military, and large corporations, we have no choice. The inside of the tunnels had the feel of a coal mine, with pillars and lights. As I went deeper, the dirt turned to hard rock, and the sparse human touches disappeared. In their place were strange stone structures, one after another. Is this a ruin? I've never been here before. Balad's man muttered in unison. Normally, Balad would have pointed out the disorganized behavior, but not this time. He didn't show it, because he too was in awe of the fact that he had entered the ruins. Wow, finally, Ilwa exclaimed. For the first time, she was seeing the ruins she had only read about in books and texts. Even if they had only just begun to scratch the surface, the feeling was new. Does it look like it's been a while since it was built? Ozian was the only one who didn't seem to be impressed. Ilwa asked impatiently. Mr. Ozian, aren't you surprised? We're in a ruin, a legacy of the past that we have no idea when it was built or how old it is. Who cares about relics? Ozian had cleared 100 dungeons in the form of these ruins alone. He didn't feel overwhelmed or amazed that something like this still exists in this day and age. Of course, it must be a little exciting to actually feel something he only saw in games. Nevertheless, Ozian's mind was calm, and for a simple reason. It's because the dungeons and ruins in the game aren't that exciting in the first place. The vicious game instills a tremendous amount of fear and dread in players just by the name of dungeons. Monsters sneaking up on you from out of sight, traps triggering without warning, poison, and swamps spread over large areas, not to mention confusing maze-like structures. When I finally made it through, I was greeted by the dungeon's boss monster. Unsurprisingly, the difficulty was quite high, and death was common. It's better if the dungeon has a save point, but what if it doesn't? I had to go back to the entrance. They say that hard memories are usually fondly remembered, but if they're too horrible, they're not even memorable. Having experienced such a vicious experience so often, it's natural to be suspicious of any ruins or dungeons. Ozian wasn't too worried, but he wasn't too happy either. Let's go in. Everyone else must have gone first. This is now the entrance to the ruins. Those who had already entered had already rushed into the ruins. Mr. Ozian is so unromantic. Ilwa grumbled, but didn't deny Ozian's words. Now was the time to get nervous. Even if the ruins were old enough that most of the traps had been worn away, there might still be some left. The guardians of the ruins were often unaffected by time. We'll go this way, the main road will have been traveled by everyone else, so we'll go the other way. On the main road, the big guns would have moved first. They could follow in their wake, but then they'd have to eat the scraps they left behind until the end of the expedition. As we entered the ruins in earnest, we saw stone structures occupying a large area underground. Despite their age, their grandeur still made their presence felt. The ruins were underground, but that didn't mean they were completely devoid of light. It was almost curious that it wasn't too dark to make out anything in particular. It's strange, it's not dark in the basement with no light. There are hidden light sources all over the ceiling. Ilwa immediately pulled out her notebook and quickly recorded what she saw. Meanwhile, Dolan and his men scanned the area. They wanted to be on the lookout for any threats. Ozian also took in the general layout of the ruins. It's hard to tell what kind of underground ruins we're looking at here. If you've played as many rounds as Ozian, you should know the layout of dungeons and ruins by heart, but that's not always the case. I found myself looking at walkthroughs from time to time rather than trying to memorize them, or not revisiting them after I'd beaten them once. Furthermore, some of the dungeons and ruins had their structures pasted in, making it impossible to tell them apart. I think this is one of those, but I'm not sure. Some of them were cut or collapsed due to age, and there were many parts that didn't fit together as clearly as I remembered. I thought I'd have to go a little deeper to find out. The best I could hope for was to see what monsters or guardians might be here. That was too much of a risk. When Ilwa had finished exploring the area, she pocketed her notebook and called out, "Come on, let's move on." Her voice was not filled with fear, but with curiosity to explore as much as possible now that she was in the ruins. As a hired hand, I had no choice but to follow her. You might think Ilwa was being obnoxious, but she wasn't. "Stop." Ilwa stopped Balad, who was just about to step on one of the blocks. "Stop, it's a trap, I've read about it in the books, see." After stopping Balad, Ilwa threw a rock at the block he'd almost stepped on earlier. The block snapped into place, and a spear protruded from its side. An old trap that still works. If he had moved without thinking, he would have been pierced in the temple. "We shouldn't go this way, it's a dead end, and the way this place is structured, there's no way there's anything further up." Ilwa was quite competent. Despite this being her first real-world experience, she made good judgments based on the bits of information she remembered. She didn't get it all right, but having a hit rate of over 80% was certainly impressive. With more experience here, she could really become a great explorer. Ozian couldn't help but think to himself. Ilwa's quickness to analyze even the smallest traps that he couldn't remember was definitely not normal. As the group moved on, they were stopped by a whitish shadow in the distance. "Wait." Balad stepped forward and stared straight ahead. It was hard to see in the distance, so he pulled out the chemical light he'd packed and tossed it into the distance. The liquid stick of light green light flew off and rolled across the floor. The whitish shadows were the other team that had entered the ruins first. They all lay dead in their places. Tension hung in the air, which had been loosened by Ilwa's arrival without much damage. His skin stretched like a rubber band, making his hair stand on end. The first victims. Ozian had to remind himself of the feel of the sword at his belt. Yes, this is a ruin of unknown deaths. It was inevitable that people would die like that. "I'm just wondering how they died." Ozian and Balad exchanged glances. They nodded wordlessly and slowly made their way toward the bodies. Fortunately, there were no traps along the way, so they were able to examine the body up close. The condition of the body was not good. They were full of sharp wounds, as if they had been cut by something. Some of the bodies were even dismembered. "Is this?" "Yep." Apparently, they ran into the guardian of the ruins that roamed around here. More than 20 people had been killed without being able to fight back. Were they killed because they were weak? Or because they were unlucky? No, it wasn't. It was because the guardian of these ruins was a monster. Underscore 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 underscore. So it's not a trap, but the guardian of the ruins. Balad thought the same thing. A trap would have killed a few people, however a trap that could kill this many people at once should have left a trail, but there was none. What if there were other people attacking? Such things are not uncommon in ruins. A slightly calmed Ilwa asked as she examined the bodies. As a scholar, it should have been hard for her to see this many corpses, but she didn't make a single sound. Perhaps she was born with a thick skin, with her father's explorer blood in her veins. "I don't think so." Belud dismissed Ilwa's hypothesis. Even if another party ambushed them, it's odd for them to fall so unilaterally. Unless they were fools, they would have been on guard at the ruins, preparing for it. Well, if that's the case, then the guardians of the ruins. I'd say that's more likely than not. Guardian. This term refers to the beings that guard dungeons and ruins, usually living monsters. But they weren't always monsters. Famously, there are gargoyles that take the form of statues and move when enemies appear. Or it could be a golem that moved automatically, or a beast that was cursed or enchanted. A guardian that can function normally after so many years. Ozian rubbed his chin. The condition of the bodies suggested they'd been slashed with something sharp. Most of them didn't get far, and there's little sign of a battle. It's a one-sided slaughter, which means it's a strong guardian. The problem was, what kind of guardian would leave such scars? Ozian searched his memory, but nothing came to mind. Are they gargoyles? They are statues and swing huge spears the size of their own bodies. No, they are not spears. If they are weapons swinging by guys over 5 meters tall, they are rarely able to cut with such cutting power. There was also the case of the enchanted beast. A wolf with a blue mane, it was characterized by rampaging with a sword in its mouth. However, this one seemed a bit unlikely. Even if it was enchanted, it's unlikely that the beast would have survived for so many years, and besides, it doesn't just wield a sword in its mouth. He occasionally flicked his tail and swung his claws, and I'm sure he could use magic. But the bodies all died of cuts from something. Besides, they had come into the ruins prepared, and they were not weak enough to be easily overcome by the beast. What? There are guardians this strong, and I don't remember them. Something was wrong. It sounds a bit cheeky to say this, but there was very little that Ozian didn't remember, at least in terms of game elements. He might not recall a minor trap in a dungeon, but there's no way he could forget a guardian this powerful. Still, nothing matched his memory. That's right. It doesn't necessarily have to be the same as my memory. It's possible that things have changed over the years. Whatever the case, it seemed unlikely that there would be any immediate answers. Ozian decided to keep the possibilities open and remain vigilant. Are you sure you want to keep going? Belud asked Ilwa. At this point, there was nothing they could do if Ilwa said she wanted to quit. They had come this far because of her. No, I'll keep going. Ilwa didn't give up. It's not that she didn't feel fear when she saw the bodies. She just had a stronger sense of duty. All right, then. We'll be on high alert and move slowly, but first we'll have to search the bodies. It was unfortunate that people were dead, but they had to take what they could. Belud's men rummaged through the bodies for artifacts, tools, and materials they could use. They set aside the bodies' identification tags. In ruins and dungeons, it's hard to keep a corpse alive, so people who come in take these tags with them. It's like a military license plate for a job offer. It's the least you can do for the dead. With a light moment of silence to ease their minds, the group moved past the bodies and into the center of the ruins. Ilwa, usually a chatterbox, was quiet this time. She had seen the corpses, and she didn't know when the ruin guardian would appear out of nowhere. As they approached, they came to a fork in the road. It was up to Ilwa to decide which way to go, but for once, she wasn't sure she wanted to go. Ugh. This is ancient hieroglyphics, so old, it's going to take a long time to decipher. The only clue they had was the inscription on the steel at the center of the fork in the road, but even that would take time. Ilwa pulled several books from her pack and spread them out on the ground. She flipped through the pages, her eyes drawn, skimming the material. It's a language written in ancient ruins, possibly a new type of language that isn't even in the books here. This alone was of great scholarly value, but it was not at all welcome to the immediate need to find their way. Nothing. What do we do? Even with all the archaeological material she brought with her, she couldn't find anything like the characters on the tablets. At this point, she'd have to take a chance. It was crazy to make a choice with a 50% chance of death. Just then, Ozian, who had checked the area for enemies, approached Ilwa. He looked at the words on the tablet and spoke casually to Ilwa. It says to go left. What? Ilwa asked in surprise. So were Belud and his men. Left, what do you mean? Because the tablet says that left is the way inward. Those who wish to face the true one must take this path. Can't you read it? No. So, even though she thought it made no sense, Ilwa couldn't help but ask. Can you read this? Ozian also found Ilwa's point strange. Yes. Why can I read it? The moment he saw the words on the tablet, his mind automatically interpreted what they meant. This was something Ozian hadn't expected. Because this body is from the past. It was quite possible. Can you believe that? Belud asked in disbelief, and while it was unfair to Ozian, Belud's reaction was perfectly normal. One of Tyrna's fixers had read the writing on the tablet, something no archaeologist had ever done. How could it be possible? It was more believable that Ozian was lying. Well, if you don't believe it, it doesn't matter. I just said what came to mind when I saw what was written there. How did you read it? Didn't I just say that? It said, those who wish to face the true one, come this way. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ilwa and Belud shuddered. Unbeknownst to them, when Ozian spoke those words, he was using a different language, one they knew nothing about. It was a language with a completely unfamiliar structure. How the hell did you just say that? Ilwa pointed a shaky finger at Ozian. An old language, written in ancient ruins she didn't recognize. And yet, the one who could somehow speak it freely was the very fixer she'd hired out of curiosity. It was strange not to be surprised. It's Ozian wondered how to explain the complexity when the ground shook with the sound of something pulling a lever. In the moment when everyone realized what was going on, Ozian was the first to move. He stood at the side of his employer, Ilwa. The next to move was Belud. They weren't sure what was going on, but they knew something had happened. Director. That's when the North Blinders men shouted. They were running to join them, but at that moment something fell with a thud from the ceiling, creating a large wall between them. Belud quickly approached the wall. Looks like the trap has been triggered, and it's a terrain changer. Terrain-changing traps weren't immediately life-threatening, but they were vicious in that they cut off the way you came. Getting lost in the middle of the ruins, which could be as complex as a maze, was practically a death sentence. Ozian knocked on the wall. It was no ordinary material. Can I pierce it with starlight? Even if the wall could be breached with starlight, the men on the other side would have already been moved elsewhere. It was better to hope to make it out safely and join them later. More importantly, why did the trap work? Well, we didn't touch anything. We didn't. But they weren't the only ones in the ruins. Who is this? A cheerful voice came from the darkness beyond the passage. Ilwa's face paled and Belud frowned. There was no way he didn't recognize the voice's owner. Aaron, an explorer with the Archaeological League, appeared, leading his team. I never thought we'd meet in a place like this. Is there such a thing as a coincidence? Coincidence? I wonder if it's a coincidence. Just by his deliberate recognition and exaggerated tone, I knew who had set the trap. I can't believe they'd use a trap from a ruin we just entered today. He probably intended to send everyone here, including Ilwa, somewhere else. But Ozian's reaction was too quick, and the result was that the three of them and the others fell. It was a situation Aaron hadn't anticipated, but it worked out for the better. With the other members of the North Blinders, it would have been dangerous, but with just the three of them left, it was different. Even if they killed them here, who would know about it? Aaron saw this as the right time to show up. Ozian and Belud stood in front of him, with a frightened and cowering Ilwa behind them. Ilwa, what's wrong? You seem wary of me, and so do you. Why don't you put your weapons away? My ears are rotting from all this listening. Belud pulled a pair of black gloves from his pocket and slipped them on his hands. If you're going to do that, you should stop talking. Hey, mafioso, don't you understand what's going on here? Aaron sneered at Belud. None of your men you brag so much about are here. Can't you see, it's just the fixer, you, and that stupid bitch. Aaron's side, on the other hand, had a whopping 10 enhanced humans. They were fewer than the rest of the team, but they were still a nerve-wracking opponent. It meant that 10 of them would have no trouble exploring the ruins. You're still holding your neck like that, young man, when you're begging for your life. You're going to break your neck like that. Whether it does or doesn't, we'll find out soon enough. Belud rolled up the sleeve of his arm. The runes were clearly visible over the flexing muscles of his forearm. You're a barbarian, and you're cocky. Just then, one of the enhanced humans stepped forward. It was the same one that had stood between Ozian and Aaron before they entered the ruins. White skin, white hair, and a beautiful face, but it was so expressionless that it looked like a mannequin. Did you just look at me and call me a barbarian? Yes. Not only are you stupid, but you don't even have good ears. You don't lower your pride even in this situation. This is why I don't like lowlifes. The outwardly silent enhanced human made no attempt to hide his inner thoughts as his eyes narrowed. And you? The enhanced human pointed at Ozian and Ozian asked, puzzled. What do you have for me? You, in particular, I will pluck out your eyeballs. I haven't liked your eyes since the first time I saw them. Despite the brazen announcement, Ozian was not intimidated. On the contrary, he flashed a sheepish grin, as if he was amused. That's interesting. THRRRR. The sword at his waist was gently drawn. I was thinking the same thing as you. Underscore 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 underscore. Ozian had known this moment would come. Deep in the ancient ruins, with no communication, there was no way for those outside to know what was going on. Not even if the people inside were fighting amongst themselves. How do you know who killed who? We don't know if the dead person was killed by a trap in the ruins, a guardian, or a human, because there were no witnesses. That's why people had to be prepared the moment they entered the ruins. They didn't just fight monsters or guardians in the ruins, they also had to fight people. The blood flow in Ozian's body began to speed up. Actually, I was kind of looking forward to it. How strong would an enhanced human who thought he was superior really be? Ozian really wanted to know. A class of people that didn't exist in the game. An enhanced human is a human whose genes have been modified by advanced magic and science. Naturally, they were unheard of in the game, where even the convenience of science didn't exist. What? Expected it. The augmented human frowned at Ozian's comment. Have you lost your mind, or are you just trying to bluff your way through this moment and scare us off somehow? If that's what it sounded like, I wouldn't mind thinking about it. Perhaps you shouldn't be so modest. The energy emanating from the enhanced humans intensified. Belud, who had taken up a stance beside him, gave Ozian a scowl. What's the point of provoking them further? He's trying to kill us anyway, so what if I provoke him further? He wasn't wrong, so Belud kept his gaze straight ahead and focused on the enemy. Fortunately, they won't be coming at us all at once. Enhanced humans were psychopaths who thought they were superior to humans. They figured they didn't need all 10 of them against just 2. Belud's opponent was a female augmented with graying hair down to her waist. She had a doll-like face and a subtle slant at the corners of her eyes. Handsome brother. What was I thinking? Complimenting someone who was about to die and kill me. It was easy to see why. I like to kill people like that. What a bunch of weirdos. Blood met all sorts of people in his time in the mafia, but the enhanced humans were beyond unpleasant. Most of them were psychopaths, like their brains had been destroyed by the experiments. They'd rather fight for money than fight for love. Blood didn't respond to the augmented woman's words, as if they weren't worth responding to. It hurts to be so cold, but good, it makes the screaming sound sweeter later. Did you only learn to fight verbally? Blood snapped his axe blade back and forth impatiently. Come on. Funny. Don't get too excited. There's plenty of time for that. Until then, why don't you worry about your mate? The woman was right, for the enhanced human facing Ozian, the leader of the pack, lunged at him. Aaron, his teammates, and the enhanced humans with him thought in unison. Soon Ozian's limbs would be torn off, and his eyeballs would be gouged out, just as the enhancer had just warned him. The smugness was not without reason, but it made Blood chuckle nonetheless. Worrying about my fellow man. That's ridiculous. Who the hell cares about anyone? At least the Ozian he had fought was not weak enough to be defeated by such an enhanced human. The arm that had lunged at Ozian was severed in a spray of blood. What? The enhancer sensed something was wrong, and his vision tilted to the side. He realized that Ozian had cut off one of his ankles, knocking him off balance. The blade fell toward the augmented human throat as he tried to fall. The augmented gripped the ground with one arm and pushed himself hard backward. Ozian's blade narrowly missed him. You look surprised. Ozian spoke softly to the augmented man, who stared at him from a distance. The enhanced human didn't answer him easily. A moment ago, his grasp had been aimed at Ozian's shoulder. The goal was to tear off the arm that held the sword first. But instead, it was his own arm that was cut off. Funnily enough, he hadn't even realized it as the sword sliced through his arm. What the hell? How? Are your eyes better than that? Eyes. Before the words were out of his mouth, a solid red line formed across the enhanced human's eye. It was ugly and blood splattered. Chaotic. Even as an enhanced human, he was not strong enough to withstand the pain of having his eyes gouged out. Aaron and the other enhanced humans watching were stunned. When, just a moment ago, their boss, the enhanced human, had clearly dodged Ozian's sword. Then his eye was cut out. Could it be that he was aiming for its eye the whole time, and it didn't even notice? Red blood dripped down as the boss staggered to his feet. Ozian felt uncomfortable at the sight. The severed leg had returned to its original form. To top it off, the severed arm was regenerating in real time. With a hissing sound, the wound bubbled up and shot out like a lizard's tail. The eye was the same. The slash across his face healed in an instant, and his gouged out eye was restored. I'll kill you. But there was one thing that was different this time, and that was the overt emotion on his face, which was directed at Ozian. I thought your face was broken because you had no expression, but it's not. This is better. Ozian's expression was one of pure admiration as he realized something new. Of course, to the enhanced humans, it sounded like a taunt. Just as the others were about to step forward, the leader shouted, "Stop! I will kill that bastard. Anyone who tries to interfere will die at my hands." The growling words sent the other enhanced backing away once more. Ozian sneered at him. Wouldn't it be better for you to come at me in groups? You just made a big mistake. You should have killed me for sure when you had the chance, because now you won't be able to. The enhanced human lunged at Ozian again. It wasn't called enhanced for nothing, and its movements were both swift and sloppy. With a single stride, the enhanced man leapt several meters, reaching Ozian's location in a matter of seconds. Its speed was twice as fast as when it tried to play with it in moderation, but Ozian reacted to that speed. Flash! The elven longsword in Ozian's hand moved, and a sharp sword struck the enhanced human's wrist again. This time, it was to cut off his wrist. With a bang, Ozian's sword was blocked at the wrist. Did you think I was going to get hit again? The enhanced human smirked. Its wrist, where it had blocked Ozian's sword, sprouted scales like those of a reptile. I sensed it when I watched you regenerate, but were you really a lizard? Seeing as you're still talking nonsense, you must have some time on your hands. The enhanced human kicked out, knocking Ozian's sword away. It appeared to be a bare leg, but it wasn't. Its legs were also covered in razor-sharp scales. Ozian snapped his head back. The reptile's leg brushed the tip of his nose. As he tried to close the distance behind him, he felt his body shudder. It was the lizard's tail, which had now grabbed his ankle. It wasn't the only one. Above the augmented human's palm holding his sword, a new palm sprouted, curling around the hilt of his blade. It was a sight to behold, a sight that filled him with a physiological revulsion. Indeed, only then did Ozian realize why enhanced humans and modified humans were differentiated. The moment I first saw it, I felt like you were a lab rat, and I was right. If it comes out like this, I have no choice but to show this side as well. Ozian's sword glowed with holy light. The all-consuming white flame burned through the enhanced human's arm. The hand that held the sword in particular was reduced to ash, disappearing without a trace. With a flash of light, Ozian sliced off its arm and lightly cut off its protruding tail. The enhanced human squinted since the wound was not regenerating as it should. The high heat of the starlight sword had festered the wound. He quickly tried to force the wound open to resume regeneration, but Ozian was not about to let that happen. His sword swung once more, burning the enhanced human's eyes out. Chaos. As his vision was blocked, the enhanced human opened its mouth and flicked out its forked tongue. That was all it needed to pinpoint Ozian's location, and it locked onto him, scales covering his entire body. Scales weren't the only thing on his back, as he tore at his clothing, spikes like hawsers sprouting from his back. Come here. Before he could call out, the stars danced as Ozian's sword sliced through the thorns and scales so smoothly. Severed limbs scattered in all directions, and what was left of the enhanced human fell to the ground in a heap. Oh, how, I couldn't possibly lose to a lowly human. The enhanced man's throat snapped open as he was about to complain about the injustice of the situation. Ozian ignored the neatly severed head and stared at the others. They were stunned at how easily their leader had been defeated. He was defeated. How? Their leader had been defeated by a mere fixer, a human they considered so inferior. Even more surprising was Ozian's sword. A pure white blade that seemed to push away the darkness around it. It cut through the hard skin of an enhanced human as easily as butter. They could see nothing more than the trajectory of white light as it flickered past the boss's body a few times, but the enhanced humans were quick to assess the situation. Unlike Aaron, whose jaw dropped open in bewilderment, they quickly regained their stance and charged at Ozian and Balud. Balud sheathed his axe. The female enhancer he expected to be the first to fight him lunged. Die. The restraint from earlier was gone and her voice was filled with venom. The enhanced humans held no weapons, but they didn't need to. Their flesh was a weapon. Kwang? A fist landed on a crossed hatchet. But the force was considerable, and Balud's body trembled violently. You can parry this. His opponent was equally surprised. Even a strongly built man would be sent flying backwards by such a blow, but Balud stood firm as if rooted to the ground. Snap. The boulder closed over the enhanced woman's curled fist again. Boom, boom, boom. Fist after fist slammed into the hatchet as Balud's body jerked wildly, but he still held his ground. When the gap opened up, Balud swung the other axe wildly. With such a weak axe, he aimed the axe at the enhanced woman's collarbone and the enhanced woman placed a solid rock on top of it. Thud. Balud's axe cut through the rock, breaking the bone instantly. Huh. Balud coldly shot at the dumbfounded enhanced. How can I call myself the director of North Blinders if I can't even split a rock with my axe? The enhancer's body jerked and her legs gave out. The regeneration failed. Blood, the skin is dying. It was the power of the frost on the axe. Behind his glasses, Balud stared at the enhanced woman with a cold gaze. I don't enjoy listening to screams like you do, so I'll send you off neatly. Tisk. An axe slammed into her forehead. A kick flew toward Balud, who promptly cleaned one up. It was a surprise attack from an enhanced human, enraged at the loss of a companion. Balud bounced back from the blow and pushed himself to his feet. This never ends. Balud spat, blood pooling in his mouth. As he stood, a bolt of lightning shot toward him. Seeing Balud engulfed in the blue current, Ilwa cried out in surprise. Mr. Balud. This was dangerous, even for Balud, but to her surprise, Balud didn't die. His body is scorched all over, and his clothes are charred in places, exposing his skin. Pus dripped from his burned skin. It wasn't a small wound, but the enhanced human's eyes widened in surprise that he hadn't been killed by such an attack. You survived that. Alas. I haven't had a fever in a long time. A few strands of Balud's hair, which he always slicked back neatly, trickled down his forehead. A reddish glow hovered in his eyes. I think I'm going to have to do a little cleaning today. Balud could use all the skills of a barbarian warrior, and another talent he hadn't used until now, Raging Bear, was activated. Balud didn't like Raging Bear much. It was the same reason he tried not to show his Nordic barbarian roots. The Raging Bear was too barbaric. That's because it turned the user into a bloodthirsty berserker. The more wounds you take, the more ferocious and stronger you become. Your attack speed, damage, movement speed, and damage reduction would increase in proportion to the blood you shed and the health you lost. It wasn't just that, either. The Raging Bear was all about the overall trait, but when you got down to the specific skills, there was a lot of variety. Your health wouldn't drop below a certain percentage for a certain amount of time. If you keep attacking without stopping, you get a bonus to your damage. You could also use spilled blood to create a shield proportional to your lost health. This was a man's skill. He didn't dodge or block his opponent's attacks, but only responded with attacks. Balud couldn't help but hate it. Die. The enhanced human unleashed an electric charge from his hand. Upon closer inspection, the palm that gathered the charge had turned to metal. The veins running through his body glowed with plasma currents. The bolt struck Balud's slowly approaching body again. Balud's body shook, but it didn't stop him. In fact, the blood glow in his eyes grew darker and stronger than before. The reason I don't like it is because it makes my head feel weird. His face contorted in irritation, in contrast to his usually calm voice and demure demeanor. My vision turns red, and the sounds around me become muffled, with every cell screaming at me to kill the enemy in front of me instead. Don't come. My head is ringing. My head. Don't come. Just then, another enhanced human stepped forward. It was a man with short hair, and when he stretched out his arm, it stretched like rubber and stabbed Balud in the abdomen. Still, Balud didn't stop. His expression didn't even change, as if he didn't feel the pain. That's why I didn't want to use it, but you guys made me do it. You crazy monster. So take responsibility. Balud grabbed the hand that had stabbed him in the abdomen and yanked. The enhanced human tried to hold on, but he could not withstand Balud's berserk strength. He was yanked away and sent flying toward Balud. Balud lifted his axe and slammed it down on the flying enhanced man's neck. The head wasn't decapitated, but the body of the enhancer, unable to withstand the force of the axe, fell to the ground. Blood swung his axe at another one. Over and over again. Pow, pow, pow. The dead enhanced man's body convulsed with each thrust of the axe. Red blood splashed all over Balad's body. Without bothering to wipe the blood from his cheeks, Balad stared at the enhancer who had fired the first shot. Freak, freak. It wasn't the kind of yell an enhanced human would make, but watching the fist-sized hole in its abdomen regenerate in real time would make anyone want to shout it. As the wound regenerated, the blood stopped flowing and new flesh filled it. It was the result of one of the talent's effects, increased healing. Balad gripped his axe. The axe, which should have been imbued with a frosty aura, was now imbued with red energy. Poof! Balad disappeared from view and the enhanced humans looked around for him. He was about to spin around and fire another blow when he felt a movement behind him. Clang! One of his arms was sliced off by the axe faster. Ow, 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 my arm. Good, try crying a little louder to drown out this ringing in my head. A smile tugged at the corners of Balad's mouth. It was eerie to see it on his bloodied face. The augmented man, who had been crying out in pain rather than terror, clamped his mouth shut. If you don't cry anymore, I can't help it. Balad raised his axe, then dropped it as if he'd changed his mind. What the hell? Boom! Instead, he smashed the enhanced man's face in with a tightly curled fist. Punch, punch, punch. Only when he had disintegrated the head beyond recognition and seen the blood did the rising mania subside. Balad wiped the hot, fishy blood from his cheek with his hand, then gave up and shook his head. Ha! He'd gotten rid of the 3, but there were still 6 more enhanced humans left and Ozian was fighting the 6 of them at once. He wasn't worried, though. For, while the enhanced humans were not weak, Ozian was far stronger than them. As much as I hate to admit it. Looking at Ozian now, with his sword encrusted with starlight, performing his swordplay with precision, there was no way he could lose. Kaya. The enhanced human's bulk increased. His muscles bulged and hair sprouted on his body. Ozian clicked his tongue as he watched. All enhanced humans have their own characteristics. An enhanced human is a being whose biological evolution has been artificially altered through genetic modification. Similarly, there were mutants, but there were differences. Mutants are congenital and limited to one ability. Enhanced humans, on the other hand, are acquired, with each enhanced human possessing multiple abilities and traits. They could manifest the beast factor, possess superior physical strength and regenerative powers, and even use mutant-like superpowers. Stop! One of the enhanced humans shouted just as Ozian was about to swing his starlight sword. The voice pierced through the air and wrapped itself around Ozian's body. It was a kind of mental attack that interfered with the opponent's mind, but Ozian shrugged it off. The sword light flashed, and the hulking head of the enhanced human was swallowed by the starlight. Puff! The ground suddenly rose up, and the tree trunks lunged at him like anemones. It was almost at the same time that starlight appeared on Ozian's shoulders. Nebula silk. The cloaked Ozian whirled around as a tree trunk snapped open, spilling a light green fluid. The fluid was acidic, but even the acid failed to harm Ozian's nebula silk. Get back! One of the enhanced humans shouted at Ozian. With a shout, a sound wave shot out of its mouth, and just as it was about to strike Ozian, he disappeared in a flash of white light. Gone. His head spun around to look at his surroundings, but it couldn't go any further, and he slumped to the ground. The female augmented human beside him, who had been sending out mental waves, widened her eyes at the sight. Just as she was about to attempt another mind interference on Ozian, Ozian's leg kicked the enhanced female in the knee. Her body collapsed with a crack and a breaking leg as the starlight sword that fell on top of her pierced her heart. But she was an enhanced human after all. She didn't die immediately from the stab wound. Just as he was about to raise the starlight to burn her heart, the enhanced human who was shooting out mental waves raised his arms and grabbed Ozian's ankles. Without even a smirk, Ozian swung his starlight sword and severed the arm. Before it could close in on him, Ozian spun around and swung his sword. The intense white light blasted the enhanced human's head off, and it collapsed as it ran past Ozian, unable to overcome its inertia. Quack! How? The enhanced man's eyes widened as he realized that even his life-threatening strike had been useless. He couldn't understand how a human could possess such power, but Ozian had no intention of answering that question. Just as it was about to breathe its last, the head of the enhanced human that had been shooting out mental waves dropped to the side. Ozian sheathed his sword and deactivated Nebula Silk with a sigh of relief. His gaze turned to Eren and his teammates. Their numbers were paltry, as if they had been counting on the enhanced humans in the first place. There were only 5, including Eren. They froze, overwhelmed by Ozian's power, unable to even think of running away. Yeah, you guys stayed. Ozian slowly stepped in front of Eren. A shiver ran down Eren's spine. Having seen what Ozian had just done, he didn't dare look him in the eye. Help me. Eren fell flat on his face. I'll give you everything I have if you let me live, and if you go back outside, I'll even use my connections in the Archaeological League to reward you, so please. The way he cried out in a sobbing voice was almost pitiful. The teammates behind him did the same. Please. Yes. You just tried to kill me, and now you're begging for your life because you're at a disadvantage. Well, that's what the enhanced humans did. They didn't listen to me because they weren't under my control. For such a thing, when they were trying to kill us, you were standing behind them, laughing like it was funny. Ozian remembered the look on their faces. All right when they were trying to kill others, but ugly when they were about to die? You're not honorable at all. That's why, get out of here, you fucking bastard. Crouching down, Eren threw the capsule at Ozian. Even if he had hired an escort, as an explorer he had the means to save his own life. Triggered at point-blank range, the capsule fired a powerful electric current in a radial arc before Ozian could react. Blood's eyes widened in surprise at the sight. That was far more powerful magic than the blasts he'd been subjected to by the enhanced humans, at least 3-star lightning magic. If he gets hit by that at close range, even Ozian won't be safe, but where the current swept past, Ozian was still standing. If you look closely, you'll see that he's not completely unharmed. His clothes burned and his skin scarred, but for a 3-star magic strike, that's not too bad. How? Eren muttered in disbelief. How could a person be hit by magic at close range and not die? Eren rolled his eyes. Before he could say anything else, Ozian's sword cut out his tongue. Eren clamped his hands over his mouth, blood running down both of his hands. Open your filthy mouth no more. You'll rot my ears. Ugh. Eren muttered and looked at Ilwa. His eyes were pleading, begging her to spare him. Ilwa looked at him, then turned away. Looks like our employer is thinking the same thing. Ugh. Eren stretched out his arm to restrain Ozian, but it was no use. His sword cut Eren's vital points with precision and speed. The same goes for Eren's teammates who were trying to escape. They were Eren's companions, after all, and they were up to no good. There was no need for mercy. When he was done, Blood walked over to Ozian and asked, Are you all right? Why do you ask? Just now, weren't you struck by the magic stored in the capsule? I did. That's why I asked if you were okay. I was hit, of course, but I was fine. To be honest, Ozian was surprised. I'm so strong. He knew he wasn't in a normal body, in that he was physically strong and had great endurance, but to be hit by magic and not die. Of course, I'd be in danger if I got hit a few times. Just knowing that he could take a hit or two with his body was a great gain. If you've got that much power, why have you been avoiding it all this time? With a body that strong, it seemed like he could be a bit reckless, but Ozian had always fought by parrying or dodging attacks with his sword. Occasionally, he'd parry an attack with his nebula silk, but that was limited to broad attacks that were hard to dodge. Blood didn't understand that. If he was so strong, why? It's strange not to dodge when I can. You seemed a little too obsessed with dodging for that. No matter how strong I am, it hurts to be hit by an attack like that. This time he was caught off guard because he hadn't expected Eren, who was acting cowardly, to launch an attack. If I had, I wouldn't have been hit. Come to think of it, he was right. No one likes to be sick, and Ozian was no different. His body was clearly that of a strong knight, but there were still traces of the 21st century commoner in his mind. I don't like being sick. Underscore. It hurt to be hit, he said, but it was also out of habit that Ozian didn't parry the blows with a strong body. If you can't get hit, it's best not to get hit. In the game he was playing, no matter how much health he built up, it didn't matter if he got hit by a boss monster. How could he be hit if his health was reduced to nothing after just one hit? The same was true for the monsters scattered across the field. It's because the attack pattern is simple, but even at max level, if you get hit, you'll lose a lot of health. As a result, even when facing boss monsters, the main thing I needed to do was dodge. It was a matter of looking at their precursor movements, reading what they were going to do, and then analyzing the pattern to avoid or block the attack. So there's a lot of movement in the game. The hitboxes were also very well implemented, allowing you to dodge with some really crazy moves. Ozian was a big character in the game, so I focused more on dodging. It became kind of a habit. The game also tended to make the act of getting hit a bit of a taboo. Getting hit is also a way of fighting, but it's always associated with the image of not being able to analyze the pattern and being forced to hit with your body. Did I get hit while trying to defeat a boss? I couldn't sleep that night because of my pride. I only want one no-hit perfect game where I clear the game without taking a single hit. That's kind of become a culture for hardcore players. Question: Hey guys. I just beat the boss on my 67th try. Good job, right? Your blood is hot? I can't admit it. You drank the potion? I don't admit it. What? Did you enchant your weapon? Did you take a food buff? Don't you know you're supposed to just roll and hit it? I am a member of the Recognition Association, but I cannot recognize this. If it wasn't for the hardcore users, it would have been called the Recognition Association. Anyway, for Ozian, who received the Not a Person certification mark from the Certification Association, the perception of attacks as something to be avoided was strong. In hindsight, I didn't really need to seek such recognition here. Of course, now that it was a reality, he could actually feel pain when he was attacked, so it was natural to dodge. He hadn't expected his body to be this strong, but he can't force himself to take an attack now to test how strong his body is. Common sense dictates that if you can see a bullet coming and you can cut it with a knife, you dodge or block it, not take it with your body. I thought, well, at least I learned something new, so I should be happy about that. But there was a question. Eren's ambush had been effective. I hadn't expected him to use the capsule at such close range, when he was begging for his life so desperately, but Ozian had a keen sense. It was a sixth sense that alerted him to danger, and it hadn't reacted at all to Eren's surprise. No, it is reacting. But it's reacting to a greater danger. Ozian knew why. There was something far more dangerous in these ruins than the 3-star Blitz magic capsule that Aaron had used. His sense of danger was alerting him to something that existed within the ruins. That's why he didn't react to the capsule, which he didn't even feel was worth considering. If there's a greater danger, then the smaller ones don't even matter. This sense is not necessarily absolute. I wondered what that bigger risk was. When I thought about it, the answer came quickly. A boss monster in the ruins, or a guardian I haven't encountered yet. Just then, Balud spoke as he scanned the wall behind us. The way back is blocked. Will you be okay? Ozian asked Balud. If nothing else, he was separated from his men. That didn't bode well, considering most of their weapons and packs were with them. There were too many dangers to explore these ruins with just the 3 of them. Even if it's not, it doesn't change anything. The terrain around here has changed and there's no way back. So we have no choice but to go forward no matter what. We'll be fine, at least for now. We have enough food and other materials for exploration. Ilwa said. Don't worry. The luggage Aaron and his companions were carrying was quite valuable. With such a small number of people, it would be hard for the 3 of them to use it all. At least they weren't going to starve to death or run out of water. Let's get moving. Are you going to be okay? Ozian pointed to Balud's condition. His clothes were tattered and torn in places from the battle earlier. The wounds had healed, but to be honest, it wasn't a pretty sight. You don't have to worry about that. Balud dismissed the worry as unnecessary and brushed off his clothes. Then, to his surprise, his tattered and soiled clothing returned to its original state. Automatic repair. I'm the director of an organization. I deserve a little luxury. The white suit was now cleaned of blood. The magic embedded in the suit ranged from automated alterations to automated cleaning. As time goes by, all kinds of magic come out. It was a fitting garment, considering Balud's neat personality. Aside from that, the self-repairing suit looked pretty good. Maybe I'll get one of those when I make enough money. Given the city's stature, it was likely that they would have clothing that was also bulletproof. That is, of course, assuming we make it out alive. Ozian glanced at Ilwa and Balud, who knew it too. At this point, the only way to live was to go all the way. Let's get moving. Everyone nodded and started to move. Their pockets were fuller after another fight, but their minds were less relaxed, as they were wary of people. On our way, we encountered another road. It was a fork in the road, and this time there was an inscription on a stone tablet. I couldn't read this in the game. I thought it was just part of the background texture. Now that it was real, the words on the tablet were the most important clue to exploring the ruins. Balud and Ilwa's gazes naturally turned to Ozian. Unsure of what their gazes were telling him, Ozian turned his attention back to the tablet. I wonder if I can read it this time. Despite his worries, the words came easily to him as soon as he set his eyes on them. It was as if he had known the language from the beginning, and the interpretation and meaning of the words immediately popped into his head. What does it say? Those who attempt to enter this place, you are about to be tested. Ozian translated the words from the tablet he had read verbatim. You must fight your own battles, and if you are the strongest, you will have the strongest as your enemies. That sounds a little far-fetched. Balud didn't seem to understand Ozian's words. After a moment's thought, Ilwa spoke up. I think the part where he says you belongs in the singular, so if there's only one of you, you'll have to fight yourself. And the sentence after that is referring to when there are multiple people. Most likely, yes, especially since it says you. It is said that the strongest man is the enemy. I think it means having the strongest person in the group as your enemy. Said Balud, crossing his arms. The strongest ally becomes the enemy. Some sort of mind control. That's likely, but it's also weird, because if you come in alone, you're fighting against yourself. Balud and Ilwa's gazes shifted to Ozian, as if to say, what do you think? But Ozian was too lost in his own thoughts to give them an easy answer. You become your own enemy. It's a phrase he's never read in a game before, but Ozian had a feeling it would trigger something. I definitely remember going through something like this. He searches his memory and tries to go back in time. Ozian and Balud stood in front of Ilwa, staring off down the hall. What's going on? Someone's coming? She could feel them. There were quite a few of them, about 20 or so. That meant they weren't the guardians of the ruins, monsters, or traps, but the group's expressions were tense. Just because they were human didn't mean they weren't dangerous. Those coming from beyond also paused when they spotted Ozian, Balud, and Ilwa standing before the tablet. An uncomfortable silence hovered between them. Perhaps they're uneasy, too. There are only 3 of us, but that should make them suspicious. At that moment, the wind picked up with a whoosh. Flowing through the wind was a faint magic power. Navigation magic. There was a wizard over there. They used their magic to make sure there were no enemies around. Not good. It's been revealed that there are only 3 of us left. I didn't realize it was a party with a mage in the middle. Just as he realized there were only 3 of them, 2 people walked out from the other side. Ozian recognized them from memory. A man and woman with lemon-colored hair. They were the mage brother and sister from the grand cloister he'd seen near the entrance. He knew they were siblings from their hair color alone, but seeing their faces up close confirmed it. Their eyes were similar, but the expressions on their faces suggested they were opposites. She was smiling broadly, and he was frowning, squinting his eyes. Ozian turned to them and spoke first. What are you doing here? You. The man's eyes widened as he recognized Ozian. Ozian's reaction was even more puzzling. He was staring at him like he was an enemy, and he couldn't remember ever having a conflict with a student of the Magic Academy. The only time I've ever fought a mage was against the Solomon School at the Gold Iron Mansion. Technically, their affiliations were different. Unable to guess, Ozian decided to ask directly. Do you know me? Of course I know you. Why would she choose someone like you? It was the woman who stopped the man's mouth. Oh, my. What are you doing now? Why are you talking about that here? That was his sister. I'm sorry, my brother is a bit of a character. No, it doesn't matter. Nice to meet you. I'm Thalia Progenin. And this is my brother, Terrence Progenin. Who? You, Thalia. You put words in other people's mouths. I said shut up. I wonder if it was the bickering siblings, but the tense atmosphere relaxed a bit. Of course, I didn't let my guard down. If they acted like that, they could catch me by surprise. Well, don't be too guarded. It's fate that brought us together, so it's okay to shout at each other, right? I see. My name is Ozian. I'm a fixer and a knight. You're a... Thalia scratched her head, wondering if Ozian's introduction made sense, but didn't probe any deeper. My name is Beled. I'm a director of the North Blinders. I'm Ilwa, an explorer with the Archaeological League. How fitting that we should meet. Shall we share information with each other? Thalia was quite the character. One might expect a wizard to be arrogant or have such ideas, but she was friendly with a wry smile. Her brother, Terrence, on the other hand, had a scowl on his face that said he didn't like something. He squinted and squinted, especially at Ozian, and wrinkled his forehead whenever he made eye contact. At least we're safe for now. They didn't seem to be the kind of party that pillaged others, and it helped that the mages were also cadets at the academy. Ilwa met with the other party's explorer and exchanged information. What pitfalls, traps, or dangers lurked where they were, but there was one thing they all had in common, the guardian of the ruins. One party has already been killed by the guardian. Not one, but two from what we've seen. That's right. Apparently, the guardians of these ruins aren't usually strong, so why don't we join hands? Well, there are only 3 of us. Just because there are only 3 of us doesn't mean we can't be powerful. Okay then. And so the alliance was formed. As if he wasn't happy with that decision, Terrence stepped toward Ozian and spoke warningly. I'm telling you, I don't recognize you as an ally. I'm just curious, but why do you hate me so much? What, you don't even know why? Terrence shuddered in shock. Ozian didn't understand. How would I know if you won't tell me? You don't even care about me. The words seemed to backfire even more. Terrence turned to Ozian, furious. Don't tell me you don't know Elise Dinarova. Underscore 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 underscore. Elise Dinarova? Where on earth is that name coming from? Ozian couldn't understand Terrence's words anymore. Or, more accurately, he vaguely understood, but didn't want to. A hypothesis flickered in his mind. Do you like her? Yes. Terrence's mouth clenched shut, speechless. His eyes rolled wonderingly. What do you mean I like her? Me? A wizard like me and a warlock like her? Huh? That's not even funny. That can't be happening. So he did like her. There was nothing strange about it. If Terrence was attending the Magic Academy, he would know Elise, who was from the Black Magic Academy. Besides, Elise is a strikingly beautiful woman. It was understandable that Terrence, with his young blood, would have such a reaction. Ozian felt sorry for Terrence. Even if he likes her, why does he like that kind of woman? Terrence wondered if he felt the emotion in his eyes. What? Why are you looking at me like that? You're in trouble. Ozian patted Terrence on the shoulder to cheer him up. Falling for a crazy woman who liked human corpses. Love was so scary. Then why were you so angry with me? Now that I thought about it, he had no reason to be angry with me because he liked Elise. What? Don't you know? Only if you tell me. Elise Dinarova is following you around. For a moment, Ozian thought he'd heard something wrong. Terrence's words didn't make sense. Following me? Are you mistaken? I heard you were at the Gold Iron House not long ago. Who told you that? That's a secret, but you did meet. I guess we did. Look. But that was for work, not because we were trying to meet. That's not all. We all know that Elise is interested in you. No, it's true that Elise is interested in Ozian. It's just that it's not a rational crush. What kind of interest is it to hold out a contract and offer to use his body if he dies? Ozian felt he had to clear up the young man's misunderstanding. That's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Yes. Elise Dinarova. She's interested in me, but it's not a rational crush or anything like that. It's just that she wants my body. She wants your body. Terrence was aghast. How unscrupulous of her to covet his body without giving him her heart? Was that what they were after all? Damn it, I didn't like him from the first time I saw him. The moment he saw him, Terrence was shocked. He had heard the stories, but seeing him in person was even worse than the rumors. His eyes soaked in the rain, his sculpted features, his charisma that made him look like the child of a prominent noble somewhere. That alone is enough to make him feel defeated, but what about his bulk? His coat hid it, but not his demeanor. Terrence examined his body. Me too, I've been working out. Being a wizard didn't mean being sedentary. Physical strength was also important, and Terrence had worked harder than most to build and shape his body. But even so, he was still far from as strong as Ozian, the knight. I wonder if Elise prefers big men? No, there's no way she'd do such a shallow thing as chasing after a body. This guy is deceiving me. Defeat washed over him, and Terrence could hardly contain his anger. Damn it, we'll see. He shouted a typical third-rate villainous line and stormed off. A misunderstanding piled on top of a misunderstanding. Ozian could only stare after Terrence's distant figure when someone walks up to him and thumps him. It was Thalia, Terrence's sister. I'm sorry, my brother is a bit of a nuisance, isn't he? If you know, stop him. That's because he doesn't listen even when I tell him to stop. He's usually quite intelligent, but when it comes to Elise, he can't tell what's right and what's wrong. Well, I guess that's the perk of being young. Thalia's eyes narrowed at Ozian's grown-up retort, and she nodded. Perhaps my brother has met too strong a match. You seem to have some kind of misunderstanding, too. Ahaha. Just kidding. I'm sure that idiot brother is the only one who thinks that. Anyway, it's nice to meet you, even if it's just inside the ruins. I'd realized it from the first time I'd seen her, but Thalia was definitely a spunky character. She wasn't like the other mages. The other academy cadets were uncomfortable with this space itself and had uncontrolled expressions the whole time. Sometimes they would complain or get annoyed with the people in the Archaeological League. That was to be expected from those who had become academy cadets at such a young age with a magical gift. At least Terrence is keeping them in check, so there won't be any unnecessary conflicts. If Thalia's words were to be believed, he was indeed a gifted mage, unless it involved Elise. The exploration of the ruins continued. It was much more pleasant now that the mages had joined the party. The mages' presence was more than just an inconvenience, though. They could find traps with their detection spells, find paths with ease, and, especially, find hidden spaces with their magic detection. There's a hidden room this way. Terrence tapped the wall. At his words, the Archaeological League members came forward and examined the wall, finding a device that opened the entrance. The stone wall slid open, revealing a small chamber inside. Inside were artifacts that can only be found in ruins. Most of them were old and broken beyond recognition, but some of them still looked like they could fetch a good price. Ozian, Balad, and Ilwa could only watch the scene. Since they had no role in this, they were naturally left out of the distribution. It wasn't that they were disappointed, but the sight of all these versatile mages made them suddenly regret their past choices. I should have raised a mage after all. As Ozian thought this, his eyes met Terrence's. Terrence smiled a proud, see. Ozian chuckled at the absurdity of it all. Terrence bit his lip, as if to take it as another taunt, and walked away. So you're doing all the drumming and pounding yourself. I should thank him for keeping me from getting bored in these tense ancient ruins. He acts like a child at times like this, but his demeanor quickly changes as soon as the exploration begins. It was clear from that alone that Terrence had his wits about him. The exploration continued. They found a few artifacts, but that wasn't what the people here wanted. The heart of the ruins, where most of the rewards lay, was what they wanted, and they wouldn't stop until they had it. The wizards have done all the work, and we can't go all the way to the heart of the ruins and still not get the reward. At the very least, we had to make a contribution that they would have to recognize, so that when we distributed the loot later, we would get a percentage of it. Of course, that could only be done by reaching the deepest part of the ruins. Whoa! A wind blew in the distance. Ozian sensed something and stopped in his tracks. Wait. Everyone turned to look at Ozian as if he hadn't realized what he was doing. Can't you feel it? I don't feel it. What the hell? Several of the mages frowned in displeasure at his words. Ozian stared in the direction the wind had come from and muttered. Black magic. Someone's fighting. You expect us to believe that bullshit? An impatient Magic Academy cadet spoke up. If it was black magic, there's no way we wouldn't have sensed it, but a fixer who doesn't even know how to use magic? Cut the bullshit. Do you really think it wasn't? What? This. It was Terrence who restrained the angry cadet. As the leader of the pack, the disgruntled wizard was forced to back down. Terrence turned to Ozian, his face uncharacteristically serious. Can you take responsibility for those words? If you don't believe me, you might as well check it out. There was no tremor in Ozian's voice, and Terrence's gaze immediately went to his sister, Thalia. Thalia unfurled her magic as if she'd been waiting for it. Her mana resonated with the atmosphere, spreading invisible waves. It was search magic. Like the ultrasound a bat uses to catch its prey, the waves of magic traveled through the ruins. Thalia closed her eyes, concentrating, and opened them a moment later, startled. There's been a fight. Thalia's words startled the other mages and explorers. Really? No, how could the fixer know what we didn't feel? That's not the issue now. You said the warlocks were fighting, right? Ozian could tell by her reaction that Thalia had very good detection skills. Terrence asked, as if to confirm the situation. Aha. I can sense the dark magic used, and it's quite powerful. He must be a very skilled warlock. If it's a warlock who got in here, he's a 4-star warlock from the Warlocks Union. He's not the only one. There are other warlocks with him, and they're still fighting. Who are they? I don't know, but it's not many, and they don't seem to be fighting the same people. That could only mean one thing. A short distance away from here, the party that hired the warlock was facing the guardian of the ruins. How far away? Far enough away that my detection is faint. Such. Terrence looked at Ozian again. His sister, Thalia, looked like this, but she was very skilled at detection magic and other things. She was a genius in a different way than he was in combat. Even his sister couldn't sense the fight now, and Ozian had sensed it before anyone else. Was it a coincidence? It was so unrealistic that he would rather think so. What are you going to do? Thalia asked as Terrence consulted with the explorer who had hired him. We could just keep going. Yes, but from the looks of things, the warlocks are having a hard time holding out. Once they're done, I wonder if it's our turn. That's what I'm thinking, too. We can't avoid the Guardians forever. We're bound to face them at some point, so we might as well deal with them now, just in case. Fighting the Guardians is dangerous. The Guardians of these ruins, in particular, were unmistakably strong. It was best to avoid confronting them. But if you headed to the very center of the ruins, you would inevitably come face to face with the Guardian. It was better to aid the warlocks in destroying the Guardian now. Let's go. At Terrence's command, everyone moved quickly. Ozian joined the front of the procession, his senses on high alert. Thalia, where are they? Keep checking. Thalia scanned the warlock's movements, casting detection spells periodically. The fight is intensifying. Thalia's voice was urgent. Everyone who didn't know what was going on over there focused on her voice. Their numbers are dwindling. The warlocks are at a disadvantage. Oh no. Let's move. The movement picked up speed. Meanwhile, Thalia's report continued. 10 men left. How many people came with the warlock? At least 20. If half of them were defeated, it meant that the combat personnel were practically wiped out. 5 men left. So quickly, in that split second, 5 men were dead. The men ran with their mouths agape. The sounds of the fight, once faint, were now close enough for everyone to recognize. Quagwagwagwong? A powerful blast of black magic echoed through the ruins. We're almost there. Terrence was certain. This was it. At that moment, Thalia spoke up, her voice trembling. There are no left. They've been wiped out. What? In that short period of time, they were all wiped out? No matter how strong the Ruin Guardians are, how could a party with a 4-star warlock be annihilated so fast? Everyone stopped in their tracks. The place that had been so noisy just moments ago had become so quiet you could hear their breathing. In the suffocating silence, I could feel something approaching in the distance. It's coming? The monster that had already wiped out more than 3 parties, the Guardian of the Ruins, was coming for them. At the same time, a memory flashed through Ozian's mind, along with a tingling, palpable sense of danger. Oh no, Ozian realized the identity of the Ruin Guardian in hindsight. That was him. Underscore 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 underscore. Clank. I heard footsteps in the darkness. It was the sound of iron against iron. At the same time, a foul smell of blood wafted through the air. It was the smell of the corpses of the enemies he had just cut down. A red glow rose from the darkness. The moment he saw it, he realized that his fears had been realized. What is that, Guardian? Blood questioned the Guardian's appearance. At least compared to the Guardians he knew of, the one that had just appeared was quite unusual. Usually, given that the Guardians were some sort of being beyond humanity, they were often large and frightening in appearance. But the one that appeared now was only human-sized. Not only that, it looked human. Don't let your guard down. He's the strongest of them all. What do you mean? That guy is modeled after me. All eyes turned to him at Ozian's shocking words. Have you forgotten what the stone tablet said? It said we would be put through a test. That test was that if many people gathered together, the strongest warrior would turn against them. You can't mean. Ilwa's mouth dropped open as she recalled the tablet's contents. You mean the Guardian of the Ruins will mimic the strongest? If only it were just an imitation. Ozian wondered slightly why he had just remembered that now. The Ruins Guardian that had appeared now was unforgettably famous for someone who had played the game, a mutant doppelganger. Of the countless boss monsters he'd faced in the game, none had been as tricky as this one. It mimics you based on your information and data. A normal doppelganger would be a sub-PAR version of the real thing, but he was different. A variant doppelganger is a special entity that is different from a normal doppelganger and is called a mutant. That's why he's a boss monster. It uses your information to shape itself. If you're a wizard, it becomes a wizard. If you're a knight, it becomes a knight. If you're a warlock, it becomes a warlock. And now the mutant doppelganger gained the power of the strongest man to ever enter these ruins, Ozian. Wait, that's not so easy to swallow. If it copied the strongest person, shouldn't it be copying me? What are you talking about? Of course it should copy me, the wizard. Belette and Terrence jumped up at the mention of imitating Ozian. Now it's not the time to say that. Thalia pointed out impatiently. Why did men have to argue about who was the best in a place like this? Meanwhile, the Guardian, now fully formed, stood before the group. A knight clad in black armor with a fiery glow at every seam. A reddish glow shone through the slits of the helmet on his face, and a strand of pure white hair cascaded down the nape of his neck. Most importantly, the knight's body shape resembled that of a woman. It didn't just look like one, it was actually a woman. Ozian's expression stiffened. A peculiar intuition that sensed danger sounded a frantic alarm in his brain. The Black Knight raised the sword in his hand. The blade was pitch black, as if the hilt had been immersed in darkness. It looked as if it had been carved from obsidian. The Black Knight's eye glow intensified as he held the sword. Boom! The sword was imbued with starlight. It wasn't the pure white starlight that Ozian used, but a dark red color that was eerie to look at. Killing Star Sword. It shot out for about 3 meters and struck the wall of the ruins. The walls of the ruins were unable to withstand the high heat, turning scarlet red and melting away. So, this is what happens. He's a variant doppelganger. Unlike a normal doppelganger, which is a pure imitation of itself, this one is twisted. The only thing it mimics is your job. Everything else is reversed. Since Ozian was a black-haired male, he became a white-haired female. The most important thing to note is that the reverse implementation also includes skills. A prime example of this is when facing a priest class. Priests usually sport colorful, light, and gold-oriented effects, using blessings, prayers, and holy power. However, the mutant doppelgangers are the opposite. They radiate a grim black aura, unleashing curses, despair, and untold destruction. The same goes for paladins. When a mutant doppelganger turns into a paladin, they deal in sinister blood energy rather than divine power. Seeing a playable character that mimics them, but does so in a completely different way, players have collectively dubbed them class reversals. Stand down. Ozian shouted, drawing his sword. Starlight, a mixture of white and azure, erupted from the tip of the blade. Immediately, the guardian swung his sword. Qua! Black flash and white holy light collided, sending a huge shockwave of light around them. The ground cracked beneath Ozian and the guardian's feet, and the aftermath alone caused some of the explorers to lose their balance and fall backwards. I am your opponent. Ozian blasted starlight from his eyes. The guardian's red eyes glared at him. At this moment, the guardian sensed who his most dangerous foe was. Ozian deflected the guardian's sword, gripped the hilt with both hands, and swung wildly. The guardian didn't lose and held his sword horizontally in defense. Quang! Another explosion sounded. Ozian tried to press down, but realized that it wasn't working as he had hoped. I see. His stats are the same as mine. Strength, agility, and endurance were the same. But when it came to skills, there was no equivalence. In fact, the skills used by the mutant doppelganger were stronger than those of the original. It was only natural. It's a boss monster, after all. No matter how strong the user was, its pure specs were bound to be higher. I didn't realize that I entered the ruins from the back door instead of the front like in the game. The tablet gave me a hint, but that only made it harder to figure out. Yeah, those were all meaningless excuses. Honestly, it didn't change anything. Do you think they'd give up if they knew there was a mutant doppelganger here? The people who would have gotten in, and the mutant doppelganger would have changed to a different class. In-game, he was so strong that players had to use tricks to hunt him down. The solution was simple: take off all your gear before entering the boss room. The boss would then appear with no items on, just like the player. You could put your gear back on at that point, but once you changed, the doppelganger couldn't change back. That way, it was easy to kill a doppelganger that had no weapons and no skills, but in the real world, it's different. Since there's no boss room, it's likely that the moment you enter a certain part of the ruins, it senses your presence and transforms on its own. There's no way to know, and even if I did, I couldn't take off all my clothes. So we must fight. A cloak of starlight was draped over Ozian's shoulders. Nebula Silk, one of his attributes, was activated. The Guardian's helmet's eyes lit up when he saw that sight, and he used the same technique. Only instead of the brilliant starlight of the Ozian, it was the starlight of death. Black star rags. It was crude enough to rival Ozian's, which was adorned with colorful feathers around its neck, but all the more ferocious for it. Quagwagwong. A white cloak and a black cloak tangled in the air. Their swords clashed as the two capes moved freely, each trying to block or dodge the other's attacks. People stepped back, weary of the fight. This was not a battle they could interfere in. While they were surprised that Ozian was so strong, they were also horrified by the deadly power the Guardian exuded. Wake up! Terrence was the first to come to his senses. He shouted to his sister, Thalia. Thalia, take the people and run. Ha, but we're going to die anyway. Come on. Terrence's judgment was correct. Thalia bit her lip and rallied her people to their feet, then took command of the mages. Terrence stared at the fight between Ozian and the Guardian. He'd never been so in awe of another man fighting, but there was a reason they couldn't back down. What? You didn't run away. You didn't either. There was one more person who hadn't left. It was Blood. When Terrence asked him why he didn't leave, he adjusted his glasses. I have my reasons for staying, and I wouldn't be able to face my men if I returned empty-handed. You've got a pretty good head on your shoulders for a criminal. Then you are quite the lecturer on the subject, little wizard. Terrence and Blood came to an unspoken agreement at this point. Meanwhile, Ozian, who had been pushed back in the struggle, stepped back slightly. I guess it's hard to face it head-on. Ozian narrowed his eyes at the exhilarating sensation in his hands. They had the same stats but different skill output. The Wandering Knight's skills were among the best in hand-to-hand combat of any class, but the mutant doppelgangers were only half a step above that. The power of that killing sword, in particular, was such that even the Starlight sword would have to avoid fighting it head-on. As Ozian backed away slightly, the Guardian sheathed his sword and took a stance. The Death Star embedded in the sword burned even more intensely. In the next instant, a wave of coldness engulfed the Guardian. Zzzzzzzzzzz. An ice pick erupted from the ground as a wave of coldness swirled around. It was one of the barbarian warrior's skills, Frost Wave. It was a skill that could freeze an opponent in an instant, but it was no match for the Guardian. The black cloak he wore moved on its own, blocking the frost wave and the ice picks. Pow! The hard ice picks shattered or melted with a single swipe, but these attacks were only to buy time in the first place. The real thing came next. Everyone back off. Detonation, a 3-star fire magic chain, activated. That won't be enough, will it? As if he could read Ozian's thoughts, Terrence activated another magic with his left hand as he created fire with his right. A 3-star wind magic. Topple Squall. An unexpected upward wind was added to the series of explosions. The originally powerful explosion instantly grew several times larger, engulfing the entire space. Puff, puff, puff. Hot flames exploded, burning the oxygen in the air and scattering heat around. The magic was so powerful that even Ozian had to step back a little further. Two magic at the same time. Ozian looked at Terrence with a questioning gaze. Terrence looked a little exhausted, but not too much so. It's one thing to use magic of different attributes, but it's quite another to unleash them simultaneously. This much magic at his age, it must be no ordinary talent. It can't be him. While Ozian was thinking that, Terrence frowned. A black shadow stepped out of the searing space, seemingly unconcerned. What kind of monster is that? He's still alive after that. Terrence laughed. The words came out of his mouth, but his mind was spinning fast, working on his next move. Terrence stomped his foot lightly. The ground beneath the Guardian's feet gave way, and the Guardian's body stumbled off balance. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning struck the top of the Guardian's head, accompanied by a flash of fire. Crackle? From the Gaia School's earth magic to the Tonan School's lightning magic. That's 4 attributes he already used. There was no guarantee that he couldn't use more. Him too. Ozian looked at Terrence again. He had felt extraordinary since the first time he saw him, but he was also a mage with heroic talent. However, knowing that didn't make him happy. The Guardian who had been struck by lightning had shaken it off and gotten up, but that was just the beginning. Thrrrrr. The moon rose over the Guardian's head, a full moon that was blue and frosty. Suddenly, however, one side of the moon began to darken, and then the moon, which had turned into a crescent, began to glow a grim red. A single drop of blood fell from the red blade onto the Guardian's helmet. From the drop's point of impact, the Guardian's black armor was instantly stained red. The design of the sturdy medieval armor was transformed into an ethereal form, like that of a dancer in the southern desert. The crimson sword he held in one hand was now 2 red chakrams. What the hell is this? Terrence muttered to himself. The Guardian, holding the blood-red chakrams, took a stance. Lunar Eclipse Sword. Underscore 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 underscore. Terrence was puzzled by the Guardian's transformation. It was a natural reaction, given that he'd gone from wearing black full-plate armor to a red robe. Of course, it wasn't really a suit at all, but it did have gloves over the vital areas. His head was covered by a red hood, and a red cloth mask was placed over his mouth. His face was still hidden from view. From within the shadows of the hood, a reddish glow once again emanated. The figure of the Guardian had suddenly vanished. Like a mirage in the desert, the Guardian vanished, and one after another appeared out of thin air. Terrence was dumbfounded by the splendor of their afterimages. Holy! There was no way that a brat who may possess great magical talent, but still lacks practical experience could deal with the contrasting power of lunar eclipse. Terrence hastily deployed a defensive spell, but it was too late. The chakram was right in front of him as a reddish blood aura swirled around him. I die. Terrence realized his own mortality in the slow passage of time. Dying? So futile? There were still so many things he wanted to do. As his thoughts swirled, starlight pushed through the red and flashed before his eyes. Boom! Sparks flew, and the Guardian retrieved chakram and stepped back. Terrence realized in hindsight that he was alive, and looked up at his benefactor. You, stay back, Ozian said in a low voice. Terrence swallowed his pride the moment he heard those words, nodded, and slowly backed away. One look at Ozian's expression and he knew he shouldn't have intervened. It was the same for Blood. Sensing Ozian's unnerving momentum, he joined Terrence. What do you think he's going to do? Single-handedly fight that monster? I think so. He's crazy. He won't last long. Either that, or he's that confident in your abilities. Or, Blood muttered, adjusting his glasses. Or he's still got something left in the tank. Blood was right. Clad in his starlight sword and nebula silk, Ozian wrapped himself in starlight this time. Starlight armor, full armor. Shining brightly against the darkness, he was a knight straight out of a fairy tale. A being who slays dragons, saves nations, and ends evil with a sword of righteousness. Let's see. Ozian taunted the Guardian, one hand raised in defiance. The Guardian, who was the opposite of him, but still possessed the power of a knight, would respond. In a game, he would have followed his programming, but this was different. As if to prove that the taunt had worked, the life force emanating from the Guardian grew stronger. He has feelings. It wasn't just a puppet that mimicked his appearance. With this much life, it could be considered a person. The simplicity would be gone, but it would allow for psychological warfare. This was one of those instances where provocation worked. The Guardian twirled the chakram in both hands and struck a stance. At that moment, the Guardian's form vanished. It was as if darkness had suddenly engulfed him. There you are. The power of lunar eclipse, the reverse of moonlight. Ozian remembered that as a player, he had once fought a mutant doppelganger. The mutant doppelgangers rampaged with more power than the user's attributes, and were ranked as vicious bosses. Players were particularly disgusted by the maliciousness of the game's creators. That's such a cool talent, but they never let us use it. Right now, both the Death Star Sword and the Lunar Eclipse Sword are like that. The skills that were variations on the Wandering Knight's talents were powerful and cool enough to be quite popular. Players were saying we want that class too, but the developers didn't say a word. Some of us puffed up our chests and hoped that maybe a new class would be added in the DLC. Some of us kept our fingers crossed. But our hopes were quickly dashed. The developers never released the skills used by the mutant doppelgangers to players. So what was the point of all those fancy effects and motions? The amount of work that went into creating every class must have been much more than any other boss monster. It was a lot more work than any other boss monster, but the reason was plain and simple. These evil game developers just wanted to see you suffer, and that's why they did it. That's right. That guardian in front of Ozian's eyes was a very special creature, the product of the malice and affection of the game's creators. Ozian rolled his eyes behind his pure white helmet. The lunar eclipse sword, like the moonlight blade, had the advantage of dazzling the opponent and moving at high speed. A stabbing sensation rang out from his shoulder. Kong? The chakram that leapt out of the darkness collided with Ozian's shoulder as he shielded it with his sword. The attack broke his concealment and the guardian's red eyes flickered in confusion. Ozian swung his starlight sword at the gap, but the guardian had ducked out of sight. The lunar eclipse sword's low defense made it difficult for him to go toe-to-toe with the starlight sword. It was the right decision. Ozian didn't regret it since the beast would bar its fangs once more. Just like now, the guardian emerged from behind, swinging his chakrams at either side, aiming for Ozian's throat. It was a move like an assassin trying to take off an opponent's head, but Ozian, as if he knew it was coming, sprayed nebula silk stardust behind his back. A spray of pure white glitter swept over the guardian. It wasn't enough to strike the guardian directly, but it was enough to startle it. The guardian tried to use lunar eclipse again, fearing Ozian's counterattack. It can't be. Even in the darkness, the starlight clinging to his body glinted, blatantly revealing the guardian's location. With the guardian's position confirmed, Ozian moved. The moment he took a step, his body shot forward like a cannonball. The guardian, surprised by his appearance, panicked. But it's too late. The guardian swung his chakram. The chakram, glowing with a fiery aura, aimed for Ozian's throat, but he parried it with his sword. He then used the armor on his shoulder to slam into the guardian's body. The new moon armor, as its name suggests, is more like a normal garment than armor. Its defense was poor and it was obvious what would happen if it collided with the heavy and strong starlight armor. The guardian was thrown backward, rolling several times across the floor. It staggered a little from the impact, though it steadied itself as best it could by slamming its chakram into the floor. Ozian didn't miss the opening. He was in a groggy state, and Ozian had to land another blow to keep the momentum going. It was your mistake to use the lunar eclipse sword here. To the uninitiated, the phantom sword would have left them helpless, but not Ozian. He knew everything about the doppelganger's technique, including how to use it. In a game, any attack here would only reduce his health, not kill him. Now that it was real, it was different. Straight to the throat. As long as I hit it straight on the head, I could kill it in one hit. Now, when it was at its weakest, was my chance. He gripped his sword with both hands and ran, his cloak flapping behind him, adding momentum to his charge. In a flash of light, Ozian's blade shot like an arrow toward the guardian's throat. The guardian, who had barely regained his footing, looked up. The guardian, who had barely regained his posture, bent backwards. It was a bold, fluid movement that wouldn't normally exist. With the flexibility of a gymnast, Ozian's sword sliced through the air, leaving no choice but to follow it. What? The guardian flipped backwards, bringing his leg up and kicking Ozian in the jaw. Ozian blocked the kick with one hand, grabbed his ankle, and was about to swing his sword again when a chakram flew at his wrist. Bang! Bang! Ozian swung his sword and deflected the chakram. The deflected chakram spun around and returned to its guardian. I see. Ozian looked at the guardian, clenching and unclenching his hands. Now that it has become real, it can attack and move outside of patterns. He's not a game character, following patterns and algorithms. He's an intelligent being who thinks, makes decisions, and moves. Based on his behavior, I had to admit it. But that doesn't change anything. Ozian charged again. This time, leaving no room for evasion, he raised the power of his starlight sword to cut off all retreating paths. The power of the starlight rushed in from all directions. If the guardian tried to block it, he would be crushed by the force. In that moment, the guardian's form changed again. The chakram's form shifted and morphed into the obsidian sword I had first seen. The obsidian blade erupted in a blast of crimson aura that collided with Ozian's starlight. His crimson robes shifted, transforming into black plate armor once more. Blood demon armor, full armor. The power struggle between the two, which had slowly begun to slip away, was now equalized. No, the destructive power of the killing sword was half a level higher, so Ozian's legs were pushed back a little. The red glow in his black helmet flickered. He was enjoying himself now. It was as if he was asking, "You've failed to kill me, what now?" Ozian answered from beyond his helm. "Well, I guess we'll just have to keep going head to head." Ozian didn't back down, as if he really meant what he said, and his starlight burned strongly. The guardian's eyes widened in surprise at this. However, he realized that he had the advantage at this point, so he also intensified the burning of his sword. Black and white flames mingled together, sending countless sparks flying around them. The space they were standing in was scorching hot, unable to withstand the heat. The walls and floors of the sparking ruins burned red and melted. Even the armor of Ozian and the guardian was affected, but neither of them backed down. It was as if the first to retreat conceded defeat. But in this classic battle of strength, the one with the higher skill output was bound to win. The black flames burned more intensely than the white flames. The dark star was about to strike at Ozian, as if it would consume the pure white starlight. Ozian's sword moved at an angle, gently slicing through the flesh. I could feel the Guardian panic. Just as he was about to apply the force, Ozian deflected it to the side, throwing him off balance for a moment. With superhuman reflexes, he managed to steady himself, but Ozian's attack didn't stop. Ozian's sword danced softly. It was a very different attack than the one he'd used to slash. The Guardian tried to react to it, but he felt his sword being strangely drawn to Ozian's. It was as if an invisible hand was grabbing it and guiding it. Strange, isn't it? Ozian asked. The Guardian didn't answer, but he felt as if the question itself had penetrated his mind. Why am I being pushed back when I'm stronger? Why do I feel like I'm losing, when you're clearly stronger than me? Meanwhile, Ozian's words continued. It rippled through the Guardian's mind, creating a crack within him. Do you know why? You lack experience. As a doppelganger, he may have mimicked the powers and abilities of your counterpart, but that doesn't mean he's aware of all of Ozian's experiences. It may be retained as information in the form of memories. But are these forcibly injected memories the same as the ones he's experienced? What is the point of information if you can't fill it with your own? The Guardian's bloodlust grew stronger. His anger had been pierced by Ozian's righteousness. Ozian chuckled to himself at the fact that he was swayed by such a small provocation. Pfft. At the same moment that he was still slicing, Ozian's leg slammed into the Guardian's ankle. The close quarters hand-to-hand combat caused the Guardian to panic and fall. The Guardian sensed something and wrapped the black ragged cloak around his shoulders like a cocoon. Immediately afterward, a beam of Ozian starlight struck the Guardian in the chest. Chaos! The Guardian flew backwards and slammed into the wall with a thud. Amidst the falling debris, the Guardian's cloak was burned and torn, and a large gash was left on his breastplate. Well, it's been a while since I've had fun. As soon as Ozian said that, the Guardian's eyes flashed open. The Guardian, who walked out, breaking through the wall as if it wasn't over yet, lightly threw the sword he was holding into the air. More movement here. I'm surprised I'm not dead, but I'm sure he's already mortally wounded. However, what happened next was even more amazing. The sword spun in place, spinning once, drawing a perfect circle in the air. The circle burned with an ominous blood color and Ozian's eyes widened in surprise. You can't be serious, you're using that. The Guardian began to use the knight's third trait. Underscore 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 underscore. The Guardian's skills are, unsurprisingly, derived from the Wandering Knight. Killing Star as opposed to Starlight. Lunar Eclipse as opposed to Moonlight. And the third characteristic was Setting Sun in contrast to Rising Sun. SAIL. The word for sunset literally meant the setting sun. Originating from the side of the world turning red as the sun sets, this technique boasted vicious performances that lived up to its name. The obsidian sword hovered in the sky, bathed in a crimson glow and formed into a single sphere. It was like the sun burning away the dying world. The Guardian spread its arms as its body floated lightly in the air, arriving at the base of the sun. The black-armored creature stared down at Ozian with a red sun on its back, its eyes full of life. Huh. Ozian couldn't help but chuckle. The dark ruins were filled with a blood glow. I see. There's a next phase, isn't there? In the original game, the concept of phases didn't exist for him. If this was a change, it was a change that came with the territory. The Guardian pointed a finger at Ozian. He didn't need a sword now that he was dealing with the power of setting sun. Shush, shush, shush. From the bright red sun in the sky, ominous swords shot out like bullets toward Ozian. That's right. That sphere in the air was the sword he was using. Ozian quickly retreated backwards. Everywhere he passed, the red sword dug into the ground with a splash, but it didn't end there. The sword shuddered and then exploded in a brilliant explosion. Quag wag 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 wong? Shockwaves ripped through the passageway after the explosions and Ozian was not immune to the aftermath. It was a good thing he was wearing his starlight armor, or his skin would have been scorched. Damn strong. It was a destructive force that I hadn't felt when I was beyond the monitor. The heat from the armor alone felt like it was cooking my skin. The acrid smell of something burnt reached my nostrils. The Guardian reached out toward Ozian again, but Ozian was too scared to check it out, so he threw himself aside. Red blades flew out and impaled the spot he passed. Humph. Ozian ran across the ground, stepped on a wall, and leapt to the other side. As soon as he hit the other wall, he pushed his legs again and jumped to the other side again. And so, jumping from side to side, Ozian soared until he was at eye level with the Guardian. Puff! The pure white starlight in his hand burned brightly. Ozian raised his starlight sword to strike, but the Guardian seemed to know what to do next. The Guardian raised his arms, and a red sun glowed. The sun's energy pulsed, and it shot a long line of flame toward Ozian. Ozian, who had gotten within striking distance of the Guardian, was struck by the flames and sent flying backwards. If he were bare, he would have been melted to the bone, but he was only saved by the starlight armor and nebula silk. After being knocked to the ground, Ozian lightly picked himself up. The floor of the ruins was cracked as if it had been hoe-hammered, indicating the power of the flames from earlier. It's hard to get to. The moment he floats into the air to approach, he becomes its prey. Knights can't move in the air. If I could open up the third trait in the same way, it would be a different story. That seemed unlikely at the moment. The Guardian attacked as blades shot out of the red sun and toward Ozian again. Ozian moved from side to side, dodging the blades as best he could. He dodged as much as he could, and when he thought he might be hit, he deflected it with his starlight sword. He tried to find an opening, but the Guardian was too strong. It was relentless, attacking Ozian as if it would never allow him to approach. Strange. Ozian assessed the Guardian's condition. The creature was lunging at Ozian with a vicious intent. I can understand his anger after the beating he took from me, but his obsession seems a little strange. Ozian concentrated on dodging, but kept a watchful eye on the Guardian over his helmet. The tickling sensation was quickly replaced by a clear answer. He's exhausted? The others couldn't tell, but Ozian could. The Guardian was exhausted now. His shoulders were slumping, albeit slightly. I see, my attack did not only leave a small wound. He might look fine on the outside, but inside his armor, his body must be nearly destroyed. That's why he deliberately overextended his attack. If he collapses here, I will kill him. Therefore, he was planning to kill me somehow before he died. In that case, the power you're using now must be quite overwhelming. Ozian could feel the Guardian flinch at his straightforward words. He tried to deny it, but he couldn't hide it when he was already weakened by his injuries. He's already impatient, but I can sense that he's becoming more desperate. Now that his injuries had been exposed, he had no choice. If he bided his time, the Guardian's injuries would worsen and he would collapse. Ozian didn't need to fight, he just needed to leave him alone. It was a simple fight, a simple matter of keeping his distance and watching until the creature collapsed from exhaustion. The Guardian knew it, and the feeling of defeat washed over him. His weakness had been exposed, and defeat was practically assured. Ozian looked at the Guardian and removed his holy armor. The Guardian was expecting him to retreat, but he did not. Instead, Ozian slowly approached the Guardian, unarmored, with only a cloak draped over his shoulders. The Guardian's red eyes trembled like a candle in the wind, as if he were panicking. It didn't make sense. Ozian didn't need to fight this battle. He should have taken the easy option, the easy way out, the one where he simply waited for the Guardian to collapse from exhaustion. But Ozian didn't. Instead, he stepped closer to the Guardian, showing him with his body that he had no intention of running away. The Guardian didn't understand. Why would he give up an easy fight? What good would it do him? Ozian gave the Guardian a faint smile and gripped his sword. As it is, I can always bide my time until you fall. You can run away for a bit, there's no need to risk your life and continue this dangerous fight. The Guardian, with the Son of Death at his back, was now an impregnable fortress that no one dared to challenge. It was madness to go toe-to-toe with it. But why? But it's not honorable. Ozian's sword turned blue. The blue light soared to the limit, and Ozian sliced it in two, clutching one in each hand. Moonlight dual blades. Fleeing with the enemy in front of you, how could a knight do that? His opponent was not an unstoppable monster, but a knight of similar power to himself. And yet, in the face of such an opponent, he cowardly tries to buy time and escape. What could be more shameful than that? It was also a matter of gamer pride. A boss monster that is much stronger than you. He was squeezing out his last bit of power, and the final phase was about to begin. And you want me to step down? The person who loved this world more than anyone else? No. He should face an enemy at full strength, to fight to the death, and to finish it off. That was the victory he truly wanted. So don't worry. He had a white cloak over his shoulders and in each hand, a pair of brilliant blue swords. The Guardian stared straight at Ozian, who wore the power of the stars and the moon at the same time to counter the power of the sun. I will not run away. I will break through you, right here, right now, head on. There was no deception in his sincere voice. The Guardian's eyes changed, filled with surprise, panic, and nervousness. The destructive red glow slowly subsided, and he stared at Ozian with a calm expression. Even though they were enemies who were after each other's lives, at this moment, the Guardian recognized Ozian as a foe and wished to honor him as such. Even if it was a doppelganger that only mimicked his strength and abilities, the Guardian was a knight, after all. The Guardian held out his hand to Ozian and snapped. Come. I'll let you play. Ozian smiled faintly at the sight and nodded. As a challenger, I'll accept your offer. He gripped his twin swords and lowered himself. The cloak around his shoulders shifted, sending a powerful spray of stardust behind him. Lighter now that his armor had been removed, Ozian ran like the wind. At the same time, the path of ice on the ground accelerated his movement. His speed was so great that even the Guardian lost sight of him for a moment. But the Guardian was also the protector of these ruins, and was endowed with the power of a knight. The Guardian immediately used the power of the sun to stop Ozian. The Son of Death shone brightly, scattering bloodlight. Blood-colored blades shot out, aimed at Ozian. Ozian dodged the blades or deflected them with his twin swords. The scorching heat of the blades was offset by moonlight power, and they scattered in the air without exploding. However, the intense heat was still there, accumulating damage to Ozian, albeit slowly, but that was okay. He only had to dodge the direct hit. One hit and I'm defeated. Amidst the rain of attacks, he had to squeeze through the cramped gap to reach his destination. It was a tightrope walk between countless red lines, where the slightest mistake could cost him his life. Ozian dodged, blocked, or deflected the rain of destruction and kept going. The Guardian's momentum shifted. The sun's light intensified, and the blade no longer fell. Instead, a sunspot-like thing appeared on the sun's surface, and soon a huge explosion occurred along with a flare. Dark line explosion. The huge flare was compressed into a single point. It was like a narrow, slender laser. It shot out dozens of feet in various places on the surface of the sun. Ziaing. The walls of the ruins that the blazing laser had scratched turned scarlet, then crumbled and melted, spewing out magma as they hummed from within. Dozens of such rays swept across the surrounding area like glowing mirror balls. Powerful enough to burn your lungs in their wake if you so much as breathed near them, but Ozian didn't stop. The red beam flew in a straight line toward him. The moment it touched his body, it exploded with a boom and collapsed. The Guardian stared at the scene for a moment in disbelief, then his eyes widened. A bluish crystal shard was mixed in with the smoke from the explosion. Around the beautifully sparkling crystal shards, Ozian appeared. Not just one, but nearly 10. Their coldness clashed with the heat around them, creating a pure white vapor. They looked like clouds. Wind, cloud, water, moon. The panicked Guardian scattered the power of the sun around him. Ozian's alter egos either collapsed under the force of the sun or moved to avoid it. Death rays fell, blood-colored blades rained down, and scorching flames filled the air. One by one, the alter egos fell to the ground in a hellish environment where no man could live and move. But in the end, Ozian was able to reach beneath the Guardian. Ice erupted and grew at an angle along the path of Ozian's sword. Sliding across the ice, Ozian slashed through it and leapt into the air. The starlight from the cloak spraying from his shoulders rose to its maximum. The Guardian reached out to the sun. The sun converged into a single point, transforming into a blood-colored sword. The Guardian gripped the blade and swung it toward the approaching Ozian. Here it comes. The power of that sun-compressed sword was nothing short of devastating. To counter it, he would have to display an equal, if not greater, skill. Should he use the starlight then? No, he shouldn't. The moment he switches to the starlight, his head will be cut off. He had to subdue it with the power of the moonlight. But how? To create the best sword technique for the moment. Don't think with your head. Follow your instincts. At this moment, the knight's body, pushed to its limits, blossomed with explosive potential. Ozian merged the twin swords in his hands into one. The two blades lined up in a series, and a long stream of icy coldness surged from the empty space between them. The particles of coldness caught the light and scattered 7 colors around. Moonfrost sword. His own unique technique, created on the spot. Bright moon sword. The two knights crossed in midair. They landed still, their backs to each other, in the mangled corridors of the ruins. Ozian looked back. Good fight. Tisk. The Guardian's sword cracked, then snapped in two. Underscore 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 underscore. The broken blade clattered to the floor. The sun's power had already dissipated, and the blade had returned to its obsidian form. Ozian slowly turned around. The Guardian was staring down at the broken blade with a dazed expression, as if he hadn't thought he would lose. In the end, it was Ozian who had won the final hand-to-hand combat. Despite having the advantage of the high ground, Ozian fought on, throwing himself into the fray. It was a foolhardy move, to say the least. Nevertheless, the Guardian was defeated. Ozian stared at the back of the Guardian's head. It was wounded, and if left to its own devices, it would kill itself. There's no point in wielding another blade against a Guardian who will die without even touching him. And if he is a knight, he knows that defeat means death. He will accept that as a matter of course. Sharing a sword sometimes made you realize things you couldn't feel through conversation. Thud. Ozian sheathed his sword again at his waist. He was about to see the Guardian's last stand. The Guardian leapt from his seat, slammed into the wall, and disappeared beyond the crumbling ceiling of the ruins. It was unthinkable to Ozian. The Guardian of the ruins had fled in the face of an intruder, but what shocked Ozian even more was that the knight hadn't been able to fight back, leaving his weapon behind. A knight ran away. The words failed to come out of his mouth. Ozian was not one to show surprise under most circumstances, but this was different. Huh. That one word, uttered in disbelief, summed up the complexity of Ozian's feelings. At that moment, Terrence and Balad, who had been watching the fight from afar, approached. Did you really take down the Guardian, that monster? Terrence asked in amazement as he looked at Ozian, who was still standing. Didn't I tell you to stay back? You should have gotten as far away as you could. If you're dead, we'll be next, so what's the point of running away? Balad retorted nonchalantly, staring at a section of the collapsed ceiling. More than that, the Guardian has fled. It seems so. That's the first I've heard of that being possible. I thought a Guardian usually guarded a ruin or dungeon to the death. That was something Ozian agreed with. Guardians are supposed to protect ruins, and why would they flee for their lives when they've been defeated? It's hard to imagine that something has changed over the years. I knew he had intelligence, I thought, but has he developed an ego that overrides his Guardian duties? Perhaps what he wanted most at this moment was to survive. In that case, he is no longer a Guardian, but a living intelligent being. It was unintentional. A being with the opposite knight power of his own was born. Asterisk. There was no point in arguing with a Guardian who had already fled, so Ozian decided to focus on the task at hand. Still, there are things to be gained from fighting. First of all, he was able to use both starlight and moonlight at the same time. Before, when using only the starlight was used, and when using moonlight, only moonlight was used. In the game, it was impossible to unleash skills of different attributes at the same time, but now that it's a reality, it's different. I don't have to be limited to the knowledge of the game. I need a broader, more colorful way of thinking. Depending on how he thinks, that alone opens up a wide variety of skills that he can utilize. The last technique used was the same. He used the skill without realizing it, thinking that he could wield a sword that had been compressed to the extreme through the moonlight. Instead of waiting for a given skill to be unlocked, he created a new skill on the fly. unbridled imagination. A key that will open new doors for him in the future. At least I got something out of it, so it's not so bad. When Ozian rejoined the group, the way they looked at him had changed. Whereas before, they had merely treated him as a party member as a formality, now their eyes were filled with awe. The cadets of the Grand Cloister Academy couldn't even make eye contact with Ozian, especially when they realized that he had defeated a guardian they couldn't even hope to defeat. It reminded them of the way they had looked down on him before, as a sneaky fixer. They didn't want to believe it, but Terrence had testified to it himself. This made Ozian an aristocrat within the party, which naturally elevated his employer, Ilwa. Something doesn't feel right. Ilwa was puzzled by the reaction of the people who had suddenly become so friendly to her. It wasn't bad before, but now it was overwhelming to be treated like a prize. I've never been treated like this before. Get used to it. There will be more of it. Ozian's defeat of the Guardian was a blessing in disguise. Ilwa's share of the artifacts and rewards to come from the ruins was now nearly half. All she had done was hire Ozian. Hiring good people was one of her virtues and abilities as an employer. Besides, it wasn't as if Ilwa was doing nothing. With her wealth of archaeological knowledge and various books and treatises, she had helped to find the traps, paths, and hidden spaces in the ruins. A wizard would have to have magic to do this, but for Ilwa, who had no magic, to be able to do it was a testament to her abilities. The search continued. The tension that had been high at the beginning had now eased considerably. It was a natural reaction to the disappearance of the Guardian. With such a powerful Guardian gone, it was safe to assume that there was nothing inside the ruins that would threaten their lives. Not that they weren't worried about another Guardian coming out, but who cares? There's a man here who just defeated a Guardian alone. Of course, Ozian wasn't too worried either. The main boss of this ruin is a mutant doppelganger anyway. It's not like there aren't other boss monsters at the core, but they're nothing compared to the doppelganger. Besides, the mutant doppelganger was in hibernation until someone came along, so it's lost a lot of time. In the case of the boss at the heart of these ruins, that seemed far less likely. It's probably still there, but at least it's weakened. The party finally reached the entrance to the deepest part and a large stone door stood in their way. Normally, the levers on either side of the door would have to be activated to open it, but they had been cut and wouldn't work. We'll have to break it down. Terrence started to use his magic, but the other explorers stopped him. What if we make a mistake and break the artifacts inside? Besides, this door itself is of considerable archaeological value, so why break it? It's not that Terrence doesn't understand the sentiment, but if that's the case, how can the door be opened? The question was answered more easily than he thought. Ozian and Belud stepped forward. You came all this way to show off your strength. We have to show off our strength if we want to eat something. Ozian and Belud each took a side of the stone door and pushed with all their might. Dud, dud, dud. The old stone gate creaked and slowly slid inward. The mages and explorers stared in amazement at the sight. They knew Ozian was strong, but they just couldn't get used to his physical abilities. And what about Belud, whose strength rivaled Ozian's? If pushing through a ton of stone is any indication, Belud is no ordinary strong man. They had dismissed the North Blinders as a criminal organization, but now they saw them in a new light. Old dust drifted down and settled around the door, but Terrence blew it away with a Ventus school wind spell. The dust settled, revealing a vast corridor. Wow, such architecture. I can't believe they built this underground and it's still intact. The building skills of the ancients are nothing to sneeze at. The archaeologist's eyes rolled, and so did Ilwa's. I can't wait to investigate. The old corridors were littered with dried tree roots and trunks. I wonder if they only grow underground. Even the musty odor was sweeter than any perfume. Ilwa couldn't contain her joy at the vividness of the scene, which she had never experienced in a book. This would surely make her father happy. Everyone, stay alert. There may be other dangers here. At Ozian's words, the mages immediately activated their detection spells. A wave of magic spread throughout the corridor and soon, the mages sensed the presence of something beyond the darkness of the corridor. There's something? Terrence's words brought everyone to attention. So did the explorers of the Archaeological League. They had traveled far enough to know the dangers of the ruins to know right from wrong. Drizzle. With the sound of something guiding its body, the last guardian of the ruins moved. The de facto boss monster had long since realized the intruder's presence in these corridors. Something made of wood loomed faintly in the darkness. Why in the world would a subterranean ruin be guarded by something like that if it's supposed to have plants growing in it? Thalia muttered in surprise at the sight of the animated tree. The creature's body was made of wood, but it also looked like a man in armor. Where his arms could be called arms, he held large blunt weapons made of the same wood. There were no eyes in the roughly shaped mass of stalks that was supposed to be its head, but they could tell it was aware of them by the way it was slowly but surely approaching. So it's him, the incarnation of the underground root. The underground root was the last guardian of the ruins and the boss monster, born from the roots of the ruins. At least it's a plant, so it's less affected by time. But judging by its condition, it's not completely intact. The moment it spotted the enemy, the underground root incarnation lunged at it, clutching its blunt weapon with both hands. However, the creature was walking slowly, holding the blunt weapon in one hand. A closer look at his body revealed that the wood that made up his flesh had been cut all over, and with each movement, shattered pieces scattered with the dust. It had been so long since it had moved that its body decayed. Come to think of it, what do they give you when you catch them? From what I remember roughly, they gave me a small amount of money and materials to strengthen the potion bottle. However, since potion bottles don't exist in the current world, I wondered what the use of such an item would be. It's almost like they don't give you anything for capturing them. There was no need for Ozian to take on the incarnation. The mages were already preparing to fire their magic at the first sight of him. Fire magic painted the dark corridor scarlet. The searing heat engulfed the creature, burning away the trunk and roots of the pillar. The incarnation's wooden body made it extremely vulnerable to the fire element. Moreover, there were a handful of mages gathered here. The heat they unleashed upon it was too much for it to resist, and it collapsed. It had somehow managed to hold its ground, but in its weakened state it was powerless to fight. After disposing of it, the group surveyed the corridor and found that there were no more guardians or monsters left. Their eyes lit up at the news. It meant it was time to claim the artifacts and rewards hidden in the ruins. Treasure. Ozian stroked his chin with his hand. Is there any of that left? Underscore 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 underscore. This corridor was the heart of the ruins. Naturally, there were treasures and artifacts throughout the corridors to honor those who had made it this far. Wasn't that what they had come here for in the first place? Artifacts, rewards, gold and silver treasures. These were words that sent shivers down the spines of explorers. The dopamine rush of this moment is what keeps many of them coming back for more. Well, I guess this is to be expected. The assembled people carefully searched the corridors, taking whatever they could find that was worth money and placing it in the designated area. There are dozens of people here. It would be unfair if they all took the rewards as they found them. Someone would get everything, and someone else would get nothing, and then there would be infighting. The most frightening thing is the uprising of the underpaid, but on the flip side, not everyone was paid equally. If you compare explorers and mages, it's clear who has done more to get to this point. That's why the Archaeological League created a set of rules to distribute the rewards from ruins and dungeons. That is, by adjusting the distribution rate according to the person's performance. Of course, this had to be fine-tuned by a group of people who put their heads together and discussed it. Based on a reference point, they would increase or decrease the share from there and come to a mutually satisfactory agreement. So you try to do your best in your role in the ruins, and do things that help the party. Those who work harder get a bigger share of the rewards. There's nothing more morale-boosting than that. The wizards' faces lit up. You think you've searched everywhere, don't you? I've scanned the entire corridor using detection magic, and there's nothing more. It was a large ruin that hadn't been found in a long time. The amount of stuff piled on top of each other seemed considerable. The people's faces lit up. Those who hadn't done much would only get a set minimum, but that would still be a lot of money. So, let's get started with the distribution, shall we? The host was the explorer who led the party. At his words, everyone swallowed hard and fell silent. First, let's sort out the things that can be converted into money. For gold coins and other items, we'll use appraisals to distribute them accurately. Do we all agree on that? They'd already written the contract, so it was hard to disagree. Everyone nodded in agreement. Good, because that's all that matters anyway. The middle-aged explorer walked over to a section that was set aside. Unlike the usual gold coins, jewelry, and other items, they couldn't be immediately valued. That's right. It was time for artifacts that could only be found in ruins or dungeons. Gulp. The room was so quiet that I could hear someone swallowing their saliva. It was the most tense and anticipated moment of the day. When it comes to relics, it's virtually impossible to distribute them equally. Therefore, we decided to differentiate who gets to pick the artifact first based on their contribution. The first person to pick was, of course, the person who had contributed the most to the party. The first one is Mr. Ozian. Everyone's gazes turned toward him. Ozian slowly walked forward. His expression was calm, unaffected by everyone's expectations and jealous gazes. He doesn't even look happy. He must know the value of artifacts. Is that possible? Aren't you from a rich noble family somewhere, and being a fixer is just a hobby? Ozian's reaction was so grave that everyone thought that. Of course, that wasn't what he was really thinking. How do I choose from here? Thanks to defeating the Guardian, Ozian was given the first choice of artifacts as the top contributor. He had a whopping 3 relics to choose from. Even with so many options, Ozian was still torn. Honestly, no matter which one I choose, they'll all make money. It didn't matter, because money is earned through work. That's why he focused on utility. Artifacts are better to keep and use for their performance than to sell. At least the artifacts have remained almost the same over the years. Due to the power of the artifacts themselves, the objects seemed to be fairly intact. Of course, it was possible that the artifact's durability was already compromised on the inside, but that was too much to think about. In times like this, it was better to keep things simple. Ozian scanned the list of artifacts first. Some of them I didn't see in the game, some of them I did. In the game, you get rewards for clearing the level, but now that it's reality, it's different. Even objects that were just wall textures in the game could be taken out and placed here as is. Of course, Ozian doesn't know what effect this has. Then it's better to go with what I know. Ozian looked at the artifacts and quickly picked one up. Then this is the one to start with. The explorer saw what Ozian had picked up and asked. Mr. Ozian, once you make a decision, you can't change it. Are you sure that's the right choice? Yes. I'd like to pick this one first. Ozian picked out a shield-shaped brooch. It was an amulet, a kind of talisman. An amulet. It's an artifact, which is fine, but why that? Everyone was puzzled by Ozian's choice. Amulets are objects that can be found while exploring dungeons and ruins. Naturally, they were valuable enough as artifacts, but the world's perception of them was not so good. Well, it's understandable that they would react that way. Amulets have a mysterious quality to them, but that doesn't necessarily work in their favor. Some amulets reduce the user's maximum health, while others periodically deal poison damage. It's more of a curse than an empowering talisman. Even in-game, they were created just to fill out books or to conceptualize. The notoriety of the game's real-life counterpart hasn't gone away, and many people have questioned Ozian's choice. This is the first one, Ozian says with determination. The other amulet isn't very good, but this one is different. An amulet shaped like a shield. Named Symbol of Protection, the amulet's traits were a favorite of melee characters in the game. Increased health and strength stats, increased damage reduction, and periodic health regeneration. These were legendary effects, and they were coveted by everyone. However, to those who didn't know its true value, they could only assume that Ozian had chosen a lucky item. Ozian immediately placed the amulet in his inner pocket. The mere act of possessing it triggered the effect. Ozian's sharp senses felt his body revitalize. Good. He couldn't open the status window right now, but his strength and stamina had probably increased by 3 each. In-game leveling on its own was capped at 99, but in this way, wearing amulets or gear could provide additional stats. Usually, items that give you extra stats also give you other stats for balance, but this is different. There were a few things that were essential to use without thinking about balance. The emblem of protection was one of them. However, in the case of the reduced damage taken, he knew that it would only work in-game as a health gauge and damage number, but now that it was the real world, he didn't know how it would work. Only 2 left. Ozian scanned the remaining artifacts. The second one, of course, was the one he remembered. I'll take the second one. Ozian picked up a plain, unadorned bracelet. The sight of it caused the others to question again. Like the first amulet, it was hard to see the utility of the item. Nevertheless, it was placed on the artifact side because the mages felt the mana flowing from the bracelet and treated it as an artifact. You're picking that one? Again. Why is he just picking that one when he doesn't even know what it does yet? He doesn't seem like the kind of person who'd do anything haphazardly. By this point, everyone had gotten to the point where they thought Ozian was up to something. Unless he had been acting like an idiot, but his usual behavior made it seem like that was never the case. As the people of Tirna were fundamentally suspicious of others, they made all sorts of assumptions about Ozian's actions. Are you sure you want to pick that? There are plenty of other good-looking ones. The host asked Ozian again. That's because Ozian had already chosen the most unappealing artifacts from among the many piled-up relics twice. No, this will do, Ozian replied, and immediately put the bracelet on. Knowing that he couldn't take it off the moment he used it, it meant that he really liked it. Well, then, the third and final one is. The third one is, that shield over there. Ozian picked the last shield he had his eye on. It was a shield that hadn't rusted over the years and still looked shiny. A shield. At least it's the only one that makes sense this time. But it doesn't have to be that one, does it? No one would ever use a shield like that. Even if the shield was an artifact, it wasn't much of a favorite among the others. If he chose that one, it was probably only to sell it later at an auction house or something. However, there was nothing particularly strange about Ozian using a shield. His primary weapon was his sword, and he actually fought well with it. For a man who introduces himself as a knight, it's only fitting that he carries a shield to match his sword. Those who had been suspicious of what he was up to before now could only stare at him in awe. That's all I need, the rest is up to you. Ozian shrugged, as if he wasn't really interested. 2 useless items, and a shield that no one else covets. And yet you don't show any sign of regret. Is there no such thing as greed in the first place? Terrence was just as wary of Ozian's behavior. I knew he was strong, but did he really have to go so far? No, it can't be. This is not the same man who seduced Elise Dinarova. A man like that, picking just that out of a pile of artifacts that would make anyone's eyes glaze over? Terrence didn't want to admit it, but he couldn't help but think about it. Is he not greedy? Honestly, no one could blame Ozian for picking only the most expensive or valuable items here. Sure, they might complain inwardly, but the right to choose had been earned by Ozian himself. Even the other proud cadets of the academy would have recognized his right. Still, Ozian didn't. He didn't choose the magic tome over there, or the precious catalytic staff, or the disc with the special blueprint, even though he could have earned a great income from it. The only things he chose were things that no one else would even look at. He couldn't help but think, no way, did he just pick those things on purpose to give us a break? He would understand if it was just to look good, but Terrence was convinced that wasn't the case. It's not like he was trying to impress us. If he's that good, he'll get treated well anywhere. Does that mean those things have some effect they don't know about, and Ozian's powers of discernment allow him to see it? That's impossible. Terrence could say with certainty that it could not be. The second is, Terrence Progenen. Terrence watched Ozian's back as he walked away and couldn't help but feel defeated. Not physically, not in appearance, not in mind. He couldn't help but feel defeated by the man. It was a feeling shared by Thalia. I thought he was a bit unusual. His lack of greed, his unassuming demeanor. It's not that he doesn't show it on purpose, but it's the kind of reaction that only someone who's really not thinking would have. Nice. Thalia felt like she was seeing a real adult. Or not, Ozian thought to himself. A windfall, I never thought I'd find this here. Underscore 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 underscore. 2 except for the amulet symbol of protection. One was a bracelet, the other a triangular kite shield that could be worn in one hand. Ozian eyed the shield carefully. I didn't know I could get the Stormcaster's shield in good condition. He'd been thinking about needing a shield lately. A knight was a swordsman who broke through with his sword, but he was also a defender with his shield. I've always been so focused on dodging that I didn't pay much attention to it, but that's about to change. That's why he chose the shield without hesitation. Stormcaster's shield. As far as artifacts go, it was safe to say that this was a pretty good one. It could be used by Ozian immediately, but that wasn't its only value. Just as the Stormcaster in its name, this shield has the power of an artifact. That power was storm-wielding. This power was granted by the Stormcaster, and when the shield is swung, it creates a powerful wind that swirls around you. While this wind has no offensive effect in and of itself, it was a very useful effect for blocking a wide range of projectiles from a distance. It's not just a shield, it's a wind around you. If used in a well-timed manner, it could even deflect a catapult's cannonballs. The wind was different from ordinary wind because it was summoned by divine power. Naturally, it was possible to deflect even heavy projectiles. I don't know how much it would stop a bullet, but it wouldn't be ineffective. Even if it's just a moderate deflection, it's a very useful effect. Of course, it would be quite inconvenient to carry such a shield all the time. You could carry the sword around your waist, but the shield would have to be constantly on the move or strapped to your back. This bracelet was designed to prevent that. Bracelet of storage. In-game, it was a moderately useful item that expanded inventory by +1 inventory space, but this was different. Ozian took out a suitable item from his inventory, a pass that would allow him to travel between each numbered zone, for example. He tapped the pass to the bracelet, and it hissed and disappeared. The bracelet itself acts as a subspace. This was the first time he'd actually utilized it, but he'd known it would work like this just by guessing. Hence the shield. Ozian slipped the Stormcaster's shield into the storage bracelet. The shield glowed a faint silver color, and then it was gone. The shield was much lighter in weight now that it had disappeared into subspace. Not much room for maximum storage, but convenience is a good thing. I was pleased with the 3 artifacts I chose. All of them had been chosen because of my intimate knowledge of their effects. Others, on the other hand, are not. Terrence was one of them. Terrence had the right to choose the artifacts after Ozian, and he was allowed to take 3. Terrence chose a book that appeared to be a spellbook, a wand, a catalyst for manifesting magic, and finally, a tablet with some sort of blueprint. It's a magic book, so the skills he can get from it would naturally be Stormcaster spells. It would be a useful skill for Terrence, who could master several elemental spells, but the other 2 didn't seem too good. Especially not the staff Terrence had chosen. That one. It's an ugly item that even Mageborn users wouldn't even look at. The general consensus was that it looked expensive and fancy, with a jeweled tip, but its performance was not as subtle as it looked. That stone tablet, it's not even in the game, so I can't really rate it. Terrence fared better. The next 1 or 2 picks were mostly bad. Good thing, too, because Ozian had already taken them all before them. Occasionally, someone would take a cursed item and gloat that they had chosen well. Ozian didn't want to spoil their joy, so he didn't tell them. You'll have to take it outside and have it appraised, and then you'll know whether you've found gold or trash. Until then, he let them bask in their excitement and dream of a bright future. The person buying the lotto ticket knows that it's not about winning, it's about getting through the week in anticipation. I'm not too unhappy with this distribution, but it's certainly interesting. Ozian was surprised at how neatly it was distributed. Perhaps guessing what he was thinking, Beled approached and asked, "Isn't it interesting, the way they're all so orderly with their things?" "I can't say I am. We've been through a lot on the way here. Even the same people are dangerous in the ruins." "Yes, but let me tell you, it doesn't happen the way you think it does. The thing was simple." He was referring to the infighting and fighting over the reward. "If anything, it's more unusual. It's rare for it to end as peacefully as it did. We were the lucky ones. You may not realize it, but it's all because of you." "Because of me? Why? What kind of insane human would be unhappy with the man who single-handedly defeated the Guardian of the Ruins? Come to think of it." Ozian was being a little pushy here, adding 1 more item to his selection, but there was no one who could resist. Why bother, when he could just draw his sword and behead them all? But Ozian didn't. If the strongest person with the highest stakes takes the initiative and takes only what's rightfully his, who can complain? From their point of view, Ozian was a benefactor who increased their chances of winning by picking up only 3 pieces of garbage. "I see." Ozian shook his head as if he understood. Well, there was no regret, because even if he was given the chance, he would have picked only 3 just like now. That's why it's advantageous to have a lot of people, at least it gives you more of a say. "Is that why you dragged your whole family with you?" "Yes. Unfortunately, we got separated in the middle, so I was a little worried. We're only 3. They're over 20, so we were at a disadvantage, no matter how you look at it." It was Ozian's brute force that overcame that. It wasn't as if Beled hadn't done anything, as his inaction in the middle of the game was enough to create quite a stunning perception. "Did you choose better than that?" "Well, it didn't seem too bad." Beled waved the axe in his hand. It wasn't his usual one-handed axe, but a normal-sized axe, a little larger than his normal size. The blade was intricately carved, and I could tell it was out of the ordinary. "Good choice. Stormmaster's axe. If Ozian had been a barbarian warrior instead of a knight, this would have been his first choice. The effect is obviously storm, but it's a weapon, so there's an added bonus. I would also use the power of lightning periodically. It has a long cooldown, but the power of the wind in the axe itself allows it to strike enemies farther than its actual range. But can you use that thing? It doesn't look like it's portable enough to carry around normally. That's your shield too. Balud suddenly realized that Ozian's shield was nowhere to be seen. What the hell did you do? I just, put it on. Ozian waved the cold bracelet on his left arm. Better to show than tell, I thought, so I pulled the shield out of my storage bracelet. Balud's eyes widened as the shield appeared out of thin air, effortlessly resting in his left hand. A subspace item. Such a precious thing. I must have gotten lucky. As soon as I put it on, I knew how to use it. Ozian sheathed his shield again and looked at Balud. He could carry it, but what would he do with it? Well, it's inevitable that you'll need it sooner or later, and if not, it'll take some crafting. I suppose it doesn't matter. I picked something that looks pretty good, so I think I can be a little confident. That was the end of the distribution. When it was time to head back, everyone picked up their pace. We were all itching to get out of there, to mark the end of our exploration and leave the artifacts to their own devices. Perhaps after this, some of us would laugh more, and some of us would hit the ground and regret it. Now that I think about it, for those who don't know the artifact's effects right now, it's all just a random box until it's properly appraised. Good luck, bad luck. Ozian realized that the strange desire that flickered in the explorer's eyes wasn't simply a result of successfully exploring the relics. It's a dopamine addiction that produces polarizing results. It was an unpleasant sensation for Ozian, who had a vague idea of the effects of certain things. Those who exited the corridor moved in a more relaxed state. They'd disarmed all the traps and such on the way out, so all they had to do was go back the way they came. As such, Ozian didn't bother to lead the way, instead slowly following at the back of the procession. He also intended to take his time exploring the ruins, which had changed over the years. That's when Ozian's eyes caught sight of something strange. It was a small hidden space beyond a half-collapsed wall. There, he saw something familiar. This place has been searched by mages before. Ozian glanced at those ahead of him, then moved silently, unnoticed, to grab what he had just discovered. No one noticed his movements. You didn't pack this. Ozian looked at the pure white stone and questioned. Of all the things they could have gotten from the ruins, this was the most important. Don't these guys know what a spirit stone is? Ozian held the white stone in his hand. It looked like the ubiquitous limestone, but it was actually something else entirely. They don't even look at the weapon enhancement material, spirit stones. Gems were considered an essential ingredient for enhancing weapons in the game. Players also referred to them as enhancement stones, and the difficulty of obtaining them made them a valuable commodity. The concept of enhancement was only used by players, so maybe they don't know about it. Someone must have studied it and realized that it wasn't just any limestone. But the idea of applying it to a weapon and enhancing it hadn't occurred to them. Now that I think about it, enhancing weapons with spirit stones is something that only specialized smiths can do. In the game, only special NPCs or dwarven smiths could do this, which were extremely rare. But seeing as how even those brilliant wizards didn't know about the spirit stones, it seemed like the information had been lost. It's no wonder, considering many years have passed. It must be something that even the dwarves don't remember anymore. Suddenly, a face flashed through Ozian's mind. An elf who had outlived the dwarves and was a more skilled blacksmith. I should take it and ask about it. Ozian slipped the gem into his storage bracelet. If anyone had seen him, they would have thought he had picked up a suitable piece of stone to commemorate his visit to the ruins. It was a lucky break. Asterisk. Once safely outside the ruins, the group was greeted with a rousing welcome by the waiting crowd. Reporters from Tirna had gathered, and members of the Archaeologists' League were there, of course. What artifacts did they get from the ruins? What was inside? What scholarly material could they study? There's only so much that can be gleaned from a single ruin. Ruins were a lucrative business, and everyone was waiting with bated breath for the expedition. Hey, Mr. Director. Balud's family, who had been separated in the middle, had safely escaped and were waiting outside. They looked at him and bowed their heads in unison, as if in disgrace. Never mind. Such things happen in ruins. Director, that axe is. I got it from the ruins. Oh, great, you've come back so successfully. Just then, someone ran up to Balud and fell into his arms. The sight of disheveled brown hair made Balud visibly panic. It was Isela, daughter of Ilwa, the Godfather and leader of the North Blinders. Ah, young lady, what are you doing? Balud, do you know how worried I was? When I heard that there was no news from inside, I was really anxious. Balud tried to push her away, saying there were many eyes around, but Isela wouldn't let go. Ouch. Balud had forgotten about them for a moment. Ozian and Ilwa stood where Balud's gaze was directed. Hot. It is. Ozian nodded, and Ilwa smirked as if she'd seen something funny. Balud's expression was wistful, and just as he was about to make an excuse, a group of vehicles drove up nearby and people clamored out of them. Soon, from the most expensive and sturdy of the vehicles, a fleshy old man stepped out, escorted by his men. There's a lot of people. His voice was thick with phlegm. Recognizing him, the men of North Blinders bowed their heads in unison. The Godfather and boss of the North Blinders, Ilwa Borborg, had arrived on the scene. Underscore 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 underscore. Ilwa Borbork was a very positional person. In the distant past, when Tyrna was called the City of Opportunity, he had come to Tyrna from the barbarians of the north because he had heard the rumors. But even in Tyrna, there were prejudices and discrimination against Northerners. Norsemen are barbarians. Northerners still live in the old days. They don't progress, they just fight each other. It was prejudice, but it wasn't wrong. In a world that is changing rapidly with the advancement of science, the North is the one place that has not been touched by the grace of change. Some Northerners adapted to the world and changed themselves, but most did not. They still wanted to live the way they used to, barbaric and plundering. Naturally, the world's perception of them was bad, and many of them left their homeland to settle elsewhere. Tyrna was the city where the most Northerners gathered. And Ilwa Borbork was a man who built an organization from the bottom of Tyrna. He was a drunken, ragged, and ugly old man now, but no one could deny his accomplishments. What the hell is a man like that doing here? Ozian knew about Ilwa from the stories he'd heard. He'd heard that he'd left the running of the organization to the board of directors and lived a life of leisure. Just by looking at his body, you could tell that he was the type of person who rarely went out. That's why he came to the entrance of the ruins with a group of people. His bold entrance drew the attention of others, but he quickly withdrew as the North Blinders took up positions. "Boss, what brings you here?" Balud asked as he and Isella broke their embrace and approached Ilwa. He was quite surprised to see the boss here. "Director Balud, can't I come here?" Ilwa frowned, as if he were offended. Balud inclined his head in a respectful bow. "No, sir." Ilwa glared at Balud, then broke into a wide grin. Ha, ha, ha. I'm kidding. Why would I do that on a day like today, when our director, Mr. Balud, has done me a favor? No, I haven't. Smile. Because you deserve it today, he. Now that's someone I trust. Ilwa patted Balud on the shoulder. Isella, who had been listening to him, looked up, her eyes shining. "Dad, so now you admit it." "Isella, I'm too busy to talk about it now, so let's do it another time." "Another time? Why do you keep putting it off?" Isella exclaimed, exasperated. As if this wasn't the first time this had happened. Balud has proven himself this time, you've seen him. He doesn't have a worthy business yet. Only when he has one can he be called a director. Why can't you see that? Same old excuses, don't you get tired of it? If you don't like it, just say no. Before the father-daughter conversation could get out of hand, Balud spoke up. "Miss, I'm fine. Balud, it's just because I'm not good enough, I agree with boss." "You're not really." Isella bit her lip hard and stormed off. Ozian could only watch. Beside him, Ilwa nudged Ozian. "Hey, I think we saw something we shouldn't have." It's a complicated family history or something. Complicated family history is something you can just brush off. It's the story of an executive who falls in love with the daughter of the organization's boss. Balud is a very capable man, so it shouldn't be impossible for him to marry the boss daughter. The problem is, it doesn't look like that at all. Ozian could feel Ilwa's gaze sneaking up on Balud. He's smiling, but there's a hint of negativity between his eyes. She loves him with all her heart, and he believes that if he works hard enough, he can be recognized. But Ilwa doesn't seem to have any intention of doing that. However, knowing that doesn't mean Ozian can give Balud advice. Even though they've gotten to know each other a bit since they explored the ruins together today, it would be out of line to discuss such personal matters. Balud had to do this on his own. At least, that's what Ozian thought. At that moment, Ozian locked eyes with Ilwa. Ilwa glanced at Ozian, then turned to Ilwa next to him and smiled. His gait was quite unsteady, as if he had trouble walking due to his large size. He really does walk with a lot of gusto. "Oh, it's good to see you. Are you one of the explorers on this expedition?" "Ah, yes. I'm Ilwa, an archaeologist." "I see. The daughter of the famous Andrew. Thank you. You've saved us North Blinders a lot of shame." "Oh, no, I was just doing what I had to do, and if anything, I was more helpful to Mr. Balud." Ilwa was embarrassed, but she drew a clear line in the sand. From her point of view, Ilwa wasn't doing her much favors, just going through the motions. They were the ones who had rushed her father to the hospital. She knew in her head it was a faction fight, but it didn't feel good to be on the receiving end. "What about you?" Ilwa's gaze snapped to Ozian. The words struck a chord with Ozian. If he was around Ilwa, he'd know that she hired him. However, Ozian responded calmly to the attitude of treating him as if he were inferior. "I'm Ozian." Ilwa's expression changed subtly. He hadn't expected someone to use such an insulting word against him. Ilwa's men glared at Ozian, their faces grim. Despite their frightening momentum, Ozian's face remained expressionless. He even gave them a "what can I do if you guys glare at me" look. Just as someone was about to pout, Ilwa laughed. "Hehe. You're not going to tell me you don't know who I am, are you? You're dragging people around like this and you don't think I know. I don't dislike bravery, but if it's not backed up by skill, it's not bravery at all." Ilwa's eyes narrowed into a piercing glare. "I thought he was just an old man who had grown old and been relegated to the back room, but he still had traces of his legendary past. Well, at least you're not bluffing, and you seem pretty confident, but you'd better be careful, because too much of a good thing can break." With that half warning, half advice, Ilwa climbed into his vehicle. Everyone bowed down to his vehicle to see him off. As Ozian stood there, Balud approached him and asked, "Are you out of your mind? Do you think you can talk to the boss like that and expect to keep your neck? You looked frustrated, so I said something for you, so why are you angry? Ozian's pointed question left Blood speechless for a moment. Anyway, it's a good thing the boss took it in stride, or we could have gotten in trouble. Yeah, let's call it that. Are you sure he's better than that? What are you talking about? Well, the young lady seems quite upset, and I think we should go and make her feel better. Blood sighed in frustration. It's my business, so stay out of it. I see. I'm out of line. Ozian nodded in understanding. Even if he didn't say it, he knew Blood realized it, too. There was nothing to be gained by messing with a man who was so upset, so he decided to leave it at that. Well, I'll see you later. I'd prefer not to see you again. Blood said bluntly, but not with his eyes or expression. But if I ever get a chance, I'll at least treat you to a drink, a gift on the way out. Looks like you haven't given up on vendetta, and for your information, I don't drink unless it's expensive. I'm not cheap either. Blood waved a modest goodbye, and Ozian did the same as they walked away. Yes, this is the perfect amount of distance between people from the underworld. Asterisk. With Ozian's successful return, Violet Fox was in a festive mood. Ronan, Dolan, Lorraine, and even Saren, everyone congratulated Ozian. Not only did you explore the ruins, but you even came back with success. So what did you get out of it? Lorraine's reaction was the most intense. So that's what you were really after. I'm just curious, come on. Well, I went there and worked hard, and I got 3 artifacts. Artifacts? 3 of them. Lorraine's eyes widened. He wondered if it was just an illusion to see the currency symbols in her eyes. What is it? Show me. Ronan should have restrained Lorraine at this point, but he was just as curious about the artifact Ozian had brought with him. Ozian had nothing to hide, so he showed them what he had brought. One is an amulet, another is a bracelet, and the last one it's a shield. Ozian took out the shield from the storage bracelet, hoping to demonstrate its power. Everyone in the room gasped, especially Lorraine. Ah, a subspace storage item. You know it. That thing is so expensive. Lorraine's criteria was money. But seriously, in Tyrna, money is a pretty accurate indicator of quality, especially when it comes to portable storage items like this. Especially when you consider that things like pouches imbued with spatial magic fetched huge sums at auction. How much would you get if you took one of those to an auction house and sold it? Dolan asked out of pure curiosity. Ozian hadn't really thought about it. He'd brought it here to use in the first place. Then Lorraine spoke up, her face serious. She wore a pair of glasses from some unknown source. It's a magical bracelet found in an ancient ruin, so it's bound to command a premium over a simple pouch made from tools, and since it has an automatic summoning method unlike a pouch you pull out yourself, even considering its capacity is less than that, the bracelet itself is worth at least 3 billion, if not more, considering its uniqueness. But that's the auction house minimum, and since mages will be trying to figure out how it works, they'll be even more dazzled, so they'll be willing to pay more, and then you'll have to add. Lorraine's face turned grim as she finished the calculations in her head. Even Ronan shook his head as if his bones ached. Sometimes I feel scared when I see Lorraine like this. When it involves real money, she's like a ghost. But no one challenged Lorraine's assessment. Although he was afraid of Lorraine's money-obsessed behavior, he acknowledged her calculations. I brought it here to use, but I didn't realize it would be so expensive. Ozian stared at the bracelet he wore and muttered to himself. This is a lot of money. I hope Terrence finds out later and doesn't throw a tantrum to change it. As he thought this, raindrops fell outside. Oh, it's raining. Well. The radio forecast said it was going to be sunny, but I guess you can't trust the Tyrna weather service. The rain came down quite hard. Passers-by scrambled for umbrellas as they passed by the windows. The sky is overcast. The raindrops mingling with Tyrna's polluted atmosphere were toxic enough on their own. The 30th district would be better off, but the 40th district would be a mess. It was the most polluted area, and in some places the entire neighborhood itself was contaminated. And what about Ena? She was supposed to go grocery shopping. Dolan said to Saren's concern. She took an umbrella with her on the way out, so she'll be fine, don't worry. But it's still bad weather. What if something happens on the way? Something happens when you're shopping around here in the first place, right? While everyone was talking, the door opened with a click. The first thing I noticed was Ena's trademark red hooded cloak. She stepped inside, folding an umbrella full of raindrops. She didn't close the door behind her, though, and her expression was a little strange. Everyone. I picked up a person on my way here. Is that okay? A person? Who the hell did she mean? While everyone was puzzled, Ena grabbed the hand of a woman waiting near the entrance and led her inside. It was a gray-haired woman with a pitiful, rain-soaked face. At the sight of her, Ozian immediately drew the sword at his waist. Why are you here? She wasn't wearing any armor, but Ozian could tell that she was the guardian who had escaped from the ruins. Ozian's ferocity caused the others in the office to turn around in surprise. But the moment they saw the look in Ozian's eyes as he turned to the guardian, they realized something was wrong. Now, wait a minute, hey, this guy isn't bad. Ena stood in front of Ozian and waved her arms wildly. Get out of the way, I need to cut her down right now. I mean, you can't do that. I had her help. You had help. Ozian stared at Ena. Ena huffed inwardly at his willingness to hear the story. Well, I was on my way back from the grocery store. It was raining on the way back from the grocery store. She had packed an umbrella just in case, so she didn't get wet, but the pole-like rain seemed to be too much for even an umbrella. So instead of taking her usual route, Ena took an alleyway to get home a little faster. That was a mistake. What are you doing in a place like this? Even though the neighborhood isn't badly policed, there are still bums and hoodlums in the alleyways. They prey on people like Ena who walk alone. She tried to run away, but the others are already behind her. She tried to light a match, but the humidity in the air from the rain makes it difficult. Just when she thought she had no choice, a thug waiting in the alley screamed. It was a black-armored knight who had stunned one of his companions. The red glow from his helmet was faint, as if it could be extinguished at a moment's notice, but it was not. The sudden appearance of a black knight in a dark alleyway in the rain was enough to strike fear into anyone who saw it. Whoa, what the hell is that? It's a monster? Run! As the thugs fled and Ena froze in place, the black knight stepped in front of her and checked her condition. Huh? The black knight saw that she was fine, and then he staggered past her. Did you save me? The moment she asked, the black knight's body tilted sideways and slammed into the wall. Ena stumbled toward the black knight in surprise. The question she'd been wondering since she'd seen his footsteps was finally answered. This black knight was pushed to the limit, but then came the surprise. The black armor he had just worn was gone, and now leaning halfway against the wall was a white-haired woman. She was dressed in ragged clothing, beautiful even for a woman of her age, and red blood ran down her chest. Blood? Ena didn't think she should leave her like this, so she helped her up. The gray-haired woman stared at her with hazy eyes, her gaze reminiscent of some wild beast, but Ena was adamant. You're going to die if I leave you alone? Just follow me, and I'll help you. Ena placed the umbrella on the Black Knight woman. This is what happened. After hearing that explanation, Ozian was even more puzzled. The Guardian helped Ena. Ozian looked at the Guardian's condition. His sword had slashed across her chest, leaving a gaping wound. The blood was red like a real human. I always thought it odd that she escaped the ruins she was supposed to protect. I knew she'd gone into hiding in Tirna, but I hadn't expected to see her again so soon. But she's... Ena pleaded as Ozian tightened his grip on the sword. Please, I'll try to talk to her somehow, please. Ena's eyes were filled with desperation. Ozian looked around at the others, all of whom were at a loss for words in this delicate situation. It was then that Saren Gracias spoke up. Then why don't we treat her first? She's pretty much at her limit right now. What? Ena turned around. The Guardian, barely standing in the doorway, lost her balance and fell forward. Ena shrieked in surprise and looked at the Guardian's condition. Ozian considered decapitating the Guardian at this point. Tisk. He didn't like the idea of killing a defenseless opponent like this. More than anything, it would make Ena sad. Ozian sheathed his sword at his waist again. Well, you're letting her off the hook. Ozian snorted lightly at Saren's sarcastic question. For now, I'll let her heal her wounds, but I don't intend to waste any time. Ozian stared at the back of Ena's head as she hastily tended to the Guardian's wounds. Asterisk. After the commotion subsided, everyone sat around a table on the ground floor. Ronan Roland, owner and broker of the Violet Fox. His fixers, Ozian, Lorraine, Dolan, and Saren. And Ena groaned, their cook, bartender, cleaner, and general handyman. In the heavy atmosphere, Ronan was the first to speak. And now, I call to order the first meeting of the Violet Fox. If there's only one, does that mean there will be more? Before the question could even cross everyone's minds, Ronan spoke up. First things first, Mr. Ozian, what happened with that white-haired lady? Ozian, who was sitting in a chair with his arms crossed, spoke up. First of all, her identity is the Guardian of the ruins that I encountered in the ruins. What? That's ridiculous. A Guardian? Why would a Guardian be out there? Dolan and Lorraine asked in disbelief. They had never heard of a Guardian appearing outside of a ruin. What's more, it didn't make sense that she would be such a beautiful woman. She must be more than just an ordinary person. Ozian quickly answered everyone's questions. The Guardian of the ruins I encountered was a mutant doppelganger, one that mimics its opponent's abilities and changes its appearance and gender. A mutant doppelganger, that's a bit unusual. I faced her in the ruins and we fought. She was strong, but I prevailed in the end. I mortally wounded her, and she accepted her defeat, and I thought it was over. Until the Guardian suddenly threw down her weapon and fled. And just like that, she was gone. I never would have guessed she was still wandering the back alleys of Tirna. So that's why. Lorraine nodded. Now that she thought about it, the Guardian's appearance was both similar and different from Ozian's. Ozian was a cold, dark-haired man. The Guardian was a white-haired woman with a somewhat cheerful demeanor. According to Ena's testimony, the white-haired woman had demonstrated the ability to wear black armor. It can't be just a simple illusion of Ozian, so she must be the real Guardian. All eyes turned to Ena. What the hell are we supposed to do? Pick up a ruined Guardian off the street? Ronan asked, unable to help himself. It was a natural reaction, since she had just picked up an escaped ruined Guardian, like picking up a cat caught in the rain. Well, I don't know about that, it just happened. Of course, Ena was just as puzzled. What did she know? That's not the point, she says, she saved my life. Is that possible? That was the question on everyone's mind. But this was after the extraordinary events of the Guardian's escape from the ruins. It wouldn't be surprising if something more happened here. She is, after all, a guardian of the ruins. It mimics humans, but it's not human. Considering the potential for danger, I think we should nip it in the bud. I'll talk to her when she wakes up, but please. Despite Ena's pleas, Ozian was adamant. I won't. I'm against it. Since Ena and Ozian won't be the only ones to decide, what do the others have to say? I'm going to side with Ozian for now. It was Lorraine who spoke up after Ozian. Even so, she was the guardian of the ruins, right? Then, we don't know when she might suddenly turn against us. It's right to eliminate risk factors in advance. Wait. I still think Ena's right. This time it was Dolan who spoke up. He leaned back in his chair, legs propped up on the table, a mop of hair on the back of his head. She's a ruin guardian. She ran away from the ruins, and she's in human form. There are too many anomalies to simply dismiss her as not human. I think we should keep an eye on her. I agree with Dolan and Ena for now. Saren also sided with Ena. The score now stood at 3-2 in favor of Ena. All eyes turned to Ronan. He was the last man standing, but as the de facto owner of Violet Fox, his opinion mattered the most. Hoo. I see you all have high hopes for me. Ronan smirked, his eyes growing even longer. You know, maybe you shouldn't smile so much, Lorraine said with a straight face, and Ronan looked at her accusingly. Why are you discriminating against people for laughing? No, I know I shouldn't, but because when you laugh, it makes me think you're up to something. That's a false accusation. When have I ever done that? Ronan looked around at the others, but they all avoided his gaze. Even Ozian casually turned his head away with an expressionless face. Ronan was shocked. All right, let me give my opinion first. I'd like to raise my hand in favor of Ena. Yes, Ronan said to Ena, who balled her fist. However, the moment the guardian opens her eyes, she may suddenly change. Ena said she would take responsibility, but if she can't, you will have to be prepared. Ah, I know. Ena nodded, her face serious. Well, then. I'm leaning towards keeping the guardian alive for now, but if you have any complaints, say them now, because it's worse to hold them in and then have them blow up. Lorraine turned to Ozian urgently. We lost, so what? Boss. Don't call me boss. At least I stood by you until the end. Ozian stared at Lorraine with cold eyes. Why on earth would she side with him? He wondered. This one must have a real agenda. Money, apparently. It's a majority decision, so I'll go with it for now. However, if I don't feel comfortable with the way things are going, I'll draw my sword. Ozian stood up from his chair. At that moment, a loud noise was heard from the second floor. It was the room where the guardian who had finished receiving first aid was laid down for a while. She had apparently opened her eyes. I'll go. Ena hurried to the second floor. But she couldn't go alone, so all the fixers followed her. The guardian stood in a room in the corner of the second floor, glaring at Ena with a wary expression. It was like a stray cat wary of humans. It's me, don't you remember? The one you helped. Ena said it was okay and slowly approached the guardian. The guardian stared at her, unmoving. The red pupils that had been constricted returned to their original size. Just when it seemed like it was all over, the guardian's gaze shifted over Ena's shoulder to the door. Or more precisely, Ozian, who stood there. The guardian's eyes widened and she snarled, baring her teeth. It looked like it was going to pounce on Ozian at any moment. Hey, it's okay, don't worry, he won't hurt you. Ena calmed the guardian as best she could and the guardian glared at her. However, Ena was not intimidated and looked the guardian in the eye. Yes, it's okay, you can calm down. When Ozian didn't respond, the guardian's shoulders rose and fell. Finally, the guardian sank back, waddling on both legs. I'm hungry. Feed me. Ozian, Dolan, and Lorraine's eyes widened in surprise. The guardian spoke. It was simply asking for food, but that made it all the more surprising. The guardian was not protecting the ruins, but doing what she wanted to do with her ego. To everyone's surprise, Ena smirked and said, yes, give me a minute. Okay. Ena gave her guardian a quick glance with a wry smile and headed back to the first floor to eat. As the rest of the group stood there, unable to do anything, Ozian approached the guardian. The guardian looked at him, frowned and said, I hate you. This kid. Underscore. Ozian's eyebrows knit together. Not only did she suddenly start swearing at him, but she also said she didn't like him. Do you think I'm good? If it weren't for Ena, you would have died by my hand. Ozian also didn't like the guardian. Look at this tramp, who copies the abilities of others and has no sense of chivalry. The way she threw down her weapon and fled to save her life, there was not a shred of honor in her. What's with the frivolous talk and the sarcasm? Who died? I'm challenging you again. A rematch? That's not a bad idea, because then I'll be sure to choke the life out of you. What? The guardian shouted in exasperation. She hadn't said anything in the ruins, but now it was different. Perhaps it was because she had been freed from all the constraints of being a guardian since leaving the ruins. I had known she had emotions and intelligence when I first saw her, but now it seemed more. It was like looking at a truly living person. Get the sword. The sword? You mean the one that broke? You threw that away too, shame on you? It's the weapon? If we fight properly again, I'll win. You fought with one more talent than me and lost, and you still blame it on the weapon? Shame on you? Ugh. The guardian was speechless at Ozian's point-by-point retort. He hadn't said anything wrong. She was the one who had fought and lost, the one who had thrown down her weapon and fled. I can win. The guardian shed tears like chicken droppings, perhaps unable to control her anger. The people watching anxiously from the entrance of the room gaped in amazement. Just when they thought they had to stop her from stabbing him, she broke down crying. It's surprising that the guardian of the ruins spoke, let alone that she cried after being pushed around by Ozian's eloquence. It was as if the heavy title of ruins keeper was being diluted too quickly. Their initial fear and surprise was quickly replaced by pity. The guardian's appearance played a large part in this. With gray hair that fell modestly below her shoulders, she was a beautiful woman with an air of mystery about her. If she kept her mouth shut and stood still, anyone passing by would turn around to look at her. Even now, with tears dripping down her cheeks, she looks as charming as a painting. I could see where the idiom came from. A beautiful woman's tears are her weapon. But it didn't make any sense to Ozian. What are you crying about? He was already annoyed, but now he's even angrier because this guy is crying. What a disgrace, that someone who had abandoned chivalry should even whine. With desperate patience, Ozian forced himself to open his clenched fists. That's something? Lorraine, watching the scene, couldn't help but think, even though she knew it shouldn't be like this. Aren't they just like brother and sister? It was exactly what they looked like, snarling at each other and arguing about how ugly they were. However, Lorraine's muttering caused Ozian and the guardian to glare at her simultaneously. Who says we're siblings? Siblings with that thing? Don't be ridiculous. She wondered if they didn't realize that their fierce reactions would only fuel their suspicions. No, but that's not exactly wrong. I said she was a mutant doppelganger in the first place. Where a normal doppelganger mimics the other person, a mutant embodies a different form. But in the end, there's no denying that the guardian is still Ozian underneath. The gender, personality, and appearance are opposites. But if the basis is Ozian, then it's safe to say that they are practically siblings. His thoughts were echoed by Saren and Dolan. The guardian's gaze fell on the three of them. Her gaze traveled from Lorraine, who said they were like siblings, to Dolan, who stood beside her. When Dolan realized that the guardian was staring at him, he touched his cheek, wiping at his face. It was then that the guardian spoke. What are you? Are you human? At the guardian's question, Dolan's expression vanished. It was as if a switch had been flipped. Ozian questioned Dolan's reaction more than he questioned why the guardian would suddenly say such a thing. This was not the same Dolan who usually smiled and laughed in a friendly manner. Now, for the first time, he was showing his true colors. Ahaha, what are you talking about? Lorraine interrupted, trying to wrap things up quickly. Her appearance only raised suspicions, but she had no other choice. The food's ready? What are you all doing? The mood would have been even stranger if Ena hadn't brought in a steaming bowl of omelette just in time. Sniff. The guardian wrinkled her nose and stared at Ena's omelette. Smells delicious. Saliva dripped from the guardian's mouth. The steaming golden color of the omelette was appetizing to look at. How about that sweet smell? Ena handed her a plate with utensils, and she immediately dug into the omelette. It was her first time using utensils, but she made good use of the spoon, as if she knew what he was doing. Is it good? Yes, it's delicious. If you behave, I'll make you something more delicious. Okay, I'll be good. Ena looked back at Ozian and the others with a proud look on her face. Everyone exchanged awkward glances. It's good that she's calm. Isn't this like taming a wild animal? If Ozian felt that way, how could anyone else? However, Ena herself didn't seem to realize it, and was complimenting the guardian on how cute she was and how well she ate her omelette. I thought she was too fearless, but then I realized that she was also a bit of a temper tantrum. It was evident from the moment she ran over Martinez with her car. Ena spoke intently to the guardian who was eating. Do you have a name? Name? No. You'd think she'd be annoyed if you bothered her while she was eating, but the guardian answered her question dutifully. No name. Nope. I was the guardian of the ruins. Well, you could just keep calling yourself guardian. Oh, that's fine. I'll give you a name. A name. Yep. Lupona? How about that? Doesn't that sound good? Lupona. The guardian stopped spooning and muttered the name in a low voice. For a moment, the guardian's eyes went blank, but then they returned to their normal glow. Something far more energetic than her eyes had ever shown before filled her pupils. Lupona? My name. Do you like it? Yes, I love it. I'm Ena Grund. Nice to meet you, Lupona. Ena? Ena is my friend now. Lupona gave Ena a quick hug and resumed eating. As the two smiled and chatted, Ozian turned and left the room without another word. There had been a part of him that had been suspicious of the guardian, or rather Lupona, at first, but seeing her now, it seemed unnecessary. I still don't like her, but I can't wield my sword at will. Descending to the ground floor, Ozian sat down at a table by the window and stared out. Even though night hadn't yet fallen, it was still rainy outside, and the line between day and night seemed to have disappeared. The rain poured down as if there was a hole in the sky, and the raindrops dripped non-stop on the translucent glass windows. The sound of rain hitting the floor washed away the silence. Just now, for a moment, it seemed the guardian had changed. I don't know if it was just the way I felt, but the moment Ena named her, the uncomfortable feeling I'd been getting from Lupona vanished. Even though she was born a guardian, her very existence had been changed by voluntarily leaving the ruins and being given a name. It's amazing. Lupona was a boss monster in the game. I still remember it. The red gauge at the bottom of the screen and the name variant doppelganger written above it were her essence. That's what she was supposed to be, but the reality was different. She's changing? Yes. So much has changed in this world. Some things stayed the same, but not so much. It was a curious thing. The world was such a mixture of things. And what Lupona said to Dolan, even if it was only for a moment, but Dolan's reaction. When asked if he was human, Dolan's reaction was very cold. As it turns out, Dolan had focused on the human side of things when they were discussing how to let Lupona go. Does it have something to do with his past? His own past, or trauma, at work? As Ozian sat still, Ronan walked over and sat down across from him. Ozian didn't meet Ronan's gaze, still staring out the window. How was it? I decided to let it go for now. For now, I suppose. I don't expect anything to happen right away, but just in case. I see. You still don't look too happy about that. Ozian turned his head to look at Ronan. It's just that I feel like I've gotten to know a new side of Dolan. Come to think of it, it wasn't just Dolan. Lorraine also seemed to have ties to the military, and Saren Gracia's peculiar abilities gave off a strange feeling. Did you hear about it from him? No, I didn't ask. He didn't seem to want to talk about it. Lorraine seemed to know, though. Well, they've known each other for a while. Is that why you're feeling left out? Not really. I'm just surprised that I didn't realize until now that something had happened to people who work in the same office. That's nice of you. Normally, I'd feel bad for you if you had something to hide. Everyone has a past they want to hide, and I know how hard and painful it can be to open up to others. I assume that's because you do, too, Mr. Ozian. No, I don't. Let's not talk about it. Ozian had given up making excuses. They wouldn't believe him if he told them, and he had a past, too, if you want to call it that. But compared to theirs, his past was far different. It was ridiculous to even bring it up. Ronan tapped the back of his hand with his knuckles. In time, Mr. Ozian will come to understand. After all, he is a member of the Violet Fox. I see. Ozian slowly rose from his chair. Are you leaving? Yep. I think I'll call it a day. It's raining a lot outside. Why don't you take an umbrella? I will. Ozian grabbed the black umbrella near the entrance. It rattled. When he opened the door and stepped outside, he was greeted by a thick mist of water. The cascading rain made it hard to see. I could only make out the occasional steam train traveling down the street with its headlights on. The hard rain pounded against my umbrella. I'm glad the wind wasn't blowing harder. Ozian glanced back as he walked away from the Violet Fox. Lupona stared back at him from the tavern's second-story window. Ozian shot those red eyes a hard look. I'll let you off the hook for now. But the moment you try anything stupid, you will die by my hand. I don't know if she understood the warning or not, but Lupona backed away from the window and disappeared into the room. The street was filled with the sound of rain. Ozian walked slowly down the street with one hand in his pocket. He was thinking about the events of the day and what he should do next. Ozian stopped walking. His gaze darted from building to building, gap to gap, dark alleyways pouring with rain. That's a blatant stare. Ozian pulled his right hand out of his pocket and drew the sword at his waist. Even in the rain, Ozian's blade gleamed sharply. Did you think I didn't notice? There was still no response from the alleyway. Are you going to play dumb, or are you waiting for me to make the first move? A pure white light emanated from Ozian's sword. It pushed back the darkness of the alleyway, like a starlight burning brightly in the dim surroundings. He could feel a stirring in the distance. He stared, as if mesmerized by the light etched into Ozian's sword. It was only for a moment that starlight blazed in his eyes. Ozian's eyes widened slightly. In the meantime, the creature had fled into the deeper darkness. Ozian could only stand there, unable to think to chase after it. It was impossible not to recognize the light. He knew its power better than anyone. So it is. You're still here. The surprise was fleeting and immediately followed by intense joy. Ozian had to force his lips together and desperately hold back the laughter that threatened to escape. What he thought was gone was still there. An unbroken lineage of starlight. Underscore 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 underscore. It was a rainy day. The sight alone was depressing, and the feel of the air on my skin was unbelievably horrible. The rain, coupled with the pollution in the air, was eerie as it poured down and ran through the building. Black water ran down the whitewashed walls. And then there was something else. The one who had dared to wield the power of a knight but had no chivalry was alive and well. She was alive and well, with a name and a defiant glare directed at him. He couldn't help but be annoyed, but Ozian was only pleased, like there was one last handful of hope left inside Pandora's box. On his way home, he witnessed a very happy truth. There was something left. It was definitely the starlight. Though the light was weaker than his own, it was its essence that mattered. There's someone who wields the power of the starlight, which means he's a knight. When Ozian first learned of the knight's fall, he didn't want to admit the truth. His head understood that it was inevitable, but in the back of his mind, he wondered what if. The path of the great knights must have continued on through the ages. His faith was rewarded. He also recognized my light. He must have been looking for someone similar to himself. But there was still a question. The fact that he'd sneaked up on him, watched him, and then fled when he saw his starlight. Is he still suspicious? Or is there another reason? Ozian returned home. The house was filled with the sounds of people taking a break from the rain. Ozian returned to his room and flopped down on his bed. The more he thought about it, the more his initial joy and elation diluted. Reason slowly returned. Besides, there's something else I'm curious about. If someone knows how to use starlight, which means they have at least some skill, why haven't there been any rumors of anyone using it until now? Is it because he's operating in secret, and if so, why? Is there a reason he has to? But he eventually found out about me. If so, it's sure to come back, sooner or later. Asterisk. The torrential downpour of the previous day had ceased by morning. The rain had washed away much of the pollution, and the air was uncharacteristically clear for Tirna. Rain isn't so bad. I walked lightly to the Violet Fox and found the place to be in disarray. A sullen Ena turned to Ozian. Mr. Ozian, Lupona has left. She left. Yes. She left a note, and then she just disappeared. The next morning, Lupona left a note saying goodbye and disappeared. As if a wild wolf can never be tamed, she had disappeared somewhere in Tirna. For me, it feels like the tooth that was aching has fallen out, so I feel better. That's too much. Aren't you even worried about Lupona? Worried? Ozian thought that was funny. Why would I be worried about her? I don't like her, to be honest, but I don't deny her skill. She's not weak enough to be taken down easily. If anything, he was more worried about the people she would encounter in this city, in the future. So don't worry about her. She'll make a living for herself wherever she goes. You're a stickler. It's true. Ozian spoke with such conviction that Ena couldn't argue with him anymore. Ozian pushed past her and headed for the clearing that led to the back door. The rain from the previous night had turned the clearing into a muddy mess. On it, David, Jonathan, and the others were working out. With a good base of fitness under their belts, they were now starting to work on strength. It was impressive to see the usually well-mannered David lifting a heavy barbell, even though it seemed out of place. Hello, master. They looked at Ozian and bowed their heads in awe. There was a deeper respect in their eyes than before. They had heard rumors that he had recently visited the ancient ruins and obtained an artifact. That alone made the aspiring knights even more proud to be under his tutelage. You're all working hard. It was good to see them working so early in the morning. They were desperate, but their faces brightened as Ozian nodded in satisfaction. Good. This will make your senior feel proud. The next words from Ozian brought a look of doubt to their faces. Senior, huh? David, who had naturally assumed the role of leader among the aspirants, asked. For a moment, he thought he'd misheard. Yes. Aren't we the first? Not as far as being taught by me, no. The senior I was referring to was the one who can handle a sword on his own. Ozian stared at the roof of the building. Why don't you come out now? A figure emerged from the rooftop and landed lightly on the ground. Even though the ground was probably full of mud, the sound of falling wasn't loud. All that was heard was a faint splash of dirt. The kneeling figure slowly rose to his feet. He was wearing a cheap navy blue coat that was comfortable to move in, with a hood over it. He even had a bandana wrapped around his mouth. He looked more like an assassin about to kill someone than a knight. If it weren't for the sword slung at an angle across his back, he would have been even more suspicious. You came sooner than I expected. I thought you'd wait a few days before coming. The hooded man looked at Ozian wordlessly. He'd been trying to keep his emotions as low as possible, but he was panicking now. Despite his best efforts to remain invisible, Ozian had pinpointed his location. Even the slack he was showing now. Are these the people you teach? You're finally speaking. Yes. I teach them. They wanted to be knights. I see. What's it like to see it in person? It's lousy. The man's words were sour. Ozian smirked, and the faces of the aspirants stiffened at his words. Why do they think so? Because they think they're good enough. Shouldn't it be enough? It's not enough. You have to push yourself to the limit and break it again and again and again. Bones break, muscles tear, blood flows, and before it can heal, you have to break it again. I see. Ozian's words ignited fire in the eyes of the aspirants. David opened his mouth. I hear you're our senior, but we only heard of you for the first time today. If you are indeed the senior you say you are, would you be willing to show us your skills? David's tone was defiant. The hooded man stared at him wordlessly, a gaze that made David break out in a cold sweat. This man, there's something about him. Ozian's words were playfully senior, but David realized there might be some truth to them. His survival instincts, honed by his years as a fixer, were screaming at him. Gulp. David swallowed hard. It was a curious thing to say, but if he actually fought, he would lose. At that moment, the hooded man tore his gaze away from David and looked back at Ozian. Huh. The behavior surprised everyone, including Ozian. Is there really a need to exert force on those below me? The hooded man said with a hint of belligerence in his tone. I think it would be better if we tried it ourselves. The gazes of the apprentices turned to Ozian. He should have been offended, his pride wounded, but instead, Ozian curled the corners of his mouth faintly. It was as if he had been waiting for such an answer from the beginning. Humph. Ozian drew his sword and the hooded man drew his sword over his shoulder as well. His sword had a much longer hilt than Ozian's. The two men stared at each other with their swords drawn. An odd tension hung in the clearing. David, Jonathan, and the other aspirants swallowed hard and backed away slowly. It was an instinctive move, as if they knew they'd be caught in the crossfire if they didn't move away. When they were just out of reach of the aftermath of the fight, Ozian spoke. I concede the initiative. You'll regret it. The hooded man raised his sword to a vertical position. A pure white flame erupted along the hilt of his sword. Holy shit. That's real. The faces of the knight aspirants were stunned while the smile on Ozian's lips deepened. He had felt it yesterday, from his composed posture to the sense of stability he exuded, but this guy was the real deal. He hasn't been wielding a sword for a year or two. That made him even happier. That feeling didn't fade as he saw the hooded figure rushing toward him. A sword was swung at his throat. It looked like an attack meant to kill. If he didn't block it, he would die. Ozian faced him and raised his starlight. Quang! Starlight collided with starlight. Not bad. Ozian stood still, staring at the hooded man's starlight. Raising one hand lightly, Ozian's starlight easily blocked the hooded man's. The hooded man's eyes widened. He knew Ozian wielded the same power as him, but he hadn't expected it to be so easily blocked. And that light. It was clearly the same starlight, but Ozian's burned much brighter and louder than his own. What was even scarier was that it wasn't power. The hooded man had a bad temper. Thinking that there was no way he could stop this, he turned the starlight up to full power. A momentary but powerful surge of starlight pushed Ozian's out of the way, as if it were firewood. Oh! Ozian gasped as he felt the strain on his arm. Apparently, it was hard to struggle with one hand. He held the sword at an angle and brought it up with all his might. With a loud bang, the hooded man's starlight sword bounced upward. However, he was unfazed and straightened his stance, then grabbed the sword with both hands and swung it several times. Pure white starlight streaked through the air. David swallowed hard as he watched. He swings it lightly, but it's a dense energy that cuts through anything it touches. Especially one that burned so brightly, its heat could melt metal. A mere glance was enough to kill. However, Ozian was swinging his sword with one hand, blocking all of its sword paths in advance. The hooded man moved his legs quickly. His swift movements circled around Ozian in a wide circle, gaining on him. The hooded man's starlight sword slashed at the back of Ozian's head. Without even looking back, Ozian swung his own starlight sword to parry the stab. He didn't even swing his arm wide, just a snap of his wrist. The hooded man was startled by the sight, and Ozian's sword came at him out of nowhere. Unfazed, the hooded man moved to the side, attempting to parry Ozian's blade. Kagagagang! Sparks flew in all directions as the two men exchanged blows. Looks like you've been practicing the basics. Despite the strain on his arms from swinging the sword, the hooded man didn't let go of the sword from his hand. And look at that look in his eyes. The indomitable will that refuses to back down when faced with someone stronger than him. Much better than Lupona's. That alone was enough to give him a passing grade. The battle continued as Ozian and the hooded man were evenly matched. But that's only on the surface. Digging deeper, the difference in skill between the two was stark. While Ozian was his usual calm self, the hooded man's shoulders were heaving and he was breathing heavily. The basic physical strength didn't make sense, but the marks on the floor were even more alarming. Is this it? Ozian hadn't moved from his spot since the fight began. The hooded man, on the other hand, had moved more violently than anyone else. The footprints in the mud showed it. Or do you have more to show me? I can take as long as it takes to get ready. If you know how to use starlight, then there's more. It was a tone of speech that seems to teach someone lower than oneself. The hooded man disarmed his starlight and sheathed his sword in the scabbard behind his back. He dropped to one knee, facing Ozian. He lowered the hood from his mouth, not caring that his pants were stained with mud, and spoke in a clear voice. I greet the true master of starlight. Ozian turned to the man who bowed his head. Who are you? Underscore 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 underscore. Ozian's gaze swept over David and the other aspirants. Jonathan didn't understand why he was staring at them, but David was quick to recognize it. We'll let you talk. He casually led Jonathan and the other aspirants out of the way. Once they were out of earshot, Ozian looked back at the hooded man. I suppose I should start by asking who you are. My name is Ismar. I walk the path of the sword to ensure that the long lineage continues unbroken. The man, Ismar, pulled back his hood as he introduced himself. His short, jet black hair was cropped short, and he was quite imposing in appearance, perhaps due to his years of training. Overall, he looked like a man. The same could be said for his size. He wasn't huge like Jonathan, but he was on the larger side of the average person. The weight class itself was bigger than Ozian's. Greetings again. And I offer my apologies. Ismar's stiff tone was filled with apology and respect for Ozian. For daring to test the heir to the starlight, I have nothing to say even if I die 100 times. If the heir asks me to die, I will gladly sacrifice this one body. These weren't just words to deflect the situation. Hearing the sincerity in his voice, Ozian's expression was unexpected. Was this his nature? There's no need to die. You mean you forgive me for my rudeness? It doesn't matter, I had fun too. Besides, if Ozian had been in Ismar's situation, he would have been similarly wary of the other man. Ismar's face brightened at that, and he exclaimed, his voice filled with emotion. Thank you. To think that you care so much about something like me? Your heart is as wide as the sky, embracing even the clouds, and I dare say I'm overwhelmed. You're overreacting? No, it's not overreacting at all. On the contrary, I apologize for not being able to do more than this for you. There is no need to apologize. I'm sorry. Ozian didn't expect such a blind reaction when he told Ismar that he didn't need to give his life. It would have been better to not say anything at all, but Ozian felt like it wasn't as easy as it sounds. So, who did you learn the sword from? I learned it from my grandfather. And if he was your grandfather, was he family? He is the benefactor who took me in when I was an orphan. He was the one who carried on the vein of starlight, and he taught me the way. The sword I inherited is the same. It is my more kindness. Why is the sword named that? Because when I hold the sword and ask for favors, people are kinder to me than when I just ask. Who named the sword that? My grandfather. I see, and what is he doing now? He's dead. Oh no, I asked the wrong thing. I'm sorry. It's good to hear the name of the weapon. Asmr shook his head. It's okay, you're the heir, you deserve it. You can insult my grandfather all you want, I'm sure he'd be pleased. You little brat. In what country is it okay to curse at dead people? Ozian barely held back the words that nearly escaped his mouth. Perhaps he'd shown too much skill in the fight. Asmr's eyes, looking at Ozian, were shining as hotly as when he encountered his childhood idol, or something more. Is there anyone else besides you? No, I am the only one who has been taught by my grandfather. Then what about the other people who control the power of starlight? Well, I don't know about that either, for I am a recent arrival in Tirna. But how did you know of me and come to Tirna? I saw the constellations. Constellations. Asmr bowed his head. Yes. My late grandfather always told me that a being from the distant past, a being who had reached the pinnacle of knighthood, would one day return, and that I should always keep my eyes on the night sky to greet him when he did. The night sky. I doubted him, but not long ago I witnessed it, the stars shining brighter than usual and trembling as if in worship of someone. Asmr clenched his hands into fists, shaking as if he could never forget the sight. It was a tremor of excitement. I could tell that this was the moment my grandfather had been waiting for, and the man before him, the man who taught him, the man before him. Asmr felt immensely grateful that the moment had come in his generation. He studied the stars, and was able to determine the direction from which the brightest star shone. That was where the golden city of Tirna lay. Asmr had come to Tirna guided by the stars, just yesterday. So starlight is all you know how to use? Yes. I'm ashamed to say, but I can barely make my sword hold the starlight. You have nothing to be ashamed of. It's enough. Ozian's words were sincere. In this age of guns, no one can handle a sword. Even with melee cold weapons, no one is truly devoted to the sword. The starlight had faded, and the knight's lineage had been severed. Just as he was thinking that, Asmr appeared. I'm overwhelmed with undeserved praise, Asmr said. My abilities were always less than this, but I've grown stronger recently, no doubt due to my encounter with your starlight. Ozian didn't deny it. Starlight was not just a physical phenomenon of light. It sometimes resonated with a will that lay dormant in the depths of the heart, burning intensely in the bonds between people. Why are you so sure I'm the heir? You could be the only one left in the lineage. When we met yesterday, I would have dared to entertain such unholy suspicions, but I realized just now, as we shuffled our swords, that this is not simply an ability that someone of my lineage possesses. Asmr added hastily. Besides, I've also been looking for news from the city over the past night. You're more serious than I thought. You're quick on your feet. Thank you. Anyway, from the news I got from the city, they even said that Heir Ozian wore a cloak or armor besides his starlight sword. I was convinced the moment I heard it. I never thought he'd find the information in the meantime. Ozian's head was spinning at the thought of such blind loyalty. However, the people of the city still dismissed your power as a rumor or an exaggeration. I apologize that I didn't dare to beat those impious bastards with my own hands. Yeah, well done. Ozian looked slightly annoyed. Perhaps it was an illusion to feel uneasy that he was facing a fanatic even worse than Martinez. And, dear heir, there is one thing I would like to ask you, if I dare. What is that? I followed the starlight of the heir into the city, but at the same time, I felt a very blasphemous presence. It was the power of the ancient Death Star. Do you know anything about that? Death Star. Of course, there's no way I wouldn't know. But what I found surprising was that Asmr knew about it and could sense its aura. I wonder if the stories of my gaming days have been passed down like legends. At first, Ozian answered Asmr's question. In an old ruin, a flesh and blood being awoke. No way. But you need not worry. It won't be able to rampage anymore. So the heir has already taken action? That's great. No, not great. Now that I think about it, is it great? Ozian asked Asmr other questions, and Asmr answered them as best he knew how. So, to sum it all up, a knight from the distant past taught the power of the starlight to the next generation to keep the lineage alive. It has been passed down through the ages, all the way to Asmr to welcome the return of the true knight who will one day return. The return of the true knight. Ozian knew instinctively that this meant him. But there were still unanswered questions. How did they know I would return? How am I recorded in the past history of this world? Ozian remembered playing the game. If you take a rough guess at the unfriendly main storyline, which isn't explained very well, most players end up killing a god and doing something called ascension. Of course, it's possible to get a different ending depending on which bosses you defeat and which choices you make along the way. Generally speaking, the ascension ending is the canonical one, and that's what players follow. But I did not ascend, and remained in this world. Were the fragments of my power scattered all over the world? So what is it? Did I ascend and then come down? Or was the ascension a failure? I pondered, but no answer came. Asmr. Yes, heir. First of all, it must be true that you don't know the other heirs, right? Yes, it is. You haven't heard any rumors. I haven't heard any rumors either, until I came to this city. I was too busy training swordsmanship in a corner to care about anything else. By that logic, even if there are others, you might not know of their existence because they are similar to you. Sorry. No, I mean, why do you keep apologizing? Ozian shook his head. I'm not sure if there are others or not. Heir. Do you mind if I say something? You may speak at ease. The moment you appeared, the heavenly bodies had already begun to move. The impact will not be small, and if there are other knights besides me, they will definitely sense the flow of the heavenly bodies and move. That means, no matter how well they hide, they will show themselves in the end. Yes, there's more to it than that. When the heir appears, the dormant powers will be awakened in response. Dormant powers. Ozian remembered the apparition he'd encountered at House Gold Iron. What others thought was a ghost was the power he had left in this world. There was no guarantee there weren't others like it. No, there must be. You need not worry. I, Ismar, will stand by your side and protect you. Weaker than me. I apologize for being weak. Never mind, so do you have a place to stay now? No, I kept wandering around last night, so I haven't found a place to stay yet. Then you don't have any connection or anything like that here. Yes. Ozian stroked his chin. Ismar, with his ability to wield the Starlight Sword, was a human beast in his own right. What if he still had a place to stay? Follow me? Ozian led Ismar to Violet Fox. Ah, Mr. Ozian. Who is he? Who? Is he a new client? Ronan greeted Ozian with the morning's paper. Just as Ozian was about to say something, Ismar drew her sword and stood in front of Ozian as if guarding him. Heir, be careful, this man is dangerous. What? Panicked, Ozian and Ronan stared at Ismar. But Ismar didn't care what they were doing. He just stared straight at Ronan and shouted. Look at this guy, he's dangerous from the get-go. Those eyes, that smile, it's suspicious. He must be hiding something black inside. No, Ozian tried to stop him, but Ismar wouldn't listen. Besides, look at him, he doesn't falter at all when he sees my sword. He must be one of the city's most feared and dreaded beings, hiding some sort of skill. Ismar was convinced, but Ronan was not. Ismar's words and actions baffled him so much that he didn't know how to respond. He was even more surprised to see someone other than Ozian wielding a sword. Mr. Ozian, who is this? Ronan, who immediately realized that this was not his client, turned to Ozian and asked, You bastard, how dare you speak to the heir? You're funny. Are you saying I shouldn't even speak to him? How dare you defile the heir's ears with your serpentine three-headed tongue, you? Ismar, enough. Yes, heir. Ismar bowed his head deeply, as he always did. Ozian turned to Ronan and spoke frankly. I was wondering if we could use another new fixer. Ozian glanced at Ismar. He was still wary of Ronan. He wouldn't be so wary even if he saw his enemy. It won't work, right? Ronan couldn't help but say. Underscore. Just in case, Ozian asked Ismar if he'd like to try his hand at being a fixer. He told him about all the benefits of working for Violet Fox, including a place to stay and money to spend, but Ismar was still hesitant. Well, if the heir says so, I'll give it a try, even if I hate it with all my heart. It's done. When he closes his eyes and looks like he's about to swallow a poison, Ozian feels bad for forcing him. Still, he knows how to use the Starlight Sword, so he might be helpful, but if he doesn't want to, what can Ozian do? I'm sorry, but I don't want to listen to anyone but the heir. Ismar was not without reason. He and his teachers had been waiting for the heir to the Starlight for a very long time. It was no exaggeration to say that they had lived for this moment alone. With all the wishes of his predecessors on his back, it seemed a sin for Ismar to do anything else. But I'm a fixer, he said. You're even a fixer. That's great. I can't even do that. Isn't this kid actually eating this? Ozian couldn't help but think. I thought it would be better if I was cursed at, but I felt strange because I was praised for everything I did. The only good thing was that Dolan and Lorraine weren't at work today. If they had seen this, they'd have been wondering what else was funny. Whatever. Ozian led Ismar back out into the clearing. He told Ronan that he would explain later. Ronan nodded, knowing Ismar was uncomfortable with him. Yeah, I can't help it, of course, I'm already heartbroken. If Ismar saw it, he'd scream at him for lying again, but Ozian, who knew the truth, couldn't even comfort Ronan. Anyway, Ozian turned to Ismar in the clearing. What do we do now? We're not going to do anything. Doing nothing. Oh, I'm serving the heir, of course, but you don't have to do anything yet. Not yet, I mean. I'm not entirely sure either, but the reason I said you don't have to do anything is because even if you stand still, something will happen around you. Ismar wasn't wrong. It was better to wait for the reaction to come, as Ismar had said, than to search around for something you don't know where it is right now. So what are you going to do now? Without a job as a fixer, it's impossible to eat and sleep here. That's okay, I sleep on the street just fine. I did when I was trained by my grandfather. He said he was fine, but Ozian was not. After a moment of crossing his arms, he suddenly thought of something. In that case, do you think you can teach the juniors I showed you earlier? When you say juniors, do you mean those little bastards? Ismar gave David, Jonathan, and the other aspiring knights a subtle look. It was a reaction that was neither good nor bad. Although they were lacking in many ways, their determination to become knights by learning from Ozian was admirable. Yes, I'm sure you'll be able to teach them the basics. Ozian was more than happy to have Ismar teach them. While he was naturally gifted with starlight and other powers, Ismar was not. He was a case of acquiring starlight through thorough education, teaching, and training. Naturally, he was the best person to teach the aspiring knights. It's not surprising that Ismar would decline, as it would seem like he'd be passing the buck, but Ismar nodded in approval. If you'd like, I'd be happy to teach them. Would you mind? It's better than being a fixer. Besides, I am also someone who does not want the knights to die out like this. If more people become knights, I will gladly help. Very well, Ozian called to the 7 aspirants, who immediately left the room and introduced them to Ismar. As I said, this is Ismar, your senior. He is also your educator, who will teach you the ways of the knight. Everyone's eyes widened. Ismar stood beside Ozian and squared his shoulders to set the tone. He didn't need to. Those gathered had seen Ismar use the Starlight Sword and fight Ozian. Even though it ended in a crushing victory for Ozian, he deserved to be honored for emitting the brilliant starlight of their dreams. From now on, I will leave the training to Ismar. I expect you all to listen to him. Don't worry, I'll still come by periodically whenever I have time. You don't have to worry, you can count on me, I'll make sure they're all properly trained. Ismar's booming voice made Ozian understand, and he walked away, while Ismar looked around slowly at the aspirants. Ismar, who had been so quick and respectful with Ozian, turned into a ghastly ghost at this moment. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves? His shout made the aspirants shudder. It was so powerful that even the giant Jonathan's eyes widened in surprise. You are far from being knights and your bodies are as ragged as a sheet of paper, so how can you call yourselves knightly aspirants? A body like a piece of paper? He already had muscles from his work as a fixer, and his recent military-style training has made his body even more refined. Honestly, this would have been enough to get him noticed anywhere, but it didn't even register in Ismar's eyes. As a knight, you should never be inferior to anyone in terms of physical ability. You may have reached an absolute level as a human, but you are far from being able to defeat something stronger than that. You must bend iron with your bare hands, lift boulders as light as air, and leap through the air on 2 legs. Well, is it possible? David asked, and Ismar replied emphatically. Yes, it is possible. I'll make it happen. He'll make it happen? If you say you will make it, will it happen? It will, because I did. Someone frightened asked in a trembling voice. He could hear the anxiety about the future in Ismar's voice. Well, what if I do and it doesn't work? What if it doesn't work? Yes, I'm giving you an example, because some people might not be able to. You don't have to worry about that either. Ismar's words were shocking. We'll just do it until it works. At this point, the aspirants in the room had a realization. They were about to enter the real hell of training. Asterisk. Prometheus Consortium, it's the name of an institute at the forefront of biotechnology in Tyrna's sciences. Here, drugs and experiments to enhance human life run around the clock, and the most famous of these are the enhanced humans. Genetic modification to create the perfect, ultimate human. The enhanced humans were the result. They were Prometheus's assets, but they were also their future. But Prometheus was in a bad mood today. Okay, is that all of your report? The man in the white coat sitting at the desk in an office asked in a stern voice. He was a pale-looking man in his mid-40s. His cheeks were hollowed out and his eyes were bloodshot and tired, but they shone brightly. But he was the man in charge of the Prometheus Consortium, the master of the researchers under his command. At Victon Malik's words, the chief researcher bowed his head deeply. Yes, sir. All 10 of the enhanced humans we sent to explore the ancient ruins are dead. Victon drummed his fingers on the report paper. Is that even possible? The chief researcher's lip quivered at Victon's question. I'd understand if they were killed by the guardians inside the ruins, or if they fell into a trap, in which case we could just write these idiots off as a failure, but that's not it. Yes. 9 gamma classes along with 1 beta class were taken down by 2 humans, inside a ruin. Victon knew all about how his enhanced humans had died in the ruins, and at whose hands. You think it's possible? Well, it's. Don't pause. I hate it when you withhold answers like that, so I'll let it pass as a warning this time. It's not entirely impossible, because in Tyrna, there are many superhumans and powers we don't know about. Then what is this? Victon flicked a magic tool on the table. A bluish light flowed from the small brass-colored orb, projecting a single image into thin air. It showed Ozian swinging his sword from someone else's perspective. A magical tool that harvests the heads of the dead and uses their brains to embody their memories. That was another one of Prometheus's biotech-focused creations. The lead researcher tore his attention away from the tool and stared at the image. Damn, I've seen it before, but I can't believe it again. I don't know if it ever made sense in the first place. What kind of white beam of light was emanating from a sword, slicing through a group of enhanced humans? The savage northerner nearby was strong, but not as overwhelming as Ozian. The chief researcher racked his brain for an excuse. It's beautiful. Yes. At the suddenness of Victon's words, the lead researcher wondered for a moment if he had misheard, but his ears were fine, and Victon continued. Look at him. Stronger than an enhanced human, upright, and handling such immense power so effortlessly. How could it not be beautiful? Do you know what it's capable of? I can't confirm, but our Prometheus analysts say it's a new form of mutant factor that hasn't been revealed to the world. No, they're wrong. What? Don't you see? That's the ultimate we're after. Victon's voice rose higher than usual, unable to control his emotions. His face lit up with delight, and his eyes sparkled like a child receiving a gift. This city is large, after all. I never thought that what I did so thoughtlessly to accumulate data on enhanced humans would lead me to such a treasure. So you're going to get right to work. As much as I'd love to, it's not quite time yet. I have too many projects in the works. Victon's appearance returned to its initial coldness. The change was so dramatic that the chief researcher wondered if the joy he'd shown earlier was an act. We'll have to do the groundwork, though. Check out who he is, where he lives, who he has contacts with, everything. Yeah, got it. Remember, we need to capture him alive. Victon watched Ozian swing the sword over and over again. That man is the key. The key to the ultimate door, the one we seek so much. Asterisk. The days that followed the visit to the ruins were surprisingly peaceful. Ozian's wallet grew richer by the day, as the Archaeological League share of the gold and gems was duly delivered. Now that I have more money than I thought I would, I'll have to move and get some other things. Ozian's gaze wandered beyond the window to the vacant lot at the back door. The screams of agony still echoed from there today. You can do it. If you can't do it, keep doing it until you can. Asmer's rumbling yell was accompanied by a series of intense, ultra-intense strength training exercises. Asmer was a case of a knight made by teaching, and he taught others well. Even so, tying people up with ropes and throwing them down a river with rocks, is that okay? I sometimes wondered if this was crossing the line, but Asmer said it was fine. The fact that no one died immediately was proof of that. I've decided to leave the teaching to him, so I don't have to worry about it. But they can't keep them training on the ground like that forever. Sometimes they visit the abandoned factory on their own, but the environment is important. Besides, there might be more people who want to become knights in the future. Considering that, maybe he should start preparing a building now. A building. Come to think of it, Ozian had a dream in his previous life, being a building owner. Underscore 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 underscore. A building owner, it wasn't just Ozian's dream. It was what everyone wanted to be. Landlord. The word didn't mean much to Ozian. It wasn't as if landlords were less important in this world than Earth. Houses were expensive in Tirna. In the better neighborhoods, the prices were sky high. Naturally, being a landlord was a marker of success that the common people here could only dream of. It was clear that most fixers would buy a house and rent it out once they had enough money to retire. Still, it didn't appeal to him. I wish it had been like that in my previous life, so I wouldn't have any wishes. Perhaps it was the influence of his environment. In his previous life, he had been blocked by a wall of unchangeable reality, and a landlord who guaranteed him a stable retirement seemed like a good idea, but not now. Ozian took up the sword and fought and survived in a place that was more advanced than the Middle Ages, but more barbaric than this world. There, Ozian's possibilities were endless. He saw, experienced, and learned many things. His eyes were raised so high that being a building owner was not even on his radar. Of course, he realized the utility of the building itself. He needed a private residence, not just cheap housing, and he needed a large space to train his knights. Now that I'm spending some money, other things are falling through the cracks. The ruins reminded him of the clothing Blood wore. A garment that could mend and clean itself seemed quite essential. Even clothing must be quite expensive with that many magical treatments. The sword also needs to be repaired periodically, and I also have to pay taxes on the money I earn. The more money you make, the higher the percentage of taxes you pay, so you can't be satisfied with making a lot of money right away. This is why they say you can make money and never have enough. Unless you start a business or something, you'll eventually run out of money from your labor as a fixer. I thought it was enough, but it turns out that it's not. Realizing this truth didn't make me uncomfortable or unhappy. If anything, it motivated me to work harder, so it wasn't a bad thing. In order to make big money, you have to be risky or rich enough to get the work. The problem was, they weren't there if you looked for them. Take the Gold Iron Commission, and the exploration of ancient ruins. It wasn't because Ozian wanted to do it that he was able to do it. In the case of the ancient ruins, he wouldn't have been chosen without half of Ilwa's curiosity. It's not for nothing that fixers chase fame. As your reputation grows, so do your clients. At that point, I didn't have to hunt for work, I could just pick and choose from a pile of applications. I realized that some things in real life are like games. You have to do certain side quests to do the main quest. I decided to ask Ronan if he had any suitable requests first, but then there was a commotion outside. What is it? I stare out the window and see people running away from the street in panic. Something must have happened. What do you think you're doing on this side of the street? You're not even afraid of the guards. Ozian sheathed his sword at his waist and stepped outside the Violet Fox. As he turned his attention to the source of the incident, there was a loud bang. Several broken steam vehicles lay smoldering in the middle of the street and ether water dripped from their shattered bodies. It was the center of the mayhem that caught Ozian's attention. A wizard was rampaging through the streets, his entire body covered in magic. A mage terrorizing in broad daylight. The people fled in a panic, and the guards arrived on the scene, having heard the news late. Clad in brass armor over their uniforms, they surrounded the wizard. "Wizard, stop your terrorist acts now," the leader shouted, but the wizard didn't listen. "Well, that's a little off. I assumed it was intentional terrorism, but the wizard's glassy pupils suggested otherwise. He had lost his mind. With little more than instinct left, the wizard unleashed more magic than he'd been given, and wreaked havoc once more. Boom! A large vehicle spun around and crashed into the men, bounced off by the mage's power. Ozian tried to help, but there was no need. Tirna's guards had been trained for such superhuman rampages. Deploy defenses. One of the larger guards stepped forward and threw a capsule. The capsule exploded, triggering the magic, and a large wall of rock rose up to block the car. To the left and right of the wall, the troopers moved in unison, muzzles pointed at the mage. With a loud thud, the mage's body buckled. I thought he was dead, but he wasn't. It was a tranquilizer bullet that had fallen to the floor beneath him. But unlike the word subdue, that one was meant to incapacitate the opponent with pain. The pain felt upon impact would be unimaginable. Ouch. The wizard flinched at the pain, but he didn't fall. More. His magic is too strong, it won't work. The wizard screamed, unleashing a blast of magic. Some of it turned into stone-like crystals, scattering around like a shotgun blast. That's pure magic. There are 4 main types of magic that wizards deal with. Elemental, which utilizes elements from nature. Pure magic that doesn't involve any processing. Mechanic magic, which interferes with the laws of the world. Enhancement, which interferes with existing matter. In the case of pure magic, it was a school of magic that used blue-colored mana as it was. Just look at that crystallized mana right now. The mana that had turned into a stone had great physical power in itself. Although it looked like a shiny stone, its strength and power was actually greater than that of metal. Boom, boom, boom. The soldiers using the wrecked vehicle as cover screamed and fell. The energy crystals had penetrated the vehicle, damaging them. The protective suits they wore saved their lives, but most of them were seriously injured. The mage is more skilled than I thought. Ozian stared at the runaway mage. The creature, whose entire body was covered in blue flame-like magic, had been stunned by the attack earlier. Ozian's eyebrows waggled as he recognized the mage inside. He recognized the logo on the wizard's clothing. That's the logo of the Grand Cloister. That meant that the mage who was currently rampaging was a cadet from that academy. But a cadet is using that much magic. It wasn't impossible if he was exceptionally talented, but the sight of him running amok on the side of the road in broad daylight was unorthodox to say the least. What the hell is going on? Ronan came out with Dolan just in time to hear the commotion outside. Just as Ozian was about to speak, a shower of crystals from the rampaging wizard flew this way. Several of them flew toward Ronan, so Ozian and Dolan stepped forward. Ozian's sword sliced through the air, and Dolan smashed the incoming crystals with his fists. Ronan watched as the crystal shattered before his eyes. Ronan's gaze fell to the shattered crystals scattered across the floor. The shattered crystals soon disappeared in a puff of smoke, transforming into mana. Wow, that was quite a surprise. Such a dangerous thing flying at me out of nowhere. Surprised? You didn't even bat an eye. Dolan smirked. Does it look like it, even though I'm so freaked out that I'm almost weak in the knees? Yeah. I like my jokes in moderation, but what about you? Hoo. You don't believe me. Dolan turned his attention away from Ronan and back to Ozian. Apparently, the guards didn't step up either. They did, and then he beat the shit out of them. He's going to do some damage to the neighborhood if we let him. I suppose so. Well, maybe I should volunteer. Ozian looked back at Dolan. You sure you can handle this on your own? I am enough. Dolan rolled his shoulders and stretched. I haven't moved in a while, and I could use a place to warm up. You keep Ronan out of harm's way. Well, Ronan wouldn't be too surprised. No, he's already so freaked out he's about to faint. Ozian didn't bother to point it out. He was more curious about Dolan's skills than that. Lorraine was very good with firearms. Not just sniper rifles, not just handguns, but all kinds of firearms. Not just guns, but other weapons and tools as well, and her binocular vision was beyond most people. Dolan, on the other hand, is, as he himself once said, a melee fighter. Dolan pulled a knuckle from his pocket and slipped it on his finger. He wondered if a modest knuckle, not his primary weapon, would suffice against a mage of that caliber. With a clang of his fists, Dolan lunged at the runaway mage. Quick. Dolan bounced with a light step, and each time he did, his body shot forward. The speed was so great that the shadows seemed to move. Dolan's body was incredibly elastic, as if he were a rubber ball. In a matter of seconds, he was close enough to the wizard that he threw a punch at the wizard's head. Pow! The great magic power that had blocked even the suppression bullets fired by the guardsman was pushed back by the fist, allowing it to strike. The wizard's back snapped, and the blazing magic around him shook violently, but the mage did not fall. Oh, the wizard screamed as he glared at Dolan with bloodshot eyes. The flames of magic burned harder than ever as the magical power turned into a crystal bullet and attacked Dolan. Dolan stepped back, his knuckled fists parrying and deflecting every single one of them, looking like a seasoned boxer. Dolan bounced lightly, then stumped again. The wizard looked around, for out of his peripheral vision, Dolan had vanished like a mirage. When he reached the wizard's back, Dolan curled his fist again. He drove his fist into the back of the wizard's head. The wizard's head snapped forward. Without looking back, he swung his hand, sending a sharp bolt of magic along its trajectory. I've been feeling it since you went on a rampage, but the pain is dulling, isn't it? When he was hit by the suppressing fire or when he first allowed his side to be hit, he still felt pain, but now it seemed like he wasn't even feeling it. In other words, he was breaking his body more as he was rampaging. I'll make it quick. Dolan weaved, dodging every shot, until he was within striking distance of the mage again. Dolan's fists pounded like drums against the mage's body as he dodged the blows. Even though he had developed an immunity to pain, he was helpless against such a barrage of blows. The magical fire in the mage's body was extinguished as the wizard slumped to the floor with his face swollen and bruised. Ozian watched the fight from start to finish. He's strong. Dolan had easily subdued the rampaging mage in less than a minute, a mage that even the guards had been unable to subdue. He's not only skilled in combat, but he's also very agile, using his fists to push back magical flames. He uses boxing, but at the core of it is his physical prowess and unorthodox fighting style. And that's not even his full power. His true strength lies elsewhere, in his hidden past. With that, the road was cleared by the reinforcements, and the situation was appropriately calmed. The leader of the guards bowed to Dolan, thanking him for his help. Thank you, sir. You kept the damage from spreading. Come on. We're near the office here, too, and we'd get tired if we left it alone. Speaking of offices, do you work for Violet Fox? Yeah, I see. The guard nodded in understanding. The words alone gave him a vague sense of Violet Fox's stature. But what happened to that mage? Ozian gestured to the mage being carried away on a stretcher. His condition suggested a hospital rather than a detention center. We'll let him heal for now, but I don't think we're going to be able to take it easy on him. He's a mage with Grand Cloister, so why did this happen during the day? Well, I don't know. The soldier said that, but Ozian realized he was hiding something. Something's going on. He smelled an incident, a very big one. Ozian, Ronan, and Dolan returned to the office. It's a good thing it happened before more people gathered, though, that there were no casualties. As they were thinking about it, someone opened the office door and walked in. Excuse me, is this by any chance Violet Fox? The woman's lemon-colored hair stood out against her cautious voice. Are you? Oh. Ozian recognized the woman, and when she saw him, she exclaimed in delight. Big brother Ozian, there you are. It was Thalia Projanin, Terrence Projanan's sister, who had come to the Violet Fox. Underscore 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 underscore. Wow. So this is the fixer's office I've been hearing about. Thalia's eyes sparkled. It was strange that she was surprised to see an office like this, when she would normally have been favored in more fancy places. Perhaps she felt Ozian's gaze on her. Thalia pouted her lips. Big brother. And here you thought I was a child who didn't know the world, did you? I was just surprised that you came all the way here. But big brother. Thalia's title felt quite awkward. They had explored the ancient ruins together, so it wasn't like they weren't close. Even with that in mind, the title of big brother was a bit too close and overbearing. However, Thalia didn't seem to hear Ozian's point and was curious about the other objects. Wow, there's a phonograph here, and that display case is filled with all kinds of alcohol? Isn't this more of a tavern than a fixer's office? It's a tavern. I see. Sitting on a high stool in front of the bar table, Thalia swung her legs back and forth. Her gaze never left Ozian's, even as she surveyed her surroundings curiously. So, what brings you here? Are you trying to put in a request? How do you know? Because you wouldn't just show up at our office to hang out. Now that you think about it, huh? Thalia scratched her cheek with her index finger in thought. There was a surprising lack of intelligence in her voice, not unlike the smart one she'd displayed in the ruins. Or just as nervous. Judging by the way she was looking at me right now, is there something you want to talk about? Ozian asked, knowing that if he left it at that, she wouldn't open up. Just a gentle nudge with a question was enough to give the other person a little courage. Yes, that's right. I'm here to ask for a favor. First of all, I'd like to say welcome, but why me? Well, you're the only one I could think of off the top of my head, and since I don't know much about the fixer industry, you're the only one I know, and I thought I'd feel more comfortable talking to you in person. I would like to hear what the request is about, but it is a priority to first ask the broker for the request. A middleman. Ozian glanced at Ronan, who sat still in the corner. Thalia glanced at Ronan, too, and he smiled politely at her, as if he were pleased to see her. Thalia looked at Ozian and asked quietly, what is it? Can't I just ask you? Why? Because, he's... Thalia couldn't quite get the words out, but Ozian seemed to know what she was trying to say. Once again today, the Violet Fox Tavern had suffered from the pitfalls of superficiality. At this point, I'm going to have to put up a sign for 0 accidents. On the plus side, unlike the others, Thalia hadn't been directly rude to Ronan. She's a good girl, but her brother was a different story. Don't let appearances deceive you. Ronan is a capable broker, but aside from that, I assume the request you wish to make of me has something to do with the Grand Cloister. Thalia's eyes narrowed. How did you know? There was a mage rampage in the neighborhood before you came to me. The wizard in question was wearing an outfit with your academy's logo on it. That's why the guards were blocking traffic in the neighborhood. Thalia nodded honestly. Yes. Strange things have been happening at the academy lately, a power surge, if I may say so myself. A power surge. It's a very serious thing. People have much stronger magic than they should, but it eats away at their sanity and eventually destroys everything around them. Ozian crossed his arms. Recalling what had happened this morning, he knew Thalia's warning was not just a scare tactic. The Grand Cloister students' talents were far beyond those of their peers, but even with that in mind, it was not a power they should have at their age. Besides, judging by the mage's condition after the rampage, he's lucky he didn't die. Do you have any suspicions? Well, there seems to be some sort of drug circulating among the students lately. A drug. Ozian already had a bad feeling. It must have something to do with this magic runaway. Yes, that's right. Rumor has it that taking that pill will increase the amount of mana and increase the power of magic even more than usual. If you've gotten into the Grand Cloister, you must be talented enough to be recognized anywhere. Still, it's human nature to want to grow stronger and climb higher. It's human nature to be greedy. If you're considered the best in your town, neighborhood, or city, you'll be happy in the moment. But when you step out into the wider world, you realize that there are many people who are just as good or better than you. You may be objectively brilliant, but it's humiliating to go from being called a genius to being beneath someone else. The Grand Cloister is as competitive as it gets. Everyone works hard here, but not everyone gets the same results. There's an internal ranking, and that's what separates the winners from the losers. Ozian nodded in understanding. It resonated with him because in his previous life, he had come from a country that had never lost to anyone on Earth, even in education. It's a perfect setting for such an event, but I do have a question. Why didn't you inform the Academy? I did, but I was scolded for it. They told me not to spread unnecessary rumors, to protect the public image of the Grand Cloister Academy. And they don't want to get caught up in the nuisance of student drama. But that's just a band-aid. Turning a blind eye doesn't make it go away. Teachers think it will take care of itself, and some of them like the idea that they can weed out the weak-minded students who use drugs. Thalia clenched her fists in frustration at the thought. But at this rate, things are going to get worse, not better, and I can't stand by and let that happen. Have you told your brother Terrence about this? I did, but he told me to stay out of this. Did you report it to the guards? I did. However, even though they were guards, they couldn't just investigate the Grand Cloister. Even the teachers were pretending it didn't happen. So you came to me. He's a fixer, he's competent, and he can do it quietly and without gossip. Hoo-hoo, this is a troublesome request in more ways than one. Ronan casually walked over and sat down at a nearby table. At the sight of Ronan, Thalia involuntarily stiffened, her shoulders slumping. What's wrong? Oh, nothing. Well, if you're ever uncomfortable or need anything, just let me know. You sound uncomfortable. Thalia almost said it, but swallowed desperately. At least she wasn't clueless enough to say something like this out loud like everyone else. So, Mr. Ozian, what do you suggest? First, I'll listen to the remuneration. Ozian said flatly, and Thalia's eyes widened at that. Remuneration. Did you really think I was going to do it for free? Well, no, not really. I was thinking of compensation, of course, but... Thalia trailed off and Ronan smirked, knowing why. Because the remuneration you offered might not be to Mr. Ozian's liking. Thalia's greatest fear was that Ozian would refuse to help her. She didn't know who to ask next. In fact, at this point in her visit to the fixer's office, Ozian was the last ally she could turn to. I see you've got quite a problem. Ozian stared at Thalia wordlessly. If he'd been asked to find someone somewhere, or to use force, he would have been fine with it, but this case was different. Illegal drugs that have the potential to drive wizards wild and cause serious casualties in the wrong hands were circulating within the confines of a magical academy. Finding the source and nipping it in the bud is too harsh a request for a single fixer. Any other fixer would have flatly refused and say that it's more than they can handle. In general, this industry is all about public image, so it's common to bluff your way through a difficult task, but Thalia's request was, by all accounts, impossible. And it's not like it's anywhere else, it's a magic academy. It was difficult enough for the teachers to crack down on things easily, let alone for a mere fixer to go in and do it. Thalia watched Ozian's eyes, anxious to see if he would refuse. She had no one left to ask but Ozian, and Ozian was not unaware of that fact. So, instead of flatly refusing, he asked her a question. Let me ask you a question. What? Yes, yes, yes. Why do you want to go out of your way to fix things? All of a sudden. I've always wondered, you must be a very good student at the Academy of Magic, to have had nothing to do with this, and never will. Most of the students who caused trouble were either pessimistic about their talents, or were driven to dangerous measures by a dangerous temper. But not Thalia, as Ozian saw her. Given her brother Terrence's talent, she must be quite gifted as well. For Thalia, this incident was strictly speaking someone else's business. Whatever happens to the others and whether they went on a rampage or not had nothing to do with her. Just because they're from the same academy? That's no motivation to go to such lengths. So Ozian asked Thalia in case she was hiding something, or maybe there was another reason. Do I need a reason? But the words that came out of Thalia's mouth were completely unexpected. Ronan, who'd been listening, raised an eyebrow. This is dangerous, people could get hurt or killed, and it's not just me, it's the innocent people around me. You. If I say I'm going to fix it, why do I need a reason? If I say I'm going to do what's right for the world, why do I need a reason? Thalia's words were an idealist's argument with no regard for practicality. If anyone else had heard this, they would have called her a foolish young woman living in a flower garden. The fixers might have laughed, or they would have turned around and spat at her, but not Ozian. It's hard to know the right thing to do in your head, but it's hard to do it. However, Thalia was willing to do it even though it wasn't her job and it had nothing to do with her. Is that your answer? Yeah. Well, it's not a failure, is it? Thalia tensed at Ozian's reaction, wondering if she had offended him. She wondered if she had offended him by speaking too soon. I'll take the job. What? You said you'd decide after hearing the fee. I did. Then why? Because I liked the answer. For that reason alone. Of course I'm going to get paid. You're not going to use this answer as a substitute for a paycheck, are you? Thalia threw up her hands. Of course not. I also have a conscience. I have asked you a difficult favor, and I have no intention of just glossing over it. Even if it means borrowing the power of my family, I will definitely compensate you appropriately. That's enough. You're not going to go back on your word. Ozian rose to his feet. Speaking of which, let's get moving. And so began the investigation into the magic runaway. Asterisk. The Prometheus Consortium dispatched augmented humans to monitor Ozian's behavior. Arlo, a beta-class enhancer, grumbled to himself. Damn it. Why should I, a beta, have to follow the movements of a mere fixer? He had to use his powers to disguise himself. He turned his gray hair a common dull brown, and his skin a little darker. Manipulating flesh pigment was second nature to him. I suppose I should start with the fixer's surroundings. The first thing that caught Arlo's eye was Ena Grund, a red-hooded woman on her way to the grocery store. My orders were to monitor, but wouldn't it be easier if I took hostages and blackmailed him? Arlo judged arbitrarily. In truth, he had no desire to prolong this menial task. She's wandering around on her own at the moment. I'll just have to catch her there. Arlo watched Ena's back from the alleyway. A kidnapping would be no problem with her wandering around like that. That's when he realized that a red glow emerged from the alleyway, behind his back. Arlo reacted like a true enhanced human, reacting quickly to the flash of light behind him, but his opponent was faster. An ugly black gauntlet snapped around his neck, muffling the sound, and dragged him into the darkness of the alleyway. Underscore 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 underscore. Is Arlo disconnected? Falekia, who had been assigned to watch over Ozian with Arlo, was puzzled. As augmented humans specialized in surveillance, they were able to send and receive biosignals to each other, allowing them to communicate over great distances. But just now, Falekia realized that Arlo's signal had disappeared. Even if he didn't want to send a signal, the tiniest trace of it should have remained, but it was completely gone. Arlo is dead. Falekia's eyes fluttered wide. How is that possible? We may be good at infiltration and surveillance, but he's still an enhanced human. They were relatively weak compared to other enhanced humans who specialized in combat, but they were also strong enough to tear a normal human apart with their bare hands. No matter how careful he was, he died without even sending a signal for help. Did he get caught? I doubt it. Rather, Falekia thought Arlo overreacted. Arlo, you idiot. I told you to be careful. Falekia gritted her teeth. Given Arlo's usually arrogant and selfish personality, he must have acted without consulting her. At least we have information that the other side has a powerhouse capable of killing an infiltrating beta-class entity. Arlo's death didn't sadden Falekia much. Rather, she chose to take small satisfaction in the data she had gained. It wasn't that they didn't have a mutual friendship, but he hadn't been one of her favorites, so she didn't shed any tears over his death. So what do I do? Keep an eye on it for now, or retreat to call for backup? Falekia first sent a biometric signal to the other enhanced humans. It's me, Falekia. As you know, Arlo's dead. What the hell did he do? He's a disgrace to our team, a disgrace. There are 4 of us in total, working as a team to monitor and follow him. The other 2 have also sensed Arlo's death, so Falekia gets straight to the point. What are we going to do? Do we continue as we are or do we retreat? Isn't it right to step back? If the other party killed Arlo, then they must have noticed the presence of the Watchers. That's because Arlo was careless and let his guard down. How will they find us in hiding? If we back off, the researcher won't be happy. As the 2 augmented humans argued, Falekia was torn. She realized that the right thing to do was to back down. But if she walked away, she wouldn't get anything out of it, other than the information that the other side had a stronger opponent. So I've been keeping an eye on them. Falekia stared at the clearing between the Violet Fox's back gate and the attached buildings. There, she could see a group of shirtless men working out. They looked like they knew Ozian, so she kept watching, but it didn't seem important. No, wait. Falekia felt a prickle in the back of her head. One of the people she'd seen in the clearing a moment ago was gone. Where is he? She chatted with the others, but her eyes remained fixed on the clearing. If he had moved somewhere, the visual information would have picked it up. And yet she missed it? That meant something had happened. Just like right now. Who are you? Asmer's voice came from behind her. Falekia's entire body stiffened. He's behind me. She hadn't even realized it until the man spoke. She had thought that Arlo had been caught off guard, but now she wasn't off guard at all. Well, if you don't want to answer, that's fine. I'm sure you didn't have the best of intentions, given that you were sneaking around and snooping anyway. Now, wait a minute, I was just curious about you guys. Falekia pleaded desperately, her voice rising to that of a frightened woman. It was a strategy to appeal to the other's sympathy. Curious? Why were you curious? Asmer, on the other hand, only reacted to the word curious. Well, you know, they're all screaming so loud, and they're lifting and lowering heavy things. Why is that interesting? That's normal. What? Falekia wondered what the hell this crazy guy was talking about. That's not normal. No, my mistake, I stand corrected. Ah, as expected. That is not ordinary. It's a beautiful, sublime act. I'm in trouble, she thought to herself, and in the wrong hands. Whether she realized it or not, Asmer continued to expound on his philosophy of chivalry. The path of asceticism to refine the body to become a knight, washing away the dirt engraved in the world's storms, and creating only the pure and strong body of a knight. How beautiful it is. But is that strange? That, get lost. Falekia feigned a stammer, then pounced on Asmer's vulnerability. She didn't need a weapon. Her fingers, genetically engineered enhancements, had already grown sharp, animal-like nails that could tear through thin steel plates as she aimed for Asmir's carotid artery. Falekia's vision snapped sideways. What? No voice came out, but Falekia could see her own headless body in a spinning world. Asmir's sword had been faster to decapitate her than her nails. I see you're the one with the disturbing thoughts. I thought I'd preach the greatness of knighthood. Asmir turned away in disappointment. Falekia is dead. The realization forced the other two enhanced humans to make a call. If the two of them had fallen so easily, there must be something to it. Maybe our positions have been targeted. You know what? We're splitting up. Let's see if one of us can live. They tore apart as if they were being squeezed. If only one of them made it safely, that would be good enough, and they both hoped it would be them. But they were overlooking one option. Neither of them might make it back. Pish! A bullet flew through the alleyway and lodged in the forehead of an enhanced human fleeing. His bones were stronger than humans, and while he could deflect a standard handgun, he couldn't stop a sniper rifle with special ammunition. Clear. Lorraine Ponk raised the muzzle of her rifle. Even though she was over 500 meters from the fleeing augmented human, she shot him in the eye without scope. We're done here. What about there? Lorraine radioed into her beacon and Dolan's voice came over the COMM. I'm in pursuit, too. I'll be done soon. She knew the words weren't false as she heard a panicked augmented human voice over the beacon, and the merciless scuffle that followed. It wasn't like when he'd subdued the runaway mage earlier, then he'd been gentle with it because he didn't want to kill it, but now he didn't need to. Well, I guess I don't need to see the results. Even an enhanced human is no match for Dolan because Dolan was that in the first place. Enhanced humans, this is getting annoying. Lorraine pondered for a moment. Do I have any recent memories of being involved with enhanced humans? Ozian said he fought them in the ancient ruins. But I thought he'd killed them all, so how did they know who they were and come looking for them? Well, they didn't come in right away, but they're just watching, so I don't think they're trying to do anything right now. More importantly, where is Ozian? Who is the cause of all this? Ozian was eager to get started on the project, but from the start, he encountered a practical barrier. The Academy of Magic is only open to those who are authorized, and I'm not sure I'll be able to get in. Thalia had left a personal beacon, telling him to contact her if there was anything she could do, but I was nervous to contact her right away. The first thing I need to do is sneak into the Grand Cloister. I could get in through the main entrance, but as an outside guest, I would have limited space to move around. The Grand Cloister was a prestigious wizard academy and boasted a very large campus, which meant Ozian would have a lot of grounds to cover. I'd have to be a worker to be able to move around freely. Even a magic academy was not without its workers. There were janitors, dormitory wardens, cooks in the cafeteria, and people selling goods in the canteen. All sorts of people were there, doing their jobs. But there was a problem. The process to get into the academy as an employee was complicated. Oh, I'm sure you can do that. The answer came from Ronan, unexpectedly. Is it possible? In case you've forgotten, this is Tyrna, and it's safe to say that there's very little you can't do with money here. In other words, I could buy a fake identity with money. Or make one. Then I guess I could use disguise items or artifacts. Oh, I don't recommend that. The Grand Cloister Academy has magical item detectors at the entrance, and if you use a disguise item, they'll catch you right away. So you're saying I need to use my hands, not magical powers. I can get you some identification, but I don't recommend you go in there. Why? Ena, who was just finishing up in the kitchen, interjected. It's too conspicuous. Conspicuous. Mr. Ozian, think about it. You look so gorgeous and charismatic. What do you think people will think when you walk in there in a shabby staff outfit? That was the problem. Ozian's looks were, quite frankly, too conspicuous. A janitor with a face like that? Anyone would think it was suspicious. If it's that appearance, it would be okay to dress up a little and pretend to be a wizard. No, that won't work. Why not? You're too chunky for a wizard. Ozian's frame belonged to a trained knight. Even if he dressed like a mage, he couldn't hide the aura that emanated from his physique. Besides, if he pretended to be a mage when he didn't know how to use magic, he's not going to get away with it. A worker or an internal employee was perfect. Well, I didn't like the idea of being a wizard either. Ozian talks as if he can do it, even though he can't. In truth, there was a part of him that wanted to be a wizard, but Ozian chose to deny it. It's quite difficult, because even if I create a fake identity, I won't be able to get in, not even with a disguise item or artifact. What? Why not just do it? Ena asked, wondering what that meant. Ozian and Ronan gave her a puzzled look. Hoo-hoo. Miss Ena, disguise is not as easy as it sounds. Even those who are not skilled at it know that disguise is difficult. Especially in the case of Ozian, he had too much spirit, and no amount of disguise could erase it. Just like no matter how many coats of paint you put on a masterpiece, you can never completely cover up its artistic value. Ena studied Ozian's face for a moment, then said, do you think it will work? It's possible. Are you sure about that? Yeah, it's worth a shot. I'm good at disguises, even if I look like this. Ozian and Ronan fell silent. Ena had added disguise to her resume, which included cooking, cleaning, all sorts of odd jobs, driving, and working with heavy machinery. Oh, and of course, I was a fugitive out there, so I had to be good at this to get away without getting caught. Oh, well, that makes sense. Yeah, well, at least he'd been there, so he could understand. Ena took a moment to retrieve a makeup kit from somewhere, then ran her fingers through Ozian's hair and lightly smudged makeup over his face. Finally, she put on a pair of glasses, and Ozian's image was transformed. She made his hair look unkempt, as if he hadn't done it on purpose, and added some color to it. She also shaded his face to give him a tired, sullen look and added a pair of high-powered glasses. It made him look very different. Ozian, checking his face in the hand mirror Ena had brought him, watched in wonder. Then a thought struck him. With your ability, wouldn't you be able to change my appearance through illusions? But what if that triggers a magic detector? Witchcraft shouldn't be detected by magic detectors. Ozian's point was sharp. Ena glanced away from Ozian's gaze and muttered something apologetic. It's just, I wanted to try it. It looks like fun. Never mind, let's try some more. Ena eagerly thrust the costume at him, as if she'd just discovered a fun toy. Underscore 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 underscore. Ozian looked at his ID. The name Eddie Roar was written on the brass card, along with a picture of him in disguise. The man's appearance was unfamiliar, even to Ozian. He had brown bangs that shaded his eyes, and his skin was tanned as if he'd done something rough. And then there were the shaded cheeks and the high-powered glasses on his face. No matter how you look at it, he was a different person. And the appearance in this photo was similar to his current appearance. The power of disguise is amazing. Makeup alone can change a person's image, but what if you disguise yourself properly? Even his family wouldn't recognize him. Now the important thing is to get inside the academy. Ozian glanced at the large front gate. There was a separate entrance for employees working inside, and a guard stood there. They said I have to go through a checkpoint. As expected of a prestigious academy, there was a checkpoint at the entrance. Of course, the checkpoints aren't excessive, just a procedure to check if you're bringing in any magic tools. Ozian casually stood in line, and eventually his turn came. He casually handed the guard his ID, just as the person in front of him had done. The guard checked his face against the ID and waved it away. Next. The first round was easy. The only thing left to do is to check for magic tools, but since I didn't pack any, I shouldn't be caught. This was easier than I thought. No, not that easy. Without Ronan and Ena's help, I would have struggled from here. It would have taken me at least a week to get in here alone. Now for the important part. Even from the outside, the grand cloister was quite large. As far as the eye could see, the ornate buildings were overwhelming. Wide, but too wide. The number of students, workers, and staff moving around here must be over 1,000. The space to accommodate all of these people is so large that the grounds alone are equivalent to a neighborhood. In fact, Grand Cloister Academy and its adjacent neighborhoods alone occupy over 7% of the 30th district. In front of the main building was a very large plaza. Students here were gathered in groups of 3 or 4, taking a break or having a meeting. If you saw them like that, under the bright sunshine, you could say they were living the ideal academy life, but that's not what Ozian was looking for. Just a bunch of shrunken, sullen guys. Not in the center of the plaza, but on its outskirts, a few students moved silently and walked alone. Usually they're the ones who get high on the drug and wander off. But he couldn't move right now. He was here as a worker, and wandering around alone in broad daylight would arouse suspicion. The right time to move would be when the sun was setting. Until then, it was better to familiarize himself with the overall structure of the academy. Besides, drug deals don't happen during the day, they're usually done at night, when most people are off work or back in their dorms. Ozian slipped in among the moving staff and worked with them. Normally, if you're undercover, you're not supposed to get too close to the staff, but Ozian didn't have to. Are you the new guy they said came in? Eddie Roar. A man in his mid-40s with a grizzled face asked Ozian politely. I'm Baxton, who's going to show you around inside today. Long story short. The man who introduced himself as Baxton looked at Ozian. It was inevitable. Now he realized he'd let a stranger inside the academy. As a staff member, if he knew this, he should have informed the people on campus immediately, but he couldn't. You mean to tell me, sir, that you will forgive some of my debts, just for showing you around for a day? Baxton is a janitor at the Grand Cloister. One would think he'd be immensely proud to be a full-time employee of a place like this, but he's not. He had debts to pay and a family to feed. Baxton's janitorial job barely paid the interest, so he accepted the risky offer. As long as you don't pull any stunts. Ronan's help was much appreciated. Even if Ozian could infiltrate the organization safely, he'd have trouble operating from the inside. That's why he'd deliberately hired a real employee to work alongside him. That's enough to keep everyone else's suspicions at bay. By the way, what exactly are you doing here? That's none of your business, you should only care about what you have to do. The cold words would have made a normal person cringe, but Baxton's shoulders slumped in understanding. Typical small-mindedness. Ozian was used to dealing with people like that, so he didn't point it out. That's the dormitories, and this building is the magic lab, where students, teachers, and researchers can study and use various fields of magic. Outside, there were outdoor training grounds and even what looked like greenhouses. Baxton had been here long enough to know a lot about it. His initial fear of Ozian is gone, and he's happy to explain things. When Ozian stared at him in wonder, perhaps sensing the stares behind his glasses, he smiled awkwardly. I apologize. I got a little too excited, didn't I? I don't mind. I don't know these things, so it's not like I'm annoyed to hear them. Haha, that's nice of you to say. Just as Ozian had gotten to know Baxton a little, Baxton seemed to know a little about Ozian. He wondered if he was someone who hid his identity, sneaking around and doing dangerous things, but he didn't give off that vibe. Aside from his stern demeanor, he was surprisingly considerate of others. You could tell by the way he listened to his story without getting annoyed. I wonder what brought him to this place. Baxton wondered, but he knew he shouldn't ask, so he continued his tour. As they walked down the hallway of the lab, light was streaming through the glass windows. Isn't that Mr. Baxton? 3 male students recognized him and approached. It's usually a sign of familiarity when people call you by your first name. But these 3 didn't seem to fit into the normal category. They're smiling, but they're actually laughing. Ozian eyed the 3 students carefully. A short, mousy blonde boy was in the center, flanked by a skinny one and a burly one. All of them wore grand cloister robes. While Ozian analyzed, Baxton spoke to the trio. You must be Raymond. How did you do in class today? There's nothing to listen to, it's so easy it makes me yawn. Ha. I see. I wish my son was as good as you. So, how are things going with Slane? Fine. Who else is going to be his friend around here but us? From the sounds of the conversation, Slane was supposed to be Baxton's son. Ozian could see why Baxton was working here, and why he was drowning in debt. He spent all that money to get his son into a magic academy. If his son had no talent, this wouldn't have happened, but the fact that he was admitted here proves his talent. Not that the average laborer could afford the exorbitant fees. And those 3, well, that's just a guess. The fact that they're befriending Slane right now is telling. They spoke as if they were best friends, but underneath it all was a contemptuous feeling that Baxton's son could not get along with anyone else. I don't think he knows that. Ozian had seen him as a lowly citizen, but that didn't mean he couldn't be shrewd and manipulative. Perhaps he knows that the students in front of him were looking down on him, but he can't get angry. All he could do was shrug it off like a grown-up. He was a hired janitor. Those 3, on the other hand, are students who pay to be here. If a fight broke out, it was obvious who would get kicked out. The fight itself could not take place before such formal discipline. Baxton was a commoner, and the 3 in front of him were mages. Oh, by the way, Mr., did Slane ask for some pocket money? Slane. Yep. But he's too embarrassed to ask for it himself, so he asked us to do it for him. You know Slane's personality, don't you? Yeah. Baxton smiled awkwardly, the corners of his mouth curling up. Despite his expression, his insides were black and rotten. He was being ripped off by his own son's friends, and he couldn't say no. Slane asked for it? No way. Baxton knows. He knows, and he pretends not to. This must have happened more than once. It builds up, and eventually it's bound to spill out through the cracks. Like right now. Well, I don't have any money right now, and I'm kind of busy training new people here, so can I give it to you later? What? What's that? Slane asked for it. Do you hate it that much? No, it's not that. Hey, Mr. Raymond, the blonde boy, said with a straight face. We're going to hang out with Slane and use it for a good cause, and you don't like it? Really? That's... Dude, look at your face. What was that look? Ugh, huh. Oh, never mind. You're just in a bad mood. If you don't like it, you and Slane are the losers, not us. Raymond waved his hand and turned to leave. An impatient Baxton grabbed Slane. Raymond, don't do that. Oh, let go of me? It's that or give it to me now. Baxton's expression was troubled. His trembling hand went to his pocket for his wallet. Raymond gave him a look that said it all. Ozian, watching the scene, closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them. Then he spoke. Mr. Baxton, we need to move on to the next lab building, or the faculty will scold us. Ozian's words interrupted the flow of events with precision. Raymond, the other 2 and Baxton's gazes turned to Ozian. If we're late again, that's a pay cut. We'd better get moving if we're going to make it on time. Yeah, look at me, 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 look at me. I'm sorry. Baxton grabbed Ozian's hand and dragged him away. Being the perceptive person he was, he realized exactly what Ozian was trying to do. Oh, well. The trio didn't even have time to catch him. Their piercing gazes were directed at Ozian for interrupting them, but he ignored them. When they finally made it out of the lab wing, Baxton breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. How shall I repay you for your help? I just helped you out because I was just wasting my time if you got involved in something annoying. And you don't have to bow your head. You're my shooter now. I see. Baxton's expression lightened. At that moment, a boy approached from one side. He was a small man with a discontented look on his face, and he glared at Baxton. Dad, what are you doing? It's Slane. I told you, stay away from the lab. I told you so many times. Why don't you listen to me? I'm sorry. How's life at the academy these days? Is it worth it? I work here, and I don't even get to see my son. Forget it, and I'm telling you, don't pretend to know me here. With that, Slane shouted and stormed off. By the looks of his reaction, he'd seen Baxton run in with Raymond in the lab hallway. Despite his embarrassment, Ozian felt something stirring in his stomach. It had nothing to do with him, but he was just annoyed. Haha, I've made my son angry again. Maybe one day he'll understand his father. That's nice of you to say. Ozian's gaze followed Slane's retreating form. The timid nature, the dwarf's eyes, the way he walks around alone with no friends, the uneasy look he gave me the other day. It may be sooner or later that a runaway situation will occur. Ozian's eyes took in Slane's features. Oh, by the way, I'm going to take a quick trip to the restroom. I won't be long. Oh, okay. I'll wait here for you then. Ozian headed straight for the lab building he had just exited. Asterisk. Ha, that sucks. What's with that asshole all of a sudden? What? That janitor's kid. He just barged in and left. Oh, him? Yeah. I was just about to extort a decent amount of money when he interrupted me. In a quiet, shaded spot in the back of the lab, the small boy and the large boy gritted their teeth as they recalled what had just happened. Raymond. What do you think? What? The janitor. Do you want me to take care of him? Never mind. He's a guy that is old and comes here to clean anyway, so don't worry about it. What? You're being uncharacteristically charitable today. It's just that I'm more annoyed with that asshole, Baxton. Haha. Dude, Slane's in big trouble today. Raymond looks really pissed. Skinny laughed at the thought of Slane's future, and the big man let out a low chuckle. A figure approached the three of them. Huh? What is it? Skinny frowned. Ozian, who had just been chewing on something, appeared in front of them. There you are. Ozian's gruff voice turned to the three of them. Underscore 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 underscore. What? Looking for us? Eric Grettoon, the skinny one, smiled through a frown. He was already annoying as hell, but this was a good one. Dude, don't you get the point? You found us? Yes, you did, and what are you going to do with us? Eric stepped closer to Ozian. The two friends giggled at his bossy demeanor. Hey, you're scaring the janitor. Easy, man. Don't get out of line again and make me call the administration. Eric laughed at Raymond and Victor's comment. Hey, look at me. I'll do it in moderation. Moderation. Eric pondered. How can I bully this cocky janitor to the point of tears? As he stood in front of Ozian, Eric felt a strange sense of discomfort. What is this guy? He's bigger than I thought. Big? Eric was not short, even though he was skinny, but standing in front of Ozian, he felt small. It was hard to tell from a distance, but even more so up close. Even his oversized janitor's clothes couldn't hide the strength of his body. No, I must be mistaken. What's the point of being big? I'm a mage. With such confidence, Eric pushed Ozian's shoulder with his hand. Hey, talk to me. You said you found us. Did you? Tisk tisk. What are you going to do about it? Usually, when you yell at someone here, they're usually backed into a corner and scared. Eric's specialty was to bite like a hyena at the first sign of weakness. You want to die? It's not like I can't sneak up on one of you. As Eric continued to shout at Ozian, his vision suddenly went white. Huh? Eric didn't understand what was happening to him. His head was spinning and his mind was going blank. When he came to, he found himself on the ground, with a stabbing, intense pain running down his shin. Ah, ouch. Ah. The pain was too intense to scream. Instead, his eyes turned red and tears streamed down his cheeks. His body reacted on its own, even if his mind didn't understand. Do you want to die? Ozian, who had kicked Eric lightly in the shin, looked down at him on the floor and said coldly, Have you ever killed a man before? And have you ever sneakily disposed of someone? The chill in Ozian's voice crushed Eric's body. Eric couldn't think straight. The atmosphere made it hard to breathe, and he felt overwhelmed and terrified. That asshole. Victor Stonewell, the big man who had seen Eric fall, lunged at Ozian. In a frenzy of excitement, he wrapped himself in mana. It was an enhancement spell that temporarily boosted his physical abilities. For the moment, Victor was empowered with the ability to seriously injure a person if he mismanaged it. Still, he didn't hesitate to bring his fist down on Ozian. His fist was blocked too easily by Ozian's hand. It couldn't be. How could a magically enhanced body be blocked so easily? Victor's questions were cut short by the intense pain that shot through his shin. Ow. Looks like you still have strength to scream. Ozian lifted Victor's head, which hadn't completely collapsed, and forced his bent torso upright. As Victor ducked defenselessly, his fist slammed lightly into Victor's abdomen. Victor crumpled to the ground, spilling his lunch all over the floor. Ozian nudged him with his toe and looked at the last of Raymond. You, what are you? Are you fucking crazy? Raymond glared. How dare you, a janitor, touch an academy student? You think you can handle this? You think it's going to end with you getting fired? So what? I'll report you. Ozian smirked at the threat. Okay, you may. What? Just how are you going to do it? I'm this close, and you'd have to move around quite a bit to alert the faculty. Raymond's eyebrows shot upward. He understood Ozian's point. He was asking how he was going to get away when he was right in front of him. Raymond's lips curled up into a pout. Yeah, I guess you learned how to fight somewhere, but how did you think you could go against a mage with just that? Do you think I look foolish? Raymond tried to push Ozian away with a burst of magic, but Ozian stood as steadfast as a pillar of steel driven into the ground. Raymond felt a strange sense of urgency as he watched him stand there, unmoving. He sighed and removed the glasses from his face. He took them off and put them in his breast pocket, while his hand coolly swept his bangs, which covered his eyes, upward. That alone changed his mood. Raymond felt his breath catch in his throat as he met the piercing eyes behind the glasses. Hey, you son of a bitch. Just as Raymond was about to use his magic, Ozian moved. With a single step, he closed the distance and slashed at Raymond's cheek. Thwack! A loud noise rang out, so loud that it sounded like flesh was being torn apart. Raymond's head snapped to the side. His pupils fluttered as if there had been an earthquake. What? Is that your first time? You son of a bitch. Boom! Just as Raymond was about to lash out, Ozian slapped him again, this time on the other cheek. Raymond's head snapped back. His cheek was instantly red and swollen from how hard he'd been hit, but the gleam in his eye was still there. Seeing his eyes burning with defiance and rage, Ozian swung his hand with an expressionless face. Boom! Clack! Snap! 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 Raymond's head snapped back in a relentless fashion. As he continued to be hit, he raised his arms and tried to guard, but Ozian thought it was a cute defiance. Like the previous two, he kicked him lightly in the shin with his toe, and Raymond's hands dropped. A slap followed. Stop it. Stop it. You still haven't gotten your shit together. Ozian held up his hands, making Raymond squirm and beg urgently. Please stop. Ozian looked at him and kicked him in the ankle. Raymond's body slumped to the ground, and Ozian leaned down in front of him, his face close. It seems like it's still not enough. Oh, no. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Raymond begged, bowing his head. Both Eric and Victor shuddered as they watched the scene on the floor. Never in their wildest dreams had they imagined Raymond, with his proud, unyielding temper, begging so pitifully. And yet here he was, at the hands of a janitor. You too, Ozian pointed out, and Eric and Victor flinched. I know you're awake. Come here and stand. The two men considered feigning illness until the end. There was nothing they could do now that Raymond was defeated. The first one to arrive gets a pass. They both jumped to their feet at the same time and scrambled toward Ozian. Asterisk. You really don't know anything. Yes. We really don't. Ozian looked at the reactions of the three students, including Raymond. They didn't know anything about the drug trade going on inside the academy and the magical runaway that was happening because of it. Still, they're a bunch of assholes, so I figured they'd know something, but I was wrong. I wasn't expecting much. With the errands done, Ozian had to go back. He said he'd finish as soon as possible, but it took a long time. The three students felt it and breathed a sigh of relief. Relieved that everything was okay now, anger surged through them. Damn you, you asshole, I will kill you. Raymond gritted his teeth. I'm keeping my head down now, but as soon as Ozian leaves, he was going to tell the professors about this. While Raymond was thinking to himself, Ozian put his glasses back on and ruffled his hair, making it unkempt. Oh, and Ozian slowly approached the wall of the building. If you ever try to find me later and retaliate, or if you try to bully other weaker students. Ozian placed his palm on the outside wall of the lab building. He pressed down lightly, and the wall began to crack with a crackling sound centered on his palm. Then it won't end like today. The three of them paled and froze in place. Is that human strength? The lab building is made of specially treated materials to resist external impacts. Moreover, it's also magically processed, so its strength is even greater than it seems. Ozian pressed his palm against it, and with just a bit of force, he made it crack, like a spider's web. Do you understand? The three nodded like their heads were falling off. They realized they were insignificant children and were helpless in the face of a real monster. It's your fault that the outer wall here is broken. Ozian walked away, seeing the complete lack of intent in their eyes. The impact from the outer wall caused the people inside the lab to stir, asking what was going on, but they pretended not to notice. The three who remained would probably have a hard time for a while as prime suspects. Hey, guys. You're a little late. Oh, that's okay, but there's a bit of a commotion in the lab. Is there something going on? Well, I don't know. Maybe a couple of delinquents got a little out of hand. What? Something like that? Asterisk. Night had fallen. The bustle of the Grand Cloister campus has died down and everyone has gone home. Students and teachers returned to their dorms, while workers and staff went to their homes. Of course, there are still some who wander around after dark. The night watchmen did, as did the wizards who lingered in some of the labs. But their eyesight is not even a tenth of what it is during the day. Moreover, the grounds after dark were dotted with darkness that could not be seen through. The dirty, filthy places were the perfect place to hide. Slane walked silently down the dark hallway. His clenched fists were sweaty with nervousness because he knows he's about to do something dangerous. But I can't help it. He didn't want to live like a loser forever. He's annoyed with Raymond for picking on him, and with his father for being such an idiot who can't keep up with him and laughs at him every time. Or the teacher's sneering look when he didn't understand something, or the fact that he failed a lab evaluation with a lower than expected amount of mana. Those were things that can't be changed by simple effort. In order to get rid of such a harsh burden at once, he had to make an unconventional choice. A secret rumor circulates within the academy that there is a potion that can amplify magic. Slane decided to bet on it. So he made a move, found a contact, and was on his way to meet him. He was scared, to be honest. For the 100th time, he wondered if he should turn back now. I can't do that. Slane steeled himself. The thought of being helpless and powerless to do anything was far more terrifying than the fear of what he was about to face. There was no turning back now. Slane sped up his steps, fueled by his greater fear, but didn't realize that a man had been silently treading behind him. He's moving? The look in Slane's eyes as he turned to face Baxton was haunting, and Ozian was sure he'd make a move at some point, but not today. Perhaps he's meeting an internal contact. Ozian pondered. Should we attack and capture him alive, or wait and see what happens? Even if I get him straight away, he's just a tail, one that can be cut off and replaced at any time. I think I should wait until I reach the main body. What was surprising, though, was that the transactions took place inside the building. I would have thought it would be outside, somewhere quiet. No, maybe that's why I didn't notice. Slane was walking down the corridor of a research center for magical research. Even for a research center, it was very large. And since they were researching all kinds of magic, there were quite a few areas that were lit up even at night. Slane looked around and entered one of the rooms. I can't just go in. Ozian decided to try the next room. The door was locked, but he gave the doorknob a little more force with his hand and it swung open. The door is too weak. Looking at the rattling doorknob, Ozian frowned a little. Actually, the door wasn't weak, it was just that he was too strong. Well, it happened while doing a good job, so they'll understand. With that thought, he entered the room but a wand was pointed at his back. Don't move. Underscore 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 underscore. Stay put, unless you want to cause a ruckus. A voice came from behind my back. I was so unlucky. I had no idea that the room I had chosen to enter would already have a guest there. He must have heard the doorknob break and hid with bated breath. It was Ozian's fault for being so focused on Slane and the contact that he neglected the others. A magical force was felt behind his back, and a blue rope wrapped around Ozian's body, binding him. It was clearly a pure magic type of binding magic. Judging from the strength of the ropes on his skin, the opponent must not be an ordinary mage. The voice behind him asked, "Who are you, and why are you here?" "I'm the janitor here." "Huh, even a passing dog wouldn't believe that. What's a janitor doing here at this hour, and you broke the doorknob to get in? Yikes. I guess these formal excuses don't work after all." Ozian thought. He'd subdued him first. If he didn't kill him right away, he had something to dig up. You'll have to answer properly. If you don't, you'll find that the ropes that bind you are capable of tearing you apart. As Ozian pondered, the wizard asked, "Who are you, and what brings you here?" "I have business in the next room." "What? Are you aiming for that too?" Ozian felt something tug at his heartstrings. But rather than clarify it right away, he decided to capitalize on the other man's surprise. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't play dumb. You know what's going on inside the academy right now." "No, wait, you sound vaguely familiar." In this unintentional moment, the opportunity to catch the other person off guard presented itself. With a quick thrust, Ozian snapped the magical ropes binding him. With a snap, the ropes dissolved into the air and vanished as the mage gave a silent gasp of surprise. Before he could regain his senses, Ozian acted. He grabbed him by the throat and shoved him against the wall. The hooded figure struggled, his face unrecognizable. Even in the dark, Ozian's night vision was bright, but he couldn't make out the shadowy figure beneath the hood. A magic item. Ozian quickly tore the hood off, revealing the wizard's face. Terrence. The man who had held him captive and sought information from him was Terrence Progenen, the biological brother of his client, Thalia. Terrence's eyes widened as he recognized Ozian. "You, the look in your eyes, the way you talk." No amount of disguise could hide the charisma in his tone and voice. "Why are you here?" Terrence was about to shout in surprise when Ozian's hand clamped over his mouth. You. Terrence started to protest but Ozian spoke a step faster. "Quiet. Something's happening in the next room." The moment Ozian saw Terrence's quiet reaction, he knew that he too was digging into this case. Terrence slapped Ozian's hand over his mouth. "Oh, right, I forgot about that." Terrence let out the breath he'd been holding. "Haha, you bastard, you're suddenly covering my mouth." SHHH. Terrence wanted to scream in disbelief, but he knew what was more important right now, so he kept his mouth shut. His wide eyes, however, screamed, "I will find out why you are here." Ozian and Terrence leaned against the wall, trying to see into the space next to them. "Looks like there's someone inside." "There is. I've seen people enter." "Wait, does that mean there's someone in there right now?" "Well, there's a buyer and a seller, as they say." "What are they talking about?" "Damn, the soundproofing is so good I can't hear them. I'm going to have to use magic." Ozian looked back at Terrence, his eyes asking if that was it. He'd thought he could still hear their conversation from the next room, but the soundproofing in the research wing was better than he'd expected. If Ozian couldn't figure out the location of a person running away by sound, I wondered if it would be okay to borrow the power of magic. And eavesdropping magic didn't exist in the game. It's not hard, after all, sound is the vibration of sound waves. We just need to pick up those vibrations bouncing off the walls and amplify them. Terrence made it sound like it was no big deal, but it was easier said than done. The vibrations from the walls are so small that you wouldn't even notice them if you squint your eyes, but Terrence can still detect them. Terrence didn't bother to explain further, but instead demonstrated. He closed his eyes and concentrated for a moment as he channeled mana into the wall, and after a moment, he could hear their conversation over the wall. "Hey, are you sure this is the way to go?" "Yes, of course." The amplified sound wasn't the best quality, but it was enough to make out the conversation. "Don't you want to be strong? You want to show the people who usually laugh at you what you're made of." That. I don't know who the contact was, but he seemed pretty competent. It's not every day that you can catch a buyer's desire and scratch it with such skill. From what I hear, it has side effects. Oh, side effects. He did have them. If that's true, hey, buddy, listen to what I'm saying. It's past tense. Past tense? So it's different now. Of course. Dude, you're in luck today, because this is a newer, improved version, without the runaway side effects. Ozian and Terrence exchanged glances. They weren't sure if it was real or fake, but they were inclined to wait and see. Well, in that case, now. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Calm down, buddy, you can't be so impatient, it's not even the day yet. What? That's a different story. SHHH, kill your voice. You want to get caught? Well, not that. I told you, this one's new. Shouldn't I be more careful than before? Let's just, call it a blind date, and then we can decide if we're going to have a good relationship or not. So when's next? Next time, come closer for a second. Their voices became much quieter since they were whispering. Ozian looked at Terrence, and Terrence shook his head. He couldn't turn up the sound any higher. Should we barge in now, then? Then, as if they were done talking, he resumed his normal voice. Okay, yes, I get it. Haha, lighten up, buddy. Don't feel too bad, I think you're going to be one of our regulars for some reason. Yeah, I hope so too. That's the end of the conversation. They seemed to agree to see each other next time. Ozian and Terrence had to exchange a look. What are you going to do? Swoop in and grab him right now? It's not that I don't want to, but I think it's premature. What? Why? Because if it's a tail, there's no point in catching it. Besides, if he didn't make the deal today, he wouldn't necessarily have brought that brand new thing with him. So you're saying that he was just to see if they were willing to buy. I can't just catch them by the tail. I need to recover the drug, analyze it, and find out where it came from and who made it. Terrence clicked his tongue at how right Ozian was. The good news is, if we can sneak up on him, we'll be able to meet up with our contact again. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. So this one was a bust. The situation was over, but they still had some personal business to attend to. So, what the hell, how did you get in here, and why are you looking like this? Terrence pointed at Ozian's haggard face. He was right to be suspicious, given the disguise he'd worn to get into the academy. Why else would a fixer come here, but because he was asked to? A request? Who made the request? Didn't you know? The request was made by Thalia. What? Terrence's eyes widened. You didn't know? Well, I was surprised, actually. The client said her idiot brother never listens to her. Thalia, this idiot, I told her to stay out of this because she's in danger. The way you put it, I'm guessing you've been secretly researching it yourself, hiding it from your sister. Terrence sighed, running a hand through his hair. Huh, well, it is what it is. You stay out of this. This is my problem to solve. I'm sorry, but that won't work. I've been commissioned, too. It's my job to fulfill it. What? That's what you're talking about now? Don't be so stubborn. You're strangely concerned about me. Don't you know I'm strong? I do. You may be strong in combat, but remember, this is the Grand Cloister, and if an outsider is found to be inside under false pretenses, what do you think will happen then? What? You're worried about me. I'm not worried, it's just that I get annoyed when you get involved. Ozian smirked at Terrence's reaction. Don't laugh, I'm serious, too, but don't worry. I'm confident that I'll be able to hold my own. Terrence glared at Ozian, but finally gave in. So, what are you going to do? I guess I'll wait for the next meeting. Is that okay? Wouldn't it be better to just catch that student and find out the contact information? If the other party isn't stupid, they'll notice. Just look at their actions today. They deliberately didn't make a deal the first time they met a new guy, but made a reservation for the next time. That shows they're cautious, too. If you provoke them with such half-assed behavior, they'll immediately hide in their hole. Chet. Well, that's the way it is. So, are you going to be the only one moving, or do you have a helper? Of course I'm moving alone. It's too easy to get caught if we're moving together. Ozian narrowed his eyes. When you put it like that, I'm guessing you're doing things in secret without letting others know. Chet. So what? The professors aren't going to fix this anyway, they're just going to tell me to take it easy and stop meddling. Maybe they're harsher than I thought. Harsh, yes. It's not a sincere teacher-student relationship based on affection. Professors are also people who belong to some school or organization. They judge students solely on their qualifications. That way, later on, when the child graduates, they can recruit him to their organization. I see. So the Grand Cloister is ultimately a place influenced by the Magic Tower and the schools rather than an independent educational institution. Or rather, the ideal place for that would be the Warlock Academy. Heh. Ozian barely held back a sigh that threatened to escape. Terrence, who prided himself on his magic, had the audacity to admit this. It was also a funny story that the master-priest-disciple relationship existed not only among wizards, but also among warlocks. In the distant past, was it a proper master-student relationship to confine people like livestock, suck their life force out of them, or slaughter them into rags? No, but given Elisa's personality, it might be. The right kind of master-disciple relationship wasn't necessarily a positive thing. Look at Elise Dinarova now. That stoic, emotionless, doll-like woman is a vicious warlock who summons the corpses of her family as her minions, and who seeks his own flesh. Who would she have been trained by? Of course, a vicious warlock master. He taught well and she learned well. It's just that it's black magic. That's even stranger. Even if they exploit a weak point, how could they think of making contact in a research building where people come and go like this? That surprised me a bit, too. No way they'd do something so big in a place like this. There was a subtle unease in Terrence's voice and Ozian could see where it was coming from, all too easily. Perhaps, rather than exploiting a weakness and doing this here, they might have something they're relying on. Terrence's eyes snapped to Ozian, but Ozian's reasoning continued. It's one thing for professors to keep quiet, and another thing for things happening inside the academy to be so quiet. There was only one answer. It means there's an accomplice, someone with considerable authority here. Underscore 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 underscore. There may be an accomplice among the teachers teaching magic to students at the prestigious Grand Cloister Academy, or among the famous wizards studying magic. It was a very rude assumption, albeit speculative. Terrence, who attended the academy and was proud to be a part of it, should have been furious. However, he couldn't deny it. It couldn't be true. The assumption was wrong. A million retorting words raced through his head, but they wouldn't come out of his mouth. Shit. The word, uttered after hesitation, was an admission of Ozian's assumption. Yeah, maybe you're right. Instead of thinking that it couldn't be, he thought that it might be. With that, the answer to a question that had been foggy in Terrence's mind became clear. Trading in a place like this? Even in the middle of the night, there are other people walking around, so it's dangerous if you get caught. It's too bold to be considered a simple psychological attack. Considering what they do, there's no need to take even a 1% risk. Terrence ran a hand through his hair in disbelief. There is an accomplice in this research building, and he has the power and authority to cover up what is happening inside the research building. Then we can at least call him an accomplice. Accomplice? He could be the real killer. Ozian shook his head. There's something odd about him. Think about it now. If you were the one doing this, would you experiment with something this dangerous in your own backyard? No. I'd probably do it somewhere safe, to see how things go first. Yes, but the recent mage rampage has been confined to the Grand Cloister Academy. There are no reports of similar events elsewhere. This must have been confirmed by Ronan's information. But there's no indication of any secret dealings in the research wing here. Sounds like the real culprit is somewhere else and the person living here is just an accomplice. Well, that's something we'll find out on our next contact. Except this time it's not the tail, it's at least the torso. Right. Terrence said the words, but he was still mildly surprised. I thought you were only good at using your body. Analyzing and reasoning through the immediate situation proved otherwise. On the contrary, he's quite colorful in his thinking, pointing out things that Terrence hadn't even thought of. Terrence felt a strange sense of defeat. He was handsome, fit, and a good fighter, but what about his brain? Somehow, Elisa's figure seemed to grow more distant. Before he knew it, he was standing next to Ozian, their arms around each other. No to what? Snapping back to reality, Terrence wiped the cold sweat from his brow. It was a terrible, terrible thing to think about. He'd have to work harder than ever to avoid that. I'm going to put a tracking spell on that slain fellow, and we'll know if he comes back to the research wing. A tracking spell. That's certainly handy, but the downside is that we don't know when he's due back in the lab. That's the least of your worries. Terrence interjected. Why? There's a magic practice class in the morning in 3 days. That guy named Slain, I checked briefly and he seems to be a second-year student. In that case, he has no choice but to do it. So Slane's going to try to get the drug at least before then. Yeah. Tomorrow at the earliest, the day after tomorrow at the latest, considering they'll be testing the drug's abilities. Tomorrow. That's sooner than I thought, but it's going to be busy. You're still going to come tomorrow with such a ridiculous excuse. I can't help it. I'm not invited. Terrence sighed at Ozian's comment. You can come tomorrow. Just say you're a guest of mine. I have some authority to do so. I'm the Grand Cloister's proudest student, even if I look like it, and I'm almost graduating, so I'm trying to make myself look good everywhere. Terrence is a mage of considerable quality. Ozian had to admit that. His unrestricted use of magic of multiple attributes is beyond genius. Balud, barbarian warrior. Elise Dinarova, warlock. Martinez, paladin. Following these three, another wizard with heroic powers appeared, so his words would not be hollow. But why are you suddenly being so nice to me? Who says I'm being nice? It's the least I can do as someone who works with you. Well, I guess I should. Besides, if you come in here undercover and make a scene, I'll be in trouble. I'd rather you say you were hired by me. That's a bit of a defense. There might be a fight tomorrow. He hoped to subdue it before it got out of hand, but there was a chance he wouldn't be able to. What if Ozian gets caught then? The difference in status between a sneaky fixer and an invited hired hand was significant. Terrence was concerned about that, and wanted to help, even though he was reluctant. That sounds like a good offer. Are we allowed to bring weapons? By weapons, I assume you mean your sword, which you don't have with you at the moment. Well, a janitor can't carry a sword. A sword would be fine, but if you're carrying a sword like that, anyone who sees you will see it as more of a fashion accessory than a practical weapon. Especially since most people here have a magical supremacist mindset, it won't be a big problem. Well, they don't know you're the one wielding it, so that's a reasonable assumption. Terrence had seen with his own eyes that the same sword could be so different depending on who wielded it and how. If you can draw starlight from a sword and slice through an enemy, isn't that magic? It's scary to face them as enemies, but as allies, he couldn't be more relieved. Besides that, can I bring magical items? Magic items. Artifacts from the ruins. Ah, artifacts. It doesn't matter, as long as they're not dangerous weapons, they're usually allowed. Otherwise, you can say you're bringing them in for my research. Is that okay? I said yes. Ozian looked at Terrence again. At first glance, he thought he had scary eyes and looked like some kind of gangster, but now that he looked at him, he noticed that he could be this reliable. Then I will gratefully accept it. Asterisk. The next morning Ozian headed to the Grand Cloister in his true form, not his disguise. There was a small matter of disappointment that Ena, who was going to freshen up his makeup for the night, hadn't gotten around to it, but so what? I need to buy a new set of clothes. His old outfit had been badly damaged in the ruins, so he was currently wearing something reasonably similar. After this is over, I'll have to check out the self-repairing clothes. Ozian arrived at the Grand Cloister in District 30 via tram. At the entrance, a security guard naturally stopped him. Please show me your ID. Without a word, he showed his fixer's ID, and the guard raised an eyebrow and looked at him. Ozian the fixer. Identified. The guard handed Ozian his ID back. By his reaction, he must have been informed about his visit beforehand. What about that thing at your waist? It's a sword. Is there a problem? No, not really. The guard looked puzzled that Ozian had brought a sword with him, but he didn't see what he could do with it, so he let it slide. Ozian arrived back at Grand Cloister Square. As Terrence had said, he had no trouble getting in, and the artifacts he had wanted to bring with him were not an issue. I wonder if there's still time. Ozian checked the time on the clock inside the grounds. It was currently 4:30 p.m. and his appointment with Terrence was at 5 o'clock. With nothing else to do for the rest of the day, Ozian strolled to the plaza in front of the main building and sat down at the fountain. How long had it been since he'd taken the time to relax like this? Come to think of it, it hadn't been long. I fulfilled requests, fought, practiced swordsmanship and many other things. It had only lasted half an hour, but Ozian was grateful for the brief respite. After all, after this break, there might be a fight tonight. Closing his eyes, a gentle breeze blew in and tickled his face. For now, Ozian sat still, untroubled, unconcerned, unthinking. How much time passed like that? He opened his closed eyes when he heard a strange murmur around him. Some of the students were leaving class and heading back to their dormitories, and some were leaving work. Oh no, did I attract too much attention? Ozian looked at the sword at his waist and clicked his tongue. An outsider with a sword in the center fountain, sitting still, must have made them wonder what the hell I'm doing. Ozian shrugged and slowly rose from his seat, thinking that if he stood still, he might as well go somewhere else, away from the prying eyes. Oh. As Ozian turned to leave, the people watching him sighed. Especially female students and female employees, they were sad to see him go. What a great show. The water droplets from the fountain scattered, casting a beautiful light against the slowly setting sun. Underneath, a sculptural, black-haired handsome man sits in the fountain with his eyes closed, as if immersed in the rainwater. It was a picture that drew people's eyes. Not only women, but even men were attracted to him. It was as natural as the sun rising and setting to sigh when he left the room. Shall I follow him and ask his name? Some brave souls decided they couldn't lose him, so they followed him. That's when they saw him stop in his tracks and turn to face one of them. Hey, big brother. What brings you here? Thalia Projanan turned to face Ozian with an innocent gaze. What? He knows Thalia. Wow, what the heck? She has magical skills and a great family background, and she even knows a guy like that. Most people would have been jealous if it was someone else, but not Thalia. She was quite a celebrity in the Grand Cloister, and unlike her brother, she had a very good reputation. The people who had been following Ozian backed away, swallowing back tears. Ozian and Thalia continued their conversation. So, you were allowed to come in as you were. I had help. Who? Ozian was about to say, your brother, but he hesitated. He wondered if he should tell her that Terrence was trying to help him with this. Apparently, Terrence is working behind his sister's back, and this young lady, on the other hand, hired me without Terrence's knowledge. This explained why they were brother and sister. It's just an acquaintance. It's not unusual for someone of my stature to have connections here. Oh, right. I bluffed a little, but I was pleased to see that he was more receptive than I expected. So, work-wise, things are going well, right? Don't worry about it. I'll have it fixed in no time. That would probably be determined tonight. Okay, I'll keep my fingers crossed. With those words, Thalia left. As Ozian watched her go, Terrence slithered up behind him like a ghost. But don't walk around without making any noise. My little sister, sweet and pretty, isn't she? He had apparently watched my conversation with Thalia from afar. No, better than that, nice and pretty? Ozian looked at Terrence, wondering what he meant. Normally, he'd be shouting, don't ogle my sister. Instead, Terrence was subtly bragging to Ozian about Thalia's virtues. She's also surprisingly gullible and devoted. I'm sure her boyfriend or husband-to-be will be happy forever. I don't know what you're talking about, but let's get right down to business. I'm not interested in that sort of thing. Chit. Why are you kicking your tongue? Anyway, we're supposed to figure out where Slane is now and sneak up on him, right? Yeah. Well, I've cast a tracking spell, so it doesn't really matter. The sun disappeared and night fell and Slane headed back to the research wing as expected. Ozian and Terrence entered the lab as well. The lab was even quieter than yesterday. No one was wandering around, and many of the lab lights were off. It's unusually quiet today. Yeah, it is. It doesn't seem like the right day. What? You don't know? I don't know everything that goes on in here. Ozian scanned his surroundings with a sharp glance. None of the usual guards were milling about. He's in. Terrence used tracking magic to locate Slane. He was in a seminar room on the 3rd floor of the research wing. Ozian and Terrence stood in the doorway of the seminar room. There must be a deal going on in there right now. Just rush in and storm the scene. Ozian felt a piercing sensation and immediately pushed Terrence aside, launching himself in the opposite direction. As Terrence looked at him with a questioning stare, the door exploded, sweeping them both awa. Underscore 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 underscore. It's a research laboratory for magic, so the door was built to be sturdy just in case. It wasn't going to tear like a sheet of paper and blow away like that. That could only mean one thing: the other mage was very good. Yay, if it's the torso, then that's quite possible. Glaring into the smoke of the explosion, Ozian decided he had his chance. What? Did we get caught? Terrence still didn't understand the situation. As smart as he wasn't good at dealing with sudden situations like this. He was inexperienced. Get a grip, anything can happen in real life. Ozian grabbed Terrence by the scruff of his neck and forcibly lifted him up. We got caught, that's one thing. But to use magic like this in public. In case you forgot, I didn't see any of the usual guards on the way here. Besides, it's uncharacteristically quiet today. Is it always like this? No, it's not. The lights don't usually go out in the research wing at night. So they've been working ahead of us. If they've realized we've got a tail and dug a trap, it's going to be an uphill battle. You may wonder if it's okay to cause trouble in the middle of the night, but they probably know that. I'm sure they'll pass this off as an incident of magical research. Even if they intentionally bite people, you probably have the confidence to come up with a reasonable excuse. It's a good thing, actually. Good. It means we've gotten to the heart of the matter. If he had this much influence in the research wing, he was sure to be the body, no matter how bad he was. The head would be a bonus, but rational thought told him that was unlikely. So we'll have to subdue him and then have a real talk. It doesn't change what we need to do. Yes. What we're going to do is still the same. Terrence steadied himself and straightened his stance. Just in time, the other realized he wasn't dead either. Ozian and Terrence exchanged glances, then stepped through the broken doorway into the room. For a spell meant to kill once and for all, I'm surprised you're still alive. There were 3 people in the room. One was a middle-aged wizard who had presumably just cast the spell. The other was a somewhat frivolous-looking man, presumably the contact from last night's conversation. And the last was Slane, who was now lying bleeding on the floor. Terrence's eyes widened. He didn't understand why Slane, the man he had come to trade with them, had collapsed like that. Turning to Terrence, the head of the research wing, a middle-aged mage, said, "Did you really think I wouldn't notice your tracking spell?" Terrence placed the tracking spell on Slane without his knowledge. His opponent had noticed it, thought Slane was a tracker targeting them, and had taken him down. Ozian checked Slane's condition. He was bleeding from the abdomen, but he was still alive, judging by the way he was twitching. But he wouldn't last much longer if left to his own devices. Terrence, don't get worked up. Slane's not dead yet. I know, but he'll die if we don't give him first aid. However, the 2 criminals in front of them are not going to let them treat him. I'm surprised. The middle-aged wizard spoke up. Student Terrence, I never thought you would do something so stupid. Are you greedy with pride because the world proclaims you a genius? Professor Albert grumble. I'm surprised. I never thought you'd be a part of this. Albert grumble. Here at the Grand Cloister Academy, he teaches alchemy, the art of creating magical reagents, potions, and elixirs. His vast knowledge and skill with magic has earned him a very high position in the research wing. In fact, aside from the head of the lab, he was practically the second in command. Terrence bit his lip. He'd vaguely expected someone like that, but it was one thing to think about it in your head, quite another to actually see it. His teeth chattered in surprise and his breathing quickened, but he desperately suppressed it. Get a grip, Terrence. If you lose your cool here, you're done for. A wizard must keep his cool until the end. He forced his heated brain into the cold water. Slowly, reason returned to him as his anger sank to the bottom of the chilled depths. I'm not going to ask you why you did it, because you've already crossed the line, and that's something you can't take back, no matter what your excuses are. Hehe. You're cocky. That makes it sound like you think you can overpower me. What makes you think I can't? Are you crazy because people around you keep calling you a genius? Anyway, this is why these days kids are no good. They have no manners. Albert's eyes were filled with jealousy as he looked at Terrence. Terrence, who had mastered various types of magic at a young age and was ranked first in the academy where only the most talented students gathered, was quite the sight. It would have been different if you'd seen me 2 years later, or even a year later, but now you're here, and your luck has run out, because you've lost that talent before it has a chance to blossom. Professor, no, don't go around saying things like you won or lost without permission. You piece of trash who wastes sacred magic on things like this. Haha, sacred magic? Magic is only for the purpose of further exploration. For that, ethics and morality are just shackles that hold you back. Albert raised his hand. Each of his fingers wore a ring. The gems in each ring glowed, and magic unfolded around Albert's center. At the same time, his partner stepped up to his side. May I be of assistance, Professor? No need. I can organize this place by myself. Well, I have every confidence in your abilities, Professor, but there's a what if, isn't there? In that case, clean up that mess over there. The man's gaze turned to Ozian and a sadistic grin formed on his face. Indeed. Ozian, who had been listening in on the conversation, turned to Terrence. I think you're going to have to fight that mage over there. I know that. Are you confident? He's a wizard who has lived twice as long as you have. Huh? Confident? Who do you think you're talking to? Terrence bared his teeth in a smile. I'll kill him in 3 minutes. I see. Ozian stared at his opponent. In each of his hands were sharp daggers. Judging by the blood on them, this was the man who had stabbed Slain. You don't belong here. What? You're asking that out of the blue. You know it when you see it, don't you? Yeah. I can tell when I see you. You're an uneducated back alley bum and a lowlife. The mean-looking man's face contorted slightly at that. Oh, really? Where did you get your noble upbringing? I bet you've never been in a fight before, and if there's a knife mark on your pretty face, how will you close your eyes in frustration? Why did you do that? What? Why did you make Slain look like that? Ozian could see it. He deliberately stabbed him with that sword, just off-center. Because he didn't want to kill? No, it wasn't that. Rather, his intentions were far more blatant and cruel than mercy. The man smirked. It's a shame, because he had the potential to be a great customer. But what can I do? He came in here with his tail between his legs, and I had to kill him for security. But you didn't kill him. You intentionally hurt him, made him suffer. Oh, you saw it right. The man chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. Because it's funny, isn't it? Watching a drug-dependent wastrel writhing in pain, trying to cling to life somehow. You've never thought about what it's like to be that desperate. Why should I think about that? Shouldn't you be worried about you, whose life is about to be overturned? Ozian muttered in response. I see. You're a bum after all. What? A bum? I'll let you scream and beg for your life in front of him. The man lunged, daggers in both hands. His movements were swift beyond that of a normal human, swift and stealthy, and reminded Ozian of an assassin. Moreover, the daggers he held in both hands were no ordinary weapons. A faint bluish aura surrounded the blades. It was magic. It was a magical weapon, not a pure-blooded weapon. It was his favorite weapon, boasting a cutting power that could slice through ordinary steel as easily as it could cut through tofu. The sharp twin daggers struck at Ozian's thighs and abdomen at the same time. He wanted to bring him to his knees first, then cause him to bleed out and suffer. You'll beg for your life. It was at that moment that Ozian's sword was drawn. No, you will. The sword was swung without any preparation. It was so fast, the man who held the dagger didn't even see it. What he saw instead were both of his wrists, sliced off while still holding the daggers. Huh. It was cut so cleanly that he didn't even feel the pain. At that moment, Ozian's kick lodged in his stomach. Kaboom. His stomach could have exploded if he wanted to, but Ozian deliberately controlled the force. Of course, even though he controlled his strength, the fact that he was seriously injured to the extent of being hit by a car did not change. The man flew backwards, knocking over the seminar room's chairs and desks like bowling pins, and slammed into the wall. 3 seconds. That's enough. One stab, then a kick. It was all too neat. Had Terrence been confident he could do it in 3 minutes? 3 seconds was enough for Ozian. Meanwhile, Terrence and Albert's magical battle continued. Spell after spell collided in the air, creating a spectacular explosion. In a blinding feast of flashes and sparks, spells aimed at each other's lives sailed through gaps or were blocked and disappeared. On the surface, it's hard to tell who has the upper hand, but Ozian sees it differently. Terrence will win. At first, Albert had the upper hand, but then Terrence started to gain momentum, and they were evenly matched. Albert was at his limit, but Terrence was not yet at his limit. He could come out stronger. He was just a little slower because he wasn't fully aware of his talent. You can't do this. Albert shouted in frustration. He was feeling it, too. Terrence's skill was above his own. Yes, he acknowledged his talent. So he tried to beat him based on his actual experience. The young prodigy was still inexperienced in many ways, but Albert was overlooking something. Terrence's talent far exceeded that of a mere genius. As Terrence adjusted to Albert's magic, he slowly began to analyze him. It was like holding a bug in the palm of his hand and examining it in a dish. 3 minutes. True to his word, Terrence fired a bolt of pure magic at Albert's head at exactly 3 minutes. Albert leaned back, drool dripping from his mouth. Ugh. As a mage, his body was inevitably weak, which was why a single attack like this was so dangerous. Besides, he had never felt pain in his life. He was high and mighty, bossing people around, and ironically, more inexperienced than Terrence. We've got him under control. Now let the interrogation begin. Just as Ozian was thinking that, the man against the wall scrambled to his feet. Got up. He kicked, clearly intent on subduing him. The feel of his foot told him that it had gone in. Still, he got up. His eyes were even more vicious than before. KKRRRR. Blood sprouted from his neck. The color of the throbbing blood was purple. Something trickled down his lips. It was a purple liquid. You, what the hell did you eat? You. Whether Ozian asked or not, the man cleared his throat. The purple liquid ran down his throat, pierced his heart, and spread throughout his body. The sections of both wrists that had been oozing blood gurgled, and the bones of his wrists popped out and turned into blades. That's some nasty stuff. The man chuckled as he walked. By now, he was standing behind Ozian's back, aiming for his throat with the blade-like bone. At that moment, starlight erupted from Ozian's sword. The pure white light moved, illuminating the dark seminar room. Immediately afterward, Ozian stomped his foot down on the man's head as he fell to the floor. I told you, 3 seconds. The man's leg was severed below the thigh as he went for Ozian's neck, and his long-bone sword was cut down in an instant. Underscore 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 underscore. Terrence subdued Professor Albert with an enchanted rope and rummaged in his arms. A man like this, who prioritizes his own self-interest, must have something in store. Finding an unbroken potion vial in his arms, Terrence used it on Slain. It worked better than he expected, stopping Slane's bleeding and healing the wound in his abdomen. He was still dazed from the blood loss, but with the fire out, he should be fine. Terrence looked at Ozian. This one still put up a fight, but there was no such thing. Just a few swings of the sword with overwhelming force and it was over. Something about the way he looked made him feel unnecessarily vulnerable, but Terrence decided to focus on getting information. Answer me. Where did you come from? KKHKH. Just kill me. The man with both arms and legs severed laughed like a man possessed, as if he felt no pain. The blood dripping from the severed sections was purple. You're not going to talk. Ozian applied pressure to the leg pressed against the man's chest. It was enough to crack and break his sternum, but he didn't seem to mind. This must not be the usual strong drug. Terrence looked at the blood. The cross-sectional wound had healed and was no longer bleeding, its vitality boosted by the drug. It won't do any good to interrogate him, his senses are completely destroyed. He won't feel any pain. Right. That clever fellow knows well. It's useless to inflict pain on me now, so it won't be easy to hear anything from me. Ozian looked at the man, then back at Albert. But not from him. Terrence understood what Ozian was trying to say. They approached Albert. Aside from being restrained after a blow to the head, Albert seemed to be in better shape. Albert's trembling eyes turned to Terrence and Ozian. Terrence Progenen, to allow such a lowly outsider in this sacred academy. Terrence and Ozian looked at each other. It was one thing to be an asshole, but who the hell said anything about letting outsiders in? Terrence didn't bother to point it out, so he cut to the chase. Professor Albert, it's all over. Why don't you just come clean and tell me everything? Be honest? What are you talking about? Are you really going to come out like this? I have a way of doing things. At Terrence's threat, Albert let out a hollow laugh. Pooh, for a subject who just barely subdued me without killing me. If you're going to scare me, do it right. Have you ever tortured a man before? Not me. Terrence shrugged and gave way to Ozian. Ozian stood in front of Albert. No matter what you do, you'll never hear what you want. Ugh. As if he didn't want to hear it, Ozian ripped off the hem of Terrence's robe, bunched it up, and shoved it into his mouth. Don't worry about it. I don't need to hear it right now either. You. Ozian yanked Albert's hair roughly from his face. Any minute now, you'll be begging us to let you tell us everything. Albert's eyes, so full of confidence, fluttered like an earthquake. Asterisk. When the dust settled, Ozian and Terrence sat down separately to talk. I didn't realize he was actually connected to the outside world. It's disturbing to hear it firsthand. Terrence ran a hand through his hair out of habit. It was something he did whenever he felt unnecessarily frustrated and irritated. Albert was hired by an outside organization to manufacture drugs inside the academy. And to his surprise, the test subjects were academy students who were just beginning to learn magic. Maybe it's not a criminal organization. Really. No matter how big the criminal organization is, there's no way they'd do something this big in an academy that was built with the consent of the Magic Tower. Albert is no exception. A professor and the head of the research building, would he take such a risk? You mean, there's something else? He blew everything else, but he never blew the whistle on who he was trying to deal with. It wasn't because he was in a lot of pain. So he was afraid of the people he was trading with. This is not normal. You need to get out of here. What? No, wait. You're telling me to leave now, and you're not. Of course I'm going to keep going. I've been asked to do this, so I'll do what I can. Terrence thought about it, and then made his intentions clear. I don't intend to stop here, either. It's dangerous. You don't think I don't know that? Look at this. An academy professor is involved in this, and you expect me to look the other way and do nothing? No, I can't. Terrence's eyes burned with anger. Given his personality, he would not sleep well tonight. I won't stop you if that's what you want. But if you're going to do it the other way. Another way. I assume you've recovered the drugs they were trying to trade. Yeah, I got it. Analyze it. Where it came from, what ingredients it was made with, how it was processed. That alone could help us solve the case. I was going to do that. He hadn't thought of that, judging by the slight delay in his answer, but Ozian didn't bother to point it out. He just gave him the right advice. Besides, you'll have to take responsibility for cleaning up after this. I'll do my own research, and we can exchange information sooner or later. I see. Terrence finally agreed to Ozian's terms. I'll leave you to clean up the mess, then. As he turned to leave, Terrence called out to Ozian from behind. Hey, what's wrong? Terrence stuttered for a moment, hesitating. He didn't know if he should say it, and then he narrowed his eyes to see if his pride wouldn't allow him to say it. Thank you. Ozian looked at Terrence in surprise. Terrence blushed, as if embarrassed that he'd said it. What? Why? No, no, I didn't think you'd say that. I'm grateful, Damn it, I didn't want to say it, but I owe you my life, so I can't help it. Ozian wondered what he's referring to, and then he realized he's talking about the first time they were ambushed. Ozian didn't save him with the intention of being thanked for it, but he brought it up anyway. Instead, you'll never say that again, you'll just have to wait and see. Ozian smirked. What the hell was he going to wait and see? I'll look forward to you saving me someday. Asterisk. A few days passed after I finished my work at the academy. After all that had happened inside, things were still quiet outside. Maybe they're trying to blow this off inside the academy. It would be a disgrace to the Grand Cloister if it was discovered that one of the heads of the research wing had done such a dangerous thing. Wizards place a great deal of importance on that sort of thing, which is probably why they're trying to cover it up so thoroughly. At least there were no other victims. In Slane's case, he was the brave student who saw the incident and tried to report it, but was injured, rather than the buyer who tried to use the drugs. This undoubtedly improved his reputation within the academy. Even Raymond, who usually bullied him, now runs for the hills whenever he sees Slane. Hopefully he's not broken after what he's been through. For now, he's resting in his hospital room, so we'll have to wait and see. Just then, Ozian's beacon pinged. It was the one Terrence had handed him, asking him to meet him later. It's about time. Ozian emerged from his residence. He'd arranged to meet Terrence at the Grand Cloister, in the 30th district. It was a deserted cafe outside the academy. When he arrived, Terrence was there first, waiting for him. Ozian casually sat down across from him. You're here. Yes. Ozian asked, studying Terrence's complexion. Judging by your reaction, you're not happy with the results. Terrence's face scrunched up at the blatant point, except it wasn't anger at Ozian. Damn it. I've bitten off more than I can chew. What happened? Like you said, I had the academy forensically examine the drugs. I thought they'd figure it out quickly. Terrence remembered what had happened to him. I thought the results would be quick, it couldn't be that hard, so I thought it was all over, and then, a fist slammed down on the table. A staff member approached to ask what was wrong, but Ozian waved him away, saying he was fine. It was a good thing there were no customers, or it would have drawn too much attention. I checked later and found out that the drugs I handed over were stolen. Stolen? Was the security really that lax? It couldn't have been lax. I was careful, just in case, but it just disappeared. Ozian closed his eyes and crossed his arms. Listening to Terrence's story, he could see where this was going. So this is another insider's work. If he's the kind of backer who can hire Professor Albert, it wouldn't be a big deal to have other people destroy the evidence. Exactly. They're gone, except for the evidence, and I don't think they're trying to mess with me right now. Of course not. You're the most famous of the Academy's students. I didn't realize the Grand Cloister was this rotten. This was why Terrence was angry. The betrayal of knowing that the darkness of the Academy, the place he had taken so much pride in, contained such filth. He didn't notice it when he didn't know, but once he did, he realized it's everywhere. It's like that in any organization, the bigger you get, the deeper the shadows. I'm sorry, I promised I could do it, and I failed. Terrence bowed his head to Ozian. The loss of the clue he'd just gotten so close to must be burning him up inside more than out. Ozian looked at him, then thrust the papers in front of him. This. Read it. Terrence took the papers from Ozian. His eyes widened as he read the first page, and his face grew serious. Terrence used his magic. A wall of sound erected around them, and their figures became blurred from the outside. Where did you get this? The papers Ozian handed him listed the ingredients for the drug they'd confiscated from Albert that day. How it was made, how it was manufactured, everything. I had a specialized forensics team examine it. How the hell did you? Instead of answering, Ozian flashed a faint smile. Terrence's eyes widened when he recognized it. You, at that time, did you sneak it out? I didn't steal it, I just moved it to my pocket. That's what it is. Terrence's shoulders sagged in anger, then he let out a wry laugh. The clue he'd thought he'd blown it was right back in front of him. This is the right one, right? Yes, it is. I paid good money for it, so it can't be wrong. I'm going back. Why here and not somewhere else? As expected of a drug that causes magical powers to run wild, the ingredients that went into it were by no means common. Some of them contained quite dangerous toxic substances, but he remembered where most of them were distributed. District 45, that's where. Terrence swallowed hard. I could tell what he meant by District 45 from the way he stuttered. It made sense, considering how districts above 40 were perceived in Tirna. This isn't just any gang, this is a mega gang that covers the entire district. No, it wasn't even a gang. Underneath it all, they maintained their own social system. Terrence scratched his head roughly with his hand in irritation. Ozian pointed out. You're pulling your hair out. Normally, he would have shrugged it off and done it again, but Terrence shuddered. It was a strange reaction that hit home. Ozian narrowed his eyes. You can't be. Oh, no. Terrence hastened to defend himself. Ozian gave him a pitying look. Oh, no. Underscore 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 underscore. There's a saying in Tirna that the higher the number of a district, the worse it is. This was universally true. 20 is worse than 10. 30 is worse than 20. 40 was worse than 30. The higher numbered districts were created as Tirna grew and were forced to expand. Normally, this would have meant new infrastructure and a new city feel, but this was not the case. There was a lot of resistance from existing Tirna residents. The residents of the old Tirna neighborhood were upset that a new neighborhood would lower the value of their property. Moreover, the new neighborhood was on the outskirts of the larger city of Tirna. It naturally attracted people from outside the city. With a high proportion of criminals, cults, sects, and illegal immigrants, it was no wonder that security was a problem. Even if you spend a lot of money to build good buildings and infrastructure, it won't be worth it. That's why the city of Tirna practically abandoned these neighborhoods. The first 40 numbers are still inhabited somehow, but the story is different when the last digit of the number passes the middle. Like the 45th district, where we're talking about now. Do you know anything about the 45th district? I don't know the details, but I've heard stories about the dangers of the mid-40s and beyond in Tirna. In Tirna, each district has a district prefect, with guards under his command. But from the 45th district, there was no such thing. Or, more accurately, there was, but it was gone. From District 45 to District 50, the district governor either died or joined hands with criminals and became another criminal. It's a place where conventional law doesn't apply. Even the city of Tirna has turned its back on it. And yet the district itself is maintained. The laws don't work, but it's created its own environment. Ozian remembered the bikers from the scrap heap who were from the 40th district. The funky style, the motorcycles that rolled on one wheel was a unique look that wasn't common in Tirna, which meant that the other districts might be similar to the scrap heap, or even more unusual. So, do you know anything more about District 45? If you had seen this material, you would have heard something, right? Terrence's words were true. Ronan had told him enough, and Ozian had personally confirmed it. Ozian shrugged his shoulders lightly. You might know something I don't, so it can't hurt to listen. I don't know what you're expecting from me, but I only know the generalities, that the 45th district is full of drug people, and that there are 3 big organizations there. Terrence's information matched what Ozian knew. Drug-related gangs. I don't see how it's unrelated to this. Is too dangerous. Terrence's voice sounded less confident. In any other place, the name of the Grand Cloister would carry a lot of weight, but in a lawless area, it's a different story. They'd planted a man in the Grand Cloister, bribed a professor, and covered up the evidence. It was too much for one student to handle, even if he was a genius and a senior. What are you going to do? Terrence asked, his voice shaky. Ozian stared at him, then said, I think I'm going to stop here. Really? Terrence didn't sound surprised, but rather relieved. He'd been wondering what to do if Ozian wanted to continue. He always acts like he's being a jerk on the outside, but he's actually a softie on the inside. Ozian said as he took the papers back from Terrence. Anyway, they probably know that it's dangerous to continue this way. That's why they're trying to cover it up by cutting off their tails. I don't know the full story, but this is the end of the magic overload incident. The request has been completed. Yes. It's a little disturbing, but I can't help it. In truth, the two had done more than anyone else could. In fact, they were confident enough to have gotten this far. I'd better get going. Ozian stood up and left the cafe and Terrence waved him goodbye. I'm sorry I lied to you. He'd told Terrence that he'd stay out of this, but he'd lied. Ozian had no intention of stopping. He hadn't told Terrence this, though, because he knew that he, who was secretly a strong-willed man, would offer to help. It would be easier if I had the support of a talented mage, but this is a different case. Terrence was certainly an accomplished wizard. He was gifted in a heroic way. Just look at the way he subdued Albert, a mid-level professor, as a student without killing him. But he's still inexperienced and his talent hasn't fully blossomed. It would be madness to take him into a den of criminals. So Ozian had decided to go to the 45th district without telling Terrence. Not alone, of course. Did Ronan send you? He seems to have more free time than I thought. Ozian stopped walking down a deserted street after leaving the cafe. His eyes widened in the darkness of the alleyway, and someone slowly stepped outside. Isn't that what being a freelancer is all about? Dolan, a fixer for Violet Fox, was dressed in unusually formal attire. Only the shabby boots on his legs remained. Are you planning to stop me? Of course not. You know Ronan's not like that. I'm here to help. Help? I don't think he knows where I'm going. I know. You said District 45, which is why I can help you. I've been there before. Been there. I don't know what you're thinking, but it's not like that. I've been there on business, and I know some of the faces. Ronan sent Dolan because he was the right man for the job. Of course, Dolan's opinion was important. He wouldn't have come all this way if he didn't like him. You want to come with me? If you don't want to, it's fine. I'm not forcing you. Ozian smirked. Then I'll decline. Dolan's smile crumbled for a moment. Now, wait a minute. Are you serious? I said I'll help you? I said I know some kids there. Working with people who have something to hide makes me break out in hives. Something to hide? Ha, are you serious? When Dolan looked at him in disbelief, Ozian spoke up. I'm kidding. Come with me. It doesn't sound like a joke at all when you say it with that face. You mean like Ronan, who always sounds so serious, is telling a joke every time. I know. Dolan chuckled, but for a moment, he didn't let the hiding Ozian had pointed out slide. You know. Come on. Well, everyone has things they hide, and even family members might not want to talk about them. I know, and that's why I don't feel the need to pry. I do agree with you to a point, though, because it's distancing when you're a fellow fixer and you're hiding something, but you have to be close to hear the truth, right? Ozian nodded. He understood what he was trying to say. In order to get closer, I suppose the only way to do that is to move. Is that how it goes again? Ozian and Dolan walked down the street in small talk. They were headed for the 45th district. Asterisk. Trains do run in the 45th district and the station itself was surprisingly clean. Contrary to the image people have of the area as dangerous. These guys aren't stupid, they know that if they block this transportation route, they're really isolated. So you're saying they can create a self-contained environment inside, but still keep in touch with the outside world. If they were selfish, they wouldn't survive. If the governors get together and authorize the mobilization of the army, it doesn't matter how good they are, they'll be wiped out. It's all about flexibility. I see. Ozian muttered in understanding. Normally, a gang that controlled an entire neighborhood would just beat the crap out of anything, but apparently that wasn't always the case. As they passed through the station and stepped out onto the street, they could see a glimpse of the 45th district. There was a faint smell of smoke in the air. The streets were dotted with people huddled in ragged robes that covered their entire bodies. Some were begging with empty barrels, others were busy stealing glances this way and that. Ozian and Dolan walked on, ignoring the stares. Interesting, huh? A little further in, the building itself began to take on a grayish-green color, and a strange liquid began to flow through the pipes. They say it's a world of its own, and it's true. The 45th district didn't look like it belonged in the golden city of Tirna. If Tirna's architecture was golden with brassy touches, this was a dull green. Not a natural green, but a dark, damp, mossy green. Perhaps the color of the buildings was caused by the accumulation of airborne elements over time. You have to be careful though. It's a bad neighborhood, and if you're dressed up like us, you're an easy target. A hobo sneaked up behind him and swung an iron pipe at the back of his head. Without looking back, Dolan stretched out his legs and kicked him in the head. A raid, but we were pretty low-key, weren't we? Aiming for Ozian's side, the tramp jabbed a rusty dagger at him. Without even looking at him, Ozian swung his hand up and punched him in the temple. The battered bum flew away. Have you forgotten where we are? If you're dressed like us, they're going to get you. Dolan lightly kicked the bum in the ankle as he charged from the front. The bum spun like a top in the air and crashed to the ground. That's a shame. A bum lunged at him from behind, but Ozian grabbed him by the throat and slammed him to the ground. The two men continued to move, talking incoherently to each other and not stopping to look at the attacks around them, clearing them out one by one. At this point, the bums should have felt the wall and backed off, but the vagrants here didn't. A wall of people was blocking their path. Their cheeks were hollow and their eyes red, as if they hadn't eaten or slept in days. If the 40th district notoriety wasn't deserved, the bums had only gotten worse after this display of skill. Ozian asked. Have we been too gentle with them? No. It's just that these guys are poisonous. Rotten as they may be, in this environment, they have no fear, especially when it comes to outsiders. Judging by their complexions, they've all been poisoned somewhere. Considering the kind of stuff they sell in the 45th, I can understand their behavior. As if to prove Dolan's point, one by one, the bums muttered. Outsiders, outsiders, outsiders. Their clothes? They look expensive. Hee hee. If we take that and sell it, we can buy medicine, right? Their faces are so pretty? Let's sell them in the red light district. No? We'll have to rip out the organs? That's more expensive. The sight of such horrible words being spoken so casually made Ozian sigh inwardly. I guess I won't be able to touch them. If nothing else, if they were addicted and insane, there was no need to pity them. Well, that's what I was thinking, but I guess I won't have to. You don't. I have my acquaintance and guide. As the words left his lips, the vagrants that filled the street all shrank back as if in fear. Their eyes rolled back and forth, and they scattered in all directions like a swarm of cockroaches. They hadn't been intimidated by their skill, but something had caused them to flee. A party was walking slowly from the other side. Hey, you're late. Dolan smiled and greeted him. At that, his guide and acquaintance, a woman with short hair, spoke in a voice full of hostility. Who told you that you could just come and go as you please? Her hair is two-tone, dark brown on the outside, light green on the inside. She had pale skin and bright orange eyes, wore a leather corset around her waist, a black cape over her shoulders and long, leather pants that fit snugly below the waist. Her voice rumbled from the black mask over her mouth. And who else have you brought? Dolan smiled. Say hello. This is a friend of mine from the 45th district. The words were barely out of his mouth when the woman pulled a gun from her waistband and pointed it at Dolan. Who the fuck are you calling a friend, you rat? I'd rather ask, did you come in front of me because you want to get caught? Underscore 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 underscore. When the woman pointed the gun at him, Dolan held up his hands as if to calm her. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Camilla, calm down. I don't know why you're so angry, but we're not that bad together, are we? Ha, this kid thinks of people as fools now. You must be the only one who thinks that way. Camilla's growling voice was filled with animosity towards Dolan. Ozian wondered. If she was supposed to be his friend who would show him around the 45th district, why was she acting like they were enemies? Is she an ex-lover? Judging from how angry she is, it seems like you cheated on her. What? Ex? It's not like that. A relationship with a kid like that? You little punk, you want to get a hole in your head too. Apparently not, because she got even angrier. Camilla said, her eyes unrelenting. Don't tell me you've forgotten. You didn't clean up your act that day in the 44th district, you just dumped it on me and got away with it. The way she said it, it sounded like she'd been working with Dolan, and then he dumped her. Did you really do that? No, I was busy. Dolan's reaction seemed to confirm the truth. Do you know how many months I've suffered for your sake, having my life threatened by those other bastards, and now you show that disgusting face of yours to me again? Come on, let's see you die today. Camilla pulled the trigger of her pistol. You won't be able to kill Dolan with an ordinary gun. I'm sure Camilla knows that, but the threat was real, which means that the pistol itself is no ordinary object. It was ridiculous to think that a common firearm would be used in this area in the first place, but Ozian didn't want to check it out for himself. First things first. Take it easy. We didn't come here to fight you. Stay out of it, or are you saying that you want to be treated the same way? You seem confident in your skills, but you need to know how to distinguish between places where you can get involved. Care to check? Ozian said, revealing the sword at his waist, and Camilla's expression turned puzzled. As if to say, what is this guy carrying this thing for? Her anger softened, if only slightly, and Dolan seized the moment. Camilla, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to do that, and I'll make it up to you later, but can you just let it go for now? Smiling and talking to her in a friendly way always makes her feel better, but Camilla's scowl bared her teeth. Stop talking nonsense. How many times have you said that and then just ignored me? It's been 4 times already? Damn it. 4 times. Ozian glanced back at Dolan as if to ask if that was true. At this point, he should be grateful that Camilla hadn't pulled the trigger right away. Slightly intimidated by Ozian's gaze, Dolan made a mosquito-like excuse. No, it just happened to be. It wasn't even an excuse. It was an admission of guilt. Besides, somehow is a line from the perpetrator. Now that's a good enough reason, right? Yes. I've been a nuisance. Ozian moved aside. You're a good talker. What's your name? Ozian, a fixer. I'm Camilla. I'm a good person who lives here. Goodness be damned. Dolan grunted, and Camilla's axe eyes turned to him. The muzzle of Camilla's gun is pointed at Dolan, and Dolan swallows hard and tenses. Bang! The trigger was pulled and a shot rang out. The bum who had been sneaking up behind Camilla was shot and fell to the ground. Camilla didn't shoot Dolan. Instead, without looking back, she shot the bum who had been sneaking up on her. On the ground, the bum writhed. Did she miss? No, she missed on purpose. Ozian's judgment was correct. Ah. The writhing tramp screamed in agony, his hands scratching frantically at his throat. Upon closer inspection, his veins were stained green, centered on the spot where he'd been shot. It spread up his neck and into his head, and he collapsed, foaming at the mouth, eyes rolling back in his head. He didn't even stir and was dead. The corpse reeked of a chemical stench, like poison. There are still people out here who dare to mess with me. Well, that's to be expected with the number of people who've been washed up here. Dolan decided it was about time, and he tried to cheer Camilla up. Camilla glared at him, then sighed and slid her pistol into the holster at her waist. Come with me. No good can come of standing here. Not that things had gone well, but it felt like they had. Ozian and Dolan followed Camilla because they didn't have to fight. Ozian looked at Camilla again. I knew it was a special pistol, but I didn't realize the bullets themselves were so threatening. Instead of the usual lead bullets, they were specially treated chemicals. It's no wonder the hoodlums scattered in fear when Camilla appeared. If they were just going to die, anyone would be afraid of dying after all that pain. Even junkies with a little bit of a brain don't like it. As dangerous as she is, Camilla's behavior is fundamentally due to the harsh conditions in the 45th district. It's badly policed. It's dangerous. You can't be sure of your life. I'm not saying this for nothing. In fact, those words don't even begin to capture the danger of the 45th district. We followed Camilla from building to building. It was too complicated to find our way back the way we came. The buildings in the 45th district are not standardized. They were all different sizes and shapes. The only thing that was the same was the green grime on the exterior walls from old chemicals, but the rest was chaos. Unless you have a map, you're bound to get lost. As we continued walking, the number of vagrants dwindled. Instead, I saw lights. Neon. As we left the narrow streets, I saw neon signs one after another. One by one, the multicolored signs were revealed. When we finally emerged onto the main street, Ozian was greeted by a blindingly bright feast of lights. This is it. This is the real 45th district. Dolan said proudly. The street with the hobos after getting off the train was only the surface of the 45th district. The real thing is deeper. This bustling area, with its wide streets, street vendors, and colorful neon signs everywhere, was the real 45th district. Pow, pow. A purple liquid bubbled out of a large glass tube, and near it, funky-looking people were smoking hookahs with liquid in their mouths. Some were freakishly large, others as small as a dwarf. There weren't only humans. There were a lot of orcs, and some even looked like mermaids. I wonder if this is what harmony in chaos feels like. If anything, it's almost dizzying at this point. Compared to the old Tyrna, it was almost as if they were in a different country. Okay, one at a time. Camilla helped Dolan and Ozian find large robes that covered their bodies. If you walk around in something like that, you're blatantly advertising yourself as an outsider, so cover up with this. Oh, is that a gift? I'm not giving it away. I'm going to get paid for it. The three walked through the crowded streets of the bazaar. Anywhere without guards, I would have thought security would be broken, but it wasn't. Interesting. Ozian asked, his eyes constantly scanning the area. Camilla laughed. Did you think it would be a bigger mess than you thought? I can't deny it. Well, people from other districts are bound to have preconceived notions, but as you can see, we have our own rules and regulations, and it's not like you can just walk down the street and get shot. Before she could finish, a fistfight broke out on one side of the street. Camilla shrugged as she watched them tangle, punching each other until blood spurted and bones broke. Well, that's just the way they are. At that point, it wasn't that there weren't any accidents, but that the threshold for an accident was too high. Ozian didn't bother to point it out. Here. The house where Camilla brought Ozian and Dolan was a normal-sized house. At the entrance, a man in a black mask leaned back against the wall with his arms crossed, but he straightened as soon as he saw Camilla. Sister Camilla, you're here. Aha. And the two behind you are outsiders. They're my guests, so get out of the way. Is that? Camilla narrowed her eyes, and the man who appeared to be her subordinate moved out of the way. Inside was unremarkable. It was just a normal home, a place where people could stay, though the faint green coloring of the interior did give it an odd sensation. Camilla removed the mask from her mouth and placed it on the table. Whoa. So, what do you need? She was quite a beauty, even under the mask. Dolan glanced at Ozian. He was a helper, after all. It had to be Ozian who ran things. I'm looking for people. There are several people here, and if you can't tell me exactly who, I don't know. Do you know about this thing? Ozian held out a small vial of reagent to Camilla. Camilla's eyes narrowed as she took it. This is. Recently, there was a magical rampage at the Magic Academy in District 30, and all the magicians who went berserk had consumed a similar drug. When we obtained the drug and analyzed its ingredients, we found that it was an ingredient used in District 45. I see. It's not every day that someone makes something that dangerous, even in Tirna. Camilla sat back in her chair and crossed one leg. She pulled what looked like a cigarette from the inside pocket of her cape. Can I have one? The landlord said so why not? I say cigarette-like because it was no ordinary cigarette. It was a cigarette in a small glass jar with a green liquid inside. Camilla took a puff, took a breath, and blew it out. The green color mingled with her breath. So, where do I begin? It was then that Camilla began to explain. First of all, there's a lot of different gangs in the 45th, but there are three really big ones, and they're practically sharing the area. All three gangs use drugs, and the colors of the drugs they deal in are different. Emerald deals with green drugs. Topaz, which deals with yellow drugs. Amethyst, deals with purple drugs. Each organization struck a balance within the 45th district, sometimes working together and sometimes working against each other. So, does that mean you're an emerald? Not fully emerald, more like a guest of honor. Someone like me has to rely on the organization for minimal safety in this district. I see. Anyway, looking at this drug, it's easy to tell where it came from. It's purple, so the amethyst must have made it. Come to think of it, the guy I fought used it. It healed his wounds, strengthened his flesh, and even turned his bones into blades. Camilla twisted her lips up. Physical transformation. A hallmark of Amethyst's drug. Apparently, the drugs weren't just color-coded, but each one had unique properties. So you're saying Amethyst had something to do with this? Most likely, but I don't think we've come all this way just to find out. What do you think you're doing? I'm going to catch the person responsible for this. Really? Camilla asked in surprise. Coming to the 45th district, their backyard, and making such a bold statement about messing with Amethyst? If you want to die quickly, you should have just hung yourself nearby. You're doing something tiring. All you have to do is tell us where they are. I don't want anything else. Ha, you've got some serious liver, but I don't hate a man who's that determined. Camilla stood up. But it's too late for tonight, so we'll talk tomorrow. I'll let you sleep here for the night. Ozian exchanged a glance with Dolan, then nodded. For now, gathering information was a priority. Your room is on the second floor, down the hall. Good night, and I'll see you tomorrow. Camilla waved and left, leaving Ozian and Dolan to survey their assigned rooms. 2 beds and 1 closet were just enough space for a guest. Nothing was out of the ordinary. Let's get a good night's rest, and then we'll work hard tomorrow. Yes. It was late at night, so they went straight to sleep. After a considerable amount of time had passed, a wisp of pure white smoke wafted in from under the crack in the door of their room. The smoke moved silently, filling the room, and it was impossible to see how much of it there was. The door creaked open with a soft thud. You're sure you've got the right anesthetic? You wouldn't know it by looking at it. It's enough to make an elephant snap in 3 seconds. They were wearing gas masks with purification canisters. They stared into the room, which was blurry from too much anesthetic gas. Whoa. At that moment, they heard a gasp. Who is that? Who is breathing so loudly? It's not me. It's not me, either. The sound in the first place. It came from inside the room. They didn't finish their sentence as their gazes turned to the room filled with white smoke. They saw a blurry shadow of someone who should have been down, standing, and then, boom, a pure white light erupted from the shadow's hand. Underscore 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 underscore. Holy shit, what the hell is that? You said that stuff could put an elephant to sleep. It's a special sleeping anesthetic that puts even the toughest guys to sleep. They had to change their gas masks within 10 minutes or their eyes would water. In such an extreme environment, Ozian slowly walked toward the intruders, starlight streaming from his sword. Shoot, shoot. Someone shouted, fed up with Ozian's ferocity. They immediately pulled out their weapons. It looked like a machine gun, but it was modified to use chemical bombs instead of bullets. Tut tut tut. Green chemical bombs shot out of the muzzle, targeting every inch of Ozian's body. Ozian lightly swung the sword in his hand. The anesthetic that filled the room cracked and shattered with each white trajectory as emerald-colored liquid splattered everywhere. Ozian stepped over it and kept coming. Shoot. Shoot them all. The plan to capture them after anesthetizing them had been thwarted by Ozian's awakening. They now had to give it everything they had to survive. The man in the lead fired his gun to keep Ozian at bay, but Ozian kept up his pace, parrying each bullet with his sword as it flew by. Some of the bullets even bounced off of him, returning to the shooter and smearing a green substance over his gas mask. Jack's been hit. What the hell was that? Crazy freak. He deflected the bullet. They didn't tell me he was like this. You assholes, shut the fuck up and do something with your time. Someone pulled a vial filled with a green drug from his waistband and threw it. It was a poison grenade filled with chemicals. Pow! Green smoke pushed out the anesthetic and spread. Even the people in gas masks had to back away angrily. That's a dangerous thing that will melt your skin just by touching it. You could tell by the way the corridors and walls of buildings that were immediately in contact with the green smoke were burning. But in the midst of it all, Ozian was unharmed. His left arm was now equipped with a shield. He swung the shield wildly, and a gust of wind pushed the green smoke back at the intruders. Chaos. Arg. The men in front of him were swallowed whole by the green smoke and writhed in agony in their seats. But their agony didn't last long. A teammate waiting in the back pulled a syringe from a pouch on his waistband and stuck it into their throats. The antidote took effect, and they calmed down, but the gazes inside the gas masks were filled with fear. You just woke up a sleeping man. Are you ready to handle it? No. We were just trying to get you to sleep deeper. The gas masked men all wanted to say so, but they couldn't meet Ozian's murderous gaze. He appeared unharmed through the green poisonous smoke, looking less like a man and more like a grim reaper. What the hell are you doing? Haven't you dealt with this yet? Just then, a shout rang out from across the hall. People in gas masks shuddered and moved out of the way left and right. What appeared with a clattering sound of footsteps was a giant a head taller than Ozian. Unlike the other gas-masked men, he was not heavily armed. He wore nothing but gauntlets on his arms that resembled prosthetic hands. His face was also not covered by a gas mask, but a mask that only covered the corners of his mouth. The only difference was that while the others wore purification canisters, he had an ampoule of green liquid attached to the spout of his mask. And what's that? There were also clear cylindrical ampoules on each shoulder of the giant's mask, and he was still alive. The green liquid inside the ampoule sloshed in time with his movements. How long has it been, and you still can't do anything? And what are these, the ones we sent to capture, drugged, and knocked out? That's because we used medicine on them, but it didn't work. Pfft. The gas mask's head exploded under the force of the giant's gauntlet. This is why you shouldn't leave work to the lowest ranking punks. If you struggle like this with outsiders, the discipline of the organization will be undermined. Despite the death of their comrade, the gas-masked man said nothing, only shuddered in horror. The gaze of the giant turned to Ozian. A sword in one hand and a shield in the other? Are all the people outside like this? Do you think you can fight with such toys? Toys. Ozian's lips twitched at the giant's words. As for whether it's a toy or not, let's see, shall we? Haha, I like this little bastard's ambition. But that doesn't mean I'm going to let you off the hook. Without another word, Ozian pointed his sword at the giant and flicked the tip. The giant spun both shoulders once, then charged straight at Ozian. Quayo? The second-floor wall of the house Ozian and Dolan were staying in collapsed, sending a large shadow crashing down to the street. It was a huge, masked man. His once steel body was covered in bruises. Ozian leapt from the shattered second-story exterior wall. The street was bathed in neon lights. In the glow, Ozian scanned his surroundings. Around the mansion, on the sidewalks, in the narrow alleys, and near the rooftops of the buildings, stood men similar to the giant. They all surrounded him, glaring at him. It was a rough welcome. So many guests. They didn't react to his words. The giant had walked in confidently thinking it would be a quick affair, but instead, he had been kicked out as a half-corpse. It was hard for their eyes to comprehend, but they had to make a judgment call here. Surprising, the outsiders had failed, and they were better than they thought. With a crunching sound, they moved in unison and surrounded Ozian. Chijijizik. The neon lights flickered, and then the entire area was plunged into blackness, as if a power outage had occurred. When the light faded, it was replaced by the gang surrounding Ozian. Purple glow from gang members with purple ampoules embedded in their shoulders or backs. Green glow from gang members tattooed with special drugs. The two colors subtly pushed back the darkness and colored the surroundings with their own. Light overwhelms darkness. In the darkness of nothingness, the mere presence of those glowing beacons would be psychologically debilitating. Ha! Ozian, who stood in the center, snorted. Starlight armor, full armor. A dazzling brilliance illuminated the surroundings. The explosive spread of light caused the elite soldiers of the gang to stagger back. Clad in dazzling white armor, Ozian looked like a knight carved from the stars. Considering where the light actually came from, they weren't wrong. They could feel that Ozian was far stronger than they were, but those gathered here had also come this far by the skin of their teeth. The ampoules on their shoulders clinked as they were injected into their bodies. There was no reason for this group to be intimidated by a tiger. Grrrrrrr. Shut up. As the purple drug coursed through their veins, some moaned in pain, others blinked in ecstasy. Those who had the green drug implanted into their skin and tattooed on their bodies glowed even more intensely from their tattoos. So they were all in cahoots from the beginning. I'd heard Emerald and Amethyst were supposed to be at odds with each other, but this didn't seem to be the case. Was Camilla lying, or was there something else going on? It wouldn't be too late to find out after this fight. Come at once. The purple and green glowed as they lunged like beasts at white. Asterisk. The neon sign half swayed, then fell to the ground in a shower of sparks. The street in front of the mansion was a mess. The ground was crumbling, the exterior walls of buildings crumbling, some with sharp sword marks. Green and purple liquids splattered and mingled on the ground, giving off a foul odor. In the glow of the drug's light, people lined the streets, severely injured and near death. In the center of all that chaos the White Knight stood still, his sword sheathed at his waist. With a click, the starlight extinguished, and Ozian returned to his original form. Are you done? What have you been doing all this time, just now showing up? Ozian asked Dolan in a disgruntled voice as he poked his head out from beyond the broken wall on the second floor. He had been gone ever since the anesthetic gas had seeped into the room. Haha, don't be like that. When something happens, the first thing to do is to get out of the way and take a look, right? I can't usually hit things head on like you can. Come to think of it, that was true. So you're done cleaning up. Yeah, they've got a story to tell, so I've kept them alive. Oh, that won't work, will it? As Dolan spoke, the gang members Ozian had left alive bit the poison between their teeth. They shuddered, then jerked their heads to the side. Those guys, they'd throw their lives away in a situation like this. They're a gang, after all, and yet they're so loyal. Loyal, yes, but more than that, they're filled with evil, which is why they've eaten an area, and it's no laughing matter. Because they knew how to throw away their lives, they could become the kings of this area. I guess there's no point in saving their lives, now that they're all dead. Still, I'm surprised. I never thought Emerald and Amethyst would join forces. So, we came in asking for help from the enemy? We were betrayed by Camilla. I don't think so. Dolan leapt from the second floor and landed beside Ozian. Camilla says she hates me, but she wouldn't set a trap like this to kill me. If she wanted to shoot me, she'd shoot me. Besides, didn't those guys use tranquilizers to capture us in the first place? You mean they didn't kill us right away, but they wanted to capture us alive so they could check something? Exactly. Besides, there's no way Camilla would have done this on her own. She's not in a position to do so in the organization. I thought you said she was like a caterer. Yes. She's a fixer like us, operating in the 40th district as well as here, just based in Emerald. Whatever it is, we need to find Camilla. She hasn't shown up when she should have. Either she'd fled, or something had happened to her, just like it had to them. Dolan suspected the latter. Trouble is, we hired a guide because we didn't know the way, and now that she's gone, we're on our own. It's ironic. The streets are so crowded that it's hard to recognize what's where. Even if we look around from the roof of the building. With irregular building sizes and dimensions compared to the rest of the city, the geography of District 45 is complicated, even from high above. Perhaps it was because of this geography that the city of Tirna had abandoned it. That's definitely a problem. I'm not that familiar with the geography here, it changes every few days. I guess we'll just have to split up and look for it. Keep this, just in case. Dolan handed Ozian a handheld beacon. It wasn't a scientific device, of course, but more like a whistle. If anything happens, blow it as hard as you can. Sure. It was better to move separately than together here. Dolan was not someone who would go around and take a beating. I think I'll just wander around the neighborhood. What are you going to do? Me? I have an idea. Oh, what is it? Ozian told Dolan what he had in mind. Dolan's expression was a mixture of surprise, admiration, and disbelief. You're kidding, right? Oh, no. Asterisk. Camilla opened her closed eyes. The green glow of the Emerald Organization's trademark light shone softly around her. Before she could process what was happening, the man in front of her spoke. Camilla, why in the world did you do that? What are you talking about? Camilla knew who he was talking to by the sound of his voice. It was Certus, the boss of the Emerald Organization. He glared at Camilla, his face covered in tattoos designed to instill fear in his opponents. You've brought in an outsider, one with ties to the events outside. Has that reached your ears already? And why is that? Is there a problem? Yes. How dare an outside fixer trespass in our courtyard? That's a big problem. It's just an acquaintance and I'm giving them directions. Huh? Acquaintance? You mean the guy you threatened to kill but apparently not. The important thing is this, why did you let them get involved in our business? You know that, do you? That's. Just as Camilla was about to speak, one of his men approached Certus with news. Boss, we're in trouble. The men we sent to the mansion have lost contact. You mean they're all dead? Yes. I sent someone out just in case, but they say they're all dead. Certus' expression sank heavily. I see. They've come this far, so they're confident of their abilities, but they're not going to find us. Just then, another of his men came running up. Boss, we're in trouble. What is it? Boss, the Central Market? There's a riot in the Central Market. What? Some madman in armor is tearing up the Central Market. Certus' expression changed strangely. So did Camilla, who had been listening to their conversation. Underscore 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 underscore. At first he thought it was nothing serious when they said there was chaos at the Central Market. Something like that happens every day in District 45. Maybe they were on drugs, or maybe they got scammed, or maybe they just didn't like the way the other person looked. Fighting there is just for show, but they shoot guns and even explode bombs at the drop of a hat. That's fine. The people in the market are used to that kind of violence, and they know what happens to the people who do it. Violence can be quelled with more violence, or with fear. The Central Market is controlled by the 3 Emerald, Topaz, and Amethyst organizations, or so it seems. You're saying there's more than the usual amount of mayhem in such a place? It was usually the work of outsiders. In fact, according to his subordinate's report, it was an outsider. But there was something he didn't understand. A madman in armor. Who wears armor in this day and age? No, it's more like armor. If you're wearing a powered suit or a full metal ogre, that's a different story. But was it something that could get into the Central Market? Unless it's dropped in from a large airship, or perhaps a transport, it's not going to make it through the labyrinthine, narrow streets of the 45th district. Certus frowned. The tattoos on his face twisted together in time with his expression. What the hell do you think you're doing, reporting to me because you couldn't subdue one of the rampaging bastards? I thought we were supposed to just do business as usual. Well, we tried to subdue it according to the rules at first, but it's too strong. Then just kill it. So we tried to kill him without leaving a corpse, but even that didn't work. That crazy bastard, it's abnormally strong. Listening to the conversation from the side, Camilla instinctively realized. The man currently rampaging in the Central Marketplace was the one Dolan had brought with him, Ozian. He's lucky to be alive, but instead of fleeing, he's going on a rampage. Why? Camilla couldn't understand Ozian's behavior. Certus, for his part, was trying to get on with the important business at hand, but he couldn't help but react to the reports that kept coming in. The Central Market area's been compromised? There's a maniac. All the market patrols have been wiped out. We sent in the chemical golems and they all fell. Even if he tried to ignore it, he couldn't. Certus' expression naturally turned serious. Call the boys. Asterisk. The plan Ozian had told Dolan was simple and straightforward. If we can't find their headquarters, we'll just beat the crap out of them until their leader comes out. Is that possible? If I say it's impossible, are you not going to do it? Were all the previous requests easy and straightforward? Most of the time, yes, but only by overcoming seemingly impossible tasks did they achieve wealth and fame. Now that I think about it, the idea is right. Ozian's idea wasn't exactly wrong. If a customer is not satisfied with the service or food in a restaurant, they have the right to file a claim. What Ozian was doing was no different from that behavior. You'd better be careful though. I will be careful. Ozian chuckled to himself, remembering Dolan's concern. Boom! A chemical golem in white gaiters flew off into the distance. It was over 3 meters tall and made of steel. Its abdominal armor was shattered by a single kick, as the green drug circulated in its body instead of ether water, giving it a stronger power output. All around him were chemical golems that had already been dismembered or disintegrated. The blue glow from his helmet turned to the gang members watching from afar. Is your leader here? You'd better get out of here, unless you want to see everything around here irreparably shattered. It wasn't just a verbal threat. In fact, the destruction Ozian had wrought in this Central Marketplace during their fight had proven that it was quite possible. Fucking outsiders. Emeralds in gas masks pointed grenade launchers at Ozian. The grenades flew with a thud and exploded around him, spraying poisonous gas. Ozian used the storm shield on his left arm to create a gust of wind, scattering the poisonous fumes in all directions. Amethyst's men charged through the gap, but Ozian had already seen them coming. He couldn't control his power this far out. If he became complacent with a mild subduing action, they would only become more insatiable. They are full of venom and tenacity. If he lets them get away with it, they'll keep coming at him. Therefore, Ozian cut them off at the knees with his starlight sword. Among the fallen, he could see the Emerald Gang trying something else. Spray. A long hose was opened and a green liquid sprayed toward Ozian. Lethal poison. The wind from the shield wouldn't allow them to use smoke, so they'd decided to just cover him in poison. There was nothing wrong with that, but the opponent was a bad matchup. The blazing white sword turned a pale blue color. The light, which had previously been in the form of a long sword, transformed into 2 swords, which were now clutched in Ozian's hands. Moonlight 2 swords. A cold chill spread along the path of Ozian's sword, freezing the scattered poisonous liquid in an instant. The faces of the gang members holding the hoses and aiming at Ozian turned pale. Who could remain rational when a sword with a sharp cutting power that could slice through anything was suddenly magically freezing its surroundings? Ozian, clad in white armor, rolled his feet. He landed on a vehicle filled with a poisonous liquid connected to a hose and stabbed 2 swords vertically into it. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz. The poison inside froze, and frost formed on the surface of the vehicle beyond. Is your boss here? The gang let out a new sound, fed up with Ozian's behavior. Looks like I'll have to beat you up some more. In the past, I would have never thought of this idea. For example, let's say you enter a dungeon. In a game, the player would have to explore the dungeon to get to the room with the boss because that's the rule and system of the game. But in this world, there is no system. The freedom to do whatever you want is sometimes a disadvantage, but it's also a huge advantage. To make an analogy, imagine that you've reached the final boss in a traditional hero game, the Demon Tower. He's waiting for you on the top floor. To reach him, you have to defeat one of his minions on each floor and climb up. The system would force players to climb the tower. But in the real world, you don't have to go. I could just stay on the first floor, knock down all the pillars and walls, and collapse the demon castle. Why should I go? You should come. Because I have nothing to lose. You still won't come? Then I'll break everything. In a sense, it's like the asshole who goes to a restaurant and flips the table over, demanding the boss come out. What's the point of that? You're dealing with a criminal organization, a gang, and they're trying to kill you. They weren't innocent, they deserved it, so there was no guilt. A bell rang in the distance. Ozian's gaze turned to the direction of the sound. But there was nothing there, only the remains of a storefront shattered by the fight. Rattle, rattle. Meanwhile, the sound echoed in all directions and Ozian's eyes narrowed. This, a hallucination. This is ridiculous. Ozian snorted and stomped his foot. The ground cracked like a spider's web, centered around him, as his ankles were driven into the ground. A huge gust of wind blew outward, blowing away the yellow smoke that had been faintly enveloping Ozian's surroundings. And what emerged were men with pale yellow hoods on their heads, glowing from within. They are the last of the Topaz organization. They were far different from the Emeralds, who used poisons and chemicals, and the Amethysts, who enhanced their bodies with drug infusions. Topaz looked like a mysterious Eastern shamanic group. The clothes they were wearing were made of light yellow cloth, and the things they were holding in their hands were bells, incense burners, and scales. They seemed puzzled that Ozian hadn't fallen prey to their illusions. As Ozian slowly approached, the leader of Topaz's group lifted the lid of the incense burner in his hand. A cloud of yellow smoke rose from the inside of the incense burner, and the figure of a giant transformed. An illusion, or an actual summoning. Whatever it was, it didn't matter, because the giant fell instantly in front of Ozian's moonbeam. The fallen giant turned to ice crystals and tumbled to the ground. The shimmering blue crystals mingled with the tricolors of yellow, green, and purple, creating a tangle of colors. In the center of it all, Ozian walked slowly toward them, his starry cloak fluttering as he held a pair of swords in each hand. The members of the Topaz organization, who had been exuding an aura of mystery, hesitated and stepped back. The three gang members in charge of the central market threw everything they had at him, but Ozian never fell. If I kill all of you, will the rest of you crawl out? The words were a question, but the meaning was a death threat. The Topaz members exchanged glances and realized this wasn't going to work. Their silence was odd, as the others were shouting at the top of their lungs. Ozian's gaze, including that of the Topaz, turned to one side. There, they saw a large group of people approaching in a green stream of air. The glow-in-the-dark tattoos that looked rather vivid in the dark. The tattoos representing the members of the Emerald organization looked eerie as they approached. It was like watching a parade of ghosts at night. The man at the head of the line had a very strong presence. His face was also covered in tattoos, but he didn't have the usual glaring eyes. Finally, the boss of the Emeralds appeared, but he wasn't the only one. There was a shout from the other side of the street, and the dark street turned purple. A group of Amethyst's gang members, each with cylinders of the purple drug strapped to their shoulders, backs, or hands, were coming. Leading the way was the Amethyst boss. He was large and imposing, with funky hair and silver piercings in his lips and ears. Topaz followed suit. As Topaz's men cleared a path to the left and right, a woman dressed in a heavenly yellow robe strode out. She looked like an astrologer. I expected the Emerald's leader, but I didn't expect everyone from all three organizations. Ozian's gaze fell on the Emerald's organization, and on Camilla, who was being held captive. I was wondering who the hell was causing trouble here, and it turns out it's some kind of fairy tale knight. Certus, the boss of the Emeralds, scrunched up his face. He was getting a little annoyed now. Can you handle the aftermath of causing this mess here and now? It's not me who has to take care of the aftermath. It's you? What? Ozian's words caused Certus' men behind him to cringe. You have the audacity to try and kidnap a man while he's sleeping. Is this the way things are in this district? You're one of those outsiders. Yes. At that, the boss of Amethyst and Topaz stepped forward. Hey, Certus. What the hell is going on here? An outsider. And by the looks of your reaction, you're the one who touched him first. Iriot, the Amethyst boss, crossed his arms. That's a tough one for me to take lightly. Certus, what the hell is going on? Topaz's boss, Aspia, chimed in. Backed into a corner, Certus frowned and turned to Elliot. Elliot, don't act like you don't know. Have you forgotten why you and I collaborated in the first place? Yeah, I know. We're trying to catch those who used our drugs without permission and leaked them out. That guy over there is connected to this case. Certus pointed to Ozian, who was still wearing his starlight armor. Aspia asked in displeasure. Wait, you two are working together? You're trying to unbalance the 45th district. Aspia, aren't you losing your head? I told you we were going to catch the guy who leaked our drugs. That's what happens when you're incompetent. Yeah, and you think you're okay with that? I understand some of Topaz's secrets were leaked as well. What's that? Aspia shut her mouth. She chose silence, knowing that showing any sign of weakness here would expose her. I heard that the outsider was connected to the guy who leaked our drugs, so I thought I'd bring him in to ask him about it. The leaker, Ozian, who had been listening, responded. You mean to tell me you didn't poison the mages on purpose? Why would we do such a crazy thing? There's nothing good that can come from getting involved with mages. Judging by the reactions of the other organization bosses, they didn't seem to have much to do with this either. So who did it? Looks like there are others. Underscore 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 underscore. It was a strange turn of events. The group had gathered because of Ozian's misbehavior, but the realization of the unintended consequences left them scratching their heads. It was the same for Ozian. I thought one of these three would be the culprit. They all said it wasn't them and that they didn't know. I couldn't believe them straight away. But then I remembered what Dolan had said. Did they really try to capture us? Yes. They were caught because they tried to capture us. If any of them were truly responsible for the magic surge, they would have tried to kill Ozian and Dolan, the outsiders, one way or another. Nothing is more certain than destroying evidence. When the capture failed, they still tried to kill them, but the important thing is that they didn't do it in the first place. Judging by their reactions, they're guessing something. This is especially true of Certus and Iriot. They said that the drugs they dealt with were leaked, meaning that they had no hand in the outburst. You wanted to capture me alive, to see what was going on outside. Shit, yeah. I thought maybe you were one of them. Camilla brought in the guys involved in the leak, so I thought maybe she was a traitor. Certus looked at Camilla and shook his head. Quick-thinking man quickly untied her. From the looks of things, she's not. I'm glad we've cleared up the misunderstanding. Camilla rubbed her wrists, sore from being bound. She was horrified that she'd been treated like a traitor and nearly killed, but she didn't bother to show it. Such things were not uncommon in these parts. She should be grateful to be alive and well. But even taking that into account, you crossed the line. Certus' gaze shifted to Ozian. Iriot and Ospia nodded in agreement. No matter how misunderstood, the damage Ozian had done to the central market was immense. The loss of power for the three organizations was no small matter, even if you counted those who had been seriously injured in their attempts to subdue him, and those who had died in the fray. You said there was a misunderstanding. Yes. But when the misunderstanding is cleared up, do the people who were left behind come back to life? Do the broken things get put back together again? If I hadn't done this, you wouldn't be here. Yes, but now that we're here, you're going to have to die. No, 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 you better not think about dying easily, because we're going to have to squeeze your body to death. Iriot and Ospia agreed. We'll use him as our drug guinea pig. He's a strong dog, so he'll be a good example. Considering the damage done to us, it might be better to let the rich people run the night shift. Since he is in good health, there will be a lot of demand. Each of these threats was murderous. Ozian warned in a grim tone. If you want to go all the way, I won't stop you. But I'm assuming you're up for it, right? Fuck you, asshole. Determination? Does anyone here live without determination? Did you think the 45th district was so funny? Certus didn't like the arrogance in Ozian's tone. The way he talked down to outsiders, and the way he looked down on them instead of being intimidated by their numbers, it was as if those eyeballs had to be dug out or else they'd get annoyed. Ozian felt their intense killing intent and thought to himself, it looks like they've caught a fever. Well, I understand. I made all this mess to get us them, so it's only fair that I should have to deal with the wrath. The only thing that bothered Ozian was that after all this, he couldn't find the real culprit. Judging by the leak, they're probably the ones who had the drugs taken from them. But I wasn't going to stick my neck out for them if they wanted to kill me. If they're going to fight, we're going to fight. The real culprits haven't shown up yet, but Certus and Iriot's reactions suggest that they're not far behind. If only to find the real culprits. The only way to find out is to tear them apart. The corners of Ozian's mouth twitched upward beneath his helmet. Easy. Dolan would have been horrified to hear that. Dolan preferred to keep his head in the game, to stay on top of things and avoid unnecessary fights. If a wall stood in his way, he'd figure it out and either go around it or find another way, but Ozian was different. It's not that he doesn't use his head, but when he had to use his body, he always used it boldly. If a wall is in his way, he identifies it and breaks it down. That was the way of Ozian, and by extension, the knight. A knight is one who fights even when the odds are stacked against him. They overcome adversity and hardship and finally break through. He's gotten this far by fighting his way through the central market, and the bosses in front of him have a clue. If he has a clue, he's on the right path. This time was no different. Just like before, it was a straight shot. Who's going to attack first? You? Or the other one? You can decide the order. If not, Ozian waved the dual swords in his hand. Or all at once. Those words were the catalyst. The members of Emerald, Amethyst, and Topaz's gangs widened their eyes at the insult, but no one stepped up. There is an order to everything. It was their boss's job to get angry. All eyes turned to their respective bosses. Certus felt his head begin to ache. I don't know if you've got a hard liver, or if you've deliberately set this whole situation up, outsider. The central market was smashed to pieces. All it took was one person to throw the 45th district into chaos. Of course, their power is not tied to the central market. Given the size of the 45th district, there were many other important areas. But the symbolism of a public market being invaded by an individual was significant. It was a huge slap in the face for all three organizations. That's why the head of the organization himself came to visit. Here again, you provoked me by touching my pride. Certus' head spun. Judging by the look on Iriat's face, and the glint in Ospia's eyes beneath her hood, they were thinking the same thing he was. What if we step back and ask our subordinates to handle it? Then there would be those who would question their leadership. No, they already have. The traitorous bastards who smuggled the drugs out of the district right now, and the water was spilled when the central market went to shit. Now that I've come this far, I have no choice but to prove my worth. You bastard. You're acting like this, but you've got a good head on your shoulders. Sirtis strode forward. The other two bosses, thinking similar thoughts, moved at the same time. From 3 different directions, they stood at a distance from Ozian. Ozian smiled faintly behind his helmet at the sight of the bosses accepting his proposal. At least they didn't order their subordinates around or run away, which made him feel a little better. Blood rushed faster through his body, and the hand that gripped his sword screamed to be wielded. In the center of the heavy silence, Ozian spoke, his helmet glinting in the darkness. Come. The 3 moved at once. The first to strike was Iriat, the leader of the Amethysts. Oh, he yelled, half in pain, half in pleasure. All of the drugs from the cylinder embedded in his shoulder had been injected into his body. What would have been a lethal dose for any other member of the organization, Iriat had endured without a care in the world. His skin turned purple and his body grew even more grotesquely large. His muscles didn't just bulge, they expanded to his skeleton. Iriat grunted and held out a hand that grew large enough to hold a child in one hand. Interesting. Ozian studied Iriat's eyes, which looked as if they had been drugged and blinded to reason, but that was a lie to deceive the opponent. His eyes flashed sharply, as if he were somehow trying to exploit Ozian's vulnerability. Perhaps he was waiting for the moment when he would be pushed back by his momentum, preparing for his next attack. Instead, Ozian took a step forward. He didn't even have a sword in his hand, just a shield. The blue twin swords were gone, and his sword had returned to its usual longsword. The sight of him struck a chord in Iriat's pride. You dare to challenge me to a battle of strength. He'd rather have a head-to-head fight. Iriat's large palm slammed into Ozian's shield. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz. A shockwave exploded, spreading an ear-splitting noise around. Members of the organization at a distance had to cover their ears with their hands from the tinnitus. Oh, he didn't get pushed. But those who stayed to watch were stunned. Ozian stood his ground and blocked Iriat's hand with his shield. However, that wasn't the end of it. With a dull thud, Iriat's body was being pushed backwards. Ugh. Even though Iriat tried his best, it was the same. He was inwardly astonished. How could Ozian overcome him with brute force after being injected with the maximum amount of drugs? What kind of monster was this? Move, Iriat. You're in the way. That's when Sirtis stepped in. He stomped on Iriat's shoulder, leaped up, and threw 8 green vials between his fingers. The drugs in the shattered vials reacted with the air, chemically combining to form a dangerous poison that enveloped Ozian. Iriat stepped away, and as Ozian was about to step away, a whip flew out and caught him by the ankle. In the direction of the whip was Ospia. She grabbed Ozian's ankle with her drug-soaked yellow whip and used her other hand to pull out a yellow powder, which she blew into her mouth. She blew lightly, but the powder spread like a sandstorm and engulfed Ozian. In the midst of it, soldiers made of sand appeared and targeted Ozian's body. Interesting. Nebula Silk moved. His cloak spun in a single, sweeping motion, blocking Sirtis' poison, and through the gap, his long sword pierced the sand soldiers' hearts. The soldiers fell instantly. As Ozian shrugged off the attack, Iriat stepped forward and raised his arms in a sweeping motion. Ozian naturally raised his left shield. With both of his clenched hands, he slammed down on Ozian with a thud, causing the ground he was standing on to crack. Ozian tilted his shield aside. As Iriat's 2 arms sank into the ground, unable to withstand the force, a leg clad in pure white gaiters aimed for his chin. Pfft! Iriat felt his vision turn white. In his current state, he was strong enough to take the brunt of an oncoming steam car, but a single kick from Ozian would shatter his jaw and blow his head off. It's a power that doesn't make sense. Ozian, who was about to deliver the decisive blow to Iriat, had to step back as a dagger with green energy had landed in the place he was. The ground that the dagger touched became black and corroded, emitting pure white smoke. Sirtis retrieved the dagger and assumed a stance. It was a knife-fighting stance. Sirtis' gaze fell on Ozian's silver blade and he wanted to use that corrosive poison to nullify it. Ozian saw through his plan, and wrapped starlight around his long sword. As it swung, Sirtis quickly crossed his dagger to block it, but his dagger was easily sliced away. Holy shit. Sirtis threw down his dagger hilt, drew his pistol from his waistband, and fired at Ozian. The bullet was also a chemical bullet, laced with drugs. With his non-gripped hand, Sirtis pulled out a green mask and placed it over his mouth. He breathed into the mask, and the drug seeped into his system through his respiratory system. The tattoos on his body glowed, and his eyes flashed jade-colored. His reaction time increased, his binocular vision increased, and his physical strength and speed of thought skyrocketed. It was the power of the specially formulated drug that had brought him to this point, but this power was useless against Ozian's violence. Quayo! Ozian's shield sent Sirtis flying like he'd been hit by a car. Iriat recovered and tried to wrap his arms around Ozian from behind, but his fingertips didn't even touch the hem of his cloak. Ozian, now perched on his shoulder, pressed his palm to the crown of his head and slammed his head into the ground. Quang! The whip cracked with a whirring sound, but Ozian stowed his shield in his bracelet and caught the flying whip. Ospia gasped in surprise. Catching a whip that swung at nearly the speed of sound? Moreover, this was no ordinary whip, but one that had been marinated in a hallucinogenic drug for a long time. Even she couldn't use that thing with her bare hands. Ozian pulled hard with the hand holding the whip. Thwack. Ospaya, who hadn't released her grip on the whip in time, was hit by Ozian and had to fall to the ground. A heavy silence fell over the central market. Underscore 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 underscore. The men couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the state of the three organizations running the 45th district. Who would believe that the leaders of those organizations had been defeated by just one man? They wondered if their bosses were weak, but that wasn't the case. The people in this place had survived in harsh environments and were sharp. They were a pack of hyenas who knew how to recognize the strong from the weak. If the boss was actually weak, he would have been torn limb from limb by his men long before he was defeated by Ozian. They stood their ground for a reason. In fact, the fight the three bosses had just displayed was enough to make even their subordinates admire them. It wasn't that they were weak. It was just that Ozian was too strong. He could outrun Iriot's drug-enhanced physical prowess, resist poisons and hallucinogens, and move at a speed that made him invisible. They had a vague suspicion that he was a monster from the first time they saw him in the central market by himself, but they didn't think he was that monstrous. They didn't know how it got here, but things are starting to get weird. What happens then? Should I avenge the boss? But what can we do against that monster? Even within the organization, opinions were divided. Some would say they should get revenge, but others would say, how can we fight when we lost the boss? They don't know what would happen if they push it with numbers, but on the other hand, maybe some of them can survive. Some of them were in awe of Ozian, who had managed to defeat all three bosses, while others were more resentful that an outsider had dared to do this. In the midst of all this, it was a third party that surprisingly threw cold water on the situation. This is looking good, boss. From the rooftop of a building overlooking the central market, someone shouted back at Certus. Certus dropped to the ground and struggled to lift his head, glaring at the voice's owner. Honor, you asshole. The Emerald Gang members were taken aback by the appearance of the man called Honor. Ah, brother Honor, why, what are you doing there? Honor was a member of the Emerald Gang and Certus number 2 in the organization, his right-hand man. Now, not only had he shown up, but he was accompanied by other shady characters. Iriot, the leader of the Amethysts, and Ospaya, the leader of the Topaz, were also surprised. Their own officers were with Honor. Only one thought ran through their minds. Betrayal. Honor, was it you, selling our drugs to the outside world? Humph, you're quick on the uptake. Who else could it be? Yes, I think I know what happened to the other assholes. The men roared at that. The fact that Arno had betrayed them, and that the second and third ranking officials of other organizations had joined hands to do the same, was quite shocking. What's the matter with you? You want the money so bad? No, I just realized I couldn't keep doing this anymore. Ha, asshole. Yeah, someone promised you a good job. I'm sure it wasn't cheap, since you're doing things behind our backs, and that's probably why you joined hands with them. Arno's expression hardened at Certus' point. How do you know that? That's the problem with you. You can't control your facial expressions, and you're only my right arm because that's the extent of your brain power. Arno's face flushed red with shame and humiliation. Shut up. You think I'm going to wipe your ass for you forever? That's over. We need a new order in the 45th district. Ha, that asshole. That's why I should have gotten rid of that other pocket pusher immediately. Certus spoke casually, but he couldn't completely hide the tension in his voice. Certus did not see Arno's betrayal as dangerous in itself. Neither did he see Elliot and Ospaya. More important were the men who were with Arno now, a group of unknowns wrapped in blue rags. There were only about 10 of them, but their facelessness and the aura they gave off was unusual. He could feel that they were the bosses of the organization who had survived the environment of the 45th district and risen to high positions. Those guys are very dangerous. Originally, I was going to wait and see, but an outsider made a very good point about what a windfall this is. Arno chuckled and glanced at Ozian. I don't know who you are, but I'm going to make sure you get a good deal now. The men in blue rags moved. They leapt off the roof of the building in a sweeping motion. The buildings in the 45th district were irregular in size and shape, but they weren't that low, however the men landed gracefully. The gangs around them panicked. Hey, what are these guys? Kill them all. The gang members immediately drew their weapons. The Emeralds fired chemical-laced bullets, the Amethysts injected drugs for physical enhancement, and the Topaz sprayed hallucinogenic incense. But the men in blue rags were faster than that, closing in on them and wiping them out. Crack. Man, these guys are so fast. Shit, the bullets aren't working. Their movements were fast. And the way they moved so freely, it was like watching ghosts. Get the fuck out of the way. An orc member of Amethyst's organization stepped forward, his muscles bulging from the drugs in the cylinder. Stay out of the way or I'll catch you and crush you. The gang member stretched out a sinister hand, and one of the blue rags stepped forward. The tiny arm protruding from the rag met an arm 3 times its size and crushed it with force. What happened next was even more surprising. Frost began to form on the orc's skin, centered on the hand that touched him. Ah! In an instant, his skin was necrotic and his arm was frozen, and he cried out in pain, but the blue rags wouldn't let him go. It took less than 3 seconds for the sturdy orc to completely freeze, even with his drug-enhanced body. With a light kick, blue rags shattered the frozen orc like glass. Similar things happened elsewhere in quick succession. Ayah! Hey, what are you guys doing? Help! Screams echoed from everywhere, and people froze to death one after another. There were only 10 of them, but the 300+ members of the organization gathered there were helpless against those 10 people. Holy shit! Sirtis cursed as he slowly stood up. He didn't know what the hell Arno thought he was doing, but now that he saw it, he realized it. Shit. Where the hell did they come from? He had a feeling it was dangerous as soon as he saw it, but he never thought it would really happen. This is going to be catastrophic for the organization. The barely maintained balance of the 45th district would collapse. Sirtis had to make a decision here. I cannot retreat. If I die, I'll die here. Spitting out the blood in his mouth, Sirtis steeled his resolve. Iriot and Ospia hardened their expressions and stood on either side of him. This is our territory, our land. We don't deserve to have it stolen from us by some bastards from nowhere. As much as I hate to admit it, I have to agree with you for once, Sirtis. I don't like this barbaric choice, but it is what it is. The 3 bosses stepped forward. They charged at the most dangerous of the rampaging blue rags and confronted them. Move out of the way, I'm in charge here. Sirtis pulled a boomerang from his belt and hurled it at the blue rags. The sharp metal boomerang was caught lightly by the ragged one with his bare hands. Sirtis' expression twisted. Damn it, I've poisoned it, and you don't care. The boomerang froze with a squeak as a tattoo glowed a bluish color on his bare arm. You made some shit with the leaked drugs. The situation was the same for Elliot and Ospia. The drugs they were dealing with were the same ones used by those ragged bastards. No, it's something better than what we have. As much as they didn't want to admit it, they had no choice but to admit it now. They lost. Not only did they lose what they had, but their opponent built something even better. They know it's only natural for the weak to be pushed back, but they can't help but feel a bitter taste in their mouth. Meanwhile, the blue rag Sirtis had been fighting reached out to him. Beneath the shabby hood pulled over his head, his blue eyes were full of life. Oh, shit. He couldn't react. The thing was faster and more agile than he was. If that thing grabbed him by the throat, he'd freeze to death, head first. But not until the end. Sirtis drew one of his daggers and took up a stance. He thought he would at least cut off one of his wrists in the end. A blue dagger flew by and sliced right through his wrist. The creature jerked back in surprise as his wrist was sliced off. It was an amazing reaction, but it was too late. The ragged man's head was sliced off and rolled across the floor. You. Sirtis' eyes narrowed at the sight of Ozian in his gleaming armor. Why on earth did you save me? Have you forgotten why I'm here? I'm here to deal with the cause of the magic runaway outside, and with those responsible right in front of me, I see no reason not to. That doesn't make what you've done here go away. That's not what I was hoping for in the first place. But still, it's rude to ignore someone who helped you. Sirtis looked Ozian in the eye. I'm grateful. You saved my life. I'm surprised. Even if we are uneducated rascals, we will definitely repay kindness and enmity. Of course, I have a grudge after what you did at the Central Market, but that is not more expensive than my life. Sirtis was a surprisingly eloquent man. It's funny to say this, but can you help us? Are you going to let this matter go with that? Sirtis smirked and shook his head. You're surprisingly calculating. Don't worry. I'll pay you handsomely when I'm done. The only thing that matters now is whether or not I can actually catch those traitorous bastards. You won't have to worry about that. Ozian's gaze shifted to the blue rags staring back at him. I've got some business with them myself. He wasn't going to miss this one. Ozian took a slow step forward as the blue rags surrounded him. Barely alive, Iriot and Ospia joined Sirtis, keeping an eye on the situation. Sirtis shrugged when they asked him if he was sure Ozian could handle this. Shut up and watch. We don't have many options left anyway. Meanwhile, Ozian had made it to the center of the blue-robed foes. As the emerald, amethyst, and topaz retreated, the light faded and a bluish glow took its place. It was the color of those ragged men. Ozian, the only white in this place, asked. I have a question for you. This power you wield, where did it come from? There was a faint hint of anger in Ozian's voice since the cold power they used, the one that froze the opponent, was very similar to the moonlight that Ozian was using. Because it was Ozian, he could feel that those guys had been granted some of the power of the moon. And the method was probably the most accessible in this 45th district. Drugging. But none of the ragged men spoke. Okay, you're not going to talk. Humph. The blue glow of the moonlight sword in Ozian's hands grew stronger, and he began to shed coldness around him. Even the cold manipulators were frightened by it and retreated backwards. You dared to play with a knight's power, you must be prepared to pay the price, right? Underscore 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 underscore. Fuck. What the hell is that asshole? Arno, Sirtis' right-hand man and the man who had betrayed him, looked down at Ozian with a trembling gaze. The Blue Rags unit had mercilessly wiped out the 3 gang members who'd been ruffling the 45th ward, and even the gang bosses couldn't subdue them easily even though they were wounded. However, that white knight had killed one of those rags so easily. He only caught one by surprise, no need to be afraid. There were still 9 of them left and the strength of the rag troops hadn't even been revealed yet. Look at the arrogance of that white knight. He walked slowly into the center of the enemy camp. How can you be so stupid as to call for a siege when you should be fighting while retreating? By the way, why am I shivering? Could it be the cold that the rag troops are using? There's no way their cold is this powerful. Arno decided to think better of it. After all, he didn't know their true strength. It was a blow to his pride, but the beans that were falling behind him were so sweet that he deliberately ignored it. The rag troops surrounding Ozian took up positions. Up until this point, they had fought as simply as crushing bugs, but now they were in full formation, weapons drawn. The blue tattoos on their skin glowed faintly, and their weapons were imbued with a chill. Considering that they had frozen their opponents to death with their bare hands, these weapons must be even more intimidating. However, Ozian found the sight even more disturbing. The power they wielded was his own. It seemed that someone had gained the power of the Moonstone and used it in a similar way to what had happened to the Gold Iron family before. That irritated him. How dare you claim the power of the Moonstone just like that? His power was stolen and used in an unholy manner by those who were not authorized to do so, and to think that the result of all that was so low. An uncharacteristic anger surged through him. He never felt this angry before, not against the powerful and not against the unpleasant. I'll show you, I hissed. The coldness of the moonlight swords in his hands intensified. The rag troopers didn't back down this time. Was it because they were emboldened by the weapon? No, it wasn't. Even if they wanted to retreat, their bodies were frozen in fear. This is the real thing, the power of the moon. Ozian crouched down, clutching the two swords. What was even more surprising was that he had removed all of his armor and nebulous ilk. His bare body was exposed and he only had two swords in his hands. Humph. The rag troops reacted since they knew something was coming. The horror of death pushed aside their fears and poured hot water over their frozen bodies. The 9 enemies moved in unison, with no sense of who was first. The cold weapons in each of their hands glowed blue and cold, aimed at Ozian's hip. Ozian's stance remained unchanged as the weapons came within inches of him. To the untrained eye, it would appear that he was too stunned to react. Indeed, that was what Arno was thinking. You insolent bastard, stay dead. If he'd been wearing his armor, he might have been able to hold on, but not now that he was naked and the chilling weapon was almost upon him. Ozian moved. At first, he didn't even realize he had moved. To Arno, it looked like he flinched slightly. He swung his sword but it was too fast for the naked eye to see. The sword slashed through the air, and the blade turned and cut through another space. Before the blue light along its trajectory was even finished, the paintbrush called Moonlight continued its sprint toward the gap. Not one, but two. They don't tangle, but rather fill each other's squares in a strange harmony. Time passed slowly, only the speed of the paintbrushes kept up with the pace of the painting. The two hands returned to their original position, leaving an afterimage. The time that had been frozen had passed as the brush strokes brought the painting to a close. In a world that can only be entered by splitting seconds into dozens or hundreds of times, the finished painting has finally blossomed. Moonlight Double Sword. Ice Flower Moon Dance. Hua! The ice lotus that blossomed in full bloom was centered on Ozian. The blossoming lotuses emitted an intense chill and cast a beautiful light around them. The rag troops that were swept away by the lotus were frozen in a charging stance. What the hell? Arno's legs went limp. In fact, he was already squirming in his seat, as were the traitors from the other organizations. What was that? What did I just see? The reality he saw with his eyes was beyond his comprehension. His head turned white with the realization. Ha! Ozian let out the breath he'd been holding. The breath from his mouth mingled with the cold air, forming steam. The gigantic lotus flower, more than a dozen meters across, disappeared like sand scattered by the wind. The sight of the ice powder scattered in all directions shining with the moonlight was mesmerizing, and the people on the rooftop didn't even notice that Ozian had disappeared. Even if they had squinted their eyes and tried to notice, they would have missed it. Such was the power of the moonlight. Here. Ozian's voice rang heavy in the center of the group on the rooftop. Only the lightest of mouths will not die. Ozian, holding a pair of swords in his hand, solemnly declared with a blue aura flowing from his eyes. Asterisk. Ozian dragged Arno and forced him to kneel. The organization's bosses, including Certus, swallowed hard at the sight. That crazy outsider had really ended things. They knew he was strong, but Ozian's true strength was beyond their imagination. What the heck? Was he deliberately lenient when he fought us? It hurts my pride, but I guess I should be grateful that he looked after me. Because otherwise, we would have ended up like that. The three's gazes turned to the rag troop. No, they were the rag troops. Frozen by the chill of Ozian, they were now scattered like dust, their bodies lying in a pile on the ground like snow. Who would have believed them when they said it was human snow? Even they wouldn't believe it, after all the shit they'd seen in the 45th district. Certus' gaze fell on Arno. He should have torn him to shreds for betraying him, but Arno's face was not in one piece. He didn't really kill him. Arno's body was battered to a pulp by Ozian's blows. Even that was a mercy. He would have had his arms cut off. Tell me everything you know. Yes, yes. Arno blew blood from his mouth and told them everything he knew. The faces of the chiefs changed as they listened. Surprise, disbelief, anger, and then acceptance. What kind of bastards did this insane thing behind our backs? Iriot muttered. The unidentified organization secretly contacted executives from Emerald, Topaz, and Amethyst and offered them favorable terms. It was something that even the leaders would find shocking. It's not just the simple conditions that are good. Look at those guys in blue rags that showed up today. They have the skills. That's why executives were tempted by the conditions and leaked the organization's drug manufacturing method to outsiders. And in District 45, they gradually and secretly grew their power. So the question is, who did it? I don't know. I really don't know, Arno admitted. Then you might wonder why he joined hands with a stranger, but doesn't human desire make people make contracts even with the devil? If the opponent was not a demon but a very superior human or organization, there was nothing they couldn't catch. Well, shit. I heard this wasn't normal, but did you bring something like this? Camilla, listening beside them, sighed in frustration, but this wasn't Ozian and Dolan's fault. This would have happened even if they hadn't come, and thanks to Ozian, they were able to detect the guys who were acting secretly in advance. But Dolan is still there. Even when it seemed like everything was in order, Dolan didn't even turn up his nose. Ozian wondered if he was playing a trick on her somewhere, but it was Camilla who denied it. That can't be, she said. I mean, he's not like this, even if he's usually absent-minded. I thought you had a bad relationship, but you're surprisingly trusting. Even if we don't get along, I have to admit he's competent, otherwise we wouldn't be working together. Instead, Camilla gave Ozian a puzzled look. Are you sure you're in the same office as him? You don't seem to know anything about him. I've only been there a short time. What, you're new? No, you're new, and you're that good? I thought you were a veteran already. Camilla took out a vape and popped it into her mouth. She huffed and blew out a puff of green smoke. Then I guess you don't know that he's related to a witch. Witch? Ozian thought of Dolan. He was always so playful and cheerful, it was hard to imagine him being associated with a witch. I don't know the details. I only know that he's been looking for a certain witch. Who are you talking about? Mother Goose. Mother Goose? Ozian had never heard that name before. But the other bosses in District 45 were different, and they all reacted furiously. Holy shit, Mother Goose. I guess I'll turn back. If the bosses were so scared, then that witch is no ordinary person. Camilla spat out another puff of smoke and added a footnote. The witch, Mother Goose, appeared 100 years ago, which is young considering some witches live for over 1,000 years, but she has gained more notoriety than any other witch. What has she done to deserve such notoriety? Because of her abilities. Mother Goose's witchcraft is to manipulate minions. Of course, there are plenty of witches who work with minions, and in a way, minions are indispensable to witches. Just look at the two organizations that exist in Tirna right now. Even the well-known witches in that place commonly practiced witchcraft, primarily handling familiars. Alice Riddle from Tea Party, Dorothy Gale from Walpurgis Night. Aside from these two iconic witches, there were many more, but few had the overall impact on the continent that Mother Goose did. Some call her an apostle of the gods, others a scourge of the devil. She belongs to no one, roams the continent, and her ways are chaos. The last we heard, she was last seen in Tirna. Anyway, Dolan, he's got a deep connection to Mother Goose. Beyond that, it's too private to say. We've talked about this enough already. Let's just say it's a complaint about him. He deserves to get his ass kicked once in a while. Anyway, just know that he's not as much of an asshole as you think he is. I hear you, Certus said, still watching. So what are we going to do now? You ask the obvious. Ozian's work was far from done. Beyond uprooting those responsible for the power runaway, he had to make sure they were punished enough for daring to utilize the power of the knights in such a way. You can deal with him on your own. Arno's expression turned somber at that. Come on. You said you'd save me? I told you everything. That's why I didn't kill you. Before Arno could say anything else, Iriot's right hand clamped over his mouth. Whoa. You're going to have a long interview with us, along with all the other guys. Arno's eyes fluttered wildly. Turning away from Arno, Certus spoke to Ozian. I owe you more than you deserve, and I will repay you. I expect it. Ozian left the bosses behind and disappeared into the alleyway. He had only one purpose now, to get his power back. Camilla moved beside Ozian. Ozian turned to Camilla and said, "You don't have to follow me. Do you even know where we're going? I heard it from the trader just now. I mean, do you know exactly where this place is that Arno told you about?" Ozian was silent, not knowing the exact location. Look, it's not enough to know the general direction. They've been hiding out in the 45th district under the radar. You don't find them just by looking for them. So follow me, and you can find them. What do you think Dolan trusted me for in the first place? I'm supposed to be your guide, your navigator. I have no intention of neglecting that role. Then let me ask for guidance. Camilla led Ozian down the alleyway. They've apparently set up shop at the wastewater treatment plant, a dumping ground for abandoned chemicals and junk. They've used their brains, because it's the last place any of the three organizations would want to get involved. The wastewater treatment plant, as it's called, is the tacit space where the three organizations dump what they don't need. The air around it is poisonous to breathe, with all sorts of chemicals mixed together. Not surprisingly, the usual bums don't go near it. It's a perfect place for any organization to hide and plot. You know, who would have thought they'd organize in such a filthy place? What's more, it's District 45, which doesn't have much to offer. Some people say they were too careless, but common sense dictates that there was no need for the outside world to come here. The air was foul and stinking, and the bums I'd been seeing were nowhere to be seen. We were getting closer to the wastewater treatment plant. We need to wear gas masks from here on out. Camilla put on the metal mask she had seen when they first met. Do you want one? No, I don't need one. Hey, didn't you hear? It's practically a poison zone from there. I'd rather ask, if you saw me fight, would you think I was poisoned? I'm genuinely curious, are you even human? If I'm not a human, what am I? Haha, never mind. If you don't like me, so be it, but don't criticize me because it smells. By the time they reached the wastewater treatment plant, the stench that had been felt in the distance was now in her nose and gnawing at her whole body. Camilla frowned. Despite her self-described directions, the wastewater treatment plant was the last place she wanted to visit again. The smell is so strong that even with a gas mask, she can still smell it. She could feel the toxicity of the chemicals in the air tickling her skin. She feels fine now, but in a few hours, her skin will be red and covered in hives. We can't stay here much longer. You know that, right? It looks like it. Unless Arno was lying, their home base is somewhere around here. The wastewater treatment plant had a large outer wall built around it. Rusted pipes and wires dotted the walls to keep the pollution from escaping. There were huge tanks, purification plants, and huge pipes connecting them all. But the strength of the drugs being dumped here meant that the filtration system wasn't doing its job, and some of the tanks were overflowing, oozing a fluorescent tar-like substance. The storage facilities are also in disrepair, serving only as transportation routes for wastewater and drugs. I can't believe they're still alive after setting up base in a place like this. Whether Camilla muttered that or not, Ozian continued on his way. The poisonous atmosphere had no effect on him. A normal person would have felt the effects of the gas mask and burst into tears and snot, but even Ozian felt the foul odor keenly, and he wrinkled his nose in disgust. Looks like we need to clean this place up a bit. What? Ozian drew his sword and used the power of the moonlight. A chill spread out, centering on him as Ozian channeled it into his sword and swung it wildly in front of him. The spreading coldness met the chemicals as the liquid on the floor froze, and so did the drugs in the air. With the sound of something freezing, frost dust fell in piles. The foul odor dissipated and the pain that had been burning his skin faded as a blast of cold air swept over him. Oh my god! Camilla gasped at the sight. Ozian is strong, she knew that from the way he showed her in the central marketplace, but she never thought he'd be able to rid this place of the toxicity of the wastewater treatment plant. Considering the amount of chemicals and years of decay that have accumulated here, Ozian's moonlight alone will not be able to completely erase it. But it was important that the most offensive poisons and odors had been driven out, at least temporarily. That's better. Ozian nodded and continued on his way towards the wastewater treatment plant. Camilla followed close behind, closer than before. Leading the way, Ozian asked, "Do you have any idea where their lair is?" "Hold on a second. The structure must be connected to the underground canal, so there must be an entrance down there, and since they need to get in and out, it's most likely at the street corner. At the same time, the entrance had to be inconspicuous to others. All right, I've got a feeling." Camilla led Ozian to a wastewater storage area and a pile of garbage. Bingo. Camilla was sure she had found the right place. The foul odor, which had lingered even after Ozian's chill had dissipated it, vanished as if from nowhere. The purification system here is working properly, which means there's an entrance. No wonder they didn't get caught. No one comes into this smelly central area. If you stay there for just an hour, you'll get a skin disease. Even I would run away. For something like that, didn't you guide me all the way to the end? Because this is my job and I have no intention of doing it sloppily. There was pride in her voice, a pride in her actions, and Ozian liked that attitude. Very well. Now that you've given me directions, I'll take it from here. Are you sure you're okay? It's a cleverly hidden entrance, but don't take its security for granted. They must have installed a lot of security. Of course I'm aware of that. Ozian turned to the junk pile of scrap metal. There was a rusted door, hard to spot unless you looked closely, but that's only what you see on the outside. Its contents are made of a special alloy, and there's probably a whole host of security devices inside. Ozian combined the moonlight swords into one. The blue twin blades came together and turned into a single sword, the blue color turning to white. A pure white armor covered him from head to toe, and over his shoulder, a white cloak fluttered, holding the Milky Way. But that's just a door. A hot, blazing starlight sword plunged into the center of the rusted iron door. The iron door heated up and melted around the starlight sword. Ozian immediately twirled the starlight sword around once. Boom! The large, thick door cracked open, dripping with molten iron. Ozian strode briskly through as Camilla could only watch in disbelief. Asterisk. Wing! An alarm sounded in the underground facility and the people inside scrambled to get to their feet. Enemy? Enemy attack. How on earth? What happened to the Sapphire unit that we sent out? How many are there? The entrance has been breached. Is it an army? The researchers, guards, and combatants inside panicked like nobody's business. The alarm now signaled that the front had been breached. Despite its shabby exterior, its actual strength is beyond imagination. It was built to withstand the blasting of an entire junkyard with high explosives, and now it's been breached in an instant? Who is it? Is it the enforcers? Whatever, let's go stop them. Guards and combatants rushed out, weapons drawn, while the researchers watched in cold sweat. It's not good that they've been discovered, and it's not good that the front gate has been breached. No matter who they were, they had to stop them, but the fact that their secret location was discovered was a problem. They spent a lot of time and money to build this, so they made sure to secure it as best they could so it wouldn't be seen. Shit. No matter how I look at this, I'm pretty sure Arno, that idiot, gave away our location. The experiment was coming to a close, and they were just one step away from swallowing this 45th district whole, but then, at the last minute, this happened. No, it's not too late, just kill the intruder or whatever, finish the job, and that's it. They sent the guys they hired to do it, and since many of them are highly skilled, they will not have issues subduing the intruders. The researcher's expression did not improve over time. Quang? Quagwagwang? The sounds of explosions, collapses, and human screams mixed together. Sector B1 destroyed. All combatants wiped out. We can't stop him. Sector B3 bulkhead has been breached. The horror reports keep coming. What the hell is going on? Who's here? How many intruders? Well, it's... Don't be silly, just answer the question. 1. What? The shocking fact was relayed to the combatants joining the scene. Only one raider, huh? You're telling me we just got pierced by one? Are you kidding me? How the fuck does this make sense? Is the other guy some kind of executioner or witch? But their complaints didn't last long. For beyond, in the darkness beyond the circular passageway of pipes and wires, a boom rang out. He was coming. The bombast ceased, and the screams died down. They peeked their heads out from the corners of the split passageways to survey the situation. As they swallowed hard, there was a clatter of iron, and a pure white beam of light stepped out of the darkness. It was a knight in shining armor. What the hell is that? A knight? Shut up and shoot. They activated the booby trap they'd been waiting for and opened fire. There was no way to dodge bullets in this narrow passageway, and these were not just any bullets. These were chemical munitions packed with extreme poison and specially designed bullets for maximum penetration that would pierce through any cover. That was when the knight's sword moved. It swung in a pure white trajectory, parrying or deflecting the incoming bullets. The combatants, watching in disbelief, set off the booby trap. A huge explosion ripped through the passageway. Shockwaves crackled across their skin, accompanied by a cloud of dust. The combatants were certain this would kill him, until they saw Ozian still walking slowly through the smoke. Shoot, shoot, shoot them all. Baya. Tut tut tut. The gunfire continued for a while, then stopped completely. The researcher monitoring the situation muttered in a voice that sounded like he had given up. That, combatants, annihilated. Enemy, still alive. The researcher's gazes turned to the head researcher, the man in charge. His half-shaved head flashed over his glasses as he made a decision. Release all the Sapphire test subjects. What? Ha, but it's still in the stabilization phase. Just do as I say. Or else, do you want the original stolen? The researchers shut their mouths. The blade was already down to the nape of their necks, so what's the point of arguing now? They narrowed their eyes and listened to the chief researcher. These aren't the proper test subjects we sent with Arno, they're more complete, and we don't know what they'll do yet, but it's not a bad idea to accumulate data. Muttering to himself, the chief researcher turned around. There was a clear cylinder filled with a pale blue liquid. A clear hose flowed from the bottom of the cylinder like an octopus leg, connecting it to the test subject. Send. The blue liquid, the liquid the lead researcher had spoken of, was injected into the test subjects' bodies through the hose. The liquid, which would normally be too strong to be diluted and purified, was injected into the subjects' bodies. Asterisk. Ozian walked briskly, but stopped before the final gateway. Beyond, he had a hunch, was the head of this place, but before he could reach it, a group of men stood in his way. Just when I thought it was finally over, more men, similar to the blue ragged ones he'd seen before, stood in his way. They were fewer in number, only 3, but the faint power of the moonlight that emanated from their bodies was much thicker and stronger than the 10 he had faced earlier. Are you guys really doing this? At that moment, one of the test subjects in the lead stretched out its arm towards Ozian. The moment it saw what Ozian was about to do, magic surged from its body, and it activated the 2-star ice elemental magic Frozen Blast. A wave of cold energy engulfed Ozian and covered the entire passageway, freezing even the dripping pipes. It was a power far beyond that of a normal 2-star magic. How dare you? Ozian wiped a thin layer of frost from the surface of the starlight armor and glared at the test subjects. Even with my power, you use magic. Doing something I can't do, or rather something I don't do. I will never forgive you. Underscore 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 underscore. As Ozian was pushed back by the cold, the lead researcher let out a laugh of joy. Ha 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 ha, look, it finally worked. I finally made it. With this, I can kill that monstrous intruder. He jumped for joy. 3 out of the last 10 of his rampaging experiments had survived. He was hoping for just 1, but there were 3 surviving members of the Sapphire Project. That's more than enough, and they followed his orders quite well. He wondered if they'd try to kill him by going berserk, like the wizards before them, but that proved to be a needless worry. All those clinical trials on wizards have helped. Now all that's left is to freeze that cocky knight alive. The head researcher excitedly grabbed the microphone and shouted, "Hey, intruder, can you hear me?" Ozian didn't respond. "You're pretty strong to have made it this far, but I'm afraid that's all you've got left. Well, don't feel bad for yourself. It's too bad I can't kill you as you are." At first, he had only feared Ozian, but now that the roles had been reversed, a new desire had sprouted in him. It was too much to kill him as he was. He wanted to analyze the nature of his power, and he wanted to create new experiments with his strong body. Perhaps Ozian could use all of the ooze in there and still be fine. "What do you say? If you surrender now, I can pardon you at my discretion." Ozian's lips twitched inside his helm as he heard the words spoken over the speaker, faceless and unseen. "Now you're just a loudmouth. I felt like a mosquito chirping at me when I already had a lot on my mind." They're the first ones. Ozian ignored the researcher's words and focused on the test subjects in front of him. Compared to the rags before them, they were definitely stronger, not only because of their drug-induced physical enhancement, but also because of their use of magic. The previous rampage was a preparation for creating them. Even with the same amount of power, a mage would be far more useful than a regular gang member. If it's not that, then maybe mutants or other non-human beings could be involved. But for now, it's clear that mages are behind it. I wonder if it's because they have the power of moonlight, but the magic they used was specialized in ice. Their power was far superior to ice magic, and even as an Ozian, it wasn't easy to approach them. A mere 2-star magic is enough to cause frost to form on the holy light armor. If they used more than that, he had to be prepared to suffer damage as well, but Ozian didn't come here without any such resolve in the first place. However, he was surprised. Even though they had injected the power of the moonlight into the mages, he didn't expect them to be able to handle it. A mage and a wandering knight are two very different professions. They could never wield both powers at the same time since they were never meant to be, but now it was different. A wizard has mastered the power of moonlight, even if it's not the result of hard work. It was the same now. The magic power rising around the mage soon turned into a crystallized form. Pure magic. One of the more orthodox forms of magic that gives mass and form to the magic itself and uses it to wield immense physical power. A pure white chill formed around the crystal bullet. It is a magic that does not exist in the existing elemental elements, but the pure magic itself contained the power of the moonlight. However, its power was quite intimidating. TDDDDDDDD. Ozian blocked all the frost bullets with his starlight sword. There was no way to dodge it in the narrow passage, so he had to block them. The shattered frost bullets scattered fine crystalline particles around, and Ozian swung the nebula silk and sent the particles flying. Just breathing in would have stuck to my respiratory system. With the moonlight power, it would have frozen the lungs themselves. Just because the power came from himself didn't mean it was safe. Rather, because it was the power he used that made it more dangerous. Still, when I faced the Reaper, I was able to do something about it, but that was possible because it was a one-on-one battle. On the other hand, I was outnumbered by 3. They're not as powerful as the Reaper, but their magic has created an unintended synergy. Even now, the Sapphire test subjects continued to fire frost bullets. Ozian stopped deflecting them and wrapped his nebula silk around himself like an egg to defend himself. Thud, thud, thud. The bullets pounded against the nebula silk's shell like a downpour. He might be able to hold out for now, but if this continued, the nebula silk would shatter. They don't seem to have any intention of letting up. They stopped firing bullets and prepared another spell. They were preparing something big, something to wipe him out before he could defend himself, and that's what Ozian was waiting for. Harnessing the power of the moonlight? Yes, I'll grant you that. It was annoying to have to deal with mages using my own power, but it was even more annoying that they could do something I couldn't, but it didn't matter. The fatal chasm that every mage has. The more powerful the magic you use, the more time you need to prepare. It was for this very moment that he had crouched down, purposely at a disadvantage. The nebula silk that had wrapped around his body like an egg unfurled like a flower in full bloom, returning to the form of a cloak. The cloak parted at the shoulders, scattering beautiful stardust behind it. I can feel their eyes widen. They've come this far, they've guessed what I'm going to do. But it's too late. They've already gained enough momentum, and they've even turned up the power, and in this narrow passage I can't avoid it. Look. It proved the opposite, that they had no room to dodge either. Knight's charge. Ozian stamped his foot and sprinted. The sight of him sprinting in a straight line, with a streak of pure white light behind him, was horrifying to behold. They tried to use magic to restrain him, but he knew it, and instead of a sword, he reached for the shield on his left arm. The power of the starlight surrounded the storm shield, and the shield itself was consumed by a pure white flame. No matter how much power they had, there was no way that the magic they had created in such a hurry would work properly. A wall of ice formed in front of Ozian's eyes. The wall of ice that blocked the entire passage was over 50 centimeters thick and nearly 10 layers thick, but that wasn't enough to stop the knight's charge. Boom! The first ice wall shattered as easily as glass along with the second and third. The shield imbued with the power of the starlight continued to advance, shattering the solid frost walls as easily as styrofoam. Soon, all 10 walls were shattered, revealing the creatures beyond. The end. Chaos? Asterisk. The massive steel door to the central laboratory exploded. The door splintered left and right, bouncing off into the distance. What the hell? The lead researcher doubted his eyes. A cold, icy mist rose through the shattered door, and a white knight stepped slowly out of it with the sound of clanking steel. Busted, even though I've had 3 test subjects, that barely succeeded. Whether he muttered or not, Ozian glanced around the lab. Their gaze met the inside of the helmet, and the researchers cringed in contemplation, or squirmed in their seats. Ozian ignored them, though, and soon spotted the massive cylinder in the center of the room. Crouching down, Ozian leaped to his feet. Thud. A heavy armored figure flew high into the air and landed right next to the cylinder. The lead researcher's legs gave out and he fell to the ground as Ozian landed directly in front of him. Ozian paid no attention to him and pulled the glass barrel out with all his might. What are you going to do with it? The lead researcher couldn't help but ask, even though he was afraid. That's the last of the original liquid. How much time and effort had been spent to refine that mass of pure power into such a liquid? You can't have that. I can't let you take that much. That's ridiculous. Why should I listen to you? Ozian pointed his sword at the head researcher's throat. It was a pure sword, untarnished by starlight or moonlight, but its sharp edge glowed with its elven origin. One more thrust and it would pierce his throat, but even in the face of death, the chief researcher refused to bend his will. It was partly because of his dedication to the ooze in Ozian's hand, but also because he feared that losing it would bring something worse than death. You're afraid of something else. The stoic chief researcher shuddered. Yeah. To run an experiment of this magnitude in the 45th district, away from the prying eyes of everyone, you couldn't have done it with a bunch of half-wits. You're in charge of this place, but I don't think you're the one who orchestrated all of this. There must be something bigger behind this. Answer me. Who is it? Who set this up? You're in charge of this place, you should know something. I can't tell you. You can't tell me. Ozian moved the blade and stabbed the lead researcher in the thigh. Ow, my leg. If you're so articulate, I don't understand why you say you can't speak. If not, should I help you speak? I guess I'll have to give you a little push. Ozian stabbed him in the other thigh while avoiding the pressure points, but choosing in the areas that feel the most pain. The researcher screamed and burst into tears. How many times had he felt this pain in his life? You're good at inflicting pain on your test subjects, but you can't handle your own. To make way for the 3 who stood in his way, 7 others had died, unable to withstand the force. Speak. Heek. Oh, okay, I'll tell you. The chief researcher blurted out through sniffles of tears. I'm from the White House. The White House. Ozian had never heard of it before. From the way you're working with these subjects, I assume your goal is to create enhanced humans like the Prometheus Consortium. Prometheus? KKKKK. You're comparing us to those bastards. The question touched a nerve and the chief researcher narrowed his eyes. They're nothing compared to us, and neither is Bleeding Edge, they're equal. We are the best in the world, and we are everywhere. Even this thing I'm in charge of right now is a tiny fraction of the whole. Right. Enough with the smugness, let's move on to the next question. So, where is your organization located, and who was the one who planned this? Well, that's... Apparently, there was a lack of pain. Oh, no, that's not it. Just as the lead researcher was about to shout in disbelief, his head exploded with a bang. Red blood sprayed everywhere and the sight was so unearthly that even Ozian couldn't react for a moment. The starlight of the starlight armor state blazed out, burning away the blood clinging to Ozian's body. Ozian looked down at the headless corpse of the chief researcher. It turns out there was another rat. Ozian's gaze shifted to the researcher shivering in the corner. He had cowered in fear when he first made eye contact with Ozian, but his face was as expressionless as ever, and he was pointing his hand at the chief researcher. It wasn't a gun or any kind of weapon, but it blew his head off. Whatever it was clear that he had killed the lead researcher. Did you think you could just shut this guy's mouth? If that was the case, you shouldn't have let me know. The researcher who wasn't afraid of Ozian's words, no, the one wearing the researcher's mask said. Hand it over while I'm asking nicely. That's our legacy. Your legacy. Ozian frowned, as if the words offended him. What if I don't want to? Then we'll just take it back by force. Really? I wonder about that. Ozian removed his starlight armor and the sight of his bare face stunned the crowd. They realized he was younger and more handsome than he looked, but what happened next was even more surprising. Ozian lifted the jug and drank the entirety of its contents. His throat cleared with a gulp, and it didn't take long for all of the blue ooze to disappear. Thump. The empty flask fell to the floor. Not as tasty as I thought. You. The researchers were appalled by Ozian's behavior. So were the agents of the White House, who had gone into hiding to dispose of any possible traitors and witnesses. Are you out of your mind? If the astonishment on his face before was just an act, now it was pure sincerity. What Ozian had done was far beyond common sense. You knew what it was and ate it all. Of course I know what it is. How could I have eaten it without knowing what it was? Does that even make sense? The agent barely held back the words from escaping his mouth. Excitement is a poison that eats away at reason. He had to think as calmly as possible to avoid getting caught up in the situation. That substance is something that can create a test subject with incredible coldness. I took a deep breath and rolled my eyes, and it felt like coldness was poured over my overheated brain. My brain ran smoothly, and my thinking picked up speed. A single drop of the original drug sent a second-level wizard into a rage. The 7 dead bodies over there were 3rd level. They couldn't withstand a single dose either. That much power, and yet, Ozian just gulped all of it down. It wouldn't be surprising if his body exploded and he died, but Ozian was fine. Wait. He's fine. Something was wrong. A single drop should have caused an immediate reaction, but Ozian hadn't felt anything for quite some time. I wondered if he was slow to react, but that couldn't be it. Even if you try not to show it, the forces raging inside your body won't allow it. And yet he held on. A lightning thought flashed through the agent's mind. Whoa, so that's what it was. Now you realize. Ozian nodded in understanding. This is my original power. I never thought I'd see you here, with a body best suited to the original. Ozian's head tilted slightly to the side. What was that bastard saying now? So this is my original power. We're lucky. Rather than a mediocre test subject, we have someone who can control the original power. Is this a blessing in disguise? I thought we should scrap the 45th district project, but it turned out to be a better result. An agent was muttering something, and the researchers and scientists were nodding their heads in agreement with what he said. Their gazes at Ozian had shifted from something terrifying to something extremely rare. Ozian felt a slight headache coming on. Not only did they use other people's powers as they pleased, but the original owner got his power back and now they treat him as the best test subject? It was annoying enough that they had infused mages' bodies with the power of the moonlight and made them attack him. It was ridiculous that they didn't even listen to him anymore, just talking their own minds. More than angry, he was just plain bewildered. Whatever it is, getting you out of here alive has become my #1 goal. As the agent continued to rant and rave, Ozian gave up trying to convince him otherwise. Not only would they not believe him, but he felt like a fool for trying to convince them in the first place. I don't know about anything else, but I'll crush that face of yours that says you'll capture me. If the agent speaks with such confidence, there must be some belief in it. Indeed, given his sudden assassination of the lead researcher, the agent must have some tricks up his sleeve. Quite a few, but not enough to fight Ozian head-on, because if he had, he would have tried to kill him, not the head researcher. When Ozian charged in, the agent's head was spinning. Through the door Ozian had smashed open, a shivering shadow walked in. Is he alive? The agent's eyes widened. It was the test subject sent to stop Ozian. 2 had returned, of course, and one of them was badly wounded. But the fact that 2 of them were still alive under the circumstances was enough to make the agent cheer. We can use that one to put pressure on him. The agent reached into the inside pocket of his white lab coat. All he had to do was stick the anesthesia syringe at his fingertips into Ozian's body. Ready or not, Ozian stared at the 2 surviving test subjects in disbelief. I thought you were dead, but you're brave. They had been caught in the crossfire of the shielded knight's charge in that narrow passage. There was no way they could have survived with their limbs intact, much less 2 of them. Ozian could see why from the frost on their bodies. I see. Since you use ice magic, it's easy for you to protect yourself. Most mages are called glass cannons because their bodies are as weak as a sheet of paper, despite their tremendous offensive power. There were defensive spells, but they didn't guarantee absolute safety. However, mages who wielded the element of ice were different. Their invulnerability. Like the 3-second invulnerability that paladins could use, mages had a similar skill. Emergency freezing, which covered their bodies in solid ice, protecting them from fatal damage. It had a similar effect and reduces external damage by over 90% for 2 to 3 seconds. It's not invulnerable, but they're practically invulnerable. Unlike the paladin, they couldn't move while invulnerable, but on the other hand, you had to be a high-level paladin to use invulnerability, while mages needed to reach 3 stars to use that. This is why ice is so annoying. If nothing else, ice mages, who manipulated cold, were on the tricky side of PvP. It would be better to have other attributes that focus on attacking, but ice wizards have their own invincibility, but they also have annoying effects like freezing or slowing the opponent. That's probably why those 2 survived. In other words, even with 90% damage mitigation, 1 died and 1 was seriously injured. Whatever survived glared at Ozian, their frosty energies radiating around them. Ozian smirked at the sight. I see. Let me show you what I've become. Ozian removed his starlight armor. The cloak fluttered away, revealing a simple robe. For a moment, the agents and others around him wondered what the hell he was doing. Ozian's sword glowed blue. An aura reminiscent of the cold moonlight in the middle of the night enveloped it, and it split in 2, becoming a double blade, but the changes didn't stop there. Ozian's entire body was bathed in blue moonlight. A blue cloth covered his face from head to toe, and a helmet jutted out like a bird's beak or a wolf's snout. A blue robe was draped down the body like a coat, and silver armor was added at the shoulders, waist, knees, and gaiters. Bone-chilling frost poked out from the back of his helm, rising and falling like a tail feather. Something more like a cape than a cloak draped down his shoulders. Toward the end of the cape, it became transparent, its edges fading into thin air, giving the illusion of dissolving into nothingness. If the starlight has a starlight armor, then the moonlight has the full moon armor. The agents and test subjects were taken aback by the appearance of the unmanned man holding the moonlight sword. To them, Ozian's sudden change was astonishing. Could that be the original power manifesting? The agents speculated and they were right. Ozian's current appearance was only possible because he had regained his moonlight. The hem of the cape that had been draped over his shoulders shifted and wrapped around him. Ozian's form vanished. The test subjects rolled their eyes in bewilderment as the figure dissolved into thin air, like a mirage. It was the same with the agent. Where is he? I don't see him. His eyes don't just see in the realm of normal visible light. He could detect the other's heat with his eyes, but Ozian was invisible even with that vision. In the midst of his panic, one of his test subjects died. What? The agent thought he had seen something wrong. The wounded creature, unaware that it was dead, had slumped to the ground. It looked as if it had reached the end of its natural lifespan, and the Grim Reaper had taken its life. Only later did it realize that its body was frozen solid. What was that? There was no sign of Ozian, the last surviving test subject. The most powerful one had decided enough was enough, and used the cold to surround himself. Beyond the impenetrable shield of ice, Ozian loomed like a phantom. The test subject's eyes widened in relief, realizing that he'd barely survived. Ozian took a step forward, and his body slid through the ice barrier with ease. It should have been hard and dense ice, but it didn't offer any resistance, as if it were water. In a panic, the creature reached out for him. The moment his hand pierced Ozian's head, he realized that it was an illusion without substance. So where is the real thing? Just as the test subject was about to look around, he fell to his knees and bowed his head deeply. The researchers watching doubted their own eyes. The test subject, who had been crouching and protecting his surroundings with ice magic like a turtle hiding in its shell, suddenly died. There was no sign of Ozian wielding a sword or anything like that, but the agent was able to see the moment of its death. There was a blur of Ozian's form behind him, just before he died. His instincts warned him that this is dangerous and that he should get the hell out of here. It was far beyond his ability to make a judgment call between life and death. The agent was quick on his feet and chose to run, but not through the wide-open front door. There was a fire escape here for just such an occasion, and he was crouching near the entrance so he could make a quick getaway. He pulls a camouflaged lever and the wall behind him opens like a door. About to throw himself through, the agent realized his legs wouldn't move. Looking down, he realized that white frost had covered his ankles and crawled up his thighs. When the hell did? He couldn't feel his legs since they were frozen to the bone. His body shuddered and his exhaled breath steamed as the cold was creeping through his body at breakneck speed. Oh, no. The words couldn't even come out of his mouth anymore as his lips were parched and his skin was pale. As he rolled his eyes, he saw a blurry image of Ozian swinging his twin swords at him. He looked like a grim reaper harvesting human life, and the severed head of the agent fell to the ground. Ozian, who had reappeared, stomped on the frozen head with his foot and crushed it. Quaching? The human head shattered into pieces like an ice sculpture and scattered like powder. The researchers froze at the sight, unable to move. Ozian swept his eyes over them and wondered if any of them were still putting on an act, but they were not. There was no longer any hiding in sight. I thought about asking him for information on where he came from. Ozian shook his head as if to clear his mind. He killed the lead researcher and wanted to destroy the evidence. This agent, too, had been subjected to some kind of experiment beyond humanity. Even if he were to capture and torture him, he would not tell him what he knew, and surely measures were taken to keep sensitive information secret. The White House. If he asked the researchers here, he'd only get the surface, but it didn't matter. Ozian's purpose in the first place was to eliminate the source of the power surge. That's it. With that, Ozian muttered and disappeared like a mirage. The researchers were just preparing to make a hasty escape when they realized they had been spared. Bang! A shot rang out, and a chemical bomb hit the shoulder of the first researcher to flee. His skin rotted and his muscles swelled and melted as the toxin seeped into his body. The researchers froze amid the tearing screams. From beyond the gaping doorway, Camilla raised her gun, spitting green smoke from her mouth. You think you can get away with this, right? You're going to pay for what you did here. Underscore 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 underscore. Camilla's appearance left researchers in a state of deep thought. As relieved as they were that Ozian was gone, another beast had moved in. If Ozian was a tiger, Camilla was a wolf, but that was no relief. The people here are scholars who have nothing to do with combat. If she was a wolf and not a tiger, there was nothing they could do. I've been asking for support since earlier. A researcher screamed as if in a seizure. With a loud pop, a bullet lodged in the researcher's leg. The researcher screamed, but his screams slowly faded as the poison spread to his brain. Shut up. It's not like I'm going to wipe you all out here. Camilla's threats weren't just words. 2 researchers had already died while the rest of the group could only tremble and wait for her next move. In the meantime, Camilla's eyes swept over the marks Ozian had made. The cold air is everywhere and the dead bodies are frozen. The fight was already over, but there was no sign of Ozian. Where the hell had he gone? You guys. Camilla opened her mouth, and the researchers shuddered. Even if you're idiots, you must know something. Are there any other bases besides this one? When the researchers looked at each other and didn't open their mouths, Camilla sighed and loaded her gun. I guess I'm being a little ladylike, huh? Oh, no. The researcher replied hastily. Well, there's another place called, but it's not a research facility, just a place to keep people. People. It's where the combatants stay. There are still some off-duty guys staying there. There's no way we didn't notice them. Camilla said, then shook her head. Shit. Considering Arno and the other traitorous bastards, they've been sneaking around behind our backs. Okay, fine. So where's the hideout? We don't know the exact location. There's a guy who knew about it. Camilla followed the researcher's gaze and turned her head. There was a headless body there. So that's what the guy who knew. What about the call for help earlier? Well, I could get a signal back to them, so I called for backup. It shouldn't have taken them 10 minutes to get here. 10 minutes? Well, it's been over 30 minutes and they haven't heard anything. The researchers were now at a loss for words. Even for them, the events of the day had been a series of surprises. Camilla's eyes lit up. Dolan, that bastard. I wonder where the hell he's been. She curled the corners of her mouth in a grimace. That saved her a lot of trouble since there was only one thing left to do. Hey, start moving now. You just saw what happens when you don't. Camilla flashed her gun, and the researchers scrambled to their feet. They realized what she was about to do. She was going to capture them alive and hand them over to the 3 organizations of the 45th district. Seeing the anxiety in their eyes, Camilla pulled the trigger. Bang! Another researcher died in agony. You think I've come all this way to play your games, you bastards? If you don't want to be poisoned and gutted, move. Asterisk. Boom! The entire building was engulfed in flames, but no one was surprised to see it since everyone inside was too cool to feel the heat of the flames. Dolan stared at the burning building and slowly turned away. He tapped the floor with his toe and checked the condition of his boots. Phew. Letting out a small sigh, Dolan turned to walk away from the flames, his eyes fixed on the darkness beyond. The pathway was darkened by the flames, which had brightened their surroundings. Beyond it, he could see something bluish coming toward him. The pupils of Dolan's eyes parted vertically for a moment, only to reopen when he recognized the other man. What the hell, is that you, and how the hell did you get here? Dolan smirked. The blue light from beyond faded, revealing Ozian. I was wondering where the emergency exits led, but you've taken care of everything. Sort of. You didn't blow the flute, did you? Because I didn't have to, but you didn't blow either. That's true. Ozian stared over Dolan's shoulder at the burning building. There had to be people in there who were part of this. The thought of killing them all and setting them on fire gave Ozian an odd sense of discomfort. Are you angry? Dolan asked. About what? I'm just saying, you sounded angry. I am. Dolan started to chuckle, then sighed, his shoulders slumping. You're right, I guess I am a little upset. I hope it's not because of their inhumane behavior. I've seen a few in my time in this business, and I don't get emotional about them. Otherwise, you didn't find what you were looking for. Dolan's eyes narrowed. In the scattering embers, a corner of the building, unable to withstand the heat of the flames, crumbled away. The incomplete combustion sent black smoke billowing into the sky, but there would be no pollution. The air here was worse than that, anyway. I've noticed this before, but you have a very good sense of smell. I take it as a compliment. Of course it's a compliment. How else would you know? You set it on fire. You probably need something to vent your anger on, more than just covering your traces. That wasn't your usual behavior. Besides, I heard something. At this point, Dolan couldn't help but notice. Camilla, finally told you everything. Not everything. She only told me as much as you had done to her. Doesn't that mean she's told you everything? Ozian glared at Dolan. You acted like you were my friend, but it seems you realized you were causing trouble. Just kidding, just kidding. Well, I don't think Camilla would have blown it. I apologize if I'm keeping secrets. Never mind. That's what co-workers do. I was bound to find out at some point, just like Lorraine and the other seniors. Ozian remembered that he hadn't seen the rest of the Violet Fox fixers. The only one he's met is Saren Gracia. Saren was the only one with an unusual ability. I suddenly wondered who else was left, what other abilities and powers they might possess, but I suppose that's not what matters now. Is that why you followed me? To find traces of Mother Goose? Yes. Of course, I also wanted to help you, but my main purpose is to find her tracks. I've heard Mother Goose is a powerful witch. Why are you looking for her? I'm sorry. That's personal. I can't tell you. Ozian shrugged. I can't help it if it's personal. You found her traces here, right? That's right. I sensed a disturbing movement after the power surge. I thought I'd check it out, just in case, but it didn't work out. And so the fire was born. Of course, Dolan wasn't a maniacal arsonist, so he only burned down their hideout. And you, how did you handle it? I took out their base and their ringleader, so I'd say it's pretty much over. You must be proud of yourself, finally rooting out the masterminds behind the power surge. It wasn't a big deal, I just blindly smashed everyone in my way. That's what I call great. So what the hell were they doing? I was going to get the details, but the mole they planted among them cut off the throat of the loudmouth for secrecy's sake. I can already tell you that it's not going to be easy, Ozian said, remembering the agent he'd killed. They called themselves the White House. Dolan's usually smiling face twitched and Ozian's sharp eyes didn't miss the subtle change. You know them, do you? So it was them. Dolan shook his head. He'd expected to find the witch, Mother Goose, but instead he'd come face to face with another annoyance. What are they doing? Well, it's, how do I explain it? Dolan ran a hand through his hair to clear his head. Unless those guys you're talking about are imposters, no, they're not imposters if they're doing this here. Anyway, that White House bunch is literally a bunch of lunatics. And most of them have something to do with science, is that right? Yes. The White House is an organization that emerged from the highly advanced science of Tyrna. It was once a great laboratory, a leader in knowledge that would take humanity into the future. If they were, why are they now hiding and plotting this? Because Tyrna gave them a lot of support, but they were lining their own pockets. Even though Tyrna says money is everything, there's a line, and they crossed it, a lot. What happened next was obvious. Tyrna's mayor and district governors met and unanimously voted to dismantle the White House. Even the Great White House was helpless against Tyrna's determined sweep. The number of troops deployed was staggering. With the approval of the mayor and the council, the military in Tyrna took action, and the fixers within Tyrna, such as Nanda Jinda, also stepped in. In addition to the guards, there were 3 executioners on the scene. The White House's scientific marvels crumbled in the face of the massive force. And so the White House was dismantled, and the knowledge, information, and profits from it were scattered to the winds, to be used for power generation in various parts of Tyrna. You were involved with the Prometheans, weren't you? Yes. What do you think got Prometheus to that point? The knowledge from the now-defunct White House. It was like a natural ecosystem. A giant beast had fallen prey to bugs and microorganisms, and was now contributing to nature's progress. But the beast was not completely dead. The seeds it sowed were still embedded in the darkness of Tyrna, and it was still at work, doing things out of sight. If anything, it had become more cunning than before. It had shrunk in size and split into many pieces, making it much more stealthy. This was all part of it. They deliberately used the traders of emerald, amethyst, and topaz to hide their presence. They didn't want to be seen. The fact that no one had found their laboratory in the wastewater treatment plant was proof of that. They're definitely dangerous. Tyrna was a huge city-state, so it was understandable that such people could be hiding somewhere and not be found. What worried Ozian was their scientific prowess. They've extracted the power of my moonlight and injected it into the body of wizards. They had imbued mages with the power of a knight, and it had worked. Now mages could use the power of moonlight. A hybrid, indeed. I wonder what would have happened if any of the Sapphire test subjects had survived and returned to their home base. And what if they'd gotten the right data? Ozian recovered the essence of moonlight, but do they really have just that? Maybe they have more of my power. Even more surprising was the fact that they had only a cursory glimpse of the elusive knight's power. What if they were not only studying the moonlight, but also the starlight or the sunlight? Ozian laughed inwardly at the thought. Then I'd rather be grateful, it would save me the trouble of searching. They had liquefied the power of the moonlight and added something else to it to make it into a drug, but even then, they couldn't extract even a fraction of its true power. The Sapphire test subject was able to draw out a little more, but it was more like forcing him into an ill-fitting suit. The source of the power is the knight, after all. Those who are not knights will be controlled by the power rather than harnessing it. Ozian would rather defeat them and retrieve the power. I'd rather they come to me on their own. Underscore 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 underscore. Beyond the blazing flames, a faint light rose. The burned-out buildings collapsed in black ash, and in their place was the rising sun. The sun mingled with the smog in the 45th district, scattering light in all directions. It still felt dark compared to the rest of the city, but in a neighborhood filled with neon signs, this much light was actually a blessing. You've unintentionally kept me up at night. Yeah, I'm tired. Let's go back and get some rest. Isn't there something we haven't taken care of yet? That's all we have to do. We'll leave the cleanup to Camilla. Camilla, Emerald, Amethyst, and Topaz would clean up the mess. Ozian couldn't help but chuckle at Dolan's confident and brazen statement. If you do, you're really going to get shot next. Yes, but Camilla has something to gain from this, too. I see. Ozian suddenly understood the relationship between Dolan and Camilla. Dolan handles the cases and Camilla cleans up after them, but it's not necessarily a lose-lose situation for Camilla. It's like a crocodile and a crocodile-bird relationship. Camilla also cleans up behind the scenes and takes care of her own things. The only complaint she shows is that the crocodile's teeth pack harder than usual. It doesn't hurt the crocodile. Well, this time, Camilla will take a lot, especially thanks to you. Her position as a guest, which was a bit of a hindrance, will improve. A woman of her caliber shouldn't have to stay in such a dangerous place. Is there any reason for it? Because of her constitution. If she doesn't use the drugs Emeralds makes regularly, she gets sick. Ozian remembered the green liquid Camilla smoked. It wasn't something she smoked for fashion or flavor. You don't have to take it so seriously. Living in a place like this, everyone has one or two of those, and Camilla's in pretty good shape. I see. To live with something. That was something that even Ozian, who lived in modern society, could relate to. It was also a kind of constraint. Living in a city like Tyrna, it wouldn't be easy to escape such constraints. Anyway, Camilla will take care of the reward and send it to you, and I'm sure she'll make sure the other organization bosses don't get a cut. You won't have to worry about that. They owe us their lives, so they won't be so brazen. Ozian remembers the look in Serta's eyes the last time he saw him. After being the head of an organization in such a seedy place, he must have seen the worst in people. So there was a certain conviction, or pride, in his heart. If nothing else, he was a man who could certainly count his blessings and his enemies. Dolan's eyes widened in surprise. Owe us their lives? That would be one less thing to worry about. People here have a lot of pride. Something like that? Haha. I only came here to check on the magic rampage case, but I unintentionally got a debt from the 45th district. This is going to be a good hand to keep. Well done. Dolan said and held out his fist. Ozian smirked at the sight, then brought his fist up to meet Dolan's. Poof. Asterisk. In the darkened office, the man who realized the latest turn of events was the first to speak. The agent we sent to the 45th district has been cut off. The 45th district, the place where they were researching the strange cold fluid? What do you mean? They've lost contact with the agent. Facing him, a translucent glass plate floated in the air. One by one, each of the people in black were reflected on it. In response to his noisy counterpart's words, the man who broached the subject first replied in a calm, heavy voice. It is what it says. There is no evidence of treachery. On the contrary, the interruption of his regular reports suggests that something has gone wrong. That's surprising. I thought the experiment in the 45th district was going smoothly. The person on the other screen asked. I know we've put a lot of work into this, but isn't it dangerous to have a failure like this already? It could potentially expose us. This was not something that could be dismissed as mere anxiety. The people here are all researchers and scientists from the White House. With their brilliant minds, they have succeeded in spinning a spider's web of complexity out of a large organization that was once one, with secret bases that remained in place even after the organization was disbanded. And so, out of sight of the city of Tirna, they continued their research with more freedom than ever before. If they've heard the news, they know we're alive. And how are you responsible for that? Dr. Cromwell, head of biotechnology. The man called Dr. Cromwell. The man leading this meeting had a cold gaze in the darkness. They were going to find out at some point. Besides, unless they're stupid, they must have realized we weren't completely gone, that we were moving around somewhere. His words were matter of fact, and no one disputed them. Besides, we're operating in a strictly point organization. The failure of the 45th district shouldn't affect us this far. The problem is, we lost an agent, and the whole experiment in the 45th district was scrapped, wasn't it? A woman's voice was clearly audible over the noise, but Cromwell shrugged. I suppose so. I'm sure not. I've heard it took quite a bit of money to create that concoction. Are you okay with that being taken away from you? What if it's not okay? We'll find out. We prepared for any unforeseen circumstances, and even deployed agents. However, the fact that we have lost contact with the agents means that we are virtually annihilated. The enemy's power is that great, and you want to retrieve the stolen goods? Did you say you want to go to war right now, and we're supposed to just sit back and let them beat us up? That's how I've survived so far, and if you ask me to do it again, I'll do it again. Cromwell snapped his fingers, covering the corners of his mouth. Of course, I don't intend to just let it go. We need to find out who and how the experiment at District 45 was disrupted. Of course, in secret. It would be bad if our identities were revealed now. I don't mind. I think it should be that way. I agree, too. I'm sure the guys who aren't here feel the same way. It was an unanimous vote that set the course of action. Then we'll have to find out who's been sabotaging our experiments in the 45th district, a neighborhood the city has abandoned. Once found, the next step was simple. If there was any of the original fluid left, they could retrieve it, and if not, they could raise the alert level now that they recognized the threat to themselves. Besides that, if there were any lab journals left in District 45, they might be able to get some data on the drugs and experiments that had been created with the original fluid. Don't worry about it. We still have plenty of materials. There's no shortage of experiments we can run. Even if they had to stay in the dark, they had endless possibilities. That was the beauty of Tirna. They just had to make good use of it. I'll send an agent, then. Someone fast and clever. Asterisk. That's the end of the request. A secluded cafe outside the academy in the 30th district. There, Ozian sat across from Thalia. Fiddling with a steaming mug of coffee, Thalia asked. Are we done, really? It is. It won't happen again. Unless a similar copycat shows up. With that, Ozian handed Thalia the report he'd gotten on the case. There were photos attached as evidence. There were people working behind the scenes, and we succeeded in taking them down. Is that all the proof you need? Yes. Thalia seemed convinced. In fact, there had been no recent incidents of magic rampage. As of the last time she had confronted Ozian inside the academy, it had effectively ended. How is the atmosphere inside the academy? Everyone's pretty relaxed about the whole thing. They're trying to keep the rumors from getting out. And the victims? Ozian thought of Slain, the boy who had gone to such extreme lengths to hide his weakness. That's okay, they're trying to be nice to him, even though they know it's to keep him quiet. What's especially surprising is that my idiot brother has been more supportive than I expected. I see. I'd expected him to just give up and call it a day, but Terrence had done his own thing inside the academy. He was a quirky guy. To summarize the story. First, the professor was suspended. You might ask, how can he be suspended after what he did? But it was only a verbal suspension. It was just to keep the rumors from spreading outside, but the internal judgment would be clear. Depending on which faction he belonged to, the other faction with a stake in the academy would be out to get him. In Slane's case, he was awarded the Brave Student Award. He didn't actually do anything untoward, and the fact that he was injured during the incident was a big factor. Terrence's support also helped. As a result, Slane became a student who tried to stop injustice, winning awards and a 2-year scholarship. With a new outlook on life, and the bullies gone thanks to Ozian's threats, the rest of his time at the academy should be a pleasant one. There. Thalia's eyes lit up. That reaction alone told Ozian what she wanted to know. No. What? You know what I'm going to say. You're going to ask me the details of what happened in the 45th district, who was behind it, that sort of thing. Thalia's eyes narrowed. That was the right answer. It's dangerous. That's why it's not good for you to know. Well, I'm the client, right? Shouldn't it have been enough to complete the request? Otherwise, when submitting the request, you should have included a clause requiring reporting of the progress and other details. That's not fair. Thalia pouted her lips. Ozian shrugged, a faint smile playing across his face. Pouring herself a cup of coffee and taking a sip, Thalia asked as if she'd remembered something. By the way, don't you drink coffee? This cafe uses really good beans and it tastes good. No, but I ordered one anyway. It must have taken a while for it to come out because they didn't have what I wanted. As they say, even a tiger will come if you call it, and at that moment, an employee came with a coffee cup and placed it in front of Ozian. The waitress glanced at Ozian with an odd look and stepped away. Thalia's eyes widened. Her gaze focused on the coffee cup in front of her. What is that? Thalia asked, as if she'd seen something new. She had to ask, because all she knew of coffee was drinking it straight from the bean, or with water. Students preferred to add cream, milk, and sugar to it, but Ozian was different. Espresso lungo, or café tirna. She saw similar things, but Ozian's had a whole lot of ice in it. It even had a straw. What's wrong? Ozian picked up the coffee cup full of ice and pecked at the straw. Thalia's eyes trembled like a wild goose. So did her curled fists. That's an insult to coffee. Thalia's words echoed through the cafe. Asterisk. Well. Back at the Violet Fox, Ozian shook his head at Thalia's scolding. This is what I get for putting ice in my coffee. Tirna was full of cafes serving coffee, as befits the setting, but Ozian had one complaint. They didn't have iced Americano. Oh, no. This was unacceptable to Ozian, who was used to carrying a to-go cup full of ice in his chilled hands to work, even in the dead of winter. So he asked the staff to put a bunch of ice in it himself, and guess what? He received stares as if he was insulting their coffee and a snide remark from Thalia. Worse, both the cafe owner and the waitress nodded as if Thalia was right. Ozian shook his head. They don't even know coffee. It would only wear him out to try and argue with them. With that thought in mind, he arrived at the Violet Fox, but the atmosphere inside was strange. Lorraine and Dolan were frozen in place. It was as if someone uncomfortable had arrived. What's going on? Ozian asked, narrowing his eyes, and Lorraine and Dolan, who had just noticed him, rushed over and grabbed each of his arms. I'm a little busy right now, so let's go out for a while. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Suspicious. Too suspicious. Ozian's gaze drifted to the back of the building, toward the clearing where the knights trained. There's something? Ozian took a step forward, and Lorraine and Dolan followed. No matter how hard they tried, they could not overcome Ozian, who had the body of a knight. As they emerged through the back door into the clearing, Ozian could see the knights to be fell to the ground, injured, and Ismar, who was holding his sword like a cane but was on one knee, and a small, petite child, looking down on him casually. Underscore 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 underscore. Ismar looked at Ozian, and his face was sad. Perhaps seeing Ismar's reaction, the little boy turned around and spotted Ozian. Who are you? From the first glance, I realized that he was a cheeky kid. He was younger than Martinez, maybe 13 at most. His skin is almost pale, and his curly reddish-brown hair covers his ears. He is dressed in standard clothing, with a brown vest as a base. Over it, he wears a baggy robe that covers his entire body. He has a handsome face, which I'm sure will make him popular with women when he grows up, but the problem is his eyes. Ferocious pupils that seemed to contain the ferocity of the wild, they drew Ozian's attention. Carved into the clearing were the marks of battle. As much as he hated to admit it, Ismar had been defeated by this kid. Surprising. Ismar is a knight who has mastered the Starlight Sword. Even if he's not quite up to par, you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone more powerful than him. And yet, Ismar had lost. Was he caught off guard because he was a child? Even if he let his guard down, the fact that he lost means that this kid's skills are outstanding. Plus the way Lorraine and Dolan reacted to try to stop him. All the evidence pointed to this kid. I said, "Who are you? Can't you hear me?" I could tell from his impression and his eyes, but his speech is really rude. I wondered if he sensed the heaviness in my expression, but Lorraine whispered urgently beside me. Don't ever, ever, ever call him a kid, he hates that. Ozian nodded. And who are you to do that, kid? Lorraine and Dolan's eyes widened. At the same time, they both stared at the child Ozian had called kid. Despite their pleading gazes, the child's lips twisted upward, revealing pearly white teeth. Although he was smiling, his eyes clearly held anger. You've got some nerve. Did you say that knowing who I am? Should I know? You're the new fixer who came in this time? Then you should know you're senior in the industry. A senior? Ozian's eyebrows twitched. His gaze flicked to Lorraine and Dolan, who both nodded in unison in agreement that it was true. Senior? This kid who hasn't even been weaned off the bottle yet. Lorraine's mouth dropped open, and Dolan rolled his eyes and shook his head. He'd done it. He'd done it. He'd known this conflict was coming, and he'd tried to stop it, but his good sense had gotten him this far. You. The kid's previously smiling face contorted into a grimace. Not once, but twice, he was practically asking for a fight. Lorraine and Dolan shrank back, backing away. Ismar and the fallen knight trainees also regained their composure and distanced themselves. Naturally, only Ozian and the little boy remained in the clearing. Wash your ears and listen carefully. My name is Edgar Lowe. I'm a fixer for Violet Fox, and I'm your senior. Ozian, there are 2 things you should know. Number 1. I hate being called a kid. What do you call a kid if you don't call him a kid? Edgar extended his second finger. Second, there's no one who has ever said that in front of me and been fine. That was the end of the warning. A blue glow emanated from Edgar, the little guy, and quickly converged on his right hand. Ozian's eyes widened in interest. He couldn't help but wonder, even with his robes on, who would have thought this kid was a mage? He's too young, and he has the temper of a fixer. There was not a trace of a wizard in him. Well, wizards don't have to be intelligent, rational, and kind. If you think about it, isn't Edgar the perfect person to be a wizard with a unique personality? What was more surprising was Edgar's magic. The energy gathered in his right hand flashed with light and transformed into a bluish sword. Pure magic. Among them, are you using the magic of the Sonning School? Pure magic is a type of magic that fixes mana into a simple physical form and uses it to create destructive power. The magic crystals scattered by the rampaging mage the other day were also pure magic. Pure magic was simple and easy, but it was not a magic to be ignored. Simple is best. Simple was sometimes more effective than any complicated process. Pure magic was subdivided into several schools: crystallization, crystallized rock, etc. The School of David, which practiced the simplest, most primitive forms of throwing: rope, staff, shield, etc. The Carmelo School, which weaves magic into threads to create a variety of improvised tools. And finally, it was the Sonning School that made weapons and fought with them in their own hands. Edgar lunged at Ozian. His movements were surprisingly quick and swift for his small frame. The moment he felt nimble, he was already in range, swinging a greatsword made of magic power, body reinforced with magic power. Moreover, the magic power in the greatsword is also extraordinary. The sword at Ozian's waist was drawn. The great sword clashed with the silver hilt, but Ozian didn't move from his seat. Asmer's eyes widened as he watched. I was knocked back when I blocked that, but the air took it so easily. Edgar was not to be underestimated just because he was young. Despite his small size, the magic within his tiny body far surpassed that of even the most veteran mages. It wasn't just the sheer amount of it. Edgar knew how to manipulate it to his advantage. It had been a bitter pill to swallow for him to have been caught unaware, and to have been robbed of the flow of the fight so early on. But Ozian, the heir to the starlight, was different. Blocked. Edgar was surprised that his first blow had been so casually blocked. Most opponents would have been defeated with a surprise like that. But Edgar was a violet fox fixer after all. At the same time that his first attack was deflected, his free hand formed a projectile of magic. The crown jewel of the School of David's magic. 10 of them, spreading out in a fan-shaped pattern, and beyond the bolts, they were actually melee shots. And to everyone's surprise, Ozian was able to deflect all 10 of them. Da 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 da. The sword danced beautifully in the air, and then all the crystal bullets shattered and dissolved into magical particles in the air. It was an unbelievable sight to behold. No wonder the aspiring knights and Asmer's eyes glowed with a strange heat as they watched. Meanwhile, Edgar's attack continued. Edgar threw his great sword into the air. He pulled it from his hand and threw it again and again and again. After about 10 repetitions, a sword circle of magic formed around him. The magical great swords were all pointed at Ozian. Edgar waved his hand, and the great swords shot out like arrows. Ozian looked at the scene and had to make a choice. I guess I'll have a hard time with a normal sword. Starlight sword. Starlight burst forth from Ozian's sword. Edgar blinked in surprise. He'd never seen a sword emit such a steady stream of heated starlight before. From that reaction, Ozian could tell that Asmer was defeated before he could even draw his starlight sword. At least he didn't give it his all, so there's an excuse for his defeat. Ozian parried all of the flying great swords while thinking such futile thoughts. The power of the starlight was too much for the greatsword to handle, crushing it into powder. In the midst of the disappearing greatsword, Edgar had already entered the next phase. One of his hands shot up vertically, forming a giant hammer. The sight of him holding a hammer bigger than his own seemed unreal. A battle mage after all. The pure magic of the School of David was similar to the divine alchemy of the paladins. It was possible to create such a weapon-like structure with magic. Of course, it was Edgar's own vast magical power and excellent combat sense that made it possible. It was impossible for an ordinary mage to create and wield such a weapon while moving so swiftly. Boom! If this hammer fell it would flatten a man, but Ozian, who wore a shield on his left arm and caught it lightly. You blocked this. Edgar frowned. He didn't know what else to say, since his powerful hammer was so easily blocked. He didn't get the feeling that the opponent had enhanced his body with magic. If that's not the case, then he must be an enhanced human or a mutant of the physical enhancement class, but he didn't get the slightest hint of that. So pure physical power is really that powerful? Before Edgar could even think about it, Ozian lifted his leg. Coming. Edgar jumped back. It was a swift movement, like a lunge. He didn't know what Ozian was going to do, but if he got out of his range, he'd... Kwong? Ozian stomped his foot. Unlike his usual stomp, this one was a bit more forceful. It was enough to cause the clearing to vibrate loudly, and the glass of a nearby building to shatter. The ground cracked around Ozian, and Edgar, who was backing away, lost his balance and went airborne. What the? No matter how much magic he had enhanced his body, he was still a small boy. His essential mass hadn't changed, which is why his body floated so lightly with a single stomp of Ozian's foot. It was enough time for Ozian to reach Edgar. Edgar, being the wizard that he was, formed a dagger of magic in his hand and hurled it at Ozian. Ozian, however, swung his shield and parried the dagger. The power of the storm within the shield rose up and deflected all of the projectiles. As he approached, Ozian raised his hand. Bam! He slammed his fist down on Edgar's head. Cack! Edgar fell flat on the ground like a stoned frog. The stomping of Ozian's foot had caused a stir in the less traveled part of the neighborhood, and there were people everywhere, shouting and poking their heads out of windows. Lorraine asked, her voice trembling. He's not dead, is he? I controlled my power. Retrieving his sword and sheathing his shield, Ozian twirled his wrist. If he hadn't strengthened his body with magic, his head would have been shattered, but Ozian wasn't unable to control it to that extent. Holy shit. How easy it was for him to. Lorraine felt dizzy in front of her eyes. What kind of person was Edgar Lowe? He's a fixer with incredible magical skills, a fierce temper, and excellent combat sense, even at such a young age. If his personality had been a little friendlier, he would have found a place in some magical academy, not as a fixer. If he had stayed that way for another 10 years, he might have become a master, a real master. Ozian had subdued Edgar far too easily. Besides, that wasn't Ozian's power. Edgar was no match for him either, but it was clear who had the upper hand in a fight this easy. You asshole. HOH. I thought you only had a bad temper, but you've got quite the stomach. Ozian looked at Edgar in surprise as he staggered to his feet. He controlled his strength, but Edgar still took a beating. This time I lost because I let my guard down. Fight me again. Never mind. Ozian snorted and landed a hard punch on Edgar's forehead as he barely got up. Thwack. With a sound that made me wonder if his skull was actually cracked this time, Edgar flew backwards and collapsed. Ozian rolled his eyes and looked at the fallen Edgar. Come back stronger if you want to win, kid. Not that Edgar heard him, of course. Asterisk. The stunned Edgar was carried inside the violet fox. Although his body was strong and he would recover quickly, Ozian ended up being kicked out. Ronan's decision was made in case Edgar made a mess when he woke up and started fighting again. I've done my job, I've recovered my power, and there's nothing to be impatient about right now, so I'm going to take it easy for a change. Ozian walked down the street and found a tavern. Inside, he saw a nice bar table and display case, though not quite as nice as the Violet Fox. He casually sits down and asks the bartender, "What's your specialty here? Do you want something mild or something strong? If it's not strong, is it still called alcohol?" The bartender nodded, then skillfully mixed a cocktail and placed it in front of Ozian. "This is our specialty, the Applejack. Even the toughest mercenaries get a 3-day hangover after drinking it." "Excellent." Ozian took a light sip of the Applejack. Indeed, it was a powerful drink for a bartender to brag about like that. How many times have I fidgeted with my glass, trying to drink sparingly because I felt it was a waste to drink it all. "Nice gentleman there. Do you mind if I join you?" A pretty woman casually sat down next to him. Without looking up, Ozian replied, "If I say no, are you going to walk away?" "Oh my, you want to drink such good alcohol alone when you have a beautiful woman next to you? How greedy." Ozian's eyes turned sideways. "So, what is your business with me, Grace?" Grace Seeker, the leader and eldest sister of the Blood Brotherhood, smiled at Ozian with a twinkle in her red eyes. Underscore 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 underscore. Ozian's gaze shifted from fiddling with his glass to the interior of the tavern. There had been patrons, if not many, but now it was as quiet as if the place had been closed. "You've come to see me again. Have we still not resolved our differences?" "It's different now." Ozian might have been at a disadvantage then because he was unarmed, but now he wore a sword. It's not just the sword. He had more control over the starlight than he ever had before, and now he had access to the power of the moon. He didn't know how strong the Grace Seeker was, but he had no intention of letting her defeat him helplessly. Ozian drew his sword, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Regardless, Grace leisurely placed her order with the bartender. "I'll have the usual, please." The bartender casually placed a glass in front of her. Grace picked it up in her pale, calloused hands. Her long, disheveled black hair and the way she sipped her drink would have made any man stare in fascination. But for Ozian, even that was enough to make him wary. She was beautiful, but she was a rose with sharp thorns and poison. Grace smirked as she set the glass down. "Don't look at me like that. I'm a regular here." Ozian looked at the bartender, who nodded wordlessly. There was nothing false about it, not even the casual way he'd handed her a glass just a moment ago. "So, you want to tell me that you came here by chance and ran into me? How prickly. Were things between us that bad?" "Your youngest was like that." "Hoo-hoo. That's true, too. I won't deny that I came to see you. But I'm not really looking for a fight, so can you please put that ugly thing out of sight?" There was no hostility in Grace's playful tone. It was possible that it was a trick, but Ozian doubted it. There was no proof, just a knight's instinct. "I don't need to spoil the mood when I'm drinking something so delicious." Ozian took a sip of his Applejack. Surprising, though. A wanted felon in the city of Tirna, and a regular at a bar so close to home. That's because this is Tirna, and in this city, if they have a good paying customer, they don't care if he's a criminal. Besides, in a place like this, they don't ask you who you are, do they? Grace cupped her chin in one hand and lifted her glass with the other, holding it up to the light above the bar table. The way the light scattered over the glass as she gazed in rapture at the liquor was almost photographic. "I guess it's no wonder there are knights who harness the power of starlight." Ozian's fingers stopped fiddling with his glass. Grace's words were quite meaningful. She wasn't just talking about his outwardly displayed abilities. "Do you know about me?" "I've heard stories, though they're very old." Grace held out her glass toward Ozian. When Ozian stared at it, Grace smiled seductively. "Can't you see my arm is about to fall off? Since we're all drinking together, wouldn't it be okay to clink glasses together?" Ozian reluctantly gave her a toast. Clink. The sound of glass clinking echoed briefly in the silent bar. "I remember the lore about the knights. A power now said to be lost, but once upon a time they were truly great. Is that why you came to me, to confirm that?" "Something like that. I'm curious, now that there's a wielder of a lost power, I wonder if this is some kind of destiny. I'm surprised. The others don't believe in it, to be honest." It's such a long time ago, I was skeptical when I heard about it, but after what you've done, I'm convinced it's not a lie. So, now that you know a little bit about me, do you have an offer? Nope. Nothing. I'm just here for a drink tonight. Tonight. I'm just curious to see how someone with your old powers fares in the world now, how you deal with adversity and hardship. So I'd like to keep an eye on you, if you don't interfere with our work, of course. Does the one waiting outside the shop feel the same way? Ozian pointed to the huge presence he'd sensed outside earlier. Don't be so hard on him. He's very loyal to me. That's why he's not coming inside. It sounds like you might get in if I try. If he was, he'd be here a long time ago. You seem pretty strong. I doubt any of your siblings are weak. Ozian gulped down the rest of his applejack and set his glass down with a clink. With a vampire at the head of the pack, I'm sure the ones below you are just as strong. This time it was Grace who stopped moving. Her round, red eyes locked onto Ozian's were unusually emotionless. You know the old tale, and I know the old tale. Ozian ordered another round, and the bartender set a new glass in front of him. Black hair that melts into the darkness, pale skin, an inhumanly beautiful form, blood-red eyes, and lips. Considering your actual abilities, it's almost too obvious. I'm surprised. I didn't realize you were so perceptive. I'm surprised too. I thought vampires were almost extinct. In the era in which the game is set, vampires were quite common. Most of them were monsters, of course, and were nothing more than the targets of Ozian's overthrow. The vampire ancestor was one of the trickier bosses to take on. Of course, the castle-bound bastard had been killed by Ozian time and time again. Wait, so I'm the one who destroyed the vampires. I didn't care what happened to the rest of the vampires after I killed the ancestor. Now that I thought about it, I felt like I had made a huge impact. I shrugged a little, but what could I do? If I had left the vampires alone, they might have risen up and created a vampire empire. Besides, if Grace was a vampire survivor at the time, there was no way she wouldn't know me. Perhaps she was a vampire born in later generations. The lineage is still alive, even if it is just a thin thread. Grace replied with a bitter smile. It is inevitable. The weaker races are culled and it's only natural that they fight to stay alive. Grace's voice held an intense desire for something. Of course, I'm driven by that cause, but I'm also curious about you now, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you'll do next. I don't remember being a clown on stage. You're more of an entertainer, if that makes sense. No one laughs at what you do. So, now you're just going to sit in the audience and clap. Grace sipped her glass and smirked. Well, it's still a bit early for us to be active. There's also the youngest one's job. But more than that, the time is approaching. What time are you talking about? It's going to rain soon. Grace's words had a certain meaning. Was it really that special to say it was going to rain? Seems like you're just making a big deal about the weather. It may seem that way, but Tirna is a bit different. The rain here is particularly long. Remember that day when it poured down heavily a while ago? Ozian recalled the day he had encountered Ismar in the middle of the night. It will be like that for a long time, one very wet and dirty day after another. What do you think will happen when the world is engulfed in dark clouds and rain? Grace looked down at her glass. The crimson wine and the large ice cubes in the glass seemed like they were Tirna. With this weather, the guards are patrolling less and watching less. It's the perfect time for something sneaky to happen, and besides, Tirna's been possessed by something, and this time of year is notoriously prone to incidents. Grace nodded and raised her arms to stretch. Her hair obscured it, but she was wearing a sleeveless black dress. When she retracted her outstretched arms, Grace giggled. This rainy season is going to be long, so for now, the Brotherhood is taking a break. Why would you bother telling me that? Since we've met. Grace rose from her seat and a bill lay beneath her drink. I'll be going. I've had a great time tonight. Maybe we can have another drink sometime, somewhere quieter and more private than this. Ozian didn't reply, and Grace didn't expect one either, so she casually left the store. The second, who had been guarding the entrance from outside the shop, followed casually at her side. So, how was it when you checked it out? It wasn't easy. Grace stared at the bar where Ozian remained. That feeling of anxiety and danger, it wasn't for nothing. He didn't say it, but Grace knew. The power Ozian wielded was the one that had choked the life out of the old clan. She hadn't realized it that day in Ozian's house. The glow had been too faint to see, but seeing him today made it clear that he is not to be messed with. The light was clearer than before. Facing it, Grace recognized the instinctive sense of danger that came with being a vampire. We must not face that thing. So we just, watch it. Without touching it. Yeah. But what about the youngest, and the fourth, who's the closest to the youngest? He's really pushing it. It's best to avoid fighting as much as possible, but they're not going to listen to everything I tell them. Grace shook her head. Let's just hope it doesn't blow up into something big. It's going to rain soon, and we've got other things to worry about. Grace and the second disappeared into the darkness of Tirna. Ozian arrived at Violet Fox the next day. As he opened the door and walked in, he saw Edgar slumped in his chair. You. Edgar's eyes widened at the sight of Ozian. He was in the middle of applying an ice pack to a bump on his forehead and head. I thought you'd be out for a day or more, but you're still going strong. You got me, asshole. Come on, I'll kick your ass for real this time. Edgar bared his teeth and glared at Ozian while Ozian glared back at Edgar with a stern stare. You talk a lot of crap for a defeated subject. I wasn't serious back then, and if I set my mind to it, I could end the likes of you in less than a minute. I wasn't serious back then either. When I unleash my power, you'll take less than 30 seconds. No, when I unleash my true power, you're done? It won't even take 10 seconds. Yeah, actually, I can do it in less than 3 seconds. Ena walked up to them as they argued. Come on, it's not like this is a child's fight. Ozian was silent at Ena's comment, and so was Edgar. Ozian glared at Edgar. Why are you shutting up? You're a kid. Regardless, Ena took the ice from Edgar and wiped his forehead with a cloth. Ouch, ouch, it hurts, it hurts. It's okay, from the looks of it, the bump will go down in a day. Ena handed him a new ice pack. Edgar just glared at her with his fat face, but didn't say anything. I was surprised. Judging by Lorraine's and Dolan's reactions, this kid didn't seem to have a thing to fear in the world, but in front of Ena, he was a strangely tame lamb. Considering that Lapona did the same thing, should I assume that this is one of Ena's abilities? Ena said it was, and now I was more inclined to believe her than to be surprised. Just then, Ronan was coming down the stairs from the second floor, carrying a newspaper. Fufu, I see you're not fighting today. If he makes the first move, yes, but if not, as a knight, I can show him some mercy. I'm the one who showed you mercy. Edgar blurted out, still not quite able to stomach his pride, and covered his forehead with an ice pack. Mr. Ozian, I have good news. The settlement from the Archaeological League has come in for the gold coins and treasure they counted. Good timing. And have you heard the latest from Balad, the director of the North Blinders? Ronan held out the newspaper toward Ozian. The article in it was about Balad. North Blinders, new business. A food business. Not food, but the overall management and distribution of food ingredients. Among other things, it mentioned that they would be handling expensive olive oil. Considering the North Blinders' own financial resources, this could be a substantial business if it goes through. He's been getting his ass handed to him, and now he's got a seat at the table. What can I say? Ozian couldn't shake the feeling of unease as he read the article. Underscore 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 underscore. Congratulations, Director. Congratulations. Balad looked at the men in front of him, all Northerners, and members of the North Blinders Mafia. They were dressed in immaculately tailored suits, but they couldn't hide the crudeness that radiated from them. It was inevitable. They were born and raised in a harsh environment where fighting was the only thing they knew for half their lives. If they don't find food, they starve, and even then, it's hard. Taking from others is the norm, and if you don't kill, you die. Even if they come to a civilized city and wear a mask, it's hard to get used to it. So Balad treated his subordinate family harshly. It was his way of making himself look better in this city as a fellow Northerner. But on a day like today, he couldn't help but let loose a little. It's no big deal, he says, we're finally on track. At last, he has one intact business. It had taken him a long time to get to this point. The idea had been in the works for a long time. It just took a long time to get it ready. It was hard work. He wasn't allowed to overlap with other family businesses, and whenever he did, his boss, Mr. Ilwa, would call him in and admonish him. Family should not covet what belongs to the family. Balad always took that to heart, even though he knew Ilwa had gotten where he was by stealing from his peers. Getting his business approved by the city was also a struggle. Being labeled a mafioso and a northerner made the process many times more difficult and lengthy than others. In fact, in Tirna, it was easy to bribe your way through with money. There was a kind of lobbying that was possible, and Balad took advantage of it, but it wasn't easy, because there was sabotage by someone who had more money than Balad. Balad knew it was someone else in the organization, another director, but he couldn't prove it because he didn't have the evidence, or Ilwa would criticize him, so he endured and persevered. He and his family have been in and out of the labor office, doing odd jobs. He's been in bed with the unions, or encouraging them, or collecting sit-down taxes. The title of director is a sham. Without a formal business entity, he's been forced to take on the crudest, roughest, dirtiest jobs in the North Blinders, but he's had enough. It's all because of your hard work, especially with the success of the ruins. Balad adjusted his glasses at the words of Leger, his right-hand man and loyal subordinate. Unlike the polished Balad, Leger was a ragged, rough-bearded beggar, but he was also a northerner with a sharp mind that belied his appearance. You're right. This was an expedition to ancient ruins with the Archaeological League. Its success, and the artifacts it brought back, meant that Balad had more money in circulation than ever before. By handing over the relics to the tower and lobbying more aggressively with the funds received from the disposal of the treasure, he was able to obtain the rights to proceed with the food business he had envisioned. But it's too early to get excited. We're just getting started. Balad muttered to himself. Yes, it's not over yet. We've been preparing for this for a long time, laying the groundwork and the distribution network, and now we just need to push and run. While Balad's concerns about complacency are valid, Leger is also right to say that it's okay to relax. It's a project that's been years in the making, and there's no reason to let it slip through the cracks. With this, you'll be able to convince the boss that you're good enough. Leger says with conviction. Approval. Balad repeated the word to himself. That's what he'd been trying to do, to create a viable business that he could present to the outside world. To be recognized by his boss, to be officially allowed to associate with her. This business is a springboard for that. I called it a food business, but it's not just about selling food. The important thing is to move a variety of large quantities of food ingredients based on a distribution network that has been established in advance. The main thing is distribution. Things that are difficult to transport or store, such as milk, oil, and liquor, are thoroughly stored and distributed to keep them fresh. That alone is what gives customers confidence. It's been a long time. When was it? When I first joined the organization, I was driven solely by the ambition to succeed as a northerner. I was not like the other savages. I'll show you how successful I can become, you scoffers. That's how I've lived my life. Is your name Blood? You look like you're going to be a good student. He was a cold northern glacier, and she was a warm spring. Why don't you slick your hair back? It looks better this way. Hee. How long had it been since he'd known a woman who was pleased to see him rather than frightened by him? At some point, his goal shifted to wanting to make her happy. Beep, beep, beep. The call came. It was Mr. Ilo, the boss of the North Blinders. When he checked it, his subordinates' faces lit up with excitement. Wahaha, our director is finally getting married. Shouldn't the congratulations be paid in olive oil? Hoo-hoo, I'm glad I trusted you and followed you. The henchmen laughed heartily, free from their stuffy suits for the first time in a long time. Blood glared at them, then relaxed and smirked. He could let them off the hook for today. This is just the beginning. If you want to catch up to the other directors and families who have gotten ahead of you, you're going to have to run harder than you ever have before. Of course, we're ready. We can't pass up an opportunity to kick those cocky bastards in the nuts. Blood nodded and gave instructions. Let's go see the boss first. Everyone, let's get moving. Asterisk. Ozian checked his account at the bank. The settlement from the Archaeological League had arrived. The original settlement was very large, but the actual money was less. Did the Archaeological League take the money halfway through? No, they didn't. It was because of taxes. I thought to myself, it's nice to have money, but I didn't really care if I didn't have enough. However, it's a different feeling to have taxes taken away. Besides, he'd been feeling the need for money lately. He can't keep training the knight aspirants in a ramshackle vacant lot like that forever. I'd rather not have any money at all. The sight of so much money coming in and being wasted in front of my eyes made my mouth water, even if I tried not to think about it. Even Einstein, a genius in his previous life, said that taxes are difficult and that he should call a philosopher. The way taxes are collected is complicated, but what's even more troubling is that there is a huge outflow of flesh and blood money. Taxes are taken out of money that hasn't even come in yet. I can't help but roll my eyes. What's even funnier is that this isn't all that's taken away. Later, they remeasure your overall income and take another tax from it. The more money you make, the higher your tax rate will be. Tirna is the city of gold. Where does the city get the money it needs to be golden? Taxes, of course. It was said that there was no worse tax hell than this place. It wasn't something to be happy about, even if you made a lot of money. The amount of money taken is enough to feed a family for years, but this was just a taste. Ozian was seriously creeped out by this world. Even the greatest knights in the world are helpless when it comes to taxes. Standing in front of the bank's teller window, Ozian's expression naturally turned serious. A large being walked up beside him. If you don't mind, do you need any help? Polite and soft-spoken, but the voice was thick and gruff. Ozian smirked and looked back at the one who spoke, an orc in a suit. Sebastian, your eyes have become brighter. Sebastian the orc smirked at Ozian's use of his name. Yep. I'm much improved after a long vacation. How have you been doing, Mr. Ozian? You've been hearing reports about me, haven't you? You're sharp, you're right. The master was adamant that if Mr. Ozian ever got into any trouble, I should come to his aid. Is that why you're here? Taxes, don't you want to reduce them? Ozian's eyebrows twitched. Sebastian's words were impressive. Even a man of fortitude who wouldn't make a deal with the devil would have gone down flat like a dog if he heard Sebastian's words now. Taxes were a serious matter in Tirna. I told you, we can help. Ho ho, how? We have specialists for that. Sebastian gestured behind him, and 5 men in suits approached. They are tax accountants of the highest caliber. They'll be helping Mr. Ozian with his taxes. Not 1, but 5. They went straight to work, chatting away with the banker. What do I need to do? Nothing. They'll take care of all the tax stuff. They're the best people we know who handle the Goldiron family's money, so you can trust them. I see. Ozian spoke calmly, but if others were to see it, they would be dripping with envy. If this reached Lorraine's ears, she would make a devilish face and curse him every time she saw him. Thank you. That's a relief. Haha. Even for the ever-proud Mr. Ozian, it seems taxes are not easy for you. It would have been easier if they pulled a knife on me. I'm glad I could be of assistance. Is there anything else you need? Shouldn't you go back to your master? Master is busy with the succession of the family, so there's nothing I can do for him. It would be far better if I took the time now to help Mr. Ozian, who has not only protected him, but has also saved his life. It was an overwhelmingly undeserved favor, but Ozian decided to let it go. Then, by any chance, are you familiar with tailors? You mean tailors? Ozian gestured to his coat. I think I need to get a new one, a very good one. Ah, I see. Sebastian, being the good butler that he is, immediately sees what Ozian is trying to say. A coat of excellent quality is essential for a fixer. In the city, some of the most famous people wear expensive clothes. They're not just expensive because they're well designed and luxurious. Tirna's clothes are expensive because of what they do. Self-repairing and self-cleaning, like the one Blood War, are the new product's best features. For someone who values his life, a coat that's also bulletproof means he's not going to get shot somewhere. But you don't want to be so focused on performance that you compromise on design. You want something that looks good, but doesn't compromise on performance. I see. Then I know just the place for you. It's not exactly a household name, but I'm sure you'll be pleased, Mr. Ozian. I expect so. After leaving the bank, Ozian followed Sebastian's lead to his favorite tailor shop. The sign on the upscale tailor shop read BT. It stood for brass and tweed. Once inside, I was greeted with a wide variety of garments, fitting mannequins, and tailoring tools. The shop has a cozy, boutique atmosphere with high-quality hardwoods. An employee greeted Ozian and Sebastian. Welcome, gentlemen. What are our customers looking for? It was a middle-aged man with a nice mustache like a gentleman. He showed no sign of surprise or disgust at the sight of Sebastian, an orc. Ozian liked the man's sense of duty. I would like to customize a special garment for him. Did you make an appointment? Here it is. Sebastian held out the gold iron signet ring. Upon seeing it, the clerk immediately bowed, excused himself, and walked away. So I take it this is a place where only people with reservations can come. Yes. And even then, it's so backlogged that even if you applied now, it would take 6 months. But with the power of the Gold Iron family, you don't have to. I thought you said they weren't famous. Yeah, it's not famous, so it's an in-the-know kind of place. Sebastian's pride was not unwarranted. Soon, a figure walked with graceful steps up from the second floor of the store. Pleased to meet you. It was a woman in her mid-30s, immaculately dressed. I'm Quintana Arna, the tailor here. Nice to meet you. I'm Ozian. Quintana's eyes widened at the sight of Ozian. Her eyes quickly scanned Ozian from head to toe, and a strange heat rose in them. Realizing her mistake in hindsight, she bowed her head sharply. I apologize. I didn't expect to have such a wonderful visitor. It couldn't be helped. If it was a woman he saw for the first time, Ozian couldn't help but be amazed by her beauty. In Quintana's case, she was in very good shape. She'd seen a lot of rich people and celebrities at her job. In other words, Ozian's beauty was something that even she, who was used to this kind of thing, could admire. What kind of clothing do you want? I need something sturdy, something that won't tear or get dirty from rough work. Rough work. With that little phrase, Quintana realized what Ozian wanted. So you're more of a wild man than I thought, then. What do you need? I want the best of everything, with the idea of creating something that has never existed before. But if that's the case, how much is the price? Sebastian stepped forward and answered. We, the Gold Iron family, will pay, whatever it is. Quintana's face broke into a smile. She had a feeling they were in good hands. Yes. Then get ready. Quintana was about to say something when the door to the shop burst open, and in walked a wealthy master, his assistant, and what appeared to be an escort. The wealthy man frowned when he saw Sebastian, the orc. Welcome, sir. What may my guests find? Just in time to hear the soft voice of the staff member who had spotted them. Bam. The customer slapped the middle-aged employee on the cheek. Underscore. Silence fell over the shop. Regardless, the young master, who had been looking down at the employees with a cold gaze, waved his hand and revealed his teeth. Look. Doesn't this shop even train its employees properly? His finger pointed at Sebastian. What the hell is this place, with that smelly, dirty orc, huh? I came here because it was recommended to me as a good place, and you can't even do the basics. Well. He's a customer of ours. What? Hey, say that again. The staff member staggered to his feet and was slapped once again on the cheek. With a muffled yelp, the clerk's head snapped to the side. Say it again. Are you kidding me? Get that stinking orc out of my face right now. Now. I'm sorry, sir. Even if it is your claim, I cannot accept it. The employee with red puffed cheeks said in an unwavering voice. He was just an employee. The other person, on the other hand, is a guest from a wealthy family with a lot of money. Naturally, the employee was forced to bow his head. He is also a customer who has visited our store. We can't turn him away simply because he's a different species, you have to understand that. What? The man's face contorted harshly. If nothing else, his pride had been wounded by having one of his own employees deny his words outright. This time, he curled his fist and was about to swing it. Hey, don't you understand the atmosphere? The big man standing behind him stepped forward, grabbed the employee by the shoulders, and lifted him up. He lifted him up with one hand. The employee gasped and wiggled his feet, but he didn't let go. Don't you know who that is? Clean your ears and listen to me. That's Blanco Mill, son of the owner of the Gears Mill newspaper. He's a man you don't dare mess with. Gears Mill. It was one of Tierna's many newspapers, focusing on entertainment, culture, and the arts. But they were famous for another reason. They were known for publishing sensationalized gossip. Nevertheless, there were plenty of people in Tierna who liked this kind of gossip. Aside from its public image, Gears Mill was a medium-sized newspaper with an economy that placed it firmly in the upper middle class. Blanco Mill, the son of the owner, was at the center of all this. Otherwise, what? You think you're anything because this place is famous, huh? We can just fire any of you if we want to. The employee's face turned pale. The man working under Blanco snorted. clicked his tongue, and released his grip on the mocking hand. The worker collapsed to the floor and coughed. Get the boss out here. If he was this loud, Quintana had no choice but to step in. I'm Quintana, the owner and designer of this place. Is there a problem? Problem? Of course there is. Blanco jerked his chin at Sebastian behind Quintana. There shouldn't be a filthy orc like that in the shop where I buy my clothes, so I want you to get him out of my sight and make me the best party dress you can find. That's odd, because apparently I only accept guests with reservations, and I don't recall you being on our reservation list. Blanco frowned. Hey, can't you hear me? I'm Blanco Mill, Blanco Mill. Do I have to do something as annoying as making reservations? You obviously haven't heard about our shop, and it's not going to change when Harrer Mill, the founder of Gears Mill and your father, comes in. Are you out of your mind? You're a bitch who sells clothes, and if I tell you to make something, you'll just say okay and make it. A wicked grin crossed Blanco's face. Ah, I see. Or is that stinking orc your lover? Well, you do seem to like that kind of thing. Quintana's face stiffened. Blanco had just insulted both Sebastian and Quintana, in a way that made her wonder if he wasn't the son of a gossipy newspaperman. Quintana raised a finger and pointed to the door of the store. Get out. What? Get out, because I don't have any clothes to make for a bum like you. Are you crazy? Quintana was not intimidated by Blanco's death glare. No, you're the one who's crazy. The clothes I make are always worn by people with class and conviction. People like you, lowly and uneducated, wear what they deserve. So get out of here. I'm not going to make it. Is this guy out of his mind? The bodyguard who had squeezed his employee's shoulder stormed out again. He purposely acted aggressively to make himself look good to Blanco. For example, he raised his hands in the air so that he could punch the woman, even though she was the owner of the store. Although he is small, he is a sturdy bodyguard who can lift a man with one hand. If Quintana had gotten hit, it might not have ended only in serious injury. But the bodyguard's hand didn't end up swinging. Moderation. Ozian had reached him and grabbed his wrist. What are you, you bastard? You're acting ugly in front of everyone. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Let go of me, asshole. The bodyguard tried to shake off Ozian's grip, but it wasn't as easy as he'd hoped. Ozian's grip on his wrist was too tight. You bastard, what kind of strength? He was confident in his own strength, and this was a terrible blow to his pride. The bodyguard moved his free left arm and tried to shake him off. Ozian saw it and tightened his grip on the bodyguard's wrist. Off. With an eerie sound, the bodyguard's wrist was crushed. The bodyguard screamed and drooled in pain until his hair turned white. You son of a bitch. But maybe it was because he was a bodyguard for a rich man. Somehow, he gritted his teeth and reached for his gun with his free left hand. A pistol that reminded him of a Mauser. He pointed it at Ozian's forehead, and his other hand gripped the barrel lightly. What? Before he could say the words, there was a crackling sound and he saw the muzzle twist and point at him. The bodyguard felt his eyes glaze over. Grabbing the barrel of an automatic pistol with his bare hands and twisting it around? What kind of unbelievable strength is that? There were people in Tirna who could do that. But that aside, the bodyguard's face paled. It was pale with regret for having touched such a powerful man. Ozian grabbed the bodyguard by the throat and lifted him up. With a gurgle, the bodyguard shook his legs. Ozian was now doing to him what he had done to the employee. Show off your strength somewhere else. With that, Ozian threw the stunned, limp bodyguard to the ground. Blanco's eyes widened at the sight. You. Ozian stared at Blanco, then stumped over to him. Oh, don't come. If you know who my dad is, you'll. Boom. A sideways stroke struck Blanco's face. Blanco touched his cheek with his hand, his eyes shaking in disbelief. His cheek hurt, was sore and hot. Only then did he realize he'd been slapped by Ozian. And then, whether he realized it or not, Ozian gave the cocky bastard another slap harder than before, just like Blanco had done to the employee. Blanco's head whipped around, his lips popping open. He clutched his cheeks with a shaky hand. Ozian kicked Blanco in the shin with the tip of his foot. Ow. Blanco collapsed to his knees, weak and helpless. He looked up at Ozian with tears streaming down his face. My dad will never let you go. You'd think a beating like that would wake him up, but apparently not. Ozian raised his hand and swung a final slap at Blanco. Blanco dropped to the floor, stunned. Take him. Ozian turned to the others who had come with Blanco. They froze at the unknown charisma. One of them, a hindsight assessing attendant, stepped forward to stand by Blanco's side. Do you realize what you've done? Of course I do. I've taught the insolent wretch a lesson. Did you say Harrer? Blanco's father will be very pleased. What? Don't worry. I won't charge you for the lessons. The attendant rubbed his forefinger across his brow for a moment as Ozian's answer made him dizzy. I don't know what you're doing, but if you don't apologize right now. If I don't apologize? Ozian asked, taking a step forward, and the attendant fell silent but his glare wasn't dead yet. As Ozian wondered how to handle this, Sebastian stepped forward. I'll take care of this. Sebastian stood before his attendant. The attendant felt overwhelmed by the presence of the larger orc. He feared that this filthy lowlife would harm him. But to his surprise, Sebastian held out not a fist, but a business card. If you ever wish to resolve this unfortunate matter, please contact me this way. The attendant took the business card and chuckled to himself. How dare you mess with the son of the owner of Geary's Mill newspaper? The valet's eyes widened at the single seal on the business card. Go, Gold Iron. Gold Iron, a family that ranks near the top of any list of the most well-funded businessmen in Tirna. Gears Mill is a mid-level newspaper publisher, but it's a gossipy business. Gold Iron could easily buy 100 companies like Gears Mill if they wanted to. Hey, how did this? He pushed the question out of his head. Why does that orc have one of these? The attendant's mind was already racing, not so much with the fact that his master had been beaten to a pulp, but with how he was going to tell his boss. Don't worry too much. Sebastian flashed an uncharacteristically orcish smile. We, House Gold Iron, are always thorough when it comes to these things, so don't forget. That was practically the final straw. The attendant, almost half out of his mind, had others carry the stunned Blanco and his bodyguard out of the room. Sebastian, who had quickly put things in order, turned around when someone tapped him on the back. Ozian was smiling faintly. I like how you've become more aggressive than before. Haha, is that so? Sebastian scratched his head. I've made up my mind that if Master is going to be the next head of the family, I'll need to be more assertive in order to stand by his side. It's not easy, but I'm going to change slowly from now on. You won't have to worry about it. You look good together. After receiving the help, Quintana approached the two. Thank you so much. I don't know how to repay you. The employee stood beside Quintana and bowed his head. Without Ozian and Sebastian, he would have been in danger. No need to thank us. We just got rid of a nuisance. Though helpful, Ozian and Sebastian had been involved in the altercation in the first place. But Quintana shook her head if she couldn't. Even so, it is true that you have stepped forward and offered your help. So, Mr. Ozian, let me show you my finest collection. Ozian's eyes lit up at the mention of the best collection. The best collection. In my greed, I once made what I claimed to be the finest garments. But I didn't think anyone would ever wear it. Quintana had her own beliefs. A garment should be worn by someone worthy of it. If someone wore something out of place, it was an insult to the garment and their own fault for making it. That's why Quintana was so careful about who she dressed. She analyzed them closely, not missing a single detail of their behavior. Even for Quintana, Ozian was a stranger. His lips curled in boredom, his face expressionless. A look that was both charismatic and noble. Even the ability to subdue the bodyguard in one go. Despite his appearance, there is no arrogance in his demeanor toward the staff, and he even shows favoritism toward the orc Sebastian. Maybe, just maybe, we've found its master today. Underscore. As we entered the tailor shop, we noticed clothes that we couldn't see from the outside. This is it, Quintana said with pride. This is the deepest part of the shop, where she displays her collection. Considering the purpose of a dressmaker's shop, this is also a product that needs to be sold. But by displaying them, it's clear that Quintana has no intention of selling them. It's more like she wants to sell it, but can't. I used a lot of different materials to make them. Beyond fine fabrics, I used valuable hides, threads, and scales from monsters, and I processed plants that can only be found in the rugged terrain. Quintana is a tailor and designer, but she's not just about aesthetics. If anything, she was more of a scholar who knew how to utilize new materials. It can't have been easy, but you made so many of these. Yes, they're hard to find and expensive. But that's our motto at the dressmaker's shop, and that's why the rich customers line up and make reservations. Even so, the garments on display here have yet to find their owners, and since they're in Quintana's quarters, so no one knows of their existence. It was for that reason that she brought Ozian here. The moment I looked at you, I realized what was once a blur, is now clear. The best thing I've ever made, finally has a master, and it's you? The place where Quintana led Ozian was in front of a black frock coat displayed in a white glass case under a crimson light. It's not just the frock coat. There was a shirt and vest inside, along with pants and shoes. All of it together, it was the work. HOH. Ozian stared at the outfit through the glass. Quintana's words were not mere bluster. The moment he saw it, Ozian could smell the dreadlocks on the suit, similar to the armor a knight should wear. A suit was a gentleman's armor, he remembered. Excellent. It was the highest praise Ozian could muster. Quintana immediately opened the glass doors of the display case. Would you like to try it on? Don't worry about the size. It will adjust itself to the wearer. I'll try it. Asterisk. Sebastian waited outside for Ozian to come out. Quintana and Ozian were the only ones inside the shop, and he wasn't allowed in because he wasn't authorized. A few minutes passed after they entered. Quintana and Ozian came back out. You're out. Sebastian's voice trailed off. He had been thoroughly trained to speak calmly in any situation, but the sight of Ozian was enough to make him forget. He wore a black frock coat with gold jewelry, a dark vest underneath, a white shirt, and an ascot tie around his neck. Straight, wrinkle-free pants and a pair of fine shoes underneath. With that alone, Ozian exuded an aura that overwhelmed everything around him. You look amazing. Sebastian was honestly impressed. And he meant it. Ozian would have looked stunning in anything, but he was definitely on a different level now that he was dressed in the finest clothing. Ozian agreed with Sebastian. His own reflection in the mirror felt incredibly unfamiliar. It was not for nothing that they say clothes are wings. I suddenly feel sorry, coming here without an appointment and being given such fine clothes. It's nice of you to say so. Quintana smiled, looking at Ozian with pride. My best work has finally found a home, and I should be the one to thank for that. If you hadn't come along, Ozian, the child would have been left to rot in there for the rest of his life, and I'm happy with that. I must become a proud owner of your greatest masterpiece. Ozian was most pleased with the armor he received. Asterisk. I hope you enjoyed your day, Sebastian asked. He'd been as nice as he could to Ozian today, and he wasn't sure if Ozian was satisfied. I found a good tax accountant and got some nice clothes, so why shouldn't I enjoy myself? I'm glad to hear it. Sebastian. Ozian said Sebastian's name. When they first met, Ozian called him Orc, and he kept calling him Orc after that. But now it was different. He was calling him Sebastian as an individual, not as an orc. Yes, Ozian. I wish you well. It was a gesture of friendship from Ozian, a sign of goodwill, and a sign of a good relationship to come. Yes. I'll be going inside then. Do you need a ride back to the office? No, I think I'll go for a walk, now that I have some new clothes. Okay. Have a safe trip, it's going to start raining soon. Sebastian drove away in his luxury car. Now that he thought about it, he remembered that the person who had escorted Ozian that day from the Goldiron family was killed in an attack. It's not that he didn't ask because he didn't know, and since he probably knew everything he needed to, he was likely being considerate by not making me worry unnecessarily. Sebastian's last words bothered Ozian more than that. The rain is coming. Grey Seeker, the leader of the Blood Brotherhood, had said it too. Tyrna is going to be drenched for a while. That there would be more dark days than light days, and that so many different things would happen during that time. Ozian looked at the sky. It was already a smoggy city, but this time it was particularly rainy. The sun was still visible, but it wasn't hard to deduce that dark clouds would soon cover the sky. Ozian trudged his way to the Violet Fox. Gazes flew his way as he passed, the occasional glare aimed at his rich-looking attire. He'd gotten similar stares before he'd changed, but now that he was dressed up, he could feel the difference. So much so, that whenever he went to an off-the-beaten-path area, the local thugs would jump out at him like ghosts. Hey, big brother. You're wearing something nice. You shouldn't come here in such expensive clothes. Pfft. Ozian lightly knocked them out with his fist. A few pulled out pistols, but they couldn't even pull the trigger and their jaws were broken. They'll have to eat porridge for at least a year. He was almost to the Violet Fox when someone staggered out of a nearby alleyway. Ozian had to stop his fist as another money-making fire moth lunged at him. Huff. Huff. The bloodied man breathed ragged breaths, as if the wind had been knocked out of him. His disheveled dreadlocks and beard were streaked with red blood. The blood and wounds spreading all over the clothes were so bad it seemed like it would be difficult to even be alive. The sudden appearance of a man who looked like he'd been shot and knifed out of nowhere was surprising, but what was even more surprising was that he was a man Ozian remembered. You, Beloud's. I remembered him as a mafioso who was always in Beloud's entourage. Leger, Beloud's right-hand man and his family's closest confidant, looked at Ozian with a blurry gaze and spat out a mouthful of blood. Fixer, request. Leger didn't finish his sentence and fainted on the spot. Ozian looked up at the sky as he watched. It was now full of dark clouds, and it looked like it was going to rain. It's going to rain. Ozian picked up the unconscious Leger and headed for the Violet Fox. Inside, as usual, Ena greeted him first and was surprised to see Ozian. First, he was dressed in very fine clothing, unlike his usual attire. Second, he was carrying an even larger, bloodied head on his shoulder. What's going on? He needs first aid. Ozian laid Leger down on the table. Lorraine, who had heard the commotion, came in as well, with Edgar by her side. Ozian ripped off Leger's clothes. His muscular body was covered with bullet wounds. Wounds so severe it was a wonder he was still alive. He was only alive because of the hardiness of his northern body, but if it was someone else they would have died long ago. Whatever it was, if he could be saved, he had to be saved. What is this? Edgar stepped up beside Leger and frowned. We won't dispose of the body here. It's not a body. We're going to save him. You know how to save him. Ena knows first aid. Ena stammered. Well, yes, to a point, but even so, I don't think anyone who's dying like this. No matter how skilled Ena was in many ways, Leger was beyond her capabilities. Seeing her hesitate, Edgar clicked his tongue. Then stay back, you idiots. He immediately wrapped his right hand around a circle of blue energy. The finely tuned energy coalesced in the air, forming several tools, all of them necessary for the surgery. Get the antiseptic. Here. Ena exclaimed as she grabbed the antiseptic, rags, and bandages as if she had prepared them in advance. It's an emergency, so we'll do it without anesthesia, and I won't be held responsible if he dies, Edgar said, and with that, he pulled the bullet out of Leger's flesh with pliers made of blue magic. Asterisk. A plate of rags dropped onto the table, filled with bloodied lead bullets. Edgar sutured Leger's wound with a magical needle and thread. The first aid is done, Edgar said. A normal man would have died of shock, but he's a northerner, and he's got one hell of a strong body. Were you trained in medicine? Ozian asked, and Edgar answered bluntly. I learned it over my shoulder, for I am very smart. It was a pretty full-fledged skill to have learned over his shoulder. Given Edgar's personality, he was probably telling the truth, not bragging. When Ozian gave him a surprised look, Edgar waggled his eyebrows, then calmed his irritation. I couldn't do it on my own. I'm lucky to have you by my side. That was true, too. Ena had gotten Edgar what he needed, right when it mattered. Whatever it was, the surgery went well, but he's lost so much blood, I don't know how long it'll be before he wakes up. As Edgar muttered that, Leger groaned. He's already awake? How on earth? He must have something more important to do. Ozian stood in front of Legger. Legger opened his eyes, blurry, and looked up at Ozian and opened his mouth. Am I alive? My whole body aches like it's going to be torn apart. You seem lucid enough to say that. You are. I wasn't mistaken the last time I saw you. Legger tried to smile, but the wounds on his body made his face contort. Every breath he takes brings pain. With no painkillers, it wouldn't normally be painful. But Legger, as if he didn't care what happened to him, grabbed Ozian's arm with his dominant hand. Fixer. I beg you. You're the only one, you're the only one. The squeeze must have been painful, but Legger stared at Ozian clearly. What happened and what about Balad? Brother Balad, he's in danger. Normally, Legger would have called Balad sir, but for this moment, he called him brother. Perhaps the situation was too urgent to care. It's dangerous. I beg you. Please help me, brother. I've traveled all this way for that request. The others listened to their conversation with bated breath. I'm sure I'm not the only one who can help you. No, no one else can be trusted. Those traitorous bastards were always groveling when they needed brother Balad. Legger coughed and spat out dead blood. Calm down. The surgery hasn't even been over for that long. Brother has been betrayed. They were all in cahoots, the bastards. I tried so hard, lived so desperately. Tears streamed down Legger's eyes, hot, angry tears. At the last minute, I thought of you. You're a fixer, but I thought someone of your caliber might be able to help my brother. Legger had come all this way to find Ozian, shot and ragged. He was bleeding so profusely that it would not have been surprising if he had died soon, a testament to his tenacity and the strength of his will. Even beyond the limits of his body. Tuduk. Tuduk, Tuduk, Tuduk. Outside the window, the water began to drip, then poured. Inside the tavern, where the rain echoed in the silence, Ozian asked, "Where is Balad now?" Underscore 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 underscore. Balad made his way to the mansion in North Blinders, the place where Ilwa lives, the symbol of the mafia, the home of the Godfather. The car drove through the large gardens and stopped in front of the mansion. Balad got out along with Legger and his family. The entrance to the mansion was guarded by a member of Ilwa's immediate family. Balad checked the condition of his suit and approached the man guarding the entrance. It was Haslin, a former soldier and one of Ilwa's combatants. "I'm here because the boss asked for me," Balad said in a polite tone to Haslin. Haslin looked at Balad with a sharp stare and opened his mouth. "I can't let your men in. You're the only one who can go, Mr. Balad." "That's odd, because I thought I told you to bring my entire family." "I was only told to send Mr. Balad upstairs." "Wait." It was Legger who jumped to his feet. "Are you kidding me? I saw it all on my way here. The nearby car belongs to the Kursha family, right? They're not even showing their noses outside right now, so doesn't that mean they're inside the mansion?" Haslin's gaze turned to Legger. It was a blade-like gaze that could only be seen by one who had killed many, but Legger had seen it all before, and he didn't shy away from it. "And you want to send our director up there alone? Is that really the order?" Legger asked with a growl, and his intimidation was enough to make even Haslin back down. "Up to 5. Legger snorted and stepped back as Haslin's permission was granted. "I knew it." Balad, Legger, and 3 other members of the family who had accumulated a lot of seniority made their way to the room where Ilwa was. "Director, do you see that?" Walking down the hall, Legger looked out the window. In the manor's backyard, he could see a group of people feverishly moving things around for some sort of festival. "Looks like they're getting ready for a festival or something. I'm guessing it's to celebrate your business dealings, but that's odd. Why would that Haslin guy want to send only the director inside?" There were reports of rain on the horizon, but the large awning would easily keep the first day's rain at bay. Balad stared at the sight over his glasses, then stepped toward the room where Ilwa was. "Wait here." Leaving his men in the other room, Balad took a light, deep breath and knocked on the door. A cracked voice rang out from inside, as if from a cave. "Yes, Director Balad. Welcome." He opened the door and stepped inside to find Ilwa sitting in a chair. He was so large that he looked more like he was buried than seated. "Have a seat." "Yes." Balad sat down across from Ilwa. For some reason, Ilwa's gaze seemed unusually cold to him today. It was incomprehensible. He'd finally gotten his business license, and he'd finally taken his place as director. It wasn't enough to praise him, and yet he didn't say much. I wondered if I should speak first, but then he finally spoke. "I hear you've been successful with your new business venture. Congratulations." "Thanks. It's all thanks to you, boss." "All thanks to me? What do you think I did? You were always telling me I could do it, and that alone meant a lot to me." It wasn't an empty statement. Balad admires Ilwa. Even if that admiration was for the man in his glory days, it remains the same now that he's broken. "Boss, I'd like to make a small request." Ilwa jerked his chin. He meant go ahead. "The boss told me a while ago that he would allow me to date Miss Isla after I get my business card and the director's license." "Yes, I did." Isla's voice felt heavy, but Balad didn't seem to mind. "I, for one, now wish to fulfill my promise of that day." "A promise?" "Mr. Balad, it's not that simple. You've only just started your business and you need to make sure it's running properly. You don't have to worry about that. I've already put in the money, and I've checked out the distribution network. We just need to get started. Did the city officials let you get away with it?" "Their permission has been granted." It was a long process, but we begged and pleaded, and they finally said yes. Ilwa tried to argue, but every time he did, Blood would shut him down with a rationalization. By this point, he couldn't help but notice. Boss, you think I'm not good enough. Who says you're not good enough? I don't know anyone as good as you. Your only daughter. I understand how much you care about Miss Isella, and I can promise you this. I will make her happy. Ilwa stared at Blood wordlessly. Blood did not avert his gaze. The old man was usually full of bravado, but right now, his gaze was more formidable than ever. The winner of the snowball fight was Blood. Ilwa smirked. Blood, I always feel it whenever I look at you. It's like I'm seeing my old self. I'm not good enough. No, you're not. You're even better than I am. You're much more intelligent, and you know how to think like the people in the know. You don't have to be modest. Is it because I don't know that? That you've worked behind the scenes whenever a northerner came to the organization. You took them in when no one else wanted to, trained them and built them up. You did it all. He said Blood did it behind their backs as much as possible, but Ilwa knew all about it. Blood hung his head, unnecessarily ashamed. He felt as if he had been laid bare in front of others. You helped everyone else, but you did your own work, even when it was hard, and you did it in silence. You didn't let other people get in your way. One praise after another from Ilwa's mouth, and Blood couldn't help but realize the moment he heard it. So you still don't approve of my association with Lady Isella? I see. Ilwa smirked. He bit off a cigar and lit it. After exhaling a long drag, he asked, "Why on earth would I give up my only daughter?" "Because Blood stammered, but managed to get the next word out. "Is it because I'm not good enough?" "Not good enough? Honestly, I don't think I've ever had a more deserving member of my organization. But, Blood, even so, it comes down to birth. Birth. I can't give my daughter away to a northerner, even if I wanted to." The words coming out of Ilwa's mouth were unbelievable. With those words, Ilwa denied not only Blood, but his own birth. You know how terrible the northerner label is. Rumors go around that we're savage, stupid, violent, and even cannibalistic. It makes me wonder what if we're any different from the orcs. But what's even more annoying is that those stereotypes aren't entirely wrong. I hated my birth, I hated it terribly. I didn't know it when I was young, but now that I'm old, I think I'm a civilized man, and I should be able to live in style. I, too, am ashamed of the ugliness of the northerners. Yes, but what did you do? You fed and housed those worms and promised to make men out of them. Blood's eyebrows twitched at the mention of worms. They're my family. Yeah. And the boss said, take care of your own family. Did I say that? I'm old, I don't remember. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is this. Ilwa flicked the end of his cigar with his finger and the ash fell to the floor in a huff. I cannot allow you to associate with my daughter. She is about to marry into a media family soon. Before Blood could say anything else, the door to the inner secret chamber opened. Bookshelves spun and people burst out of the hidden room. I wonder why our good Mr. Blood hasn't gotten the memo yet. Kursha. The ones who came out were Ilwa's direct subordinates and the fighters of Kursha and the Kursha family. Don't you realize that you were nothing more than a pawn to be used from the start? It was only now that Blood realized what was happening. At that moment, a gunshot rang out from the next room. Legger. Oh, has it begun already? This is unfortunate, because the Blood family has been wiped out, all in one night. With that, Kursha gestured to his men. The mafia members drew their pistols and pointed them at Blood. Blood's fists shook with the shocking truth and the betrayal of his trusted boss. Kursha smiled wickedly at the sight. You have no idea how long I've been waiting for this moment. Don't worry too much. I'll take care of your business. At that moment, Blood's besiegers were about to pull the trigger. Boom! One of the walls collapses, and a huge figure bursts out from within, pouncing on the mafia members. Ack! What the hell? Protect the boss. Blood's eyes widened at the sight of the behemoth emerging from the smoke. Legger. Brother Blood. Legger was covered in blood from the bullet wounds from the fight earlier, but when he saw Blood, he let out a bear-like roar. Run! It's a trap. Legger was not the only one to survive. The other 3 men he'd brought with him rushed in, stirring wildly, but their numerical disadvantage was clear and their opponents all had guns. A shot rang out, and one of Blood's men lay dead in a spray of blood. Brother. His last trembling glance was directed at Blood. Blood saw it, gritted his teeth, and reached for the hatchet at his belt. That's when Legger grabbed him like he was going to tackle him and sent him flying out the window. Legger, what do you think you're doing? This is enemy territory. Everyone has betrayed you. We're going to die if we keep going. We have to get out of here. But the members. As Blood hesitated, Legger coughed up blood. As he escaped through the glass window, a sizable bullet had grazed his back. Kulak. Kulk. You've got to live, otherwise, how can you face your younger brothers who have already passed away? Blood bit his lip as Legger shouted, his eyes burning red. Outside, the place was in an uproar, as if they had been waiting for it. The guards outside opened fire on the Blood family. The bloody purge had begun. Take brother. We have to get out of here. Bullets rained down, and the enemy kept coming. As they got into the vehicle, an anti-tank cannon shot from a distance, engulfing the vehicle in flames. Man, there's a mage. You bastards, even using artifacts. The resistance from the Blood family was fierce, but not enough to reverse the one-sided tide. One by one the family members died as they fled from the North Blinders. They gave their life to keep Blood alive as they made their final push. Their momentum slowed the enemy's pursuit, or else Blood would have been captured. The family of more than 50 people was now less than 10. They had been chased so fast that they no longer knew where to run. I thought, what have I been doing all this time? As he fled, Blood had many thoughts. He hated being a northerner, so he tried to change, and he survived a world of harsh violence. He had found the love of his life, and he was going to make her happy for the rest of his life. He hated the northerners, but he picked them up, humanized them, and made them his family. And then, like a one-night stand, it all came crashing down. Wilt, Sergo, Gale. He called their names, but there was no answer. He heard the pursuers in the alleyways, gunshots, and the screams of someone dying. One by one, the people around him disappeared. It felt like they were tearing his soul apart, piece by piece. He could hear Leger shouting at him, but he couldn't hear anything because he was drowning. Then Leger was gone, too, and Blood was alone. Ha! Blood laughed. Was this the result of his efforts? This is what I get for working like a dog to live like a man. He knew he would be retaliated against for doing this. He saw many people who live in a world of violence die by the same means, but not like this. He worked hard, he did everything he was told, he complied without complaint. He didn't remember much after that. He didn't know if there were pursuers or if he was ambushed. He didn't know how long he wandered like a soulless man through the crowded alleyways, not knowing where he was. Die. A blade plunged into his side. Despite the searing pain, Blood could only stare helplessly down at his attacker. Wordlessly, Blood raised his axe and took the attacker's head off. Soon, the bodies of the attackers were all around him. Blood pushed past them, deeper into the alleyway. His wounds burst open and quickly regenerated, scabs settling, his white suit stained with blood. Soon the sun was setting and the night's guests began to roam the alleyways. When the dirty tramps, skinny and full of dung, saw Blood, they didn't touch him, but made way for him as if they wanted nothing to do with him. Blood almost chuckled at their unwillingness, even by those rolling in the filth. I see. Reaching a dead end, Blood slithered to a stop, his back against the wall. I mean, there was nowhere to stand in the first place. For what, he wondered, had he struggled so hard? For what had he endured all the insults and sneers? Isella. He remembers her face. She was smiling at him. I wonder if Isella knows this. Maybe she's actually laughing at him, thinking it's a good thing. Blood closed his eyes in the darkness. His mind drifted downward, as if sinking into a heavy abyss. Tudududad. Shoot. Raindrops fell on his head, one after another, then a downpour. Blood opened his closed eyes. It must have been more than half a day since he'd fallen asleep, judging by the cloudy, slightly lighter sky. The vagrants had disappeared into the rain, but Blood lay still in the rainy alleyway. He woke up, but didn't feel like getting up. The blood on his body was washed away by the rain, mixing with the filth at his feet. Jab, jab. He heard footsteps. Blood's acute senses picked up the sound, but he didn't react. Who could it be? His own family, scattered as they were? Leger, gone for help? Either that, or an assassin trying to kill him. A vagrant on the streets? Whatever it was, Blood let go of the hatchet in his hand weakly. He had no desire or motivation to fight anymore. If this was an assassin, he might as well die here. A fitting end for a wretch like me. Just as he thought that, the owner of the footsteps stopped in front of him. There you are. Blood lifted his bowed head at the familiar voice. Ozian was looking down at him with a large black umbrella in one hand. Underscore 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 underscore. Ilwa stared out the window. The rain was pouring down, but the backyard was still being set up to welcome guests. Where are they? Kursha, who was in his room, answered. They've escaped. They're more tenacious than I thought. I didn't realize they'd choose suicide if they were caught. That's because they've been poisoned by evil. Blood's men fled and scattered, or were mostly dead. Those who chose death threw their lives away to help Blood escape. It was supposed to be a show of loyalty, but the problem was that their loyalty was only to Blood, not him, the boss of the North Blinders. Ilwa's eyes sank heavily. His daughter's crush? It didn't matter. What bothered him more than anything else was Blood's behavior. Looking at him, Ilwa felt so miserable. Why is he ashamed of the fact that he, a northerner, has built such an organization? Because he's gotten to this point the hard way, betraying co-workers, selling out trusted friends, putting a bullet in his boss back. Then he befriended those who stood in his way or would become his competitors, and then he got rid of them all. Great stories from the past? Some of them are true, but not all of them are real. He was a despicable man, and that's how he survived and made it this far. Once he became the boss, he cared about his past reputation. He deliberately inflated rumors to make it seem like he was a great guy. Most of the people who knew his past were dead anyway, so no one would ever know. Then Ilwa saw Blood, the newest member of the organization. Uncharacteristically neatly dressed and groomed for a northerner, his eyes cold and steady, and he had a cold but sure way of getting things done. His younger self was nowhere to be seen. There was no comparison, because Blood was a remarkable man by anyone's standards. The qualities he didn't have that made him a hero. Ilwa felt intense envy and jealousy for Blood. At the same time, he felt a sense of urgency. If things continue as they were, Blood would become the next boss of the North Blinders. He couldn't let that happen. How could he build an organization and then hand it over to him? So he kept interfering behind the scenes. He tried to use Kursha to attack Blood several times. But each time, Blood had his own way of getting out of trouble. That's it. At the last moment, Blood let his guard down. He could never have imagined that his most trusted boss would betray him. His power was shattered. Life or death is unclear, but there's nothing he can do about it. Today's betrothal ceremony will see the North Blinders grow into a larger organization. Even if Blood survives, the North Blinders will become an unassailable citadel. Make sure to properly prepare for the engagement ceremony speech today. Ilwa stared out the window. The bodies of the Blood family had been quickly removed and the blood quickly washed away. He could smell the stench of blood rising through the thick mist of water that followed. The scent seemed to try to grab hold of him, but Ilwa shrugged it off. It was familiar to him. Blood looked at Ozian. He hadn't expected to see anyone in this place, much less him. Why are you here? Blood asked in a crawling voice. His voice was weak from the intense exhaustion. Shouldn't I be here? Are you here to kill me? If so, you've come at a good time. I don't know what you're thinking, but if I was trying to kill you, you'd be dead long ago. Blood then realized that Ozian was holding a sword in the hand that wasn't holding the umbrella, and the blade was dripping with blood, presumably from someone he had just slashed. What the heck are you? You have good men. Blood seemed to realize something. Did Legger come to you? What happened to him? He was seriously injured, but received first aid. For now, he's resting in our office. That's good, he's alive. For the first time, there was emotion in Blood's voice, relief that his precious right arm was alive. And I have come here, at his request, to check on your condition. Legger told me the approximate location, so I didn't have any trouble finding you. Aside from that, the presence of pursuers in the area gave away Blood's location. The pursuers, of course, had fallen under Ozian's blade and were soaking wet from the rain. Legger wouldn't have the money to hire a fixer of your caliber. What the hell were you thinking? I got paid. Ozian remembered the desperate look in Legger's eyes as he gripped her wrist. The hot tears rolling down his cheeks were clear in his mind's eye. I've had enough. A man he would give his life to protect. From the moment he had saved him, healed him, perhaps Ozian had taken over that will. Once it began to pour, the rain showed no sign of stopping. The rains of Tirna were long and lingering. It's not a thin, long, trickling rain like the rainy season. It comes down hard, as if to wash away the world itself. Beneath it, one could stand for only a few minutes and be swept away. Such was the case with Blood, who was now crouched down. I heard the gist of it. Ozian's words brought a sneer from Blood. It was a sneer directed at himself. I see. So you're pitying me. Of course not. You and I are not that close, and even if we were, didn't you live your life expecting this to happen to you one day? Pity is a luxury for such a man. Sympathy is a luxury. I don't like you, but I like the sound of that. So, what are you going to do now? Blood didn't understand Ozian's question for a moment. What did he mean? Legger's request was to see to your condition. He also asked me to save you while I was at it. The blood on Ozian's sword washed away in the pouring rain. Ozian shook off the remaining blood and rain, then casually sheathed the sword at his waist. This is the end of my request. But now I have someone in front of me who needs a favor. I thought you said pity was a luxury. You think this is pity? Ozian stared at Blood, hard to read the emotion in those unwavering eyes. You want to take on a commission? Are you crazy? Don't you know what kind of danger I'm in right now? I'm a fixer. I get the job and I do it. You're talking about the North Blinders, an organization that one of you can't handle. What's that supposed to mean? There's only one thing that matters now. What you want to do. Blood closed his eyes tightly. Ozian's eyes hadn't wavered from the moment before. He was always sincere. Are you going to ask me for a favor? Or are you just going to give up here and stay in the rain? Ozian's voice rang clearly through the rain. Blood suddenly remembered his past. He was a child. When others were playing and frolicking, he was fighting for survival. The land in the north had always been harsh. The barbarians had rejected even the waves of the Industrial Revolution. Blood's father was a typical barbarian. Son, you will be a great warrior? His father always said that, but Blood did not listen to him. His father was a barbarian, a man whose fists spoke louder than his words. As a child, Blood was beaten harshly by his father. His only refuge was his mother. Northern women are often fierce and unyielding, but his mother was not. She was slender and gentle, like a trembling flower in a snowy field. He never understood why a woman like her would marry a savage like his father. Whenever he would ask his mother, bruised and battered by his father, she would always reply with a smile. Don't be so hard on yourself. It's because of you, Blood, that we have a cute and smart child like you, and that's the way it should be. I married him for the sake of a lovely child like you. Young Blood did not understand the words. Time has passed since then. His father went out and fought with another tribe. When he came back, only his head was left. It was a fellow fighter who brought his body back. Blood was not sad. When the man who brought his father's body to him told him that his father had killed more than 20 enemies in his death, it fell on deaf ears. His father was the breadwinner, the one who brought home the bacon. Now that he was dead, it was up to young Blood to protect his mother, but his mother didn't live more than a year. She was already weak. Her stubbornness in the harsh conditions of the north had taken its toll, and her broken body could no longer be repaired. Blood, I'm sorry, it's all I can do for you, but somewhere in this world, you'll find someone who loves you. It was his mother's last words. And with that, Blood left the north and headed south. He had heard rumors that there was a city of opportunity where he could make a fortune. Tirna, the city of gold. Blood came there as a barbarian boy who knew nothing and had to face discrimination. What? You're a barbarian, get away from me, kid. This kid has dirty eyes. If you don't want to get beaten up, go away. Yelling, swear words, accusations, insults. The reactions were always the same. This only made him more vicious. You're quite the fighter. Where are you from? Blood? You're impressive with an axe. How about you work for us? Some coveted his skills and offered to recruit him. But it wasn't a gesture of goodwill, it was merely a deception to gain access to the weapon known as Blood. As he ebbed and flowed through the underworld, he found himself in an organization called the North Blinders. Blood's work only got worse. In order to stop being treated like a savage and to make a better life for himself, he grew his family. They were all Northerners. People who, like him, had been driven from their homes or left on their own accord. They had come together to fight the discrimination that was rampant in this world, or to live as people. With them, things moved faster. His enemies were easily defeated, and his status rose, but there was always a lingering unease in his heart. The way he looked at himself changed from disgust to fear. In the end, he realized that he could not escape the fundamental mold of being a Northerner. Maybe he'll have to live with the label for the rest of his life. If that is fate in life, maybe I should just accept it. But then, just as he was thinking that, Isela appeared. Unlike his cold self, she shined as brightly as the sun. She had no fear of this side of the world, but rather a smile that made him laugh. A warm spring rushed into the cold north. Surely, somewhere in this world, you will find someone who loves you. He remembered his mother's last words. Ah, yes. This was it. He had lived for this moment, and this moment only. If I have any life left, I would use it for you. Blood opened his closed eyes. Seeing the look in his eyes, Ozian's lips curled up slightly. I see you've finally made up your mind. Blood gripped his axe and slowly rose from the ground. His strength was unbelievable for a man who had just been dying. Indeed, you look like a warrior of the north. Didn't I tell you? I really hate that word. You don't like being called a barbarian, and you don't like being called a warrior. To me, the origin itself is just a shackle. It's just. Crack. Blood tightened his grip on the handle of his hatchet. I can only hope that, for now, even this hateful blood will give me strength. That seems to be enough for you. Are you really going to accept my request? This isn't something that can be done with mere bravado. More importantly, I currently don't have enough money to hire you. Blood knows Ozian's skills. He's seen him fight, but he's also fought him. Ozian's strength, from what he'd seen in the ruins, was almost superhuman. He can't imagine how much money it would take to pay someone of his stature. Blood, having lost his position and fled, had no money to spend immediately. Ozian heard Blood's words and approached him. He casually reached into his front pocket and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. In the pouring rain, the pack of cigarettes was completely soaked. Naturally, the cigarettes inside were also soaked. Ozian opened the lid of the packet. There was only one lantern left inside. The last one. Ozian casually took it and threw the empty cigarette packet on the ground. That's enough for the fee. Underscore 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 underscore. Shuo. The rain continued to pour, unrelenting. It was as if the world had been tainted with evil and it was my duty to wash it away. In a world of mist and blurred lines between everything, two men were walking down the street. Ozian and Blood walked in silence down a deserted street in the rain. With no cars in sight, the streets were deserted, and they had the road to themselves. So you have a plan. You make the plans, not me. You accepted my request without any plan. It seems like you're not an ordinary person. Blood smirked, then turned to Ozian. This is your last chance to pretend this request never happened. If you don't, you'll definitely die a dog's death. In a way, it sounded like an insult to Ozian, but it was also Blood's sincere advice. The opponent is North Blinders. They're going to have most of the family, including the other directors, at their home base. They're expecting important guests, so security will be tighter than ever, and they'll be on high alert, knowing Blood is alive. Do you think you can just barge in without a plan or a tactic? You might as well throw an egg at a castle wall. I've been paid. You mean the last one? Let's just say it was a parting gift on the way out. You're a surprisingly stoic fellow, for a man who usually pretends to be so aloof, but then, Northerners are surprisingly stoic. Blood frowned over his glasses. He was glaring hard, of course, but his rain-soaked face made it seem even harder. It's a compliment, so don't take it so badly. People call you barbaric, uncivilized, but you are pure. Ozian thought of Leger. How many people in the world could shed a tear for someone else or throw their lives away for one person? Some might call you stupid, but I don't hate stupid. Is that because you're an idiot too? Ozian smirked from under his umbrella. Of course. In this world, I'm an idiot who still holds a sword, which is why I'm accepting this job. Ozian stopped walking as tinkling raindrops soaked his shoes. So let me tell you, it was my will to accept the commission, and I have no intention of giving it up. I've been paid, and I must fulfill it. That's my mindset as a fixer and as a knight. So make up your mind, too. Will you give up here, or will you go all the way with me? Blood sighed and adjusted his glasses with his fingers. In the first place, I was going to go, even if I had to go alone. I have no one to look back to now. That's a good attitude. Then, you should go all the way. I, too, will be happy to help you along the way. Ozian's words were unfamiliar to Blood. Never before had someone shown such a deep level of trust. First they fought, then he unintentionally helped him in a dispute with another co-worker, then they explored the ruins together, albeit coincidentally. Yes, it was a casual relationship at best. But Ozian was willing to go out of his way to help him. After his boss betrayal, he shouldn't have found it easy to trust anyone, but he did. The only problem is, it's just the two of us. It's not just the two of you. Look ahead. At Ozian's words, Balad could finally see straight ahead. Beyond, through the rising mist, he could see a group of people approaching. Walking aimlessly, like ghosts in the rain, they stood before Balad. Balad's eyes widened. Standing before him now was his family, the ones who had been driven out. There were fewer of them than before, and most of them were covered in bloody bandages from the wounds they had suffered in their flight. But their eyes were as alive as any in the world. At the sight of Balad, their faces turned pale and they bowed their heads in unison. Brother, we've been looking for you. We knew you were still alive. Normally, they would have called him director since Balad hated to use the northern word for brother. Please let us come with you. But Balad didn't point it out, just listened to them and answered. You might die if you go, and you still want to go. I know that we'll probably die if we go and that we won't be of much help. But we have to go. And you're going to waste your life like this. It's a life we wouldn't have had otherwise, and it's all thanks to you, Balad, for taking us back and making us human, and even if you don't think so, everyone here thinks of you as family. Balad's eyes narrowed at the crude but sincere words. They would probably never listen to him, no matter what he said. That's the thing about northerners. You speak but they don't understand. Savage, crude, selfish, and frustrating, that's what they were, but Balad had taken them on himself and led them. I will leave those who are left behind. At that, the faces of the Balad family instantly lit up. Yes. A booming voice rang out, and Leger appeared. He stood in front of Balad with a smirk on his face. Leger, don't worry, my brother, if you're going away, how can I stay sick and bedridden? Even in this condition, I can still twist the necks of those dirty traitors. With that, Leger bowed his head gravely toward Ozian. Thank you, Mr. Fixer, for listening to my insistence. I will repay you for this favor. That's right, Mr. Fixer, we never forget a favor. As for that fight, let's just let it go. We were weak and got beaten up anyway. Do you want me to introduce you to my sister after work? Hey, asshole, who's taking your boar-looking sister? They giggled and laughed at each other. Ozian watched the skit and said, the important thing is what to do now. Even if we were to invade North Blinders, their defenses would be as strong as iron. It would be impossible to break through with just a little force. Everyone's jaws dropped at the realistic point, but Ozian's next words were enough to stun everyone. So, I'll make the first move. What? Really? I'm going to break through by myself. Ozian shook his head at the disbelief and worry. Don't worry about it. I only said that because I'm fully capable of it. But how are you going to break through? The main gate of the North Blinders mansion is impenetrable, even with a chariot. A chariot. The words were meant to scare, but Ozian couldn't help but snort. How dare you compare me to a mere chariot? Ozian looked at the Balad family. The hot flames within them were the starlight that they could possess because they were pure, even though they were northerners. From Leger to his men, their stellar embers gave Ozian strength. It was similar to what had happened with Princess Orlia. Let me show you what a knight is. Ozian opened his hand that wasn't holding the umbrella and a pure white flame rose above him. Isella stared out the window, her expression stoic. She wore makeup and a beautiful dress, but her expression remained stoic. The door to the room opened and Ilo came in, supported by his subordinates. The maids who had been tending to Isella's hair jumped to their feet and made way for him. Is everything ready? What did you do with Balad? Isella asked without looking back at her father. Why do you ask that? Father broke his promise. A promise? I never made a promise in the first place. It was the same every time. Pretending not to know, pretending not to hear. That's how you tried to sell me out to another family. Isella, you're too young to know the world. Who do you think we, the North Blinders, owe our existence to? It's all me. I founded this organization. Is that why you hate Balad so much? You're jealous of him for having what you don't. Isella's pointed question left Ilo speechless for a moment, but he casually brushed it off. Whatever it is, Balad is finished. Forget about that barbarian. You'll have to concentrate on welcoming today's guests. You don't think I will mess it up? I don't think an intelligent child like you would do such a thing. Isella balled her fists, but that was all. Ilo looked at his daughter in disbelief, snorted, and left. Left alone, Isella stared out the window into the rain and muttered to herself. Balad. She knows he won't come back if she calls him. Her father, Ilo, joined forces with the other directors to oust Balad. They couldn't fight him head-on, so they did it the cowardly way. He somehow manages to escape without dying, but that's as far as it goes. With his power gone, Balad had lost the strength to rise again. Isella bit her lip tremulously. She felt foolish for not realizing this before. Did she love Balad? Of course she did, and she still does. From the moment she first met him, from the moment she looked into his cold eyes behind his glasses, she had fallen head over heels for this man. Balad thinks he fell for Isella first, but he's wrong. It was Isella who fell in love before anyone else. She didn't know why, she just liked him, so she kept an eye on him and approached him on purpose to learn more about him. And the more she learned, the more she liked him. He is strict, but he is kind and takes care of his subordinates. He has the persistence to succeed even when everyone around him says no. Even though he pretends to draw the line, he has an immature side that accepts when others throw tantrums. Blood. Isela clutched the hem of her dress. Now she is sold into a political marriage to a man from another family whose face and name she doesn't even know. There was not a shred of her will in it. Just when she thought it was all over, Isela's ears caught a strange sound that shouldn't have been there. He. It was the sound of a horse neighing. In the pouring rain, the faint sound of a horse neighing echoes from afar. Isela rose from her seat and moved closer to the window. Her gaze traveled beyond the window to the manor's gates, which stood firmly shut in the distance. Asterisk. It's raining like a ton of bricks. Can't help it, it's this time of year. The mobsters guarding the gate grumbled. Hey, don't make small talk in there. We're hosting VIPs today. We don't want a single rat in here. Ha, hey, Jimmy. Let's keep it in moderation. What kind of a nutjob would mess with North Blinders in this weather in the first place? Have you forgotten what happened yesterday? I know. Mr. Beled's family, they were all purged. Not all of them. There are some survivors, and they might take advantage of this weather to retaliate. Damn it. Jimmy, think about it. Most of these guys were already disorganized to begin with. What could they do if they came rushing in? Could they break through this solid front gate? To top it all off, there were twice as many guards at the gate now as usual. They were all heavily armed and had the kind of firepower that would turn an armored vehicle into a rag. Not even an ant could get in here, let alone a rat. I know, but that's because they don't make mistakes up there, and we're dealing with VIPs, so we have to be extra sharp. Shit. We're soldiers. The words were spoken with a grunt, but they kept their guard up. Inwardly, they were grimacing. The Beled family were few in number, but they were deeply loyal and unafraid of battle. They are the most savage and ferocious of all the North Blinders, so they had to keep my guard up, not knowing what they would do here. Then they heard something in the distance. What was that? Didn't you hear something? What sound? No, I swear I heard a horse neighing. You didn't sleep last night? What are you talking about? He didn't mishear. The mobsters standing guard at the front gate all squinted, peering out into the misty street with their muzzles turned toward the source of the sound. The cries grew closer and closer, and soon they were joined by a muffled whimper. A moment later something dazzling and brilliant leaped out, tearing through the mist left and right. It was a horse made of starlight, and atop the horse was a knight with his pure white cloak fluttering. A knight on a horse. While everyone was stunned by the strange sight, the knight charged toward the gates. A knight on horseback was riding through the pouring rain. The combination was like something out of a dream, and the mobsters guarding the gates didn't realize it was real for a moment. If the horse had been a normal horse, they would have been less surprised. The horse that was now galloping in front of them had an unusual appearance. First of all, its body was translucent. It was more of a work of art, like a collection of blue and whitish smoke, with constellations inside. As the horse galloped, a faint stream of stardust dissolved into a mist of water in the air. The saddle burned like a pure white flame. And on top of it, a knight in armor made of starlight. If that wasn't the stuff of dreams, they didn't know what is. Meanwhile, the sound of pounding hooves echoed closer and closer, rapidly closing the distance. The water at the horse's feet splashed wildly as it ran. The North Blinders mobsters guarding the main gate realized what was happening. Holy shit, what the hell is that? Get your shit together. Stop him. The trigger was pulled, and the muzzles burst into flames. It's a Tommy gun that can instantly turn an opponent into a beehive. If more than 10 people unleash it at once, even a knight would fall down. But the mafia's shallow tricks had no effect against a true knight. Huo? The knight on horseback held out his left arm, and a shield formed above him. The wind whipped up the shield and the pouring rain was swept into it, twisting it in strange ways. It was like watching a whirlpool. The shield of wind formed from the front of the horse was pushing back the rain in a spiral, and the flying bullets were also swept up, twisted and deflected. That wasn't all. The horse's blue eyes glowed even more fiercely as it accelerated into a gallop. The saddle blazed with sparks of starlight, and a white stream of air trailed behind him like a meteor. The mobsters guarding the main gate could not stop the knight. Activate the gate's defenses. A circle of magic floated above the iron gates. This was why even tanks couldn't penetrate the entrance to North Blinders. The magic circle was engraved with kinetic magic, which offsets the impact and returns some of it. To charge at it is to commit suicide. The mafias were convinced that the knight would crash into the circle and be crushed to pieces. The look in their eyes was enough for Ozian to feel it. I see. That was what they believed in. It was that magic circle that had caused Balad and his men to balk at the idea of breaking through the main gate in the first place. It was a modern-day city gate, carved into the facade in preparation for an attack, and Ozian would have to break through it single-handedly. I can do it. I could feel the galloping horse's breath on my skin. I wonder if this is what it's like to be one with a horse. I can see what he wants, what he's trying to do. And at the same time, it naturally matched what I envisioned. The horse and the knight both thought the same thing at the same time. They could break down the gates in front of them. They will go and break through because that's what knights do. Let's go. Ozian and his horse's bodies were enveloped in a pure white light. In that instant, Ozian became a star racing across the ground. Shooting star. The downpour of rain vanished in a flash of light, and so did the water on the ground. As if the ocean was splitting, the water was being pushed from side to side, creating a huge splash. What? Wait. And then a meteor crashed into the front door. There was a flash, a burst of light, and a huge shockwave. The standing water on the floor surged in concentric waves, as did the rain falling from the sky. Mafiosi standing near the entrance were sent flying, unable to withstand the impact. After rolling several times in the mud, they finally regained their footing and their mouths dropped open when they saw the state of the gate. The front gate, which they believed could block any attack, had been smashed. It hadn't been breached by an enemy from within, nor had the opposition done anything tricky. The gate had collapsed through sheer force. Through the gaping hole, a knight on horseback could be seen riding away in the direction of the manor. Hurry up and report inside. The mafioso pulled a beacon from his waistband and tried to make contact, but couldn't. By now, his wrist had been slit. The mafia's gaze fell to the hatchet on the floor. He realized in hindsight that the axe had come like a boomerang and slashed his wrist. Who the hell did that? His trembling eyes turned to the mist from which the knight had just emerged. A whistling sound echoed from within it, and another hatchet flew out and slammed into his forehead. One by one, black figures emerged from the mist, revealing the white-clad members of the Blood family. The mobsters guarding the entrance froze, unable to do anything but stare at the northerners, full of anger. All of them. And at the head of the line was Blood, with red glowing tattoos on his arms. His eyes glowed with blood, even without his usual rimless glasses. Wipe them out. Why? The enraged warriors shouted. Ozian rode across the wide courtyard of the North Blinders main camp. Even after breaking down the main gate, the horse did not get tired. Rather, it was more energetic than ever. I never thought I'd find a warhorse here. Open-world RPGs are big, and the fields are huge. Even if your character is running non-stop, it takes a lot of time just to get to another location. That's why, after the initial area, each class is given a mount as a skill. Ozian's steed was no different. Stellar Warhorse. A unique mount given to each profession and a strong ally for players who explore the vast world together. Companion. Partner. The Stellar Warhorse roared in response to Ozian's words. Ozian stared at the mansion in the distance. Inside, there were mafiosi guarding the mansion, and as soon as they saw him, they opened fire. Tut 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 tut. Bullets rained down, but Ozian rode through the hail of bullets with his white steed. There was no need to use the dash skill, because their bullets couldn't even scratch the starlight armor and the horse. The drivers of the vehicles at the entrance revved their engines and jerked their steering wheels. A large jeep with bulletproof armor aimed for Ozian. If they couldn't stop him with bullets, they would ram him. At the sight of it, a hint of displeasure flickered in the pupils of the Stellar Warhorse size. People in this world no longer rode horses. For them, cars were horses. Iron horses. What a strange word. Push. Ozian's words were answered by the steed's neigh. He didn't even bother to draw his starlight sword as the steed slammed its head into the bumper of the approaching jeep. The bonnet of the jeep buckled and the rear wheels lifted. The body remained upright, and the mafioso behind the wheel squinted. It was a jeep with a special alloy on the bumper and bonnet. It could crash through most walls, if not tanks, and was durable enough to be used as a barricade to stop bullets, but one such vehicle was hit by a steed's head and flipped backwards. The upright jeep flipped over and fell to the ground. The steed threw itself off to the side as if laughing at the disbelieving driver. The steed's blue gaze turned straight ahead where one jeep after another, each covered in bulletproof armor to survive the mafia's war, were coming. If one doesn't work, use several. He's alone. The vehicles rushed through the rain. The warhorse paused in its tracks and glared at the vehicles with displeasure. Ozian stroked its mane as he took the reins. You think you can do it? Purr? The steed answered confidently. Then show me. That you know, we are different. Ozian sheathed his sword at his waist, then his shield, and gripped the reins of his saddle with both hands. You let go of your weapon? Have you lost your mind? The driver of the first car to charge forward dismissed Ozian's behavior as arrogance. He believes in the power that horse just showed us, and he thinks we don't know it. He knew that horse was strong enough to smash a jeep from the front and didn't have the foolish notion that just because he saw it, it would do the same. Before the jeep could reach Ozian, the driver jerked the wheel. The jeep skidded off the road. The centrifugal force of the vehicle's rear end almost hit the horse. At that moment, the warhorse, which had made a quick half-turn, kicked its hind legs at the jeep. Thud! The body of the car bent under the impact of the hoof. The jeep that was about to kick the warhorse skidded back the way it came. Don't come back. Holy shit. One of the cars behind collided with the skidding jeep, sending it bouncing like a bowling pin. What the hell? The following driver swerved sideways around the two tangled, upturned vehicles. Just as he was about to take aim at the warhorse from the side, he saw through the rain-filled windshield the figure of a warhorse with its front legs raised. Boom! The horse's front hooves slammed down on the car's bonnet. The jeep spun around in midair on impact, leaping over the horse and crashing into the back of it. The jeep behind him jerked the wheel and tried to flee in the other direction. That's not a horse. It's a monster in horse form. The steed showed no mercy to the fleeing jeep. It continued to pound the ground and run through the rain until it caught up to the side of the jeep. The driver looked at it in disbelief. The raging steed slammed into the side of the vehicle. The heavy vehicle tumbled sideways as if kicked by a rock and crashed into a tree in the garden. Was it because I saw all the jeeps I was confident in were crushed and collapsed? The mafia guarding the inside of the building or near the entrance had shocked expressions on their faces. Even Balad and his men, who had cleared the main entrance from behind and rushed inside, were momentarily distracted by the sight. Ozian was gently stroking the stallion's mane as he congratulated him on a job well done. Excellent. Balad admired inwardly. Even in this torrential downpour, which threatened to wash him away if he didn't keep his wits about him, Ozian's armored form was brilliant. Like a star in a dark sky that never loses its brilliance. How could this be? As surprised as he was when he said he'd smash the front door of the North Blinders, he was equally astonished at his ability to carry it out. But what surprised Balad the most was Ozian's actions, the way he said he was going to do it and then did it without hesitation. Everyone in this world has their own path, and so it was with Balad's path, but it is very difficult to walk any path. Even if it's a path that's been created, if you don't stay on track, you'll find yourself wandering off it. It's hard enough to do it alone, let alone having to lead someone along the way. Balad has been living his life as best he can, tucking himself into his suit and making the best of each day. Sometimes he's even proud of himself for sticking it out. But what is Ozian? He doesn't walk the path that was made for him. Although he lived in this world, he seemed to be a person who was different from the world. He was, by definition, a pathfinder. To some, that might seem like a great thing, but it's not that simple. Following a path is daunting. Sometimes you wonder if you're going somewhere wrong, and you retrace your steps again and again. Today was fine. But tomorrow, maybe. Will I get it right the next day? Even the path doesn't erase the doubt that it's wrong. That must be true. Ozian pushes on as if this is the right path. What is he seeing beyond? How can he be so sure that his path is the right one? He walks nonchalantly toward the unknown. The fear is stifling, to the point where even Balad, who has never experienced it, can't breathe. Still, Balad tightens his grip on his axe. We must follow. It is not for him to stand and watch and feel vaguely stifled. Balad gritted his teeth and strode to stand beside Ozian. You're on time. I was just wondering where to go. There's a large courtyard at the back of the mansion. Most of the organization probably stays there. That's a long way around the mansion. Yes. So we'll just have to cut through it. I see. Ozian jumped off the stellar warhorse and landed on the ground. The steed turned to dust and was summoned back, and Ozian drew his sword and put on his shield again. Then let's go. I was going to do that even if you didn't say so. Without a word, the two of them kicked the door of the mansion open, smashing it to pieces. Underscore 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 underscore. Trespassers. How dare some mad bastard attack our North Blinders? Don't kill them, capture them alive. We'll have to grind their flesh and sprinkle salt on them. The door to the mansion shattered, sending the men inside scrambling. They each took up weapons and surrounded the intruders with their lives on the line. Breaking through the gate were a wandering knight and a barbarian warrior. Among them, the barbarian warrior was familiar to their eyes. Mr. Balad, you're out of your mind. What do you think you're doing crawling back in here? You should have left Tirna and fled if you wanted to have any hope of survival. Are you here because you want to die? Hearing those words, Balad flicked his rain-soaked bangs upward. In their eyes, he was a traitor, but he had no reason to be, and he hadn't acted like one. He had only done it because his boss, Mr. Ilwa, had said so. What an absurdity. He had been so desperate to get the job. It was so important to him, and he worked so hard to keep it. It was just a flimsy sand castle that would collapse if someone played around with it. It was ridiculous. Balad had no intention or desire to correct their thinking. Only one thing mattered. You have killed my valued men, and I will deal with you according to the laws of vendetta. After crushing and pulverizing all who stood in his way, he would go where he wanted to go. At Balad's words, the mobsters exchanged glances and burst into laughter. If nothing else, it was hilarious to hear him say that, just the two of them, and without a gun. But that didn't mean they were dismissive. The night next to Balad was, to put it bluntly, out of the ordinary. If nothing else, the front gate had been breached, and the men guarding it were all dead. That meant that Balad had hired someone very good, but even so, it was a dull-looking night. Tirna may have all sorts of fancies, but they're useless when surrounded like this. Do you have faith in the durability of the armor you wear? Even if you did, you're powerless against numbers. Armor is so strong that it can stop a bullet, but only once or twice. The constant barrage of bullets will wear down the armor and eventually punch a hole in it. Besides, it's just plain ugly, and wearing such heavy armor hinders your mobility. That's why the mafiosi of North Blinders wore body armor under their outer garments instead. It only protects the upper torso, but it's still a vulnerable part of the body. And since it's all they have on, they can move around without too much trouble, so their mobility is guaranteed. No matter what anyone said, this fairy tale knight was no match for them. Still, he was my boss once, so I feel bad about turning him into a beehive. One of the mafiosi muttered that, but his mouth was smiling. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if he had hoped for this to happen. Balad frowned, as if he sensed the sticky gaze and was offended. Sensing that Ozian felt the same way, he spat out a rumbling voice from inside his helm. That's low. The mobsters seemed offended by the comment and pointed their guns at him. At that moment, Ozian bent his legs. I'll make the first move. With that, Ozian straightened his bent legs and leaped with all his might. He leaped high enough to touch the ceiling, and then fell back down to the mobsters surrounding him. Despite the heavy armor covering his entire body, Ozian's fall didn't make a single sound. Even with the carpeting on the floor, this lack of sound is an oddity, but an even stranger sight unfolded next. The sword in the knight's hand danced. The speed was incredible. It would be hard enough to slice through a single enemy in front of him, but Ozian's movements flowed as effortlessly as a dance despite his armor. His speed was fast and his flow was uninterrupted. Before they knew it, a dozen mafiosi had fallen, bleeding to death. White starlight lingered and flickered through the gaps where their bodies fell. The mobsters were puzzled that Ozian had landed so close to them, and they died before they knew it. The surviving mobsters' complexions paled as they watched their comrades die. All the while, Ozian's movements didn't stop. As if his initial soft attack was just a taste, he showed his true colors. Like a knight in shining armor, he struck down anything that stood in his way. A burly mafioso threw himself at Ozian to stop him, only to be slammed into his shoulder and sent flying more than 5 meters before crashing into a wall. No one doubted he was dead. It was just that the big guy flew at such a speed that he hit the wall. The wall cracked and his body lay limp on the floor. Every bone in his body was probably shattered into fingertip-sized pieces. Besides, it wasn't the death of his big coworker that mattered now. The pure white destroyer that had killed him was still hurtling toward them. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! How the fuck are we supposed to stop that thing? Just shut up and shoot. The muzzles of the mobsters' guns spewed fire. Their bullets formed a great arc as if they were trying to stop Ozian. The bullets bounced off the brilliant armor with sparks. However, the kinetic energy of the bullets transmitted beyond the armor to the inside. I can take it. In addition to his strong body, Ozian was now wearing a new set of clothes underneath his armor, a top-quality garment made by Quintana. As if she wasn't bragging about her masterpiece for nothing, the kinetic energy of the bullets that passed through the armor was blocked by the clothing. The garment itself was made of a special material, which offset much of the impact from the outside. Still, the energy that remained unfiltered was extremely minimal, and it didn't leave any marks on Ozian's steel-like body. Starlight armor, the finest clothing and the body of a knight, it was impossible for a single bullet to break through this 3-layered barrier. The mafias were terrified by the sight, but they couldn't run back. Because when Ozian moved, blood moved with him. Bam! Bam! The eerie sound of an axe chopping someone to death rang out behind them. The mafioso behind them turned to see what was going on, and a shadow fell across their faces. He could see Blood, his eyes glowing red, preparing to bring his axe down on him. Tisk. Blood was vicious in a different sense than Ozian. One axe blow killed one guy. The movement was neither polished nor delicate. It was inorganic, like chopping firewood, and seemed efficient, with no wasted motion. That's why it was so eerie. It was not the kind of thing a human would do, to mechanically harvest another human life as if it were an item on a conveyor belt. Of course, the mafiosi themselves have a vested interest in killing people since they make a living from violence. They might be surprised and frightened by the idea of their enemies killing their own people, but they weren't idiots who would just swallow their fear and do nothing. Naturally, they fought back against Blood, who was attacking them from behind. The problem was Blood, the director of the North Blinders. More than that, he is a northerner, a genius with the potential to be one of the best barbarians in the north. He was worthy of being a hero character because he possessed all 3 traits of a barbarian warrior. He was always a gifted man, but this is the first time he has begun to crack the shell of the egg that is holding him back. Though it has yet to hatch, it was enough. Stop. The mafioso that tried to stop him died and his end was unspectacular. He tried to block Blood's axe with his handgun, and then tried to push Blood away with his shoulder. The problem was that the axe sliced through his gun, creating a sharp cross-section. He could have used his shoulder to push Blood away and it wouldn't have changed the outcome. Blood's physical abilities were at their peak, with runes maxed out and a raging bear. Ugh. A hatchet flew out from behind Blood and slammed into the forehead of the man that had tried to ambush him. Blood had thrown the axe at the man without looking back. He used his bare hands to forcefully squeeze the face of a nearby mobster. The mafioso struggled to break free of his grip, but Blood crushed its skull with the sheer force of his hand. His strength was unbelievable to behold. Director Blood is that strong. Blood picked up the corpse and threw it away. The mafia fell like dominoes in his wake. Blood felt no emotion at all. He pulled his hatchet from the dead body and moved on to his next target. What the hell? There were only 2 opponents without guns, but they overwhelmed the 50 or so mafiosi surrounding them, and they were unable to put up a decent fight. What the hell? Pushed to the limit, the mobsters threw a bomb. It's a grenade with the pin pulled out. It would be suicidal to use it indoors, but he was about to die and couldn't afford to cover it up. Blood snorted and swung his hatchet. The frosty air from it caught the grenade as it flew by. The grenade misfired, turning to ice and tumbling to the ground. Ozian swung his shield wide as the grenade flew in the opposite direction. A gust of wind blew the grenade back at the throwers. Quag wag 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 wag. An explosion that shook the mansion rang out. Ozian and Blood crossed the mansion, leaving the explosion behind them. 2 men stood like guardians in front of the door to the backyard, where the banquet was currently taking place. Unlike the others, these 2 were alone, as were Ozian and Blood. That alone told them that they were out of the ordinary. Oh, look who it is. The man in the suit, his back against the wall with his arms crossed, smiled, and turned around. He had shaved his head and was tattooed with black paint over his scalp. The shape of the tattoo looked like dancing flames. His eyes were small and his mouth was large, giving him the appearance of a vicious snake. The other was a silent man who didn't speak. His body was small, however, because it was crouched in a strange, animal-like manner. His arms were oddly long, and his skeleton was not that of a normal human being, and he seemed to know Balad. Do you know each other? He's part of the organization. Well, that's one thing. There was no way they didn't know Balad, a director of North Blinders. But unlike the rest of the organization, he seemed to have a more personal, sinister grudge. They're just a bunch of assholes who don't get to be directors anyway, and they're a little bit of a brawler. I think I know what they are. They were, to put it mildly, the highest-ranking members of the Mafia. They're stronger than the average member, and even as individuals, they wield considerable influence, but there's a reason they don't rise to the level of director. A director is a position of leadership and control, of thinking on your feet and playing politics. It's no wonder they were giving him hostile looks. It was a kind of jealousy. The first to speak was the tattooed one. Why did you betray the organization, then? If you'd kept to yourself, you wouldn't have gotten the shit kicked out of you. Devin, you're still a talker. You think we were just having a casual conversation? Huh. Of course not, but I still welcome this situation. Who wouldn't like it when the prey you want to kill sticks its head out of its own accord? Devin laughed so thickly that the corners of his mouth hung over his ears. Balad, I've been dissatisfied with the fact that you, a dirty northern barbarian, have risen to the position of director and are now meddling around just because you think you can. In fact, when it comes to fighting, you're worse than the two of us. Balad didn't argue back. It wasn't worth it. But his opponent seemed to believe it was the truth, confirming his bias that he is stronger than Balad, and that Balad got to that position without any skills. Well, today we'll finally find out for sure. Devin smiled a serpentine grin and drew the trident from his arm. The tip crackled with electricity. His crouching companion, Mork, pulled out a claw. Not surprisingly, it was a weapon that had been modified like Devin's trident. They both lunged at Ozian and Balad without warning. Asterisk. Boom. The door to the backyard shattered, and the ones who bounced back like old shoes were Devin and Mork. The eyes of those gathered in the banquet hall naturally turned to the wide-open mansion. There, Balad and Ozian slowly emerged. Well, I see we've caught you in the middle of something. Ozian's muttered words cut through the rain and rang out to everyone. Isla watched the bustling crowd with an expressionless face. People braving the rain to set up tables, hang banners, and carry food. Everyone was working hard to celebrate what was happening today. I wonder who they're celebrating for. Isla rolled her eyes, trying not to show her mixed emotions. They were celebrating her engagement, but she didn't want anyone to be genuinely happy for her. She knew she had no choice. She was her father's only blood relative. She was someone who had no choice but to be tied together through a political marriage. Still, she didn't want to conform to reality. Everyone can dream, right? She met a man who had the same idea. They felt attracted to each other and wanted to move forward. But was it a dream after all? A daydream that would be swallowed up by reality, a blur just out of reach. In the falling rain, Isla could not even show her sadness. Vaguely, she wished that everything in this place could be swept away with the rain. Thud. A thick hand rested on Isla's shoulder. It was a father's hand, full of greedy flesh. What is it? The voice was surprisingly cold. I have come to see how you are, for the engagement ceremony is about to begin. Ilwa paid no attention to the coldness in Isla's voice because his hot ambition for the upcoming celebration outweighed it. Don't worry, I'm not foolish enough to ruin an occasion like this. Yeah, whose daughter are you? Isla clenched her fists in silence at Ilwa's proud tone. Her father, Ilwa, was more delighted with the North Blinders becoming stronger through her than with his daughter's joy. A boss working to grow the organization doesn't sound bad on paper, but for that, he has committed countless betrayals, and in the end, he even betrayed his subordinates who truly believed in him and followed him. More than a father's concern for his daughters falling in with the wrong man, it's his fear of having his position threatened. Coward. Isla muttered in a low voice, not wanting anyone to hear. She was speaking to Ilwa, but she was also speaking to herself. After all, she was no better than he was, unable to do anything in a situation like this, forced to sit there like a puppet. A group of people came into Isla's view. Beneath a banner of guests, a group of well-dressed people. Those are the betrothed's family. They're known to the outside world as a military-oriented news outlet for the defense industry's new weapons. It's literally just a mask they're wearing. I doubt Ilwa is stupid enough to have such a close relationship with someone from the media. Ilwa didn't tell her the truth, but Isla could see it coming. Those people are actually military-related, defense contractors to be exact. They develop, make, and sell weapons. It made sense that Ilwa would want to befriend them. She couldn't imagine how powerful the underworld mafia would become if they joined forces with defense contractors. They'd already lobbied officials with tons of money, and since they were ostensibly a news organization, Tirna couldn't legally stop them. In the shadows, out of sight, out of mind, two great forces of violence had joined hands. And she is being sold for that to happen. I wish I could just drop everything and run away. She realizes that she is a coward because she cannot. Ilwa went to greet the guests and made some small talk. The mobsters gathered around were chatting amongst themselves. They're dodging the rain, burning cigarettes, and laughing about what's so funny. Their faces were so carefree that it was hard to believe they were the same men who had just betrayed and killed their former allies. The sight of them sent chills down Isla's spine. She knows her family, the North Blinders, are mafia. Violence, she says, but on the more extreme end of the spectrum, murder. Still, she believes they have some sort of recognition. It's a harsh world. Even if they ostracized others, they would certainly trust their colleagues. But the reality was different, and they were more tolerant than Isela had realized. Or maybe I was just foolishly naive. Soon, a celebration would be held to announce the engagement of the two families. Isela took a deep breath to calm her emotions. She hoped this time would pass quickly. Boom! The door shattered, plunging the noisy celebration into silence. Everyone stared at the shattered door. It was Devon and Mork, two of the North Blinders action leaders, who flew through the door like a car and landed in the backyard. Their appearance, despite being quite capable, was truly miserable. Their faces were so mangled that it was difficult to recognize them. Who did this? The assembled eyes turned to the broken door. Two figures slowly walked out of it. What? Am I looking at the wrong thing? The mobsters who recognized them muttered as if mesmerized by something. It was inevitable. The nearly dead Mr. Blood was walking toward them, weapon drawn. Mr. Blood, you came all the way here. You're crazy. You're out of your mind. Did you come here to die? No. What's that next to him? A knight. As shocking as Blood's appearance was, Ozian, who came with him, was no less so. If nothing else, he wore armor that seemed out of place here. Even the armor itself glowed white in the rainy weather. The mere fact that he showed up with Blood in that armor was enough to make anyone think he was out of the ordinary. Whether everyone thought so or not, Blood walked to the center of the courtyard and looked around. So, everyone, you've gathered here. His gaze fell on Ilo. Ilo's eyes widened at the sight of Blood, and his cheeks flushed. Bah, Blood, how could you be here? You speak as if I've come where I shouldn't be. You've come to die. To die. Blood snorted lightly at Ilo's words. What kind of fool doesn't realize his life is precious? You. A vein stood out on Ilo's forehead at Blood's taunt. Gone was the Blood who had always kept his head down, his face expressionless. Now he was a wounded beast, a beast that would bite the nape of your neck if you touched it wrong. But there was something else that mattered to Ilo. His uneasy eyes turned to the gathered guests. Well. Someone chuckled at the absurdity of it all. Blood's gaze snapped to him. Beneath the banner, a young, clean-cut man grinned in amusement. I've been bored out of my mind because my father said it was important, but I never thought I'd get to see this. Adrian Blackstone. He opened his mouth, and Ilo blurted out an excuse. Adrian. Just hear me out for a second. What are you talking about? You couldn't even handle one of the organization's hunting dogs properly, so what's the reason he ended up here causing trouble? Ilo's face contorted into a grim line. Even with two mouths to feed, he couldn't make excuses. This was all his fault, after all. You damned bastards, how the hell did you manage the mansion? Ilo's fury was directed at his own men. It wasn't that they'd let their guard down, or that they hadn't done their best. They were simply too strong. On top of that, it was raining like crazy. The non-stop pounding of the rain drowned out the commotion from the front gate to here. What the hell are you guys doing? We need to get this cleaned up. At Ilo's command, the mobsters drew their pistols from their holsters. Adrian stepped in and stopped them. No, thank you. Adrian, what are you talking about? I'm just saying, I'm a little intrigued. It's better to have something to look forward to than a boring engagement party, right? Adrian's gaze had been on Bod all along and he immediately noticed what Blood wanted. How could he not when Blood's red eyes were fixed on his fiancée, Isela? And Isela's gaze is the same. Her eyes are wide open, as if she's witnessing a miracle. She tries not to show it, but the clenched fists and the slight nibble on her lip are telling. Well, I suppose it's not surprising that something like this would happen to you, given that you were forced into this relationship because of family business, but it's not pleasant to have to face it, which is why I'm here to help. Help. Why would I want to dirty my father-in-law's hands on such a happy day? Don't worry, the person I brought will handle it quietly and neatly. Adrian snapped his fingers. Then the man in the suit who had been waiting beside him stepped forward, head bowed. Ilo's expression brightened. He was relieved that the Blackstone family's sharpest sword had been called upon. The man in the suit stepped out into the rain. He threw off his coat as if it were a hassle. He removed the gloves from his hands and rolled up the forearms of his shirt to reveal a sleek metal body. It was Blackstone armor's latest and greatest combat prosthetic, and the combatant who wore it was Max. He walked out slowly, intent on killing Blood, but Max did not reach Blood. A knight in white stood in his way. What are you? Max was displeased that Ozian had interrupted him. Regardless, Ozian stood before him and gripped his sword. There's nothing more disgraceful than an outsider interrupting an important meeting like this. What? So, outsiders among outsiders. Let's have a fight. Max chuckled at that. He wondered what this maniac in armor was going to say now. Max glanced back at Adrian. At the unspoken question of what to do with this guy, Adrian nodded. Max balled his prosthetic fist into a tight fist as the order to deal with him fell. I don't know what the hell you think you're doing, but your arrogance has gotten the better of me, and I'm sure you'd have lived a little longer if you hadn't had to deal with me. Are you going to fight with your mouth? Max clenched his fists at Ozian's taunt and took a stance. Max's piercing gaze swept over Ozian. Full body armor. It's made of some kind of special material. I'm guessing it can stop most bullets, which is why he can stand tall. And he'd gotten past the manor's security to get here. Max despised the mobsters of the North Blinders, but he didn't discount their skill. If they could get past his defenses, there had to be a reason. In other words, the knight in front of him might look like a madman, but his skills were real. He's got a sword, not a gun. If he's not carrying it for show, he's at least a master swordsman. The sword itself doesn't show any signs of modification, but it never hurts to be careful. Max steadied himself and took a step forward. I'm going first. With his fists clenched, he sprinted forward as the mobsters were watching in awe. Crazy. What kind of speed? He's that big and moves like that while wearing a heavy prosthetic. Meanwhile, Max, who had gotten close to Ozian, threw out his right fist. It was a straight punch that followed like a bullet with a rush. Thud. A stake protruded from the back of Max's right fist. Even bulletproof armor wouldn't stop a fist that could pierce steel plates, and a vicious weapon. That's it. Just as Max was thinking that, a pure white flash of light flashed before his eyes. Max saw a pure white star soaring, its hot heat evaporating the falling rain as it rose high, and then he realized that his fist had been sliced down his forearm. The cut surface of his prosthetic hand, made of a special material, burned brightly. Before Max could panic at the sight, he extended his left arm. Snap. The prosthetic on his left hand shifted and a large gun barrel popped out. Without a second's delay, it fired a large caliber bullet that could pierce an armored vehicle. Boom! Ozian, who had already grabbed his shield, blocked the incoming bullet. The large caliber bullet hit the shield and was deflected, slicing through the air. Max teased his leg. His leg was also a state-of-the-art prosthetic. It was dangerous if he got close. Max's plan was to get as much distance as possible and then gnaw at him from the outside. But Max's plan was just a thought. The approaching Ozian swung his starlight sword sideways, slicing his prosthetic leg off below the thigh. Max tried to steady himself against the ground with his one remaining arm and back away from the fall, but the approaching Ozian kicked his hand away, crushing it instantly. Limbless, Max flopped to the ground like a frog. Sleep. The starlight sword stabbed him in the heart, the essence of life, something no machine could replace. Underscore 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 underscore. Adrian's expression hardened. He never imagined that Max would suffer like this. He's wearing my family's newest prosthesis, and he's fallen for nothing. Max, who had his arms and legs cut off, and had new prosthetics put in their place, was no different from a living killing machine. What's more, the ones he wore weren't something you'd see everywhere. They were military-grade prosthetics, qualitatively different from the bums on the streets or those with modest industrial prosthetics. What the hell is that knight? Even more striking than the body's power was the white flames that emanated from his sword as he swung it. It sliced through Max's body as easily as a hot knife through butter. He knew that the sharp blade is no ordinary sword, but it's a pure weapon, untouched by any process. The fact that it was able to cut through the latest body while spewing strange flames was clearly the original ability of the knight wearing that armor. Sensing Adrian's emotion, his bodyguards rushed to his side. Master, what shall we do? It's too bad. He was a guy who was good at handling the latest models. But he ended up losing his value. Adrian's voice was cold. He was surprised that Max had been killed, but he wasn't saddened by it. Rather, he regretted the loss of the experimental data that would have confirmed the newest prosthetics. I'm sure you guys will be different. You needn't worry. 4 people, 3 men, and a woman, left the banner and ran out into the rain. All of them were veterans and were extremely trained. Ozian watched them approach from behind his helmet. Soon, the 4 surrounded him, all of them equipped with the latest in high-powered prosthetics. But they would have more to hide than Max, who had been sent as vanguard. Yeah, if they give up after losing just one, I'll be disappointed. The good news was that the Mafia of North Blinders was taking a wait-and-see attitude. Partly out of curiosity to see the power of the family that they would be joining forces with, but more than that, they seemed to be waiting to see how Ozian would survive this. I'm like a monkey in a zoo. In truth, it had been predictable since he had entered the middle of this place in his armor. Adrian's bodyguards loitered in a circle around Ozian, keeping their distance. They'd seen what happened to Max when he tried to get too close earlier, so they were being cautious. Ozian would have preferred them to lunge at him in contempt, but they were not fools and would not do such a thing in a life-and-death fight. If there was a problem, it was their trick. The mobsters watching from the periphery began to chatter. The curiosity and tension that had been building up during the siege had been released. One by one, their eyes began to change. Whatever the case, Balud is a traitor, and Ozian is his hired fixer. It dawned on them that these two had ruined the feast, and they should be made to pay for it. Clever of them, deliberately stalling, forcing the other to make a judgment call. Ozian glanced at each of the 4 guards surrounding him. Unlike Max, they didn't lunge at him, and when he made a gesture to charge, they stepped back. It was the movement of a hunter stalking a predator. This must have been their original fighting style, but it can't go on like this. If I let them get away with this, one by one they'll start coming for us. I have to cut them off somehow, before the flow goes back that way. It's all about momentum. We have to push them before they can get their bearings. To do that, Ozian slid the shield on his left arm into his bracelet. As if on cue, the bodyguards lowered themselves slightly, alert, as Ozian put the shield away. They wondered if he would suddenly charge, and if so, how would they maintain the perimeter? As they pondered this, Ozian gripped his sword with both hands. Don't come all the way here and act like a bother. Ozian looked back at Balud, not at the guards. I'll make this quick, that's my job. Ozian snapped his sword in two. What the hell? The sword, did it split in two? Suddenly, the sword, which had been burning with pure white flames, turned into a bluish mist. Everyone was puzzled by the sudden anomaly. However, the game hadn't even begun yet. Ozian raised his head and looked up at the sky. Tu-du-du-du-dud. He could faintly hear the sound of rain falling on his armor. The moon, which cannot be seen now, is rising high in the sky on the other side of the continent. May they find rest, as always, in your merriment. Full moon armor. The armor's appearance changed like a mirage. The armor's solid metal form morphed into a robe that seemed more comfortable to move in. The helmet that looked strong became a sleek helmet with a hood, and the splendid cloak was of frosty silk, seemed ready to melt in the air. Has he changed? Watch out, everyone. The mobsters looked at Ozian's transformation as if it were some kind of magic, but the bodyguards facing him did not. With their superior vision, they saw the rain falling around him freeze and turn into sleet. Cold? In this rainy weather, this is deadly. We have to stop him. The bodyguards quickly exchanged glances. The female bodyguard, a redhead, stretched out her left arm. Her arm was also made up of a prosthetic hand, and her open palm had a large hole like a gun barrel. Thump, thump, thump. Capsule after capsule shot out of her left arm like a grenade. The capsules spun in midair before opening, and the ether water catalyzed the magic inside. It was fire magic, of course. The flames leapt into the air and engulfed Ozian as the mobsters widened their eyes. Holy shit. She's carrying a capsule in the prosthetic hand. How much does a prosthetic hand cost? The flames roared, spreading their heat to the surroundings. The flames should have been dampened by the pouring rain, but instead, they evaporated the rainwater, creating a thick cloud of smoke. If nothing else, it was likely that Ozian would have been reduced to a pile of blackened charcoal by that fire magic. Regardless, the other three pointed their prosthetic guns at the white vapor and fired indiscriminately forward. Tut 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 tut. Shell casings rumbled out of the gaps in his forearms and piled up on the grass. It wasn't until they expended the single magazine embedded in their forearm that they stopped firing. The guards stared at the slowly dispersing vapor. It was at this point that they thought Ozian would have collapsed, helpless. The vapor was washed away by the pouring rain, and nothing remained where it had been, nothing but a burning, bullet-scarred lawn. Nothing? Where is he? It was the first time anyone had asked that question. A chill ran down their spines. Was it an instinctive gut feeling in the face of death? A guard felt it, and with the reflexes of a veteran, he tried to move, but his body wouldn't budge. It was the same with the prosthetic. How did? His body froze. So did the prosthetic. The prosthetic hand, made to resist heat and cold, was frosted and frozen solid. The chill that ran down his spine just a moment ago wasn't an instinctive illusion. The chill was real, coursing through his body, taking over his entire being. Tisk, tisk. 4 of the Blackstone family's vaunted bodyguards froze to death on the spot. It had happened in a matter of seconds, almost simultaneously. Adrian's eyes widened. He understood that Max lost, of course, but it didn't make sense that the elite bodyguards he'd hired to protect him would be so useless. How the hell? As he struggled to comprehend what was going on, a chill came to Adrian's neck. You'd better not move. Unless you want to end up like them. Adrian wiped the chill from his lips as Ozian stood beside him, one of his moon blades pointed at his throat. Adrian's lips quivered. He hadn't even seen him coming. Not surprising, since he hadn't even seen the guards get beaten in the first place. There were still more of the men Adrian had brought with him, but their employer and master was being held hostage by, and they couldn't act rashly. It was the same with the mobsters. With Ozian's overwhelming force and the master of a family they were supposed to be allied with held hostage, no one could do anything but look on. Ozian looked at Balud. Feeling his gaze, Balud closed and opened his eyes in gratitude. Kudang-tang? The commotion inside the mansion was unusually loud as everyone fell silent. The Balud family burst through the broken door and joined them. It's the Balud family. I can't believe there are still that many of them left. Legger. They don't call him immortal for nothing after he got shot like that. They were more mangled and scarred than before, but none of them could be taken lightly. In the harsh conditions, they had survived. From their determination to fight, they were different from the average North Blinders member. Brother, the cleanup is done. At Legger's shout, Balud nodded in understanding. From here, it was his turn. Listen up, everyone. Balud opened his mouth. I've come to you on a bad note, and I don't intend to apologize for that. What matters is this, how a traitor to the organization came to be here. Everyone listened to him. The mood was right, the flow was right. I was accused of being a traitor, I was purged, and I had to flee to survive, but I managed to make it here, through all that heavy guard. Why? What do you think I'm here for? It was his usual cold tone, but it was strangely appealing. He's right, he could have just stayed alive and run. Why did he even bother coming here? It was suicidal. What the hell was going on? Everyone waited for Balud's next words. Because I'm a proud North Blinders man. Even among the Mafia members, there were mixed reactions. Some wondered if that made any sense, and others felt something deep inside. Surprisingly, the latter were the ones who had been in North Blinders for the longest time. In this line of work, you sometimes have to kill people who betray you. That's why they shared a strong bond among themselves, known as family. A mace is harsher than death for a betrayer, but for the sake of family, they were willing to risk it. Not all of them lived by that motto, but most had similar beliefs. For only with such a strong heart could they endure for so long. That's right. Family was the magic word that kept them there, unbroken, no matter how hard and rugged their work. We Northblinders have always prioritized the well-being of the family. If a colleague is harmed, we avenge them. It's a vendetta. We've always valued discipline. It's omerta. It's something that is immutable, something that should never fade with the passage of time. Blood's voice rang clear through the rain. This tradition was abused by two men, the boss, Ilo Burbank, and Kursha Izazo. All eyes turned to Ilo. No one asked if it was true, but the stares were asking enough. No, some of them knew it was true. There was no way that Balad, the most upstanding of them all, would suddenly turn traitor. Besides, the purge of the Balad family had happened too quickly. It was as if they'd had this in mind all along. Ilo's face turned red at Balad's point. How dare you speak to me like that? He shouted, his voice cracking from long cigarette puffs. Whether he realized it or not, Balad only glared at Ilo with a cold stare. Boss, no, Ilo Borbork. You, more than anyone else, preached organizational discipline, but you broke it. It's time you paid the price. Discipline? Don't be ridiculous. I created the Northblinders. I'm the boss. I'm the discipline, and I can get rid of it whenever I want. The Mafias started to murmur at those words. The boss's orders are absolute, but even the boss can't deny the traditions of the organization. The opinion was split down the middle, and this was the picture Balad wanted most. I could wage war here. I've mobilized the toughest warriors I've ever seen, and there will be plenty of blood on both sides, but it doesn't have to be that way. Balad drew his hatchet and raised it. Blood is to be shed by the leader, as it should be by those who lead. He pointed the sharp blade of the hatchet at Ilo. So come forth. Don't hide behind titles and pretenses and talk the talk, prove it with your actions. You bastard. I challenge you to a one-on-one duel.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.